Chapter 241. At the moment when Zhao Yi's territory was promoted to the third-class dukedom, King Charles, who was far away in the capital, heard a neutral voice without any emotion in his mind. This voice informed Charles that a hero from another world named Zhao Yi in his territory had been promoted to the third-class dukedom. Charles was a little surprised by the appearance of this voice, but he was much less surprised by Zhao Yi's territory being promoted to the third-class dukedom and Zhao Yi becoming a sixth-class professional. He was confident that he could become a seventh-class strongman in 3 years, so it was normal for him to become a sixth-class professional now. Zhao Yi should be the strongest person among the heroes of the other world. It has just been 300 days since the heroes of the other world came to the origin continent. In 300 days, they can be promoted from level 0 to level 6. In less than 3 years, they can be promoted to level 7. Charles feels that he has a good chance. A little happy, Charles picked up the crystal bottle containing the water of life, took a sip, and drank nearly 1 milliliter of the water of life. It feels that the moment he drank the water of life, the pain in his body seemed to be relieved a lot. In the mansion of the Lord of Zhaocheng, Zhao Yi opened a silver treasure chest, and was not satisfied with his current luck. He turned to open the territory page to see the changes after the territory was promoted to the third-class dukedom. Third-class dukedom. Lord Zhao Yi. Territory area, 50,000 square kilometers. Main city, Zhaocheng, a third-class large city, covering an area of 32 square kilometers. Subordinate cities, 9 cities, 36 towns. Population, 2,014,700, 5,132,500. Military, 213,600, 264,200. Public support, 92. Public security, 90. Construction. Compared with the first-class marquisdom, the third-class dukedom has an increased territory area from 20,000 square kilometers to 50,000 square kilometers. Among them, the area of Zhaocheng, the main city of the third-level city, has increased from 16 square kilometers of the first-level city to 32 square kilometers. The standard population of the third-level city has reached 960,000, and it is no problem to increase it to 1 million. When the population of Zhaocheng reaches 1 million, the number of daily undead sieges will exceed 330,000, and the number of diamond cards in the diamond treasure chest can reach 3. It took Zhao Yi's territory a total of 153 days to upgrade from the first-class marquisate to the third-class dukedom. Previously, it only took 147 days to be promoted from a third-class baron to a first-class marquis. The conditions for being promoted from a third-class dukedom to a second-class dukedom are similar to those for being promoted from a third-class marquisdom to a second-class marquisdom, which are the population of the main city, the title of the lord, and the elimination of several undead. To be promoted from a third-class marquisdom to a second-class marquisdom, 6 fifth-level undead must be eliminated, and to be promoted from a third-class dukedom to a second-class dukedom, 6 sixth-level undead must be eliminated. Compared to eliminating 6 sixth-level undead, for Zhao Yi, it takes more time to increase the population of the main city to 960,000. It takes 48 days to increase the population by 10,000 people a day, 24 days to increase the population by 20,000 people a day, and 16 days to increase the population by 30,000 people a day. The specific method of increasing the population will be discussed at the morning meeting. The biggest change in the territory from the first-class marquisate to the third-class dukedom should be the population. The total population increased from January 1937 million to 5.1325 million, a difference of more than 4 times. However, the strength of the territory's army only increased from 92,300 to 264,200, a difference of nearly 3 times. The territory's population increase is greater in the demiplanes, and the population of the 5th demiplane has exceeded 2.9 million. There are no undead sieges in the demiplanes, so there is no need for so many troops to guard the cities and villages, and the proportion of soldiers to the population is greatly reduced. In Zhaocheng, there is 1 soldier for every 8 people, and in other cities in the territory, there is 1 soldier for every 10 people. Although the proportion of soldiers in the 1st and 5th demiplanes is small, with a population of more than 3 million, this does not mean that there are fewer people with professional talents. At least among those miners, many have professional talents, and among the 3 million population, there are even people with 5-star talents. These miners with professional talents are all reserve members of the territory army. The 5 million population of the entire territory is still far from enough for Zhao Yi, and the population of the 5th half plane has been increasing at a rate of 20,000 per day. Today, when the points required for recruiting personnel are increasing, as long as there are points, Zhao Yi will convert the points into population as soon as possible. While having breakfast with Melissa, Zhao Yi took a look at the forum. Today is the 300th day since Blue Star players came to the game world. Something happened on the 100th and 200th days before, and maybe something will happen today, so Zhao Yi went to the forum to have a look. After browsing, he found that many players were looking for changes today, but no one had found any new changes yet. Maybe there have been changes, but they cannot be found, or maybe there have been no changes. Zhao Yi temporarily ignored this point. After breakfast, Zhao Yi opened a silver treasure chest for the second time. Garbage. Entering the meeting room of the city hall, Zhao Yi found that all his men had smiles on their faces, and some even had uncontrollable excitement on their faces. Zhao Yi felt that the performance of Cece, Elliot and others was normal, because the territory had been promoted to the third-class dukedom. The first-level administrative unit under the jurisdiction of the indigenous country is generally a province, and the dukedom is almost on the same level as the province. The duke is the highest title that can be obtained in a kingdom. Above the duke is the king or prince. The prince is a title that only appeared in the empire. The 7th-level professional can become a lower prince, and the 8th-level professional can become a higher prince. A prince's territory is equivalent to a kingdom, but the independence of a prince's territory cannot be compared with that of a kingdom. But the kingdom does not have an empire behind it like a prince's territory. In the entire origin continent, the kingdom is generally oppressed by the empire. Whether it is a prince or a king, they need to become a 7th-level professional first, and that is a matter for the future. Now the territory has been promoted to a dukedom, which is equivalent to the second largest force in the entire Violet Kingdom after the Violet family and the Berlanger family. The meeting officially began. The territory has been promoted to the third-class dukedom, and 30,000 square kilometers of territory have been added. What do you think about the newly added territory? Zhao Yi asked. The subordinates below thought for a while, and Elliot was the first to answer. Lord, according to the current development ideas of the territory, coupled with the strength of the territory, I think the new territory can be chosen far away from the existing territory, such as Lehai. Zhao Yi's subordinates all understood the development ideas of the territory. They were careful in promotion, concealed their own strength as much as possible, tried not to conflict with other indigenous forces, and tried not to border other indigenous forces. But if the territory increases by another 30,000 square kilometers, it will reach 50,000 square kilometers. The entire Latal province is only 170,000 square kilometers, and it will almost occupy 1/3. With the strength of the territory, 2 6th level, 14 5th level, and more than 100 4th level, it is the second largest force in the Violet Kingdom after the Violet family and the Berlanger family. It is completely possible to increase the territory in other provinces of the Violet Kingdom. Enclaves can exist. Before the calamity of the undead, many nobles had enclaves in their territories. With the strength of the territory, it is not a problem to mobilize part of the army to defend the enclave. If an accident occurs, support can be provided immediately through the teleportation array. If the enclave is blocked by space, a teleportation array can be hidden in the area near the enclave in advance. This method has been used by many player forces now, mainly to focus on cultivating the territory not far away, and to provide timely support if there is a fear of retaliation from the undead camp. Extending the territory to the seaside is also an idea that Zhao Yi has long talked about with his subordinates. The ocean has a lot of magic resources that are easier to mine and collect than deep land. Under the belief that the undead camp will be defeated or even destroyed, the ocean will become the object of competition among many forces in the future. If the territory is extended to the seaside earlier, a fleet can be formed as soon as possible to prepare for the competition for the interests of the ocean in advance. The new 30,000 square kilometers of territory can extend the territory to the seaside, but the long and narrow territory is prone to problems. If the territory is strong enough, it is better to carve out a piece of territory on the seaside and build a city. Elliot's words were agreed by all of Zhao Yi's other subordinates, and some of their ideas were consistent with Zhao Yi's. Everyone present was smart, especially those who had joined the territory earlier and had been with Zhao Yi for a long time. They already knew Zhao Yi's character, and could easily come up with a plan that was consistent with Zhao Yi's ideas. Elliot's plan is okay. Let me tell you one more thing. You should all know Miss Brittany. Her last name is Violet. I have reached an agreement with the king. At the latest in 3 years, when Miss Brittany is promoted to the 7th level, she will take over the throne and become the queen of the Violet Kingdom. The people who attended the meeting were basically 100 points loyal to Zhao Yi. In order to develop the territory in the next stage, Zhao Yi told this plan. Hearing the words of the Lord, Cece, Elliot and other subordinates were surprised. They were surprised that Miss Brittany, one of the 14 fifth level in the territory, came from the Violet family. They were surprised that the Lord had reached an agreement with the King of Violet. They were surprised that the Lord wanted Miss Brittany to become the Queen of the Violet Kingdom. When Miss Brittany becomes the Queen of the Violet Kingdom, everything in the Violet Kingdom will be under the control of the Lord. Controlling a kingdom, millions of square kilometers of land, tens of millions of people, it's exciting to think about it. After being surprised, Cece was the first to say, "Please marry Miss Brittany, Lord." Before others could agree, Miss Silver Dragon Melissa, who was behind Zhao Yi, poked her head out of Zhao Yi's shoulder, glaring at Cece with her dragon eyes. Cece panicked when he was glared at by Melissa. He only thought about asking the Lord to marry Miss Brittany, so that he could take over the throne in the future. Why did he forget Miss Silver Dragon? If Miss Silver Dragon punches him lightly, he will be crushed to pieces. Cece really regretted saying that. "Don't worry, if he wants to marry me, he will marry you first." After Zhao Yi comforted Melissa, the meeting continued, and no one dared to talk about letting the Lord marry Miss Brittany. The Origin continent does not practice monogamy. The strong can have multiple wives, one person can create a family, and there are even cases of polyandry. Two things were mainly determined in today's meeting. One was the development of the territory, and the other was the development of Zhaocheng. The territory was promoted to the third-class dukedom, with 3 middle cities to build. Today, the 4th-class assassins will be sent to the 3 provinces adjacent to the Lathao province to explore the terrain. The most important thing is the Truth province adjacent to the sea. The first subordinate middle city of the territory will be built on the seashore. In the future, it can even be built on islands in the ocean. After the development of the territory is determined, the development of Zhaocheng will be the next. Zhaocheng has been promoted to a third-class city, and can accommodate 1 million people. In order to promote the territory to the second-class dukedom, the current population of Zhaocheng of 480,000 needs to be increased to 960,000 as soon as possible. The more populous a city is, the more problems it will encounter if it wants to double its population in a short period of time. Even the 5th half-plane, with a population of nearly 3 million, only increases its population by about 20,000 people every day. It takes 48 days to increase the population by 10,000 people a day. It takes 24 days to increase the population by 20,000 people a day. It takes 16 days to increase the population by 30,000 people a day. Among these 3 options, 2/3 of the people in the meeting room chose to increase the population by 10,000 people a day, and Zhao Yi also preferred this option. Zhao Yi spent half a year to upgrade from level 50 to level 60. It is estimated that it will take 2 years to upgrade from level 60 to level 70. Only when you become a 7th level professional can you be qualified to become a king or prince. Compared with the 2 years of promotion to the 7th level, it only takes less than 50 days to increase the population of Zhaocheng to 960,000, which is more stable and not slow. Moreover, in 50 days, it is difficult to build even 1 middle city, let alone 3 middle cities. Compared with building Yicheng in a place close to Zhaocheng, it is more convenient to build a middle city far away from the homeland. It will take more time to build a city in a place with a high level. It is estimated that it will take no more than half a year to upgrade a territory from a third-class dukedom to a first-class dukedom, but it may take more than 2 years to build the 9 middle cities of a first-class dukedom. Thinking of the middle city to be built, and the 9 small cities that have been built, Zhao Yi feels that tomorrow's points and combat professional experience bonus will drop a lot. 9 platinum treasure chests become 9 gold treasure chests, and 36 silver treasure chests become 36 bronze treasure chests. If the affiliated villages were still there, would the black iron treasure chest become the worst wooden treasure chest? However, if the population of the first level middle city reached 300,000, it could bring Zhao Yi a crystal treasure chest, but the difficulty of building a middle city is much greater than that of a small city. It would be great if the evaluation of other affiliated cities and villages would not be downgraded as the territory was promoted. Zhao Yi was just fantasizing about this kind of thing. If it came true, the strength of the Blue Star player camp would grow rapidly, to the point that the indigenous camp and the undead camp would be afraid. Perhaps it won't take 5 years for the Blue Star player camp to kill both the indigenous camp and the undead camp. Then the major player forces of the Blue Star player camp will start a war on the Origin continent. After determining the 2 major events of territory development and Zhaocheng development, today's meeting ended, and Cece, Elliot and others left the meeting room one after another. Zhao Yi was not in a hurry to leave, and opened the 3rd silver treasure chest in the meeting room. Last time, He used the destiny dice in the meeting room to open so many good things. But this time Zhao Yi's luck was not good, and today's third silver treasure chest was still garbage, so he had to wait a little longer. Chapter 242. Open one before lunch, one after lunch, one after returning from the cemetery, one after rest, and one after dinner. Until the first silver treasure chest after nightfall, which was also the 9th treasure chest opened today, Zhao Yi finally opened something that made him feel good. Immediately use the fate dice, and after 10 seconds, the red X2 face faces up. This means that Zhao Yi's current luck value doubles, and remains constant for 1 hour. Open the treasure chest immediately. There are a total of 81 cards in the epic treasure chest, and 9 of them can be selected. Zhao Yi's 2 epic treasure chests both contain 2 epic cards and 4 diamond cards. Time was limited, so Zhao Yi quickly picked out the good stuff from the treasure chests. The epic and diamond treasure chests were opened one by one, the crystal treasure chest was opened 10 times in a row, and the platinum and silver treasure chests were opened 100 times, and 10 times in a row. When the silver treasure chest was opened 10 times in a row, the effect of the destiny dice had ended, but Zhao Yi, who was so excited that his expression was numb, still opened the remaining silver treasure chests. Select 4 epic cards. Level 6 Priest Recruitment Scroll. King's Skill Book. Epic Bow. Large Demiplane. Select 22 diamond cards. Level 5 Alchemist Recruitment Scroll. Level 5 Lightning Mage Recruitment Scroll. Level 4 Swordsman Recruitment Scroll *4. Level 3 Lancer Recruitment Scroll *66. Level 4 Griffin *4. Level 7 Advancement Stone *2. 4-star Talent Stone. Earth Bear Bloodline. Assassin Professional Inheritance. Statue. Wind Walk Skill Book. Resurrection Spell Scroll. Earth Fury Skill Book. Wind Attribute Diamond Staff. Diamond Combat Boots. Diamond Space Ring. Medium Demiplane. Void Library. Diamond Death Doll. Medium Magic Cannon. Momentary Eternity. Medium Adamantite Mine. There are also many good things in the crystal cards, such as Level 4 Space Mage Recruitment Scroll, Fate Dice. I was lucky enough to get Level 5 Advanced Stone *100 after opening 100 Platinum Treasure Chests. 100 Level 5 Advanced Stones can be synthesized into 10 Level 6 Advanced Stones, or 1 Level 7 Advanced Stone. Although Zhao Yi didn't get the 5-star Talent Stone he wanted very much from the Epic Treasure Chest, he was able to get so many good things from these hundreds of treasure chests of various grades, and the unhappiness had long disappeared without a trace. Julin, an Epic Legion skill, can only be learned and used by the ruler of a country. Skill effect: at the primary level, all attributes of the team members increase by 10%, and morale doubles. A very powerful skill, which will occupy a Legion skill position of Zhao Yi in the future. The learning conditions of Junlin also limit the learning of Zhao Yi's subordinates. After all, there is only one ruler in a country. Epic Bow, powerful attributes. As a Dragon Knight and Archer, this bow is naturally used by Zhao Yi himself. Large Demiplane. The area ranges from 100,000 square kilometers to 10 million square kilometers. The area of the number 5 demiplane in Zhao Yi's territory is only 26,000 square kilometers. Even the worst large demiplane is 4 times the area of the number 5 demiplane. Zhao Yi does not have high requirements for this large demiplane. Whether it is a low magic environment or a medium magic environment, he hopes that the demiplane can accommodate a large population. The number 5 demiplane can accommodate more than 6 million people, and this large demiplane must accommodate more than 10 million people. Population is the foundation of the territory. While he can still use points to recruit people, Zhao Yi hopes that the population of the territory will grow as much as possible. The 5th level Alchemist Recruitment Scroll. Zhao Yi already has 3 4th level alchemists under his command. With the 5th level alchemist joining his command, the high-level alchemy workshop with higher productivity can operate at full efficiency. With the 5th level alchemist, the alchemy workshop can even refine crystal-level alchemy tools, equipment. The diamond-level Earth Bear bloodline should belong to the Bear King bloodline. Using this bloodline to become a warlock can reach the highest level of the 7th level professional. Above the Bear King bloodline, there is also the legendary Bear King bloodline. The Assassin Professional Inheritance Statue. This thing has the same function as the Assassin Job Transfer Scroll. The Assassin Job Transfer Scroll can allow a player or a native with assassin talent to directly become a level 0 assassin. The Assassin Job Transfer Scroll is only a one-time prop, but the Assassin Professional Inheritance Statue can allow 10,000 people to transfer to assassins. Whether it is a Job Transfer Scroll or a Professional Inheritance Statue, it is only useful to Zhao Yi, and the value is not as great as imagined. The people in Zhao Yi's territory are mainly natives. The natives need to read and write first, and then test their talents. If they have a certain talent, they can enter the corresponding professional academy to study. Even if you become an assassin and advance through the assassin transfer scroll, you still need to continue to learn the basic knowledge related to the profession. However, this thing is very useful for those lords, who mainly recruit players. Today, the points required for recruiting personnel are constantly increasing. Lords who only recruit players can effectively reduce the consumption of points by choosing to recruit life profession players, who require fewer points first, and then use the combat profession transfer scroll. The problem is that the transfer scrolls opened by the lord players from the treasure chest are not enough. The value of the assassin profession heritage statue to Zhao Yi should continue to increase with the passage of time. In the future, there will be more players in Zhao Yi's territory, and he will also have more players under his command. Only giving the opportunity to switch to a combat profession as a reward to players with good performance can effectively improve the work efficiency of players. Finishing, a diamond level legion skill, increases the marching speed by 20% at the primary level. The resurrection spell scroll is as valuable as an ordinary epic item. When a 7th level priest casts a resurrection spell, he will be weak for at least a week. The next use of the resurrection spell must be at least a month apart. The 7th level priest who can perform resurrection is basically equivalent to a legendary strongman in the major indigenous forces. It costs a lot to ask a 7th level priest to perform resurrection to revive a person. A resurrection spell scroll is a chance to save an accident. Zhao Yi also has a resurrection skill book with a value higher than an 8th level advancement stone, and just happened to get a 6th level priest recruitment scroll from the epic treasure chest. A 6th level priest is most likely to have a 4-star priest talent and has the potential to be promoted to the 7th level. As long as he is promoted to the 7th level, Zhao Yi will have an extra 7th level priest who can perform resurrection. The diamond space ring has a space of 10,000 cubic meters inside, which can carry living things and is of high value. The Void Library, it seems, and the Void Trading Field are both Void series. The Void Library contains the general knowledge of the entire origin continent below the 7th level, and there is no knowledge that is unique to the major indigenous forces. This knowledge is also the foundation of a force. It has little effect on the strength of Zhao Yi's territory in a short period of time, but its value will gradually become apparent in the future. At least mages should like to soak in the Void Library. Momentary Eternity, a one-time item that can destroy 7th level professionals and 7th level undead, a stronger and stronger version of the super alchemical bomb. Explosive arrows and alchemical bombs are the two most stocked one-time alchemical items in Zhao Yi's territory. Explosive arrows are single target attacks, and alchemical bombs are range attacks. The radius of the primary alchemical bomb explosion damage range is 3 meters, and the core area of the explosion can kill 1st level professionals and 1st level undead. The radius of the super alchemical bomb explosion damage range is 81 meters, and the core area of the explosion can kill 4th level professionals and 4th level undead. Crazy alchemists want to develop more powerful alchemical bombs, and the Moment of Eternity is the ultimate product. The explosion range of a Moment of Eternity exceeds 15 square kilometers, which is basically the area of a 1st level city. The core area of the Moment of Eternity explosion can even kill 7th level professionals and 7th level undead. The power of Moment of Eternity is so great that the cost of refining is also very high. The cost of refining a Moment of Eternity can refine an epic equipment. The key is that Moment of Eternity is a one-time item. Such an alchemical item with poor cost performance, just like the magic gun, is extremely rare. No matter how rich Zhao Yi is, he will not buy the Eternal Moment, but it is a pleasant surprise to get it from the treasure chest. This thing is most suitable for the Space Mage to use. The Space Mage suddenly teleports over and detonates the Eternal Moment to teleport away. The enemy who has no time to dodge will be killed by the Eternal Moment. Zhao Yi's trump card against the 7th level enemy increases by 1. In fact, Zhao Yi hopes to get a trump card against the 8th level enemy. He has more than one trump card against the 7th level enemy, but unfortunately none of the 4 epic cards have been opened to deal with the 8th level enemy. 4th level Space Mage Recruitment Scroll, Monster Killing Team Number increased by 1, 4th Destiny Dice, continue to accumulate treasure chests. In general, Zhao Yi was a little disappointed but also quite satisfied with this treasure chest opening. The desired 5-star talent stone and means to deal with 8th level enemies did not appear, but good things such as Void Library, 6th level Priest, and Resurrection Spell Scroll appeared. After opening hundreds of treasure chests, the things will be released tomorrow, and the strength and foundation of the territory will increase a lot. You won 50 battles. You killed 773,517 undeads. You lost 82 soldiers. Battle rating 1S, 2A, 2B, 9C, 36E. Points increased by 257.58%. Professional experience increased by 257.58%. Obtained 1 diamond treasure chest, 2 crystal treasure chests, 2 platinum treasure chests, 9 gold treasure chests, 36 bronze treasure chests. The bonus of points and combat professional experience dropped sharply from the highest 352% to 257.58%, which really made Zhao Yi sad. Yesterday, I killed 1 level 6 undead, for level 5 undead, and a dozen level 4 undead in a cemetery, but I only got 210 million points yesterday, which is too far away. If I want to increase the bonus quickly, I can only wait for the construction of the middle city to start. Building small cities, towns, or even forming a third monster-killing team will not increase the bonus much. Especially building towns, the bonus is almost negligible. Looking at the battle settlement page, Zhao Yi made a decision to suspend the construction of towns in the territory, and put the Earth Mage into the construction of the middle city. As for upgrading a small town to a medium town, it can be done, but it cannot be done. The 9 small towns in the territory are originally distributed in this area at the density of small towns, and each small town has a certain area of jurisdiction. The administrative divisions of Qin Country on Blue Star are provinces, cities, counties, districts, towns, townships, and villages. The administrative divisions of various indigenous countries on the origin continent are generally provinces, dukes, counties, marquises, districts, earls, towns, viscounts, and villages, barons. A small town is generally the center of a district, and a medium town is the center of a county. The land difference between districts and counties ranges from several times to more than 10 times. Previously, Zhao Yi's territory was a first-class marquisate, a large county, and it was no problem to put down a middle city and 9 small cities. Now, if he put down a large city and 9 middle cities, it would definitely not work. In this regard, Zhao Yi was more concerned about the situation of humans returning to normal life after the destruction of the undead camp. In another area, there were 9 middle cities, and it was impossible to hide the traces. There were only 5 middle cities in the entire Loda province, which obviously had a problem. The Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire had no intention of annexing the Violet Kingdom for the time being, but the 2 empires must have spies in the Violet Kingdom to report the changes in the Violet Kingdom back to the empire. The changes in Zhao Yi's territory will inevitably attract the attention of the 2 empires. Even if it is just a little attention, it may bring trouble to Zhao Yi's territory. Building the middle city in the major provinces of the Violet Kingdom will be much less likely to attract attention. And in the future, you can choose to upgrade these middle cities to large cities, as the new centers of the major provinces of the Violet Kingdom. After the short meeting, Zhao Yi went to the teleportation array to recruit personnel. The 6th level priest Connie, the 5th level lightning mage George, the 5th level alchemist Guwendel, the 4th level space mage Claudine, and other 22 4th level professionals came out of the teleportation array with their families. Name, Conti. Gender, female. Age, 92. Occupation, level 60 priest. Talent, priest 4 stars / domination 2 stars. Skill, loyalty, 80. The 7th level resurrection priest is stable. Name, George. Gender, male. Age, 85. Occupation, level 50 lightning mage. Talent, lightning mage 3 stars / domination 1 star. Skill, loyalty, 80. General. Name, Guwendel. Gender, male. Age, 106. Occupation, level 50 fire mage / level 5 alchemist. Talent, fire mage 4 stars / alchemist 5 stars / domination 1 star. Skill, loyalty, 80. Surprise. Seeing Guwendel's attributes, Zhao Yi felt like he had won a big prize. Guwendel not only has a 4-star fire mage talent, but also a 5-star alchemy talent. It's you, the future alchemist Guwendel. If he gets a 5-star talent stone in the future, and as extra, Zhao Yi will give Guwendel one. The stronger the strength and the higher the level, the higher the alchemist's achievements in alchemy will be. Name, Claudine. Gender, female. Age, 53. Occupation, level 40 space mage. Talent, 3-star space mage. Skills, loyalty, 80. General. With the addition of Claudine, Zhao Yi now has 3 space mages under his command, 4-star talent Ignaz, 3-star talent Fagan, and 3-star talent Claudine. Zhao Yi has a 4-star talent stone in his hand. Now Zhao Yi is a little hesitant. Should he give this 4-star talent stone to Fagan or to Brayden? After thinking for a few minutes to figure out the pros and cons, Zhao Yi decided to give the 4-star talent stone to Fagan. The 4-star talent stone can be opened from the diamond treasure chest. Zhao Yi can get a diamond treasure chest every 3 days, and he can still open the 4-star talent stone in the future. Fei Jin's Space Mage talent has been upgraded to 4 stars, and the upgrade speed has been accelerated. In the future, all 4-star talents of the 5th level professionals, or even the 6th level professionals, can be organized to go to the cemetery to kill monsters and strive to sprint to the 7th level. At this stage, high-end combat power is more important to the territory. Brayden's strength will not cause any problems in commanding the undead army, and upgrading Brayden's spearman talent can be postponed. After the recruitment of personnel, Zhao Yi prepared to place the demiplane, mainly 3 demiplanes to be placed, namely the large demiplane opened in the epic card, the medium demiplane opened in the diamond card, and the void library. Zhao Yi first released the void library, and sent people to explore the void library. After confirming that it was safe, Zhao Yi and Melissa entered. The area of the void library and the void trading field is generally large, both of which are circular ground with a diameter of 1,000 meters. There are squares and buildings in the void trading field, but the void library is a building as a whole. The building is divided into multiple areas according to the different functions of the library itself. The most important thing about the library is naturally the collection of books. There are hundreds of millions of books in the void library, covering all aspects of the world of life where the origin continent is located, and even a small number of books record the content of the world of death. Seeing the mages and the exploration team's desire for the books in the void library, Zhao Yi could feel the attraction of the void library to the mages. Next, a library can be built in Zhaocheng, and then the space door of the void library can be placed in it, and the professionals can enter the void library through this nominal library. The void library also has many functions, such as dividing the people entering the void library into certain levels, how long different levels can stay in the void library, what kind of books can be read, and so on. Under normal circumstances, professionals on the origin continent follow the principle of equal exchange and will not give knowledge to outsiders for nothing. Zhao Yi vigorously cultivates his professionals, also following the principle of equal exchange, and the professionals pay loyalty. The void library must have a personnel level division, and Zhao Yi intends to hand it over to the director of the void library. As for the first director of the void library, Zhao Yi still has to think about it. Leaving the void library, Zhao Yi summoned the crystal ball containing a large demiplane. After touching the crystal ball and learning some information about this large demiplane, Zhao Yi's mouth curled up slightly. The territory of the Violet Kingdom is only 1.3 million square kilometers, while this large demiplane has an area of 1.87 million square kilometers, which is larger than the territory of the Violet Kingdom. With such a vast area, many terrain structures can be found in the demiplane. About 1/9 of the 1.87 million square kilometers is water, a small part is salt water, and most of it is fresh water. The land area available for agricultural cultivation exceeds 500,000 square kilometers. The total area of the 5th demiplane is 26,000 square kilometers, and the land area available for agricultural cultivation is only 15,000 square kilometers. It can accommodate more than 6 million people, and can also provide a large amount of food for the outside world. The large demiplane in Zhao Yi's hands can accommodate hundreds of millions of people. It will be a huge project to recruit people to fill this large demiplane with points. Being able to accommodate hundreds of millions of people living in the demiplane is the focus of Zhao Yi's attention, followed by things related to magic in the demiplane. The demiplane is so large that it has high, medium, and low magic environments. More than 2/3 of the area is medium magic environment, and the high magic environment is less than 1/10. There are a large number of magic beasts and plants in the demiplane, and the highest level of magic beasts has reached level 5. Level 5 magic beasts are a huge threat to humans living in the demiplane. Zhao Yi needs to organize people to clean up the magic beasts in the demiplane as soon as possible. Either subdue them or kill them. Given the importance of this large demiplane to the territory, Zhao Yi will. Number 4. The name of the Void Library was given to it. The Void Library is the 6th demiplane, and the unimportant demiplanes will be ranked backward. The first demiplane is a small demiplane with a low magic environment that accommodates more than 200,000 people. The second demiplane is the Void Trading Field. The third demiplane is planted with the Tree of Life. The fourth demiplane is a large demiplane that can accommodate hundreds of millions of people. The fifth demiplane is a medium-sized demiplane that has nearly 3 million people living in it. The sixth demiplane is the Void Library. The fourth demiplane is so vast that a kingdom can be developed in it. Such a large demiplane is mostly controlled by the top indigenous forces, and is the foundation of the indigenous forces. For example, in an empire with a large demiplane, during the calamity of the undead, there may be less than 100 million people living in the cities outside, but there are still hundreds of millions of people in the demiplane. Once the undead camp is driven away, the population can be quickly migrated from the demiplane to refill the empire's territory. Hundreds of millions of people in the demiplane continuously cultivate professionals, which is also one of the reasons why the empire can persist in the calamity of the undead. Don't underestimate the foundation of an empire. Facing the disaster of the undead, the empire cannot have all its population retreat to the demiplane. After all, the demiplane is only attached to the main plane, and the main plane is the foundation. If the territory of the main plane is completely occupied, it may be quickly seized by other empires, and it will be difficult to take back the swallowed territory. For such an important demiplane number 4, Zhao Yi has a development plan in his mind. Earth magicians are the main force in territory construction. The construction of Zhaocheng, the construction of the demiplane number 5, and the subsequent construction of the middle city will all use a large number of earth magicians. The development of the fourth demiplane also requires a large number of earth mages. None of the 4 construction projects can be abandoned or suspended. Zhao Yi has a lot of points, and can continue to recruit earth mages. However, recruiting the same number of earth mages requires more and more points, and the fourth demiplane has to accommodate hundreds of millions of people, so no matter how many earth mages there are, they are not enough. Instead of recruiting a large number of earth mages to build the fourth demiplane, Zhao Yi wants to let the recruited personnel build their own new homes. With the fifth demiplane, there will be no shortage of food for the time being, and ordinary tools can be quickly made to meet the needs of the population migrating to the fourth demiplane. Under this development plan, management personnel become the most important point. Recruiting some new people, transferring some old people, and managing civilians together, the new and old combination is still far from enough compared to the population that can be accommodated by the fourth half plane. This is the only way for the time being. If the newly recruited officials are used to manage the newly recruited civilians, big problems may also occur at 80 loyalty. Slow it down. Of course, for other players, the population of Zhao Yi's territory will increase at a flying speed, and the points required to recruit indigenous civilians will increase at a faster rate. Chapter 243. The exploration of the fourth demiplane is temporarily suspended. The fourth demiplane is so large and dangerous that more manpower is needed, including the 5th level professionals, a large number of air cavalry, and even the undead army. Continue to summon the crystal ball containing the medium-sized demiplane. The area of this medium-sized demiplane is not small, up to 41,000 square kilometers. In terms of area alone, it is second only to the fourth demiplane in Zhao Yi's territory. Although this medium-sized demiplane is large and can be inhabited, it is a plain dominated by desert terrain, and only 1,000th of the land is an oasis. On the surface, this desert demiplane has a large amount of sand resources. On Blue Star, the construction industry has a huge demand for sand. However, the sand in the desert cannot be used as a building material. The sand used in the construction industry is mostly river sand. This desert demiplane is put aside. We can send people to explore it in the future. Maybe there are precious resources buried under the sand. The most important demiplane development task of Zhao Yi's territory at present is to target the newly appeared demiplane number 4 and the demiplane number 5, which has already been developed. At the meeting tomorrow, Zhao Yi will make the development of the fourth demiplane an important item of the meeting, and ask Cici to bring officials to come up with a plan for the development of the fourth demiplane, with a focus on migrating as many people as possible to the fourth demiplane. Unknowingly, the number of demiplanes in Zhao Yi's territory has exceeded 40. There is 1 large demiplane, 2 medium demiplanes, 12 small demiplanes, and 27 micro demiplanes. Micro demiplanes can be opened from platinum treasure chests, but the probability of opening a demiplane is lower than that of an advancement stone. The Viscount territory is very lucky to have a micro demiplane. Many Earl territories do not have a micro demiplane. For example, Chengjian territory only has 1 small demiplane and 2 micro demiplanes. One of the micro demiplanes was opened by Chengjian himself, and the other 2 were opened by other lord players under the official Chen country. While other lord players do not have a medium-sized demiplane, Zhao Yi has 2 medium-sized demiplanes, and a large demiplane with an area of over 1 million square kilometers, and a population of over 100 million, which is attractive to even the top indigenous forces. Not only the demiplane, but also the advancement stones that are extremely important to the players. In terms of quality, even the Qin Kingdom officials with so many territories cannot compare. No matter how lucky the players are, they cannot compare with the bug players. 3 air cavalry teams led by 4th level players, and composed of all 3rd level players set out from 3 small cities in Zhao Yi's territory, and headed to the Truth Province adjacent to the Rota Province, and the Truth Province adjacent to the sea. In the Violet Kingdom, there are only 2 ostensibly 7th level professionals. One is the seriously injured and dying King Charles, and the other is Ostash, who is going to keep an eye on Charles in the capital. The professions that can fly are mainly high-level professions and wind mages. The air cavalry flies in the air. It is almost impossible for the 4th level air cavalry team to encounter danger. Zhao Yi also gave the 3 air cavalry teams some means to deal with 5th level or even 6th level enemies to prevent accidents. In 2 days, the 3 air cavalry teams marked some places suitable for building cities on the ground through field observation. The worst place can accommodate a medium city, and the best place can accommodate a large city. After returning to Daocheng, the map was handed in. Zhao Yi first confirmed the marked positions on the map, crossed out the positions belonging to other players' territories, and then crossed out the positions surrounded by players' territories. Leaving a certain space, Zhao Yi discussed with Cici, Alut and others in the subsequent meeting to determine the location of the first middle city. Zhao Yi directly operated on the territory page of the system panel, using the 30,000 square kilometers of land that was added after the promotion to the 3rd class dukedom, and designated all the unowned land in the selected area as the new territory of the territory, with an area of nearly 8,000 square kilometers. The location of the first middle city in Linhai was determined, and the preparation work was handed over to the military. Ignaz rode a 4th level griffin and went out first, bringing 2 medium-sized teleportation array bases and a large teleportation array base to the selected city location. Generally speaking, small teleportation arrays are used for transmission within provinces, medium teleportation arrays are used for transmission within countries, large teleportation arrays can be used for transmission across countries, and super large teleportation arrays can be used for transmission across the entire origin continent. A medium teleportation array can be placed in a middle city, but this middle city near the sea is likely to be upgraded to a large city in the future, so a large teleportation array will also be placed. In its heyday, the Violet family could only allow elite troops to use the teleportation array. With Zhao Yi's financial resources, it would be no problem for ordinary troops to use the teleportation array. In addition, the city is not built close to the coastline. Even if it is a first-level middle city after it is built, it must be some distance away from the coastline. In the forum, Zhao Yi learned about the situation of the Lord players, whose territories are on the seaside. Many players' territories near the sea have encountered undead sieges. The undead army came out of the sea, and there are cemeteries on the seabed. The undead do not need to breathe, and water cannot extinguish the soul fire of the undead. The sea water has little impact on the undead, but it has a great impact on human professionals. Even if you shoot arrows or cast spells at the undead under the sea from land, the damage will be reduced. Once the main city of the territory is too close to the sea, the undead army rushes out of the sea, and it is difficult for the main city of the territory to stop the undead army. Those player territories that are very close to the sea have not been able to last more than a month. During the rainstorm and flood caused by the undead camp, players thought that the Lord players, whose territories were located on the periphery of the origin continent, had the worst luck. In fact, the Lord players whose territories were close to the coastline had the worst luck. Although Zhao Yi's territory is strong enough, Zhao Yi also has to build the middle city near the sea away from the coastline. This middle city near the sea has been named Binhai. The governor is Damolin, a 4-star management talent official, and the garrison officer is Roger, a double 4-star command shield warrior who has reached the 5th level. In addition, a mid-level wizard tower will be placed in Binhai City, and the second authority will be given to Damien, a 5th level water wizard. Damien joined Zhao Yi's team 3 months ago, and only has 3-star talent. If he is not given the use of the 4-star talent stone, Damien will almost never be promoted to the 6th level. Roger is a member of Zhao Yi's team. He has to go to the cemetery to kill monsters every day. Damien does not need to go to the cemetery to kill monsters, ensuring that when Roger leaves Binhai City still has a 5th level professional in charge. Ignaz came to Binhai City to establish a position. He did it himself and placed the base of a medium-sized teleportation array, and then connected it with the space node of the medium-sized teleportation array in Jiaocheng. After the connection was completed, Ignaz drove the Griffin into the teleportation array. The fourth-level Griffin acted as a test teleporter of the teleportation array. The fourth-level Griffin, who was not low in intelligence, trembled and worried that the teleportation would fail. Fortunately, as the teleportation array lit up, the Griffin was successfully teleported to Jiaocheng. Then, more than 1,200 professionals were teleported to Ignaz through the teleportation array one after another, ready to start the construction of Binhai City. Among these more than 1,200 professionals, there are 200 Earth Mages alone. In the future, more Earth Mages will come here to speed up the construction of Binhai City. After Ignaz completed the installation of 2 medium-sized teleportation array bases and 1 large teleportation array base, he returned to Jiaocheng and handed over the affairs of Binhai City to Damoulin and Roger. That night, Binhai City, which had just reached the scale of a first-level village, encountered the first attack of the undead army. At least 400 undead walked out of the sea and rushed towards Binhai City. There were only more than 1,200 people in Binhai City, but their quality was very high. There were 2 fifth-level professionals, 6 fourth-level professionals, and 1/3 of them were second-level professionals and third-level professionals. There were no zero-level professionals and no non-professionals. The quality of humans was high, and the quality of the incoming undead army was also high, with 5 fifth-level undead, 13 fourth-level undead, and no zero-level undead among the more than 400 undead. Binhai City has 2 fifth-level professionals in charge, and there is also an intermediate wizard tower, so it is not a problem to eliminate the incoming undead. Zhao Yi was worried about accidents, and the battle in Jiaocheng was over. Zhao Yi brought dozens of 5th-level professionals and 4th-level professionals to Binhai City to help easily eliminate all the incoming undead. Supporting Binhai City in this battle also made Zhao Yi think of a problem. Although there is a teleportation array that can facilitate travel between Jiaocheng and Binhai City, it is still not as good as a mobile phone in information transmission. For example, if Binhai City asks for help, it needs to first determine the situation of the incoming undead army, then send someone to the Binhai City teleportation array, through the teleportation array to Jiaocheng, and then tell the teleportation array manager the information for help. The Jiaocheng teleportation array manager is equipped with a mobile phone, which can quickly report the matter to Elliot. If Binhai City can also use mobile phones, Roger will directly report to Elliot through the mobile phone, saving a lot of time. Currently, there are 3 gold-level medium-sized wireless communication base stations in the territory, and the signal coverage range reaches a radius of 100 kilometers. 1 medium-sized base station is placed in Jiaocheng, and 2 medium-sized base stations are used as backup. The distance between Jiaocheng and Binhaicheng is more than 200 kilometers. Only by laying 3 medium-sized base stations in a straight line toward Binhaicheng can gold-level mobile phones be used in Binhaicheng. However, placing 2 base stations outside the territory, even if the area where the 2 base stations are located can be designated as territory, it is still necessary to build a city and send troops to garrison, which is more troublesome. It happened that a 5th-level alchemist joined Zhao Yi's command. With a 5th-level alchemist, the territory has the ability to refine crystal-level alchemy props. A large base station with a signal coverage range of up to 1,000 kilometers is a crystal-level alchemy item. The signal of a large base station can cover the entire Violet Kingdom. The cost of a gold-level medium-sized base station is about 100,000 low-grade magic crystals, and the cost of a crystal-level large base station should be more than 5 million. The cost of a gold-level mobile phone is 10,000, and the cost of a crystal-level mobile phone is more than 500,000. Other player forces will choose to refine more medium-sized base stations for cost considerations, and Zhao Yi, who is barely a wealthy man, chooses to refine large base stations and put them into use. More importantly, Binhai City is only the first city far from the mainland. Next, cities will be built in various provinces of the Violet Kingdom. In order to connect these cities, a large number of medium-sized base stations are needed, which will increase the trouble and make accidents more likely. It is better to use large base stations directly. If you choose a large base station, you need to divide it into 2 options. The first option is to place only 1 large base station in Jiaocheng. In the mainland area, since the distance to the large base station is no more than 100 kilometers, you can use a gold-level mobile phone. Binhaicheng is far away and needs to use a crystal-level mobile phone. The second plan is to place a large base station in Jiaocheng and Binhaicheng respectively. Within 100 kilometers of the large base station, gold-level mobile phones can be used. Beyond 100 kilometers, crystal-level mobile phones are required. The cost of a large base station is equivalent to the cost of 10 crystal-level mobile phones, which is equivalent to the cost of 500 gold-level mobile phones. Considering the cost, if fewer mobile phones are needed, choose the first plan, and if more mobile phones are needed, choose the second plan. The purpose of refining base stations and mobile phones is to quickly transmit information, so naturally the more the better. With the speed of making money in the void trading field, Zhao Yi can place a large base station in each province of the Violet Kingdom. However, the cost is still a bit high. If there is no undead camp, if Zhao Yi has already controlled the entire Violet Kingdom, Zhao Yi can choose to use silver-level small base stations to spread throughout the Violet Kingdom. At that time, only silver-level mobile phones with smaller size and cost less than 1,000 low-grade magic crystals can be used. Just like on the Blue Star, the signal coverage radius of a wireless communication base station is only a few thousand meters, and only a few hundred meters in a city with dense buildings. Only with enough base stations can the signal cover the entire area. Use small base stations to cover the whole country, and place medium-sized base stations, or even large base stations in border areas to facilitate spies to transmit intelligence in foreign territories. The cost of silver-level small base stations and silver-level mobile phones is still a bit high. Many fourth-level professionals are reluctant to buy or cannot afford silver-level mobile phones. Zhao Yi gave the task of refining crystal-level base stations and mobile phones to Gu Wendell, and the task of reducing the cost of base stations and mobile phones to Yiqing, so that Blue Star players with relevant technologies can participate in the research. The construction of Binhai City continued. On the first day, Binhai City was full of professionals. On the second day, Zhao Yi recruited more professionals and some civilians in Binhai City. The scale of Binhai City increased day by day, but it would take at least half a month to reach the scale of a third-level small city. It would take several months to reach the final scale of a first-level middle city. After all, the standard of a first-level middle city can accommodate a population of 480,000. Binhai City was under rapid construction, but the appearance of Binhai City also attracted the attention of neighbors. These neighbors mainly refer to Lord players. It has been 10 months since the advent of the game world. Lord players have grown from immaturity to maturity. All Lord players have done this kind of reconnaissance of areas outside the territory. On the first day of the appearance of Binhai City, a neighbor discovered it. On the second day, almost all neighbors discovered Binhai City. Although they could not get close to it, all neighbors believed that the changes here should be a Lord player migrating his territory. No large group of people were seen crossing the border, so it is more likely to start over. It's really pitiful. When the daily undead siege changed from once a day to once every 3 days, migrating the territory to start over was a very bad choice. If the territory could be maintained, most Lord players would not choose to migrate the territory. Migrating the territory to start over means that the strength has suffered a heavy blow. Such newcomers are mostly despised by neighbors. However, there is a neighbor who has always been cautious about the appearance of Binhai City. It is an acquaintance, Cao territory, located in the south of Binhai City. Today, Cao Da's territory is already a second-class Earl territory. Cao Da has become a fourth-level professional, and there are several fourth-level professionals under his command. Ever since his arrogance caused the territory's strength to be severely damaged, and the territory was finally moved, caution has become something Cao Da has to review every day. In the case of insufficient strength, you must be cautious and cautious. Even when facing a newcomer who suddenly appeared, Cao Da remained cautious enough and continuously sent people to find out the strength of Binhai City. Then Cao Da was shocked. The third-level assassin was stopped by the new ground patrol, and the third-level air cavalry was stopped by the new air patrol. Both the ground patrol and the air patrol were led by third-level professionals, and not even a zero-level professional was seen. Is this a newcomer who is starting over? Impossible. The opponent's strength will definitely not be worse than his own territory, and it is even possible that he is a big boss who has reached the first-class earldom. The second-class earldom and the first-class earldom are only one level apart, but Cao Da's territory is at most in the middle level among the second-class earldoms, and the first-class earldoms are more divided internally. Many first-class earldoms are very powerful, but because the lord has not been promoted to the 5th level, they are stuck in the first-class earldom. Until now, there is still only one Marquis, Chung Jin. Whether the other party will move the territory is a problem. Perhaps a big boss wants to build a city far away from home. Most lord players recognize the importance of the ocean. This big boss may have built a city far away from home because of the importance of the ocean to prepare for the future. Chao Da was worried about the appearance of the suspected boss. If the boss was a player from Qin country, it would be fine. But if he was from the Anti-Qin Alliance, his territory would be in danger. Judging from the fact that the patrol members of the boss all had black hair and black eyes, the possibility of a player from Qin country was greater. The natives that the player lords of Qin country generally recruited were generally black-haired and black-eyed, and they were unwilling to recruit professionals with blonde hair and blue eyes as their subordinates. Blonde and blue-eyed women were an exception. You can't ride a big horse on Blue Star, but you have to try it in the game world. As a lord, you can play however you want. This judgment is still unsafe. Chao Da is going to send a team to visit with a gift worth at least 10,000 low-grade magic crystals, hoping to obtain more information. If the other party belongs to the Anti-Qin Alliance camp, Chao Da can only spend a huge price to find reinforcements. One of the people to seek help is Zhao Yi, a big boss who Chao Da has contacted with, and has reached the first-class earldom a long time ago. Facing the team from Chao Da's territory, the patrol team in the Binhai City area still blocked and persuaded them to return, and even refused the gifts. After the team returned, Chao Da was relieved to learn about his subordinate's experience. It seems that this boss has no intention of focusing on the territory here, and may not change the situation in this area, which is a good thing. But Chao Da was still a little worried. Caution made Chao Da make a choice, and wrote a letter, and asked his subordinates to send it to Yicheng. This was the second time Chao Da wrote to Zhao Yi after the relocation of the territory. The first time was when the information about Zhao Yi and Yicheng was posted on the forum by players in the Anti-Qin Alliance camp. Chao Da confirmed that Zhao Yi should be the boss who saved him, so he wrote a letter to Zhao Yi, on the one hand to keep in touch, and on the other hand to let Zhao Yi be careful of the Anti-Qin Alliance. In the content of this letter, Chao Da took the initiative to write about the experience of his territory, hoping that the teleportation array of his territory could be connected to the teleportation array of Zhao Yi's territory, so that the reinforcements of Zhao Yi's territory could arrive in his territory in time. Every time he supported his territory, Chao Da was willing to give a large amount of magic crystals. As for the connection of the teleportation array of Chao Da's territory would be open all the time, and the teleportation array of Zhao Yi's territory could be closed or opened. In case of an emergency, you can operate on the teleportation array to send out a signal representing the application to open the teleportation array. Chao Da knew the location of Yicheng. The messenger first went to the aboriginal city through the teleportation array, arrived at Lotus City, and then left Lotus City to fly to Yicheng on a flying mount. Mora City, the closest to Yicheng, has a teleportation array, but it is not open to the public. When not out to kill monsters, Zhao Yi's clone will stay in Yicheng most of the time, and soon saw the letter Chao Da wrote to him. After reading the content of the letter, Zhao Yi chuckled, not knowing whether Chao Da's luck was good or bad. There is no doubt that Chao Da is a European player. If he migrates his territory once, his territory can be promoted to a second-class earldom. If that incident had not happened, there would be no need to migrate the territory, and Chao Da's territory would have been promoted to a first-class earldom. Chao Da's luck was very bad. His first territory encountered the expanding Zhao Yi territory, and now his territory has become a neighbor of Binhai City. In the future, the Binhai City area will definitely expand, and the neighbors will either actively migrate their territories or be severely damaged or even destroyed by the undead army. Chao Da can't escape this fate either. After several contacts, Zhao Yi felt that Chao Da was a good person. If he could choose, Zhao Yi didn't want to let Chao Da's territory continue to move. Zhao Yi even had the idea of subjugating Chao Da in his mind. For the time being, the Binhai City area will not conflict with Chao Da's territory, and the Binhai City area will not continue to expand. When Zhao Yi is promoted to the 7th level, the entire Violet Kingdom will be controlled by Zhao Yi, and at that time there will still be no conflict with Chao Da's territory. The conflict will only occur after Zhao Yi's territory is promoted from a first-class dukedom to a kingdom, which is still a long time. It is not necessary to consider things 2 years later. Chao Da's letter said that the teleportation array of Yicheng will be connected with the teleportation array of Chao Da's Lord City. This can be agreed. After all, there is no need for the teleportation array of Yicheng to be open to the teleportation array of Chao Da's Lord City all the time, and there will be no danger. If the teleportation array of Chao Da's Lord City is always open, it is more likely to have problems, and it is also a manifestation of trust in Zhao Yi. This alone can make Zhao Yi's favorability towards Chao Da increase a little. When Chao Da received Zhao Yi's reply and read the content of the letter, he completely relaxed. With the support of Zhao Yi, his territory will definitely be fine. Chapter 244. The teleportation array of Chao Da's Lord City was officially connected to the teleportation array of I Ching. After that, Chao De personally brought a crystal equipment as a gift and came to I Ching to visit Zhao Yi. After entering I Ching, Chao De didn't have much idea about I Ching itself. I Ching is just a first-level small city with a population of 120,000. Chao Da's Lord City is a second-level small city with a population of 60,000. The gap of one level is not too big. Chao Da has also been to the aboriginal city, such as Luata City with a population of over 1 million, which is much more prosperous than I Ching. Chao Da cares more about the players in I Ching. In I Ching, which has a population of 120,000, there are 30,000 players. There are few players in Chao Da's territory. Chao Da has not recruited players from outside, fearing that players entering his territory will affect internal unity and territory development. Humans are social animals. Even if they live alone, they need a mobile phone or computer to connect to the outside world through the internet. Relatively speaking, Blue Star players have more common language. When I get promoted to the first-class earldom, I will also recruit some players into the territory. Seeing that so many players living in I Ching did not affect the development of the boss's territory, Chao Da had an idea in his mind, and the players' subordinates were still very useful in some places, such as quickly transmitting information. Chao Da came to I Ching, and Zhao Yi's clone came out to receive Chao Da. The two had a friendly conversation and reached a verbal alliance. If one party's territory is in danger, the other party will provide support and pay the cost according to the situation of the reinforcements. Chao Da even directly stated that if his territory could not hold on, he was willing to bring his subordinates to join Zhao Yi's territory, and Zhao Yi accepted it with a smile. Zhao Yi also gave Chao Da an opportunity to earn Blue Star wealth by arranging for some wealthy people and their families living in I Ching to go to Chao Da's territory to level up. Chao Da's territory has no foreign players for the time being, but it also obtained some Blue Star wealth, mainly by selling items in the void trading field, directly selling to Tsinghua officials or other Tsinghua player forces. Player forces pay half of the fee with magic crystals, and then sign a contract to pay the remaining half with Tsinghua currency. However, because of the development of the territory, Chao Da needs magic crystals more. Zhao Yi gave Chao Da the opportunity to easily earn Blue Star wealth, and Chao Da did not let it go. When there is time, Zhao Yi will introduce the wealthy people of Qin State in I Ching to Chao Da. Chao Da stayed in I Ching for less than 3 hours before returning to his territory. Chao Da's territory is not strong enough, and the Lord cannot leave the territory for too long, fearing accidents. Binhai City is under rapid construction. While building Binhai City, the navy of Zhao Yi's territory officially began to be established. With the establishment of the navy, Zhao Yi's territory is considered to have a complete navy, army and air force. Elliot is the commander of the army. The double 3-star command archer Poopy with a strength of 5 levels is the commander of the air force, and Roger, who is stationed in Binhai City, is temporarily the commander of the navy. The army has the most troops among the 3 armies, and the air force is the air cavalry. Currently, all the air cavalry are archers, and their main tasks are reconnaissance and air support. However, as the number of air cavalry increases, Zhao Yi has already changed the idea of changing the air cavalry and adding a paratrooper formation similar to that on Blue Star. Close combat air cavalry directly rushes to the ground to seize important targets, or air cavalry carries the army to the ground, and the army seizes important targets. Now the most important thing is to form a navy. To form a navy, you must have ships. Zhao Yi has 3 Crystal-class Hurricane warships, 14 Platinum-class Storm warships, and 86 Gold-class Wind warships. There are hundreds of Silver-class Gale warships, and Bronze-class Wind-chasing warships below the Gold class. Before the outbreak of the Undead Calamity, all the indigenous countries adjacent to the sea, including the Violet Kingdom, had established navies. After the outbreak of the Undead Calamity, the ocean gradually became dangerous, and the navy could no longer go out to sea. Countries began to disband or reduce their navies. Under Zhao Yi's command, there are former naval professionals. Zhao Yi wants to mobilize them to form the navy of his own territory. After the initial formation of the navy is completed, and it has a certain combat effectiveness, more professionals will be mobilized to join the navy to expand the size of the navy. Soon, the navy was formed, with only more than 1,000 people, and Roger, who had no experience in naval warfare, was temporarily appointed as the commander. As a shield warrior, Roger was more suitable to be the commander of the army, and the future commander of the navy might have to rely on Zhao Yi's recruitment. The initially formed navy used Bronze-class Wind-chasing warships and Silver-class Gale warships as training ships, and they would not be far away from the coast during training. A Bronze-class Wind-chasing warship requires 20 to 30 crew members, A silver-class Gale warship requires about 100 crew members. A gold-class Gale warship requires at least 300 crew members. A platinum-class Storm warship requires more than 1,000 crew members. And a crystal-class Hurricane warship requires 3,000 to 4,000 crew members. All warships are powered by magic crystals, and gold-class warships have the ability to dive. All warships come with 2 weapons, giant crossbows and harpoon cannons. The higher the level of the warship, the higher the level of the giant crossbows and harpoon cannons it is equipped with. The higher level of giant crossbows and harpoon cannons mainly have longer ranges, and their power is related to crossbows and harpoons. The navy of the financially strong indigenous countries has magic cannons installed on gold-class warships. The crystal-class warships equipped with dozens of medium-sized magic cannons and small magic cannons can easily destroy a large coastal city, and the 7th-level professionals must be dispatched to block them. Whether it is a crystal-class warship, a small magic cannon, or a medium magic cannon, it is the power of Krypton gold. Small countries can't afford it, and Zhao Yi can't afford it now. Zhao Yi's financial resources rank first among the major forces in the Blue Star player camp, and can even compete with some first-class indigenous forces, but it is far less than those top indigenous forces. Zhao Yi has opened the blueprints of small magic cannons to super large magic cannons from the treasure chest. With the 5th-level alchemist Gu Wendell joining Zhao Yi's territory also has the ability to refine small magic cannons. The problem is that even if there are blueprints, it is impossible to refine the things on the blueprints all at once. Gu Wendell's first task is to develop a crystal-class large-scale wireless communication base station. Things have to be done one by one. Zhao Yi still has too few talents under his command. The Navy has just been established. In the early stage, it is mainly for training. Bronze-class wind-chasing warships and silver-class Gale warships are used as training ships. The ships are small and relatively simple to operate. After being able to flexibly operate the silver-class Gale warship, start using the gold-class Gale warship. The most important thing is the expansion of the Navy. With only more than 1,000 people in the Navy, even if all of them are on board, they can only control 3 gold-class Storm warships or 1 platinum-class Storm warship. It is impossible for all members of the Navy to be crew members, and in the future, they will have to increase air cavalry, marines, and other troops. As a naval base, the proportion of professionals in Binhai City will catch up with Daocheng. In addition to the Navy, Binhai City will also have a shipyard to try to build ordinary ships and alchemical warships. Ordinary ships are relatively simple to build, but building alchemical warships is a bit difficult. There are construction drawings for warships of all levels, but what is lacking is alchemists and raw materials. These 2 problems can also be solved. It takes too many points to recruit a mid-level alchemist, so recruit more low-level ones. Zhao Yi did not want to build a gold-level Storm warship all at once. As for the problem of raw materials, the alchemy warship needs a lot of magic wood and magic metal. It is not enough to just open treasure chests. If you buy it from the market, the purchase amount will also attract the attention of the indigenous forces. If there is only the 5th demi-plane with a medium magic environment, it can provide some medium and low-level magic wood and magic metal. With the appearance of the 4th demi-plane, some areas in the 4th demi-plane are high magic environments, where medium and high-level magic wood and magic metal can be found. Given enough time for felling and mining, the material problem of building alchemical warships can be almost solved. In addition to these 2 problems, there is another problem that cannot be solved. This problem is caused by the rule changes on the 300th day, when the Blue Star players came to the game world. On the 100th day, the points required for the Lord to recruit players and natives are equal. The next day, according to the change in the number of people available for recruitment, the points required for recruitment began to increase. On the 200th day, the advanced stones opened from the treasure chest can be split into low-level advanced stones, and low-level advanced stones can be merged into high-level advanced stones. On the 300th day, the alchemical creation buildings, ships, opened from the treasure chest cannot be reduced after being placed. They can be moved at normal size, and there are space treasures that can store normal-sized alchemical creation buildings. The rule changes on the 300th day mean that after the shipyard stands on the seashore, it can no longer be reduced and retracted, and the alchemical ships can only dock at the dock. What Zhao Yi was worried about was the destruction of the shipyard and alchemy ships by the undead army. If the undead were cannon fodder with low intelligence, they would hardly care about the shipyard and alchemy ships without living beings. But those middle-level undead or even high-level undead with intelligence no lower than that of humans might destroy the shipyard and alchemy ships. There was a solution that was not a solution, which was to place the shipyard and alchemy ships away from the route of the undead army attacking Binhai City. Pa! Zhao Yi slapped his forehead with his hand, feeling stupid. If you just want to train personnel, you can put the shipyard in the 4th and 5th demiplanes. There are large areas of water in these 2 demiplanes, which can be used to test the built ships, and can also be used as naval training grounds. In the demiplane, the focus is on training shipbuilding personnel and naval crew members. When the sea is safe in the future, you can quickly place multiple shipyards in Binhai City to quickly build ships. Then release more warships. With enough trained naval crew members, you can quickly form a large fleet. However, the waters in the demiplane and the seas surrounding the origin continent are incomparable in terms of environment, and the latter is often more severe. Therefore, the Navy also needs to conduct some training on the ocean to become a qualified Navy. The shipyard and naval training can be placed in the demiplane, which does not mean that Binhai City has no meaning. Binhai City is the first base of Zhao Yi's territory on the seaside. Even if the undead camp is still ravaging the entire world, it can still send personnel to explore the ocean, and perhaps find islands on the ocean to establish bases in the future. The changes in the game rules on the 300th day had a significant impact on the Blue Star player camp. I still remember the time when the undead camp caused a rainstorm and flood. The Lord players and their people hid in the alchemical buildings and survived. After the rainstorm and flood, several waves of undead armies attacked, and the Lord players also used the alchemical buildings as a defense system to block the undead army. Now the alchemical buildings can no longer be shrunk or enlarged at will, which means that for most Lord players, once the alchemical buildings in their hands are used, it is difficult to move them. All the tactics developed by some Lord players with alchemical buildings as the core are invalid. As for hiding in the alchemical buildings to resist the army of undead, this trick is no longer very useful. The defense of the alchemical buildings is limited. The 2nd level undead can cause some damage to the alchemical buildings, and the attacks of the 3rd level and 4th level undead can destroy the alchemical buildings. However, only weak player territories will use alchemical buildings in battle, and powerful territories do not need them at all. Compared with the changes in the game rules on the 300th day, the 2nd 3rd class Marquis appeared, which had the greatest impact on the Blue Star player camp. The 2nd 3rd class Marquis did not come from the Chen player camp, nor from the Anti-Chen Alliance camp, but from the neutral player camp, the official strongest territory of Beach, Li Chunzheng. Li Chunzheng is the lord and the head of Beach. Becoming a lord, as the head of a country, is extremely rare among the lord player group. When the head of state becomes a lord, even if the head of state is in the middle or lower level of the lord player group and is still a non-chieftain, the territory can develop rapidly with the support of the players of a country. By not participating in the struggle between the Chen player camp and the Anti-Chen Alliance camp, and working hard to develop himself, Li Chunzheng became the 2nd 3rd class Marquis in the Blue Star player camp. Actually, it was the 3rd, but the Blue Star players all believed that the territory of Lucky Sun 413 had been destroyed. Li Chunzheng was promoted to the 3rd class Marquis one step earlier than the major player territories in the Anti-Chen Alliance camp, which made the major player forces in the Anti-Chen Alliance camp unacceptable. Beach players said they were in a neutral position, but the struggle between Blue Star players and the game world was mainly a continuation of the situation on Blue Star. Beach on Blue Star is backed by Chen, and is hostile to Ali. In the game world, if Beach finds an opportunity, it will definitely bite Ali hard. There are also Liang and Gaussian, who don't want to see Beach players stronger than them. The top players of the Anti-Chen Alliance camp discussed, and decided to try to win over Beach players first. If they succeed, they will let Beach players attack Chen players to consume the strength of the two countries. If they fail to win over, they will suppress Beach players. Although the Anti-Chen Alliance camp has not been able to suppress the Chen player alliance, it is still relatively easy to deal with a small beach country. However, in the face of the Anti-Chen Alliance camp solicitation, Li Chunzheng directly said, "No," and posted on the forum announced, "We Beach players remain neutral, and will not join the Chen player camp or the Anti-Chen Alliance camp. If the Anti-Chen Alliance camp attacks Beach players, we will join the Chen player camp as soon as possible." All players can see that the official announcement of Beach is aimed at the Anti-Chen Alliance. After hesitation, the top leaders of the Anti-Chen Alliance plan to temporarily give up targeting Beach players. If Beach players join the Chen player camp, it will enhance the strength of the Chen player camp, and the Anti-Chen Alliance camp will not even think about suppressing the Chen player camp. And judging from the situation, Beach really wants to develop itself with peace of mind, and there are many such player forces in the Blue Star player camp. Compared with suppressing Beach players, The more important thing for the Anti-Chen Alliance is to promote their own territory to the third-class Marquisate. It has been almost 4 months since Chung Jinling was promoted to the Marquisate. During this period of time, Chung Jinling's strength has been growing rapidly. The territories of players in the Anti-Chen Alliance, who have stayed in the first-class earldom for a long time, have grown slowly compared to Chung Jinling. The strength of one Chung Jinling may be stronger than the combined strength of the 2 or even 3 strongest territories in the Anti-Chen Alliance. From quantity to quality, this is what all player forces are doing, but the most powerful player territory cannot be promoted, the territory population cannot continue to increase, and the strength cannot continue to increase rapidly. The fundamental reason why the territory cannot be promoted is that the Lord has not been promoted to the 5th level. The top leaders of the major player forces hate the traitor in the Blue Star player camp. A traitor caused the monster-killing team to continue to go to the cemetery to kill monsters, and the Lord level could not be quickly improved. If they could continue to kill monsters, I am afraid that the number of marquee territories in the Blue Star player camp would have exceeded 10. Qin state officials were relatively calm about Li Chunjing's promotion to the third-class marquis. Qin state officials knew that beach players had only 2 choices. One was to remain neutral, and the other was to join the Qin state player camp, or to put it more nicely, the Qin state player camp and the beach player camp were in alliance. Whether there were beach players or not, the Qin state player camp could stop the Anti-Chen Alliance camp. So Qin state officials could watch the show calmly, and hope that the Anti-Chen Alliance camp would push the beach players over. Unfortunately, the Anti-Chen Alliance camp had officially announced that it would not target beach players, and hoped that the beach players would remain neutral. However, things changed after just a few days. On the day of the daily siege by the undead, dozens of beach player territories were attacked by a much stronger undead army than before, and some territories suffered heavy losses. The beach official immediately posted on the forum to condemn the Anti-Chen Alliance camp for saying one thing and doing another, which was despicable and shameless. Beach players were ready for battle. In the face of the official condemnation of the beach country, the Anti-Chen Alliance camp responded quickly. On the one hand, they directly contacted the beach high-level officials to say that they did not do it. On the other hand, they posted on the forum to say that the Anti-Chen Alliance camp did not attack the beach player territories, and it might be the Qin official who did it. Li Chunjung didn't believe these situations at all. At least Li Chunjung trusted Qinghua officials much more than the Anti-Chen Alliance. The official of Beach discussed internally, and made a guess that it was not the Anti-Chen Alliance's collective decision to take action, but it might be a force in the Anti-Chen Alliance. The most likely possibility was the player forces of the 3 countries of Ali, Gaoxian, and Liang, and the most likely possibility was the official forces of the 3 countries. As long as it was not a collective decision of the Anti-Chen Alliance, Beach had no intention of forming an alliance with Qin. Once it formed an alliance with Qin, it would really have to confront the entire Anti-Chen Alliance. Beach players should not think about developing themselves with peace of mind. Then, Beach and the Anti-Chen Alliance fought on the forum, and secretly, dozens of Beach player territories would encounter unknown enemy tactics every time. Beach could only endure the losses, as it could still bear them, but if it faced the Anti-Chen Alliance, it would only suffer greater losses. Beach, Qin, and even some player forces in the Anti-Chen Alliance were looking for which force attacked Beach player territories. There was a high possibility that this force was a traitor in the Blue Star player camp. It's just that the traitor's hiding method is too good, and he has never been discovered. Zhao Yi has a clone, so he has a lot more free time, and he has more time to watch the show and eat melons on the forum. Watching the infighting in the Blue Star player camp, Zhao Yi felt that his previous decision to go into hiding was very correct. If he didn't go into hiding, as the strongest Lord player, the means of the Anti-Chen Alliance camp would come one after another, and he was afraid that the location of the territory would be exposed and the Anti-Chen Alliance would attract the indigenous forces. After going into hiding, the territory developed rapidly, and the distance between it and Chung Jinling became larger and larger. In terms of high-end combat power, no player force can match it. In terms of the comprehensive strength of the player force, it won't take long to squeeze into the top 10. One player territory is equal to one player force, which is something that many players can't even imagine. Zhao Yi's territory is already very powerful, but it is not enough for Zhao Yi. The object of Zhao Yi's comparison has long changed from the player force to the indigenous force. The current goal is to become the most powerful force in the Violet Kingdom, and control the entire Violet Kingdom. Because of the 4th Destiny Dice, the territory strength will increase at a slower speed if treasure chests are accumulated, but the speed of improvement will be faster based on the territory. Population is the foundation of the territory. The population of Jiaocheng is increasing at a rate of 10,000 people per day. The fifth demiplane originally increased its population by 20,000 people per day. Because of the appearance of the fourth demiplane, the development plans of the two demiplanes have changed, and the civilians are allowed to work as much as possible to build their own homes. Without the participation of Earth mages, the speed of building homes will be very slow. Normal production and life can only be carried out after the homes are built, and a large amount of food will be consumed before that. The fifth demiplane already has a population of nearly 3 million. With the help of many natural mages, it has been able to produce a large amount of food, which not only meets the food needs of the entire territory, but also increases the food reserves rapidly. Now the population of the fifth demiplane has increased by 30,000 every day. The fourth demiplane has a vast area, but the daily population increase is only 5,000 for the time being. On the one hand, the territory army is still cleaning up the fourth demiplane and clearing out some threats that affect the normal production and life of the people in the territory. On the other hand, the foundation of the fourth demiplane is not good enough. In the early development of the first and fifth demiplanes, the daily population increase is relatively small. Once the roads are built and the various residential areas are planned, more civilians can be moved in. The civilians build their own homes by themselves. Chapter 245. In the southernmost part of the Goshawk Empire, in the Desai province adjacent to the Violet Kingdom, in the third-class earldom of Swazik, the player of the Eli Kingdom closest to the Violet Kingdom, a huge player cavalry unit is rapidly gathering. This huge player cavalry unit comes from a total of 8 earldoms and 21 viscountdoms. The commander is the second-class Earl Thomas, the deputy commander is the third-class Earl Swazik and Susaba, Yanis, and Royce. The 5 commanders and deputy commanders are all 4th-level professionals. This huge cavalry unit, with a total number of 5,000 riders, is targeting the player territory of the northern province of the Violet Kingdom, Lothel. The struggle between lord players is usually to use the daily siege of the undead army to severely damage or even destroy the other party. Lord players generally use the strategy of borrowing a knife to kill, mainly because the lord players in the struggle come from the same indigenous country, and even their territories are adjacent. No matter how much the upper class of the indigenous country does not care about these brave nobles from other worlds, they will not allow them to attack each other openly, but basically no one will care about borrowing a knife to kill in secret. Even some small indigenous nobles, who lost their land, would attack the territory of the heroes from another world that was originally in their territory. In addition to the fights between lord players of the same indigenous country, there are also fights between lord players of different indigenous countries. Since they are not from the same country, they can fight with real swords and guns. There is no need to use the trouble of borrowing a knife to kill someone, especially when the rules of the undead siege have become once every 3 days. There are 2 main reasons for the fight between lord players of the same indigenous country. One is the struggle between the Qin country player camp and the anti-Qin alliance camp, and the other is the expansion of the territory of the lord players. By using a borrowed knife to kill someone, even if the enemy's territory is destroyed by the undead army, the party cannot gain much extra benefits. The lord players of different indigenous countries fight for this benefit. After breaking through a player's territory, even if the lord escapes with some things, there are still a lot of valuable things left in the entire territory, which is exactly what they need. When the undead siege rules change from once a day to once every 3 days, the average daily income is sharply reduced, and the speed of territory development is greatly reduced, which is unacceptable to many lord players. They also want to develop their territories into first-class earldoms, or even marquisdoms, but they lack magic crystals and various resources. There are no big forces like the official Qin Kingdom and the official Eli Kingdom to provide resources for the development of the territory, so many lord players and small and medium-sized player forces want to go to foreign countries to rob. In this regard, lord players, whose territories are located on the borders of indigenous countries, have certain advantages, and can cross the borders in a relatively short time and enter other indigenous countries. It is best not to take more than 3 days to enter other indigenous countries to plunder supplies. Generally, they set out the next morning after the undead siege ends, and return before the next undead siege. Under the ravages of the undead, the legendary strongmen of the indigenous camp made an agreement to prohibit wars between countries. However, the heroes of the other world are an exception. The main reason is that the heroes of the other world do not attack the indigenous cities. No matter how much the heroes of the other world from different indigenous countries fight, most indigenous forces will not care. In the absence of resources, transnational plundering of other players' territories has become the choice of many lord players. This behavior is prone to accidents, such as intelligence errors, attacking a stronger player's territory, causing heavy losses to the looting team. Therefore, nowadays, looting supplies is usually a joint effort of multiple player territories. For example, the lords of the Qin player camp jointly sent troops to attack the territory of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp in another country. Conversely, the lords of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp jointly sent troops to attack the territory of the Qin player camp in another country. As time goes by, cross-border looting of supplies is becoming more and more common, and it has occurred in every indigenous country. This is also an important reason for the rapid decline in the number of lord players. There are some exceptions, such as the Rota province in the northern border of the Violet Kingdom, which has never been invaded by the Goshawk Empire players before. Because there is an existence in the Rota province that cannot be ignored by all forces, the first-class earldom of Zhao Yi. On the surface, Zhao Yi was promoted to the first-class earldom earlier and is more powerful. Therefore, the lord players of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp of the Goshawk Empire dare not easily enter the Rota province. The Qin player alliance of the Goshawk Empire defaults to the Rota province as the sphere of influence of Zhao Yi and will not go to the Rota province. However, this situation is about to be broken. Toma, the second-class earl of the Eli Kingdom, whose territory is located in the southern border of the Eagle Empire, has worked hard for a period of time and, relying on the Anti-Qin Alliance camp, has formed an alliance in the southern border of the Eagle Empire. Now the number of members has exceeded 100. After many meetings of the alliance, Thomas took the lead and prepared to form a large army to invade the Rota province of the Violet Kingdom, destroy the territory of the Qin Kingdom players, and even the territory of neutral players, and rob resources. If possible, even Zhao Yiling will be destroyed together. In the end, 8 earldoms and 21 viscountdoms sent troops to join the war. The second-class earldom sent at least 500 cavalry, the third-class earldom sent at least 200 cavalry, and the viscountdom sent at least 100 cavalry, a total of 5,000 cavalry, all professions, including 122 air cavalry, no zero-level professionals. Among the 8 earldoms, 5 earldoms sent a total of 7 fourth-level professionals, and nearly 100 third-level professionals. Dozens of territories gathered 5,000 first-level to fourth-level professionals, mainly thanks to the change in the game rules. On the 200th day, the advancement stones can be split. Originally, a large number of combat professional players in the territory were stuck at level 0 and level 1 due to lack of advancement stones. Although splitting high-level advancement stones was a bit extravagant, it had to be done in order to allow combat professional players to advance and improve the territory's strength. It can be said that the change in the game rules on the 200th day caused the number of low-level professionals in the Blue Star player camp to rise sharply. On the night of November 9th, the cavalry troops in the territory where the undead siege ended quickly gathered in the third-class earldom of Swarzik through the teleportation array. The teleportation fee is a considerable expense, but the lords who sent out the troops have great confidence in the plan to invade the Violet Kingdom's Lota province this time. The lords are confident that even the Zhao Yi Lord City can be breached, including 7 fourth-level professionals and nearly 100 third-level professionals. Zhao Yi has a large number of players, and it is inevitable that intelligence leaks will occur. It is known that Zhao Yi has a total of 6 fourth-level professionals, but the number of third-level professionals is far less than that of the coalition forces. Because the coalition forces assembled and marched in the Desai province of the Goshawk Empire, they are also called the Desai coalition forces. It is good that Zhao Yi's army hides in his own territory. If he dares to lead the army to fight, he will not send out all the troops, and his strength is even less than that of the coalition forces. Thomas hoped that Zhao Yi would lead the army to fight, so that he could destroy the first-class earldom that ranked at the forefront of the Qin player camp, and also obtain a large reward from the Anti-Qin Alliance camp. Even if half of this reward was paid with Blue Star wealth, it was what they needed. In the late night of November 9th, the coalition forces assembled. Thomas, the commander of the coalition forces, ordered the air cavalry to take advantage of the night to conduct reconnaissance in the Violet Kingdom. The reconnaissance of the Violet Kingdom's Lota province naturally could not be conducted before the operation began. Before that, Swartz had already sent air cavalry and assassins into the Lota province for reconnaissance, and also purchased some intelligence from intelligence merchants in the market. During the investigation of the Rota province, Swarzik lost a third-level assassin and several second-level professionals, which made Swarzik very sad. However, the intelligence sent back by the third-level assassin before his death let Swarzik know that there was a powerful player territory not far from the border between the two countries. It is suspected to be the player territory of Qin country, and it is an earldom, which can be the second-class earldom at most. Even if it is a first-class earldom, it will be destroyed under the iron hoof of the 5,000 cavalry army. This earldom with an unknown name became the first target of the coalition. By destroying this earldom, we might be able to make up for the losses in the battle and earn back the cost of transporting cavalry, and the next battles will be a net profit. The coalition air cavalry unit has 122 cavalrymen, and 2/3 of them are dispatched to conduct reconnaissance on this earldom. This earldom also has air cavalrymen, and I think the number will not exceed 60 cavalrymen, and it is very difficult to reach 30 cavalrymen. The coalition's 122 air cavalrymen are all half of the player's territories that have sent troops. As the coalition air cavalry crossed the border and entered the territory of the Violet Kingdom's Loda province, they soon arrived outside Zhao Yi's territory, and then divided into small teams to enter Zhao Yi's territory. Tonight, the undead attacked the city, and the number of air cavalry squads and land cavalry squads patrolling in Zhao Yi's territory was sharply reduced, mainly sending assassins to lurk in various places in the territory. Tonight, there were no clouds in the sky. Under the moonlight, many assassins lurking in the border area of the territory quickly discovered the invasion of foreign air cavalry, and quickly reported to their superiors via mobile phones. At least 50 air cavalrymen from an unknown force invaded the territory. Interesting. At this time, the monster-killing team had already returned. After receiving the report, Zhao Yi immediately discussed with Elliot, Braden, Poopy and others. Lord, the enemy sent at least 50 air cavalrymen to invade at once. It may be to conduct reconnaissance on us. The next step should be a large-scale invasion. Elliot made a very correct guess, and others agreed with Elliot's guess. The enemy is going to invade in a large scale. Very good. We can't show all our strength and scare the enemy away. Only send a small number of air cavalrymen to intercept the enemy's air cavalrymen. It's best to let the enemy find a city far away and give the enemy a target to attack. After becoming a lord for more than 300 days, and fighting so many battles, Zhao Yi's military talent gradually emerged. The highest talent may be 2 or 3 stars, but it is enough for Zhao Yi to make more appropriate arrangements. Zhao Yi's territory air cavalry was dispatched, with only more than 20 riders, and the mounts were all 0 level and 1st level Pegasus, but the quality of the knights was relatively high. All of them were 2nd level and 3rd level. In battle, they will disguise themselves as 0 level and 1st level. In the air battle, it is difficult for the enemy to discover the true strength of their own air cavalry. Our air cavalry went into battle, and Zhao Yi's territory also began military mobilization, mainly using the troops of Zhaocheng. Once the number and strength of the attacking enemy are determined, the corresponding troops will be sent to eliminate the enemy. The enemy is very likely to be a player. Zhao Yi quickly thought that it might be an invasion by players from the enemy country, and at most a 4th level professional will appear. Our side needs to hide its strength, and the 5th level professional can be dispatched, but cannot show up, and Ignaz also needs to be dispatched. The crystal level forbidden bead in Ignaz's hand can block an area, and not let any enemy escape. A few minutes later, another idea came to Zhao Yi's mind. Perhaps, he could dispatch part of the Yicheng defenders to pretend that the Qinhua players united to eliminate the enemies invading the Violet Kingdom. On the other side, Zhao Yi's air cavalry engaged in a battle with the Desai Coalition air cavalry. During the battle, more than 10 Desai Coalition air cavalry were killed or injured, and several Zhao Yi air cavalry pretended to be injured by arrows. During the chase, the Desai Coalition air cavalry found Qianbing town from a distance and reported it to the higher authorities as an important city in Zhao Yi's territory. This was also the only city in Zhao Yi's territory discovered by the Desai Coalition. Under the heroic fighting of Zhao Yi's air cavalry, the Desai Coalition air cavalry was driven out of the territory. In fact, the Desai Coalition air cavalry received the order from the commander Thomas to retreat. Air cavalry is a very valuable type of soldier in each player's territory. It has lost 6 cavalry and injured more than 10 cavalry. It cannot continue to lose. The Desai Coalition air cavalry gathered, and Thomas, Swarzik, Siseba, and other 4th level professionals held a meeting to discuss the next battle. The air cavalry found an enemy city. It is unlikely to be the main city of the enemy's territory. It should be a subsidiary town. It will be easy if we find an enemy city. Besiege the city, let the enemy rescue, and try to devour the enemy's troops in the wild. As long as we take down this earldom, we can make up for any losses as soon as possible. After saying that, Thomas and the 4th level players present all smiled. Killing the undead is to fight to support the war, and killing the enemy players is also to fight to support the war. They are confident that with the strength of the Desai Coalition, they can travel across the Rota province. It's dawn, and the Desai coalition is out. 5,000 cavalry troops set out from the Swar's territory and rushed towards the border between the Goshawk Empire and the Violet Kingdom. Without any obstruction, the Desai coalition rushed into the territory of the Violet Kingdom and headed straight for Qianbing Town in Zhao Yi's territory. No one in the Desai coalition knew that they passed by a 4th-level assassin from Zhao Yi. After the 4th-level assassin collected intelligence about the Desai coalition, he immediately conveyed the information to an assassin holding another walkie-talkie at the border of the territory through a gold-level walkie-talkie. The assassin then reported the information directly to the Xiaocheng headquarters through a mobile phone. Since there are mobile phones, walkie-talkies are also necessary, but the communication distance is much shorter than that of mobile phones of the same level. 5,000 cavalry, the lowest level 1, 7/4 level, the enemy's strength is not weak, judging from the flag. It should be a coalition of more than 20 territories. We will also dispatch 5,000 people. Braden, you lead the undead legion of 100 people to participate in the battle. Yes. The quality of the Desai coalition is very high, and the quality of the troops dispatched by Zhao Yi will only be higher. If the enemy is not a player, even if the space is blocked, the information can be transmitted. Zhao Yi wants to send 1,000 undead soldiers to fight. However, every soldier of the undead army is level 3, and 100 people are more than the number of level 3 professionals in the Desai coalition. Xiaocheng garrison dispatched 4,000 professionals, and Yicheng garrison dispatched 1,000 professionals. Among them, Yicheng dispatched 4 level 4 professionals including Zhao Yi's clone, leaving only 2 level 4 professionals to sit. Many players in Yicheng saw the defenders of Yicheng leave through the teleportation array. What happened? What happened? I saw several 4th level players use the teleportation array to leave. 100, 200, 500, 900, 1,000, gosh, at least 1,000 professionals teleported away. Our lord is really rich. The players in Yicheng didn't know what happened, and a few Yicheng players discussed it on the forum. Not many outsiders noticed the discussion of Yicheng players, and the commanders of the Desai coalition, who had entered Zhao Yi's territory, didn't notice it. When the Desai coalition was still half an hour away from Qianbing Town, all 5,000 1st-level to 6th-level professionals in Zhao Yi territory were teleported to Qianbing Town. In the sky, the Desai coalition air cavalry and Zhao Yi territory air cavalry kept fighting. Because the Desai coalition had more air cavalry, Zhao Yi territory air cavalry was always in a state of escape, leading the Desai coalition to pursue. The Desai coalition air cavalry occasionally conducted reconnaissance on Qianbing Town, and saw that the number of professionals on the wall of Qianbing Town was increasing slightly. Thomas didn't care about this situation at all. It would be better if all the troops in Zhao Yi's territory were concentrated in Qianbing Town. The wall of Qianbing Town was made of mud, and its defense was very low. It could be easily destroyed, and it was impossible to stop his 5,000 troops. Half an hour later, the Desai coalition arrived outside Qianbing Town. Ignaz used the crystal-level forbidden bead to block the space in this area. Zhao Yi was not in a hurry to eliminate the enemy in front, and see what the enemy wanted to do. When the Desai coalition arrived outside Qianbing Town, the first thing they did was to surround Qianbing Town, with 3,000 people on the front, and 700 people on each of the other 3 sides. Then Thomas sent a messenger holding a white flag to approach Qianbing Town. Count Thomas orders you to surrender unconditionally to save your life. Swoosh! An arrow hit the messenger's foot, scaring him to flee. The soldiers on the wall almost laughed out loud, but the army of Zhao Yi territory had strict military discipline, so the soldiers dared not laugh out loud at this time, and at most they smiled on their faces. If the enemy does not surrender, then we have to attack hard. Add spells. Attack the city. Charge. 3,000 cavalrymen on the front battlefield of the Desai coalition launched a charge towards Qianbing Town under Thomas's order, and 7 4th-level professionals were in the charging team. However, there was still a team of more than a dozen people left at the original place. They took out some frames from the storage equipment, quickly assembled a small platform, and finally set up a small magic cannon on the small platform, consuming magic crystals to charge the magic cannon, and aimed the muzzle of the magic cannon at the gate of Qianbing Town. Looking at the scene of the collective charge of the Desai coalition, Zhao Yi shook his head. This was different from the battle between human armies that he imagined. Yes, the Desai coalition was a player army, composed entirely of combat professional players, and was not familiar with the tactics of the indigenous army. In this case, let's start the fight. Zhao Yi glanced at Elliot, who understood and ordered his own professionals to prepare for battle. When the Desai coalition entered the 400-meter range, the hidden professionals quickly climbed the city wall, and the archers stood at the front of the city wall. When the Desai coalition entered the 250-meter range, the archers, who were generally equipped with bronze bows, began to shoot arrows at the Desai coalition. Zhao Yi's territory started with archer tactics, and to this day, archers are still the largest profession in the territory's army. Among the 5,000 professionals who came to Qianbing town, there were more than 1,500 archers, 800 of whom were placed on the north wall, facing the 3,000 cavalry of the Desai coalition. At the moment, when the 800 archers shot arrows at the Desai coalition, the air cavalry hidden in Qianbing town rushed out of the city directly and rushed towards the Desai coalition air cavalry in the sky. Zhao Yi's air cavalry, who had been chased by the Desai coalition air cavalry, also began to fight back. Seeing nearly 1,000 arrows shot at them, and seeing more air cavalry rushing out of Qianbing town, several commanders of the Desai coalition were stunned. Thomas was not stunned. He shouted, "Turn! Turn quickly!" The charging cavalry could not stop and retreat, they could only turn to the sides. Before Thomas finished his words, nearly 1,000 arrows collided head-on with the Desai coalition. At the front of the Desai coalition were heavy cavalry wearing heavy armor, most of whom were first-level heavy cavalry wearing black iron armor. However, facing nearly 1,000 arrows with the power of intermediate explosive arrows, the heavy cavalry of the Desai coalition was easily cut down by a sickle like wheat straw. The heavy cavalry couldn't stop the arrows, and the archers in leather armor, and the mage priests in robes behind them couldn't stop the arrows. The mages hurriedly cast defensive spells on themselves. However, there were too many arrows, and many mages were killed by arrows before they could cast defensive spells. They barely cast defensive spells, but the defensive spells of first-level mages could only block one arrow. When a first-level mage faces 2 or 3 arrows, he will die. Aim at the city wall and fire. Fire now. In less than a second, the small magic cannon fired an energy beam towards the northern wall of Qianbing town. Before the energy beam hit the wall, a series of earth walls stood in front of the wall. The energy beam penetrated the first earth wall and exploded on the second earth wall, and the explosion was completely blocked by the third earth wall. Seeing that the energy beam fired by the magic cannon was blocked, Thomas was slightly stunned, and the next moment he was awakened by a sense of crisis, and an arrow shot straight at him. Thomas immediately got off his mount and fled to the side, and the arrow turned and chased Thomas. Seeing the arrows chasing him, Thomas had already taken out a golden shield and a 4th-level defensive spell scroll from his storage equipment. At the moment the arrow hit the shield, the defensive spell was already cast, and the exploding arrow did not cause Thomas any damage. 4th-level archer? Before Thomas could react, 2 more arrows flew towards Thomas. As a 4th-level swordsman, Thomas's golden shield was blown away by the arrows, and the 3rd arrow was blocked by the defensive spell. Now there was nothing to be reluctant about, so he took out 2 scrolls from his storage equipment again, cast another 4th-level defensive spell, and then used the random teleportation scroll. No movement. What's going on? Why am I still here? Why is the random teleportation scroll useless? Thomas's mind was full of question marks. Chapter 246. In the sky, the Desai coalition air cavalry was chased by Zhao Yi's air cavalry. On the ground, nearly half of the 3,000 Desai coalition troops on the front battlefield were killed or wounded by several waves of arrows. The 2nd level, 3rd level, and 4th level archers on the wall of Qianbing town also frequently shot arrows at the 2nd level, 3rd level, and 4th level professionals in the Desai coalition. Thomas, who had many means, had blocked 3 arrows from the 4th level archers. But the other 4th level professionals in the Desai coalition did not have Thomas's means, and one of them had been shot dead. All the 4th level players were shot dead. The players of the Desai coalition were shocked. Those who had random teleportation scrolls used them. Those who didn't have random teleportation scrolls fled madly to the north. They used all the defensive means in their hands as soon as possible to save their lives. The commanders and lords all saw that this was a trap for the Desai coalition. It must be that the Qin players in the Lota province knew that the Desai coalition was going to invade with a large army and ambush the city in advance. The Desai coalition was fighting against the Qin players in the entire Lota province. However, knowing this is useless. Now they have to save their lives. The random teleportation scroll cannot be used. They can only run desperately in the direction they came from. Thomas even has the idea of turning defeat into victory. He ordered a total of 2,100 cavalry from the other 3 directions of Qianbing town to immediately attack Qianbing town. Perhaps the enemy's archers are concentrated on the north wall of Qianbing town, and there are no archers on the other 3 walls. As long as they get close to the enemy archers, their melee professionals can kill all the enemy archers without many casualties. However, the Desai Coalition players in the other three directions already knew that the front battlefield suffered heavy losses. Only less than 600 cavalry launched a charge towards Qianbing town. When they saw their companions running back, the charge also gave up and ran away. They had already suffered a disastrous defeat on the front battlefield. What was the point of them attacking the enemy city with such a small number of people? They were going to die. It was more important to escape and not to lose their lives here. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Zhao Yi felt that it was easier than fighting against the undead. In most cases, the undead would only charge forward one after another. The human army will collapse and flee when suffering heavy casualties. Zhao Yi dispatched too many archers, and the Desai Coalition players on the front battlefield fell on the road of escape one after another. They could not even escape the range of the bronze bow. Thomas, who had used all his means, was quickly shot and killed by the 4th level archers. In the sky, after Zhao Yi's air cavalry chased the Desai Coalition air cavalry, they divided into 3 teams to chase the 3 fleeing Desai Coalition forces. Under the effect of space blockade, the Desai Coalition forces could not escape this area. The 100 members of the Undead Corps, who were transferred by Zhao Yi to Qianbing town to participate in the war, have already come down from the city wall and entered the battlefield to conduct preliminary cleaning of the front battlefield, mainly to eliminate the players of the Desai Alliance, who pretended to be dead or were injured but not dead on the battlefield. At least in cleaning the battlefield, the Undead Corps is very useful. Whether on Blue Star or on the Origin continent, cleaning the battlefield is a very dangerous thing in the war between humans. Enemies who pretended to be dead and those who were injured but not dead are huge threats to their own personnel who are cleaning the battlefield. Therefore, on Blue Star, the personnel cleaning the battlefield need to keep a distance to shoot at the enemy. The Undead Army, which is cleaning the battlefield, puts the shield warriors in front to resist possible attacks, and the spearmen and swordsmen behind the shield warriors finish off the people who fall to the ground. There are players from the Desai Alliance pretending to be dead on the battlefield. Some players launch sneak attacks, hoping to exchange their lives for their own, while others choose to surrender in the hope of saving their lives. Zhao Yi directly ordered the Undead Army to interrogate the surrendered Desai Alliance players to see where these enemies came from. In order to save his life, the surrendered Desai Coalition player told everything he knew. The player Lord of Eli, the second-class Count Thomas, gathered dozens of earldoms and viscountdoms in the southern border of the Goshawk Empire, sent 5,000 troops, and invaded the Violet Kingdom's Loda province, wanting to destroy some Chen player territories or neutral player territories, plunder materials, and use them to develop territories. Zhao Yi was speechless. He didn't even understand the intelligence, but dared to invade. He must be tired of living. But think about it from the side of the Desai Coalition. The most powerful Lucky Sun 413 territory is gone, and the other marquisates and famous first-class earls all know the location. In the province of Lothar, there should be only one first-class earldom, Zhao Yiling. The 5,000 cavalrymen of the Desai Coalition are all composed of 1st level to 4th level combat professional players, and they can fight even a first-class earldom head-on. With such strength, the Desai Coalition dared to invade the Violet Kingdom. From the time the Desai Coalition attacked Qianbing town to the last player of the Desai Coalition being eliminated, the whole process took less than an hour. The Desai Coalition was completely wiped out, and Zhao Yiling only had dozens of people injured, and no one died in the battle. It was a crushing victory. Zhao Yiling had experienced this kind of crushing situation too many times, but his previous opponents were always the undead, and now his opponent was the Desai Coalition. In this kind of crushing situation, Zhao Yiling's army could not gain much combat experience, nor could they gain points and combat professional experience, and they also consumed some military supplies. There were still some gains, such as the equipment of the Desai Coalition, the supplies and the storage equipment, the dead, the injured, and the intact mounts. After a battle, the Desai Coalition was completely wiped out, and the equipment and armor they gained were mostly damaged, with few intact armors, but more intact weapons. In Zhao Yi's army, the 0th level professionals are generally equipped with black iron weapons and armor, and the 1st level professionals are generally equipped with bronze weapons and armor. However, most of the 1st level professionals of the Desai Coalition are equipped with black iron weapons and armor, and a small number are equipped with bronze weapons and armor. The highest level of seized equipment is platinum, with a total of 3 pieces, one of which is storage equipment. There are more gold level equipment seized, as many as 27 pieces. The damage to platinum and gold level equipment is very small, and together they can be sold for at least 50,000 low-grade magic crystals. The equipment below the gold level will be lost a lot. Zhao Yi does not plan to use it for his own professionals. It is also very troublesome to smelt and decompose the materials. In the next 2 days, he will pack them and send them to the void trading field for sale. If there are many people who need them, they may be sold for more than 100,000 yuan. The military expenses of the territory army for this battle are considered to be sufficient. The captured mounts of the Desai coalition army need to be selected. Those that can be eaten, those that can be used barely, and those that can be used as mounts for their own knights. The poultry and livestock farms in the territory can already provide meat, eggs and milk, but the quantity is relatively small, and it cannot even meet the needs of all professional families. All the meat harvested in this battle was used as food for the territory army, especially for the professionals who participated in this battle, as a lunch snack. Compared with the captured weapons, armor, and mounts, Zhao Yi was most concerned about the captured storage equipment. Among the 3 platinum-level equipment, one was a storage bracelet with a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters. This storage equipment belonged to Thomas, the commander of the Desai coalition. Thomas's territory was a second-class earldom. Thomas's valuable things and most of the territory's wealth were in this storage equipment. The magic crystals of various grades alone totaled more than 43,000 pieces of low-grade magic crystals. Very little, less than the income of Zhao Yi's territory in half an hour. In addition to magic crystals, there are also spell scrolls, potions, equipment, skill books, blueprints, books, alchemical bombs, explosive arrows, and other ordinary items, the highest platinum grade, 5th level. The total value may be only about 200,000. They are all valuable things to Thomas, and cannot be sold. Really poor, no wonder they organized a coalition to invade the Violet Kingdom. If a territory wants to develop quickly, it will consume a lot of magic crystals. When Zhao Yi was in the earldom, he consumed tens of thousands of low-grade magic crystals a day. When he was in the marquisdom, he consumed hundreds of thousands, or even millions of low-grade magic crystals a day. These magic crystals are mainly spent through the void trading field, buying things needed for the territory from the indigenous forces and players. The thing that costs the most magic crystals is buying or bidding for advancement stones. If you buy in the market, even if you buy in markets scattered around, you will soon be noticed by the indigenous forces. Thomas was not the only one who was poor. All the player lords, who formed the Desai coalition, were poor. Otherwise, why would they choose to invade the Violet Kingdom to plunder materials and develop their territory? After the war, the items in the more than 100 pieces of storage equipment seized were worth no more than 600,000. The good stuff was in the lord storage equipment, but only 6 or 7 lords personally led their troops to form the Desai coalition. Among the Earl lords, there were only Thomas and Swartz, and the items in their storage equipment were worth more than 350,000. The storage equipment of non-lords not only has small value, but also small storage space. The storage space of a large number of storage equipment is less than 1 cubic meter. If it were other first-class earls, they would be able to smile from ear to ear if they could gain so much in one battle. For Zhao Yi, this gain is just a small amount of money, and it is very troublesome to dispatch 5,000 troops. Facing the invading enemy, it is very troublesome to retaliate. The indigenous countries on the origin continent are divided into empires and kingdoms. The kingdoms are divided into upper kingdoms with 8th level professionals, and lower kingdoms with only 7th level professionals. Whether it is a high-ranking kingdom or a low-ranking kingdom, they are all bullied by the empire with a legendary strongman. Few kingdoms on the origin continent can say no to the empire. Often the kingdoms are located between the two empires, or in areas with poor land. The Goshawk Empire is dozens of times stronger than the Violet Kingdom. Players from the Goshawk Empire can invade the Violet Kingdom. Whether the Violet Kingdom dares to retaliate is another matter. But if players from the Violet Kingdom invade the Goshawk Empire, they are courting death. Does the Goshawk Empire still have face? The small Violet Kingdom dares to invade. Similar things have happened many times on the origin continent. Usually, only players from the Empire invade the kingdom, and no players from the kingdom invade the Empire. In fact, Zhao Yi did not have much idea of revenge. On the one hand, it was troublesome to retaliate, and on the other hand, his side did not suffer much loss, and he also earned a little money, plus a small magic cannon. The battle was over, the battlefield was cleaned up, and the professionals returned to Zhaocheng and Yicheng through the teleportation array again. In Yicheng, the players who were closer to the teleportation array saw the teleportation array light up, and the professionals who left 2 hours ago returned to Yicheng. Judging from the appearance of the professionals, it seems that no battle has taken place, as if they just went out for a walk. Zhao Yi's clone also returned to Yicheng, and came to the city hall. In his office, he summoned the minister and deputy minister of the Foreign Propaganda Department. The Foreign Propaganda Department, as the name suggests, is specifically responsible for the publicity of Zhao Yi's territory on the forum. Minister Kong Lekung and Deputy Minister Tan Man are both middle-aged people with wives, husbands, and children, and are engaged in the media industry on Blue Star. Sir. Kong Lekung and Tan Man walked into Zhao Yi's office. In Zhao Yi's territory, the natives called Zhao Yi Lord. It was difficult for players to say Lord, so the players generally called the Lord player Sir. For Qin country players, Sir also has a bit of teasing meaning. Many natives in I Ching were influenced by the players, and began to call Zhao Yi Sir. Sit down, there is something for your foreign publicity department to do. 2 hours ago, dozens of player lords from the Anti-Qin Alliance camp in the southern border of the Goshawk Empire gathered 5,000 cavalry to invade the Violet Kingdom's Rota province. They were discovered by our Qin players. I and other Qin player lords joined forces to wipe out the 5,000 cavalry. Your task is to publicize this matter on the forum. It would be best if you could guide the Qin players in the southern border of the Goshawk Empire to attack the territories of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp that suffered heavy losses, which can also be regarded as reducing the strength of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp. The details of the battle are written on it. You can read it yourself. Zhao Yi pushed a piece of paper with battle information to Kong Lekung. This battle information is slightly different from the real battle information, and it certainly cannot expose the true strength of the party. It only shows a slightly stronger force than the Desai coalition. The reason why the Qin country player coalition was able to win the battle was mainly because there were more shooters, which caught the Desai coalition off guard. Kong Lekung picked up the paper, and Tan Man also leaned over, and the two quickly browsed the information on it. I guarantee to complete the mission, the two said in unison. Less than half an hour after they left the office, a forum account named Zhao Yiling Propaganda Department posted a message describing how the Desai coalition forces of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp in the southern border of the Goshawk Empire invaded the Lota province of the Violet Kingdom, and were completely wiped out by the Qin player coalition forces in the Lota province. The post even included the names of the 8 earldoms and 21 viscountdoms of the Desai coalition forces, the areas where some territories were located, the names of the lords who died in the battle, and the number of 4th-level professionals and 3rd-level professionals who died in the battle. As a player territory of Qin country that was promoted to first-class earldom earlier, Zhao Yiling is well known on the forum, and many players follow the Zhao Yiling Propaganda Department. Compared with it, the alliance formed by Thomas also has a great influence on the forum, but Thomas is dead, and ordinary players and small lords of the alliance do not receive much attention when they post on the forum, and most people do not know the specific situation. After seeing the posts posted by the Zhao Yiling Propaganda Department, more players quickly came over. The most important point to attract players is the strength of the two sides in the battle. The Desai coalition has more than 5,000 cavalrymen, composed of professionals from level 1 to level 4, 7 people from level 4, and nearly 100 from level 3. It is a very powerful army. So far, among all the invading armies, the strength of the Desai coalition can be ranked in the top 10. Of course, this is also because most of the first-class earldoms are focused on development. If the first-class earldoms all sent troops to invade and rob supplies, the strength of the Desai coalition would be ranked after the 50th. Such a powerful Desai coalition was defeated by the Qin player coalition in the Latal province. The Qin player coalition suffered very little loss, only more than 100 people. Although it was the shooters of the Qin player coalition that caught the Desai coalition off guard, both foreign players and Qin players thought that the losses of the Qin player coalition in Lota province were a bit exaggerated, and it was impossible that they only lost more than 100 people. Foreign players believed that the losses were more than 1,000 people, or even more than 2,000 people. Qin players believed that the losses might be 500 people. In any case, it was a great victory for the Qin player coalition, and Qin players posted on the forum to celebrate, and even the Qin official posted to congratulate the Qin players in Lota province on their victory in the anti-invasion war. The happiest player was naturally Zhao Yiling. The post said that the Lota province Qinhua player coalition completely wiped out the Desai coalition, but only Zhao Yiling posted the post, which means that this time the leader or commander of the Lota province Qinhua player coalition was their Lord Zhao Yi. Under the leadership of Lord Zhao, the Lota province Qinhua player coalition completely wiped out the attacking Desai coalition. The higher the achievement of Zhao Yi's territory, the more proud they are as Zhao Yi's subjects. They wish Zhao Yiling could become the most powerful territory in the Blue Star player camp, so that they can post freely on the forum and attract the envy of other low-level players. The better the territory develops, the more players like them, will have the opportunity to gain. The earlier they join, the more trust they can get from Lord Zhao. Compared with the happy players of Qin country, the players of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp are a little unhappy. But the ones who are really unhappy, and even afraid, are the 8 earldoms and 21 viscountdoms that form the Desai Alliance. The territories where the lords died in the battle basically have no heirs, and there is no need for other players to take action. The territories will soon fall apart. Even if they hold out for a while longer, when the undead army arrives, they will not be able to stop the undead army after suffering so much loss in the war of invading the Violet Kingdom. The people in the territory choose to take their only wealth and leave the territory, trying to find a way to quickly go to the native city. The remaining officials and officers in the territory distribute the territory's wealth and go directly to the native city through the teleportation array. There are 2 4th-level professionals in Thomas territory, more than 10 3rd-level professionals. Strength is their confidence. Since the Lord is dead, they have no intention of fighting in the native city. The next step is to take the initiative to contact other player forces in the country and prepare to join a player force with high conditions, provided that the strength of this player force is strong enough. What the Lord players lack is the combat professional players above level 0 for recruitment. All combat professional players above level 0 basically belong to a certain player territory. On the contrary, recruiting native professionals, as long as there are points or recruitment scrolls, can directly recruit 4th-level professionals or even 5th-level professionals. Those territories whose lords did not participate in the war all sent out elite troops composed of 1st-level to 3rd-level professionals. None of them came back, and the territory suffered heavy losses in strength. The lords originally thought that it would be a fruitful war, with at most 1/3 of the people killed or injured. Compared with the benefits brought by the war, these people could bear the casualties. Unexpectedly, the Desai coalition was completely wiped out, and the elite troops sent out were all wiped out. These lords were all worried about the next undead siege, and the counterattack of the Qin Kingdom Lord players. The confrontation between the Qin Kingdom player camp and the Anti-Qin Alliance camp. Because the Anti-Qin Alliance camp has more territories and is slightly stronger, it has a slight advantage overall. The situation in the southern border of the Goshawk Empire is similar to the overall situation. Now that so many territories have been severely weakened, it is very likely that the player lords of the Qin Kingdom will take action and lead a more powerful army of undead to attack the city. Some lords feel that their territories cannot be resisted and have begun to pack up. Once a very powerful army of undead attacks, they will directly abandon their territories and flee to the indigenous cities. After seeing the posts on the forum, there are indeed many player lords of the Qin Kingdom in the southern border of the Goshawk Empire who are ready to take action. The player lords of Qin country and the player lords of the Anti-Qin Alliance in the southern border of the Eagle Empire have been attacking each other. When an opportunity suddenly appeared in front of the player lords of Qin country, they would certainly not give up this opportunity. Beat the dog when it is down. Only when these Anti-Qin Alliance player territories are destroyed can the player lords of Qin country in the southern border of the Eagle Empire concentrate on developing their territories, instead of being careful about the methods of the player lords of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp. The player territories of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp in the southern border of the Eagle Empire include more than 8 earldoms and 21 viscountdoms, and even first-class earldoms. However, the experience of the Desai coalition made these player lords remember that before they have enough strength, they must not invade the Violet Kingdom's Rota province like the Desai coalition did. The 5,000 cavalry of the Desai coalition is very strong, but the players of the Qin Kingdom in the Rota province are even stronger and can wipe out the Desai coalition. Unfortunately, the specific battle information between the Desai coalition and the Qin player coalition has not been passed on. There is only the post posted by Zhao Yiling propaganda department and some sporadic information. The players of the Desai coalition in the battle did not have much time to pass on the information, not to mention that most players did not care about that. They died, so they did not care about the flood behind them. Since they were already dead in the game world and could no longer gain benefits, they hoped that more people would die with them. Only then would it be fair for everyone to no longer gain benefits. If they could get more information about this battle, know how many people the Qin player coalition in Lahao province lost, and determine the strength of the Qin player coalition, the lord players of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp would be able to make more preparations. The disastrous defeat of the Desai coalition was a shame for the players of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp in the southern border of the Goshawk Empire, and even the whole country. Many lord players and high-level players wanted to retaliate. However, it is difficult to retaliate in a short period of time. A new alliance needs to be established, the list of territories for forming a new coalition needs to be determined, and the time for sending troops needs to be determined. The most important point is to determine the strength of the Qin player coalition in the Lota province. The new coalition must defeat the Qin player coalition at a relatively small cost. If the loss is large, many Lord players will not send troops. Once the territory's strength is greatly lost, the territory is in danger of destruction. Compared with revenge on Qin players, Lord players are more concerned about developing their own territories. Chapter 247. I Ching, in the home of Qinhua tycoon Ma Xinghai, most of the Qinhua tycoons in Jiaoyi territory gathered here. Everyone ate and drank, and talked about the big event that just happened in Jiaoyi territory. The tycoons had eaten almost all kinds of delicacies on Blue Star, and when they came to the New World, there were many new things for them to taste. For the tycoons, there are three main things in the game world. The first thing is to work hard to upgrade, so that the body of Blue Star can gain more life, youth, and health. The second thing is to eat, drink and have fun, and the third thing is not ordinary, wanting to make a big career in the game world. A group of rich people, with net worths of tens of billions and hundreds of billions. Although they can accept the reality, watching those ordinary people on Blue Star who originally had a monthly salary of less than 10,000 become lords commanding thousands of troops and ruling tens of thousands of people. Even the rich people on Blue Star have to pay those lords for safety and training. But the ambitions they should have still exist. They who can call the wind and rain on Blue Star still want to call the wind and rain in the game world. It's just that they are already many steps late. Even if they have the opportunity to become lords now, they are far from being able to compare with those players who have become lords from the beginning. At this stage, the weaker the player territory, the harder it is to survive. If a count territory targets a barren territory, it is really hard to imagine how the barren territory can resist. Therefore, in the fierce battle between the Qin country player camp and the anti-Qin alliance camp, the number of weak barren territories has sharply decreased, and the Viscount territory also needs to be cautious. It is no longer cost-effective to be a lord. Only if you are strong and join some player forces, you can get a higher status. If you are already a 4th level professional, you can go to those weak kingdoms that are friendly to the heroes of the other world, and even be directly granted the title of Viscount. If he offers the king some more treasures, it won't be a problem to get a title of Earl. He will also be given a fiefdom, but the fiefdom is rampant under the undead, and if he wants to reoccupy his territory, he must have enough strength. Strength is the most important thing. The key is that it is very difficult to have strength. Even if they have tens of billions or hundreds of billions of wealth on Blue Star, it is impossible for them to upgrade quickly. Jiaoyi has a power leveling business, and Jiaoyi also introduces rich people to Chowda. Many rich people go to Chowda's territory to level up. To upgrade to level 1 at level 0, you need to pay at least 100,000 Chen Yuan, and to upgrade to level 1 at level 1, you need to pay at least 500,000 Chen Yuan. There are also advancement stones. The price of level 1 advancement stones is more than 200,000 Chen Yuan, but they are still out of stock. In other words, a year of life only costs hundreds of thousands of Chen Yuan, which is very cheap for the rich. But entering level 2, level 3, and upgrading to level 1 requires a relatively high cost, which requires millions or even tens of millions. The wealth of the rich is their net worth, which includes fixed assets and cash, and fixed assets account for a very large proportion. The wealth that the rich can take out mainly consists of cash, real estate, and even company shares. They cannot consume the wealth on Blue Star recklessly. When they return to Blue Star, the entire company may go bankrupt. Without wealth, what is the use of so many lives? Moreover, while the Lord players are carrying out the power leveling business, they cannot affect the improvement of their territory too much. The Lord players just earn some Blue Star wealth from the rich. Compared with this, the territory's strength is more important. The stronger the territory's strength, the more they can get, including earning more Blue Star wealth. At this stage, the highest level of the rich, who upgrade through power leveling, is only level 3. Some of the rich in Jiaoyi territory are level 1, and some are level 2. In terms of strength, they are also far behind other combat professional players. The rich want to make a big career in the game world and get the most returns with the least investment. There are ways to do this, which is what the rich in Jiaoyi territory want to do. This time, the Qinhua player coalition in Lota province defeated the invading Goshawk Empire Desai coalition, which seems to be a good opportunity. Ma Xinghai, Yukuan and other wealthy people have lived in Yiqing for several months. They learned about the information of Lota province, and even the Violet Kingdom through various means, and they didn't know that there was a Qin player coalition in Lota province. Has this Qin player coalition existed for a long time, or was it temporarily formed to deal with the Desai coalition? It is estimated that the people in each territory of the Qin player coalition are mainly indigenous people. If there are many players in the territory, other territories of the Qin player coalition should have some voice in the forum. Whether this coalition has existed for a long time or was formed temporarily, Lord Zhao should be in a dominant position. It is not easy to upgrade a territory to a first-class earldom. It is better to form it temporarily. We can provide funds to help Lord Zhao to maintain this coalition, or even form a Qin Kingdom player coalition in the Violet Kingdom, which will be controlled by Lord Zhao. The rich people expressed their ideas one after another, and their purpose was to invest in Zhao Yi as soon as possible at this stage, so that they could invest relatively less and get more returns. They had no intention of sidelining Zhao Yi and becoming the controller. Having been in the game world for so long, they all understood that their own strength was the most important thing. Without strength, they were not qualified to control a force. They hoped that with their investment, Zhao Yi's territory would become stronger. Then Zhao Yi would give them more, and they could upgrade to level 50 or above at a relatively small cost. After all, level 50 could return to youth, and for these rich people, youth was not a simple matter. It is really a very distant word. In fact, Ma Xinghai, Yukuan and other wealthy people feel that they are lucky to be able to settle in Yiqing. At the beginning, there were hundreds of millions of player territories, but now they are heading for 1.5 million, and the number of player territories has dropped sharply by 99%. Many territories invested by wealthy people have long been destroyed, and some wealthy people don't even have the opportunity to escape. Since Li Chunzheng was the second to be promoted to the third-class marquisate, there have been 4 marquisates so far. But at this stage, the first-class earldom is still the second echelon in the player territories, and the number of the first echelon is still small. It is not easy for a player territory to be promoted to a first-class earldom. Generally, only territories that are focused on by major forces, or lords, with very high luck values can be promoted to a first-class earldom. In their opinion, Zhao Yi belongs to the latter, and he is the European emperor among the European emperors. His luck value is ridiculously high, so he can be promoted to a first-class earldom so early. His strength must be much greater than that of the first-class earldoms in the later Jin dynasty. As wealthy people, it is difficult for them to choose those player forces to join, because these player forces themselves are not short of wealth. Therefore, the rich generally choose the territory of individual players. And Zhao Yiling is obviously the best among the individual players' territories, which is their luck. After learning about Zhao Yiling's selection criteria for the rich, these rich people are once again happy about their actions on Blue Star. This is the so-called good deeds will be rewarded. Under the same standard, the rich people who settled in Yiqing are more compatible and have more consistent ideas. They want to invest in Zhao Yiling together to make Zhao Yiling stronger. The wealthy people chatted while eating and drinking, and finally made a plan to form a coalition of players from the Violet Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom. The next step was to go to Zhao Yi with the plan, and the plan could only be carried out if Zhao Yi agreed. If Zhao Yi was unwilling, they would have no choice. After settling in Yiqing for a few months, they had a lot of contact with Zhao Yi, and felt that Zhao Yi was a good guy and a very worthy investment. Even after knowing that Zhao Yi was single, they introduced their daughters and granddaughters to Zhao Yi. There are few people worth investing in. If there is no suitable investment object, it is better not to invest. Once the investment object has problems, the investors will also be implicated. To make an analogy, Zhao Yi is like a vassal in the Three Kingdoms period, and the rich are equivalent to those big families. Just when the rich made a plan and were ready to persuade Zhao Yi, the Qin player lords in the Loda province also had ideas and even started to act. Qin player coalition? Where did the Qin player coalition come from? How come I don't know? Loda province has an area of 170,000 square kilometers. Zhao Yiling only occupies 20,000 square kilometers, and the additional 30,000 square kilometers of land added by the promotion to the third-class dukedom has not been used up until now. And the newly added territories are all outside the Loda province. There are still large tracts of land in the Loda province. The third-class barren territory only has an area of 5 square kilometers, and the second-class earldom only has an area of 1,000 square kilometers. The entire Loda province still has hundreds of player territories. These hundreds of player territories are divided into the Qinghua player camp, the Anti-Qin Alliance camp, and the neutral camp. The number of Qinghua player territories alone exceeds 100, which is not much less than the Anti-Qin Alliance camp. Zhao Yi made a great contribution here, often sending assassins to attack the territories of players in the Anti-Qin Alliance camp in the surrounding areas. Even the Qin official, who was constantly merging weak territories, still had a territory in the Rhoda province, reaching the third-class earldom. The territories under the Qin official were spread all over the origin continent. When merging weak territories, At least one territory was left in all regions, and the most important task was to collect intelligence. Among the Blue Star player camp, the Qin official had the most powerful intelligence network, and it continued to extend to the indigenous cities. The Qin player coalition in Lota province appeared and defeated the powerful Desai coalition. Many Qin player lords wanted to join the coalition. It is nice to take shelter under a big tree. The fierce competition between the Qin player camp and the anti-Qin alliance camp. No one knows when their territory will be destroyed. If the Qin player lords in Lota province can unite, they can not only resist the offensive of the anti-Qin alliance camp, but also counterattack. The Blue Star player camp is scattered. The anti-Qin alliance camp is also scattered. Even if it is a national player camp, it is also scattered internally. On Blue Star, many countries have sufficient control. In this game world where power is respected, the control of the official power of each country is constantly declining. The anti-Qin alliance is an alliance of dozens of countries. There is not much trust in the lord players of different countries. Even the lord players of the same country cannot be trusted. As long as the interests are sufficient, fathers and sons will turn against each other, and brothers will quarrel. If the lords of the Qin country players in the Lota province can unite, at least in the Lota province, there is a possibility of suppressing the anti-Qin alliance camp. In the past, it was the official task of Qin to unite the player lords of Qin. However, the remaining official subordinate territory of Qin in Lota province is only a third-class earldom. To lead an alliance, one must be the strongest and contribute the most. The official third-class earldom of Qin cannot complete this task. Now Zhao Yi has stood up. Zhao Yi is a first-class earldom. It can be basically confirmed that Zhao Yi is the strongest among the Qin player territories in Lota province. More importantly, Zhao Yi has just led the Qin player coalition in Lota province to completely annihilate the Desai coalition. It is suspected that there is already a Qin player alliance in Lota province, and its strength is strong enough, so more Qin player lords want to join in. These Qin player lords either chatted privately with Zhao Yuling's propaganda department on the forum, or sent their subordinates to Zhao Yuling to try to contact Zhao Yuling and apply to join the Qin player alliance. Kong Lekung reported to Zhao Yi about the application of the Qin player lords in Lota province to join the alliance. The wealthy people in Yiqing also applied to meet with Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi felt that the reason why the wealthy people asked him to do so should be related to the alliance. The alliance did not exist at all. From the beginning to the end, Zhao Yi sent troops from his own territory to annihilate the Desai coalition. In the past, Zhao Yi didn't have much idea about the so-called alliance. He thought that his territory would develop to a level stronger than a player's power, and he wanted to compete with those first-class and top-level indigenous forces in the future. However, after making a plan to control the entire Violet Kingdom, Zhao Yi's thoughts gradually changed. When Zhao Yi reaches the 7th level, he will kill Ostache, let Brittany become the queen of the Violet Kingdom, and secretly control the entire Violet Kingdom. In the Violet Kingdom under Zhao Yi's control, foreign player territories are not allowed to exist, and even all player territories are not allowed to exist. It is not an easy task to clean up all the player territories, especially after controlling the Violet Kingdom. It is too slow to clean up the player territories. No matter how slow the player territories develop, they can improve their strength a lot in 2 years, and the cost of cleaning up these player territories will also increase. If a Qin player alliance is formed now, foreign player territories will be cleaned up immediately. By the time Zhao Yi controls the Violet Kingdom, there may be no foreign player territories in the entire Violet Kingdom. Zhao Yi did not intend to use this opportunity to weaken the power of the Qin player lords in the Violet Kingdom. The best option was to subdue them so that the power in his hands could continue to increase. However, the indigenous army under Zhao Yi's control was more important and was the dominant force, while the player army could only be auxiliary. After deciding to form an alliance, Zhao Yi had to meet the sponsors. An alliance cannot be without sponsors, and most of the other Qin player lords also needed the wealth of Blue Star. In Zhao Yi's office, Ma Xinghai and Yukuan, representing all the wealthy people in Yiqing, discussed with Zhao Yi about forming an alliance. Sir, has the coalition or alliance been formed long ago, or is it just a temporary one? Ma Xinghai asked first. It's just a temporary coalition. Sir, why not form a formal alliance to unify the power of the Qin players in the Rota province? On the one hand to deal with the next invasion of the Goshawk Empire players, on the other hand to fight against the anti-Qin alliance in the Rota province. Well, forming an alliance is also possible, but the weak player territories will hold us back, Zhao Yi said, pretending to hesitate. Hearing that Zhao Yi agreed to form an alliance, Ma Xinghai and Yukuan, the two old foxes, did not change their expressions, but they were already smiling in their hearts. Sir, the The alliance we form should not have territories that are lagging behind. If you want to join the alliance, you must be a Viscount at least. Zhao Yi hesitated for a few seconds and agreed to form an alliance. Ma Xinghai and Yukun also wanted to name the alliance Zhao League or Yi League, so that they could be named. After all, Zhao Yi's main city was called Yi City. Zhao Yi refused and gave it a name. The full name of the alliance is the Violet Kingdom Qinghua Player Alliance, or Zichen League for short. The name of the alliance has been decided, but forming an alliance is no small matter. It requires determining the alliance structure, formulating alliance regulations, determining members, and so on. Zhao Yi dispatched some player officials from the city hall to handle the preliminary preparations for the alliance, and the wealthy people in Yicheng also sent people to join in. When the alliance is officially established, the wealthy people will be responsible for the finances of the alliance. Finance is very important for a faction. Without money, the entire faction will fall apart. Through finance, one can even control the entire faction. However, for Zhao Yi, the finance of the Purple Star Alliance is not important. The Purple Star Alliance will be a relatively loose alliance, just like the Anti-Chen Alliance. But the Purple Star Alliance is much smaller than the Anti-Chen Alliance, so it is more closely knit internally than the Anti-Chen Alliance. The Lord players who join the Purple Star Alliance need to pay a certain fee according to their titles, which is mainly used as military expenses for the Purple Star Alliance army. The Purple Star Army has two main tasks. One is to resist the invasion of foreign player armies in the Violet Kingdom, and the other is to deal with the player territories of the Anti-Chen Alliance camp in the Violet Kingdom. As for the members of the Purple Star Alliance, if they are unable to resist the siege of the undead army under normal circumstances, they need to pay for it themselves and hire the Purple Star Army. For territories that cannot even resist the siege of the undead under normal circumstances, joining the Purple Star Alliance will only be a drag, and the Purple Star Alliance does not want such members. If the enemy causes the enhanced undead army to attack the city, the military expenses of the supporting Purple Star Army will be borne by the Purple Star Alliance. In addition, the Purple Star Alliance also has the task of coordinating conflicts among its members. In 3 days, the preliminary preparations for the Purple Star Alliance have been completed. The wealthy people used the wealth of Blue Star to buy some magic crystals in the Void Trading Field and injected them into the Purple Star Alliance as the Star-Up funds for the Purple Star Alliance. Now the Purple Star Alliance only lacks members. Zhao Yi personally serves as the leader of the Purple Star Alliance and the president of the Loda Provincial Branch. The Earl Lord players who join the Purple Star Alliance are core members, and the Viscount Lord players are formal members. Among the second-class Earl Lord players who join the Purple Star Alliance, 2 people will be elected to serve as the deputy leaders of the Purple Star Alliance. The most important departments of the entire Zichen League are 4: the War Department, the Intelligence Department, the Finance Department, and the Propaganda Department. The newly established official account of the Zichen League has no influence on the forum, and the post about the establishment of the Zichen League was issued by Zhao Yi, the Propaganda Department. First-class Earl Zhao Yi officially established the Violet Kingdom Qinghua Player Alliance, abbreviated as the Zichen League. Since the Zichen League has just been established and its scale is limited, it will only accept lords with baron titles or above from the Violet Kingdom's Loda province to join for the time being. The post focused on describing the rules and regulations of the Purple Star Alliance, which was the key to attracting the player lords of Chen to join. Most of the lord players would not be willing to join an alliance with big restrictions. If they were willing to join an alliance with big restrictions, they might as well join the official Chen directly. In addition to posting, Zhao Yiling Publicity Department also had to reply to the player lords of Qin, who had sent private messages to join the alliance. Soon, some of the player lords of Chen in the Loda province knew about the Purple Star Alliance. They carefully browsed the posts sent by Zhao Yiling Publicity Department to determine what they had to pay and what they could get as a member of the Purple Star Alliance. After analyzing the pros and cons, they immediately chose to apply to join the Purple Star Alliance. The Purple Star Alliance has too few restrictions on its members, and the main payment is a monthly membership fee. Although most Lord players lack magic crystals, the membership fee they pay is not much. A third-class Viscount receives 100 low-grade magic crystals, a second-class Viscount receives 200, a first-class Viscount receives 400, a third-class Earl receives 1,000, a second-class Earl receives 2,000, and a first-class Earl receives 4,000. This is equivalent to a Viscount paying for 1 silver equipment per month, and an Earl paying for 1 gold equipment per month. The membership fee is mainly used as military expenses, and the main expenditure of military expenses is the transmission fee. When the money in the Zichen League account reaches the specified amount, the membership fee will be suspended, because the purpose of the Zichen League is to fight against the Anti-Chen Alliance and resist the invasion of foreign players. The Alliance army is naturally composed of all members. According to the level of the territory, a specified number of troops need to be prepared for the Alliance to call at any time. The proportion of each profession and level in the army is stipulated, and the most important one is the assassin profession. The Purple Chen Alliance is one of the best alliances among all the alliances in the Blue Star player camp. This alliance, that meets the requirements of the Qin Kingdom Lord players, must not be missed. Those Qin Kingdom player lords, who are only barons, are crying when they see the post. The weak territories don't even have the qualifications to join. In fact, the Qin Kingdom tycoons in Yicheng have many opinions on the rules and regulations of the Purple Chen Alliance. They hope to establish an alliance that can integrate the strength of all members. Faced with Zhao Yi's insistence, they can only retreat. At least the alliance is established, and with the alliance system, Qin Kingdom player lords, who meet the requirements, will apply to join. There will be opportunities to gradually change the Purple Star Alliance in the direction they need in the future. In the face of the application of the player lord of Qin country, as the leader, Zhao Yi sent his players to apply to join the lord player territory of the Purple Star Alliance to review the level and strength of their territory. The review speed is relatively fast, and the number of members of the Purple Star Alliance is increasing rapidly. Faced with the establishment of the Purple Star Alliance, the player lords of the Anti-Chen Alliance camp in the Loda province panicked. Before the Purple Star Alliance, the player camp of Qin country and the Anti-Chen Alliance camp had some small alliances in the Loda province, with only a few members. It was difficult to have an alliance with more than 10 members. The alliance was also very irregular and relied entirely on the negotiation between the lord players. Faced with a more formal Purple Star Alliance, whose leader was still a first-class earl, the player lords of the Anti-Chen Alliance camp felt that it was not good enough. They also wanted to establish a formal alliance to unify their forces and fight against the Purple Star Alliance. Chapter 248. In just 2 days, the number of members of the Purple Star Alliance exceeded 40, with only 1/5 of them being earls, and the rest being viscounts. The third-class earldom affiliated with the official Qin Kingdom also applied to join the Purple Star Alliance, and was approved by Zhao Yi. In order to facilitate internal communication within the Purple Star Alliance, Zhao Yi began to use the address book. There were more than 40 lord players who applied to join the Purple Star Alliance, and there were also baron lords in the Rhoda province who tried to apply to join, and there were also lord players from other provinces of the Violet Kingdom who applied to join. Among them, Chowda was the most proactive one. He ran directly to Yicheng and applied to Zhao Yi to join the Purple Star Alliance. Don't worry, the Purple Star Alliance has just been established. Let's start from the Loda province. The next one is the Trut province. You are a second-class earl. There should be no lord player of the Qin Kingdom with a higher title than you in the Trut province. You can be the president of the Trut province branch at that time. Chowda returned to his territory very happily. The strength of the Purple Star Alliance continued to increase. On the other hand, the lord players in the Loda province, who opposed the Qin Alliance, also wanted to establish a formal alliance in the Loda province to fight against the Purple Star Alliance. But 2 days later, the alliance still only existed verbally. The lord players competed with each other, the second-class earls competed to become lords, and the third-class earls wanted to get more benefits from the alliance with less effort. The alliance could not be established due to disagreements. Many lord players could see that the lord players of the Anti-Chen Alliance in Loda province lacked a leader like Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was the strongest, so he was qualified to establish an alliance with the main voice in his hands. But the Anti-Chen Alliance could not do so, and it was difficult to establish an alliance in a short period of time. Even if the alliance is established, the hearts are not united, and it is impossible to mobilize the power of the entire alliance to fight against the Purple Star Alliance. Although there is no first-class earldom in the Rhoda province that opposes the Purple Star Alliance, there is a first-class earldom named Lorion in the Huda province. If Lorion comes forward, perhaps he can form an alliance within the Violet Kingdom to fight against the Purple Star Alliance. Or maybe Lorion has already started to form an alliance. Zhao Yi doesn't care about that for the time being. The Purple Star Alliance already has so many members, it's time to take action. Zhao Yi issued the first task to the members of the Purple Star Alliance: investigate the location of the main cities of all the player territories around their own territories, and the siege routes of the undead army, with a focus on investigating the player territories of the Anti-Chen Alliance. This is an intelligence-gathering task, which is not difficult for the members of the Purple Star Alliance. Even a small number of members have already investigated the player territories around their own territories. They sent the intelligence directly to the intelligence department of the Purple Star Alliance, who summarized it and handed it to Zhao Yi. The other members had less intelligence, so they quickly sent assassins out to obtain intelligence, and tried to report the intelligence after the next daily undead siege. Although the rules and regulations of the Purple Star Alliance clearly stated the matter of the Alliance army, Zhao Yi did not intend to mobilize the Alliance army to attack the territory of the Anti-Chen Alliance players. He planned to take on the task of attacking the territory of the Anti-Chen Alliance players in his own territory, and the members of the Purple Star Alliance would take on the task of collecting intelligence. For Zhao Yi, the task of collecting intelligence was more troublesome than the task of attacking the territory of the Anti-Chen Alliance players. In order to collect intelligence about so many player territories, a large number of assassins need to be sent out. It is easy to deal with 3rd and 4th level assassins, but accidents are more likely to happen to 1st and 2nd level assassins. The farther away from the territory, the greater the possibility of accidents. Giving the task of collecting intelligence to the members of the Purple Star Alliance makes the task easier. The Lord players have explored the surrounding areas of the territory, and more or less have some information about the surrounding player territories, so it is not difficult to continue collecting intelligence. Other player territories are different from Zhao Yi territory. Zhao Yi territory is a first-class Earl territory on the surface, but it is actually a third-class Duke territory. At least it is difficult for professionals of the 3rd level and below to sneak into Zhao Yi territory. Only a 4th level assassin has the possibility of sneaking into Zhao Yi's territory. For the members of the Purple Star Alliance, the task of attacking the Anti-Chen Alliance player's territory is more difficult than the intelligence-gathering task. If you want to attack a player's territory, you usually send a large number of assassins to stay at the other end of the undead army's siege route. After entering, send out your hidden breath to attract more undead to attack the player's territory. If fewer assassins are dispatched, the undead army will increase its strength less, and it will be impossible to increase the loss of the player's territory, let alone let the undead army break through the territory's main city. There are too many assassins dispatched. It doesn't matter whether there are so many assassins under his command. The more assassins are sent out, the easier it is to be discovered. Uninvited, even nobles from the same indigenous country are qualified to attack these assassins. And Zhao Yi didn't need to go through so much trouble to attack the player's territory of the Anti-Chen Alliance. What attracts the undead is the breath of life. Living creatures have the breath of life. Some alchemical props can also pretend to have a huge breath of life to attract more undead. However, the price of this kind of alchemical props that pretend to have a huge breath of life is very high in the market. According to the strength of the disguised life breath, it can attract 10,000 0-level undead, or 1,000 1st-level undead, or 100 2nd-level undead, or 10 3rd-level undead, or 1 4th-level undead, or mixed life breath. A one-time alchemy item requires tens of thousands of low-grade magic crystals, which can buy a platinum equipment. Using only one such alchemy item to increase the strength of the siege undead army may not cause much damage to the 3rd-class earldom. If you want to severely damage the 3rd-class earldom, you need an alchemy item worth at least 100,000 low-grade magic crystals. To destroy a 3rd-class earldom, the price of the alchemy item has to double. Calculated in this way, to destroy a 2nd-class earldom, at least 400,000 is needed, and to destroy a 1st-class earldom, at least 800,000 is needed. To destroy Zhao Yi, who was promoted to a 1st-class earldom a long time ago, and has no idea how many means he has, at least 1.5 million is needed. And there is one thing to note, a game rule cannot be changed. The number of each wave of undead army can only be 1/3 of the number of living creatures in the city. Many player forces in the Anti-Chen Alliance wanted to attack Zhao Yiling, but they were reluctant to spend so many magic crystals, and they might not be able to destroy Zhao Yiling, or even cause Zhao Yiling to lose much. In contrast, they were more willing to invest money to severely damage or even destroy Cheng Jinling. Expensive alchemy items that big forces were reluctant to buy, let alone small and medium-sized player forces and individual player lords who lacked funds. But Zhao Yi was an exception. He had money and directly ordered reusable alchemy items that were more than 10 times more expensive than disposable alchemy items from the indigenous forces in the void trading field. There are 3 in total, one of which can destroy a 3rd-class earldom, and the other 2 can destroy a 1st-class viscountdom or severely injure a 3rd-class earldom. Using the 3 alchemical props together can destroy a 2nd-class earldom and injure a 1st-class earldom. The 3 alchemical props cost Zhao Yi more than 7 million, and Zhao Yi almost wanted to use the points to buy alchemical props with similar effects in the points mall. Now there is an idea to let the members of the Purple Star Alliance share the cost of buying alchemical props, But Zhao Yi feels that it is not easy for these people to pay the membership fee, and it is almost impossible to share the cost of buying alchemical props. Even if the Purple Star Alliance expands to the entire Violet Kingdom, each member must provide at least 10,000 low-grade magic crystals. If it is paid with membership fees, it will take more than 10 years to pay all the membership fees to Zhao Yi, relying solely on the members of the Loda province. Thinking of recruiting these Lord players for his own use in the future, Zhao Yi plans to let them go temporarily. In order to prepare for conquering them in the future, Zhao Yi also wants to show his strength a little. Indigenous countries. If the noble territory is breached by the undead army, it is highly likely that no investigation will be conducted. If the noble territory is obviously man-made, it is highly likely that an investigation will be conducted. After obtaining the intelligence, Zhao Yi did not send anyone to reconfirm the intelligence. On the day when the undead attacked the city, he directly sent out 3 4th-level assassins, each carrying an alchemical item, to deal with the player territory, and it is only the Earl territory. Even if the intelligence is wrong, the 4th-level assassin can escape. Zhao Yi prepared a lot of means for the 3 assassins, including random teleportation scrolls. After selecting 3 targets, Zhao Yi first contacted the 3 members of the Purple Star Alliance closest to the 3 targets. Xiao Hui, Xiao Kai, Yao Chumping, open the teleportation array. I want to send an assassin over to carry out the mission. Got it, boss. Go to open the teleportation array right away. Understood. Xiao Hui, Xiao Kai, and Yao Chumping all set up address book chat reminders. When they received chat messages, the system panel popped up automatically, and the 3 immediately replied to Zhao Yi's message. The teleportation arrays of the 3 territories were opened one after another. The teleportation arrays of the 3 territories were originally connected to the teleportation array of Yicheng. As the teleportation arrays lit up, an assassin in black clothes and black armor walked out of each of them. Seeing that it was a noble waiting here, the 3 assassins saluted slightly to Xiao Hui, Xiao Kai, and Yao Chumping. After a brief conversation, they went to the target area under the escort of the cavalry squad of the 3 territories. Seeing Zhao Yi's assassin leave, Xiao Hui, Xiao Kai, and Yao Chumping were all a little confused. Was the assassin who came to their territory a 3rd level or 4th level assassin? Assassins can hide their own ore as well, and only professionals with higher levels can easily distinguish the assassin level. Whether it is a 3rd level assassin or a 4th level assassin, Xiao Hui, Xiao Kai, and Yao Chumping contacted each other privately. Just these 3 assassins made the 3 feel the power of Zhao Yi. The other 3 were also wondering what Zhao Yi sent these 3 assassins to do. Could it be that they were going to investigate the territory of the Anti-Chen Alliance players, and then they would attack them? The territory of the Anti-Chen Alliance players, who were about to take action, was around their territory. If they could kill them, the pressure on their territory would be reduced a lot, which was a good thing. That night, because of the correct information provided by Xiao Hui, Xiao Kai, and Yao Chumping, a 3rd-class Earl and 2 1st-class Viscounts in the Anti-Chen Alliance camp were destroyed by a more powerful undead army than usual. In the second half of the night, the 3 assassins returned to the territories of Xiao Hui, Xiao Kai, and Yao Chumping one after another, and returned to Yicheng again through the teleportation array. Not long after, Zhao Yi posted a message in the Zichen Alliance group chat that 3 Anti-Chen Alliance territories were destroyed. Seeing the message sent by Zhao Yi, Xiao Hui, Xiao Kai, and Yao Chumping were still unsure whether it was true or not, but the assassins under the command of Boss Zhao Yi did appear in their territory, so the 3 messages followed closely. Boss Zhao Yi is mighty. Boss Zhao Yi is mighty. Boss Zhao Yi is mighty. Xiao Hui, Xiao Kai, and Yao Chumping were all unsure whether the territories of the 3 Anti-Chen Alliance players were destroyed. When other members saw someone posting a message to flood the screen, they also copied and pasted a sentence. In their eyes, the bosses are always aloof, so they dare not ask. They check the information themselves to see which member of the Purple Star Alliance is near the 3 destroyed Anti-Chen Alliance player territories, and send air cavalry or assassins to investigate. Xiao Hui, Xiao Kai, and Yao Chumping sent people to investigate before others asked. In less than 2 hours, the 3 described the tragic situation of the 3 destroyed Anti-Chen Alliance player territories in the group. At this time, the other members of the Purple Star Alliance truly believed that 3 Anti-Chen Alliance player territories were destroyed, and they were a 3rd-class earldom and 2 1st-class viscountdoms. After that, the words of Xiao Hui, Xiao Kai, and Yao Chumping surprised the members of the Purple Star Alliance. They thought that it was Boss Zhao Yi who mobilized some members' assassins and formed 3 assassination teams to attack the 3 Anti-Chen Alliance player territories. Unexpectedly, Boss Zhao Yi did not mobilize the assassins of other members, but only sent out 3 assassins, one assassin for each target, and destroyed the 3-player territories. It was a big deal, absolutely a big deal. Boss Zhao Yi actually took out the expensive alchemical props that disguise the breath of life to destroy the player's territory. This is something that even big powers would not buy. The strength of Master Zhao Yi is unfathomable. The members of the Purple Star Alliance were discussing fiercely in the group chat. Although Master Zhao Yi did not participate in the chat, he could observe secretly. Many members said words to please Master Zhao Yi. Some people also speculated in the group chat when they could destroy all the player territories of the Anti-Chen Alliance in Loda Province. Zhao Yi took the time to send a message in the group. The specific process of destroying the 3 Anti-Chen Alliance player territories is not allowed to be disclosed to the outside world. Received. 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 The 3-player territories of the Anti-Chen Alliance were destroyed, but the lords of these 3 territories and some players managed to escape. The 3 lords posted the experiences of their territories in the group chat of the player lords of the Anti-Chen Alliance in Loda Province, which immediately caused fear among other lord players. It was the Purple Chen Alliance that took action and destroyed 3 of its own territories at once, one of which was a 3rd-class earldom. If all the forces were concentrated together, even the 2nd-class earldom could not be stopped, and the Anti-Chen Alliance in Loda Province did not even have a 1st-class earldom. What should be done? How to resist the aggressive Purple Chen Alliance. Chapter 249. The Lord players of the Anti-Chen Alliance kept discussing in the group chat. Before dawn, they quickly reached a consensus to establish a new alliance and open up the teleportation array permissions to each other. Once they encounter an unstoppable army of undead to attack the city, they will immediately ask for help from other members of the alliance, and the military expenses will be borne by the lords who need rescue. The full name of the alliance is Violet Kingdom Mutual Aid Alliance, abbreviated as VH Alliance. The VH Alliance has no leader, only a parliament to lead the VH Alliance. All lords are members of the parliament, and a speaker is elected to preside over the parliament. The speaker has little power, and all matters of the alliance are voted on by the members. Such an organization, which was no less scattered than the Anti-Chen Alliance, was quickly established because of the Purple Chen Alliance. The first thing the VH Alliance did after its establishment was to find more members to fight against the Purple Chen Alliance. The members of the VH Alliance knew that even if they united more closely, they could not resist the Purple Chen Alliance. They had to find reinforcements from outside the Loda Province. Not long after, a post about the official establishment of the VH Alliance appeared on the forum. A member of the Purple Chen Alliance saw the post and immediately sent the content to the group chat. Zhao Yi soon learned about the VH Alliance. Zhao Yi did not feel any threat from the hastily formed VH Alliance. His territory could completely sweep across the entire player territory in the Violet Kingdom. Moreover, 3 Anti-Chen Alliance territories in the Rhoda Province had been destroyed, and more territories would be destroyed every 3 days. After thinking about it, Zhao Yi did not intend to do it alone. Other members of the Purple Chen Alliance had to take action in addition to providing intelligence. Zhao Yi was responsible for destroying the Anti-Chen Alliance's territories of the 1st-class Viscount and above. Other members of the Purple Chen Alliance assembled assassin troops to destroy the Anti-Chen Alliance's territories below the 1st-class Viscount. Zhao Yi explained the situation in the group chat, and all the lords of the Purple Star Alliance expressed their willingness to send troops. Boss Zhao Yi can destroy 3 territories of the 1st-class Viscount level and above at a time. If we gather the assassins from so many territories, we must destroy 3 territories below the 1st-class Viscount level. Currently, there are exactly 3 2nd-class Earls in the Purple Star Alliance, namely Xie Gang, Su Liantao, and Lu Xingyu, and each of them is responsible for an assassin unit. The assassin unit cannot act immediately after gathering. Assassins from multiple territories need a period of training and running in before they can be sent out to perform tasks. Therefore, Zhao Yi will still take action in the short term, and the assassins of other members will be concentrated in the territories of Xie Gang, Su Liantao, and Lu Xingyu for training, and the cost of transportation will be borne by the Alliance. As soon as the Purple Chen Alliance destroyed the 3 Anti-Chen Alliance player territories, the news quickly spread among the Lord players of the entire Violet Kingdom. More Chen Kingdom player lords want to join the Purple Chen Alliance, and a large number of Anti-Chen Alliance player lords are panicked, worried that the Purple Chen Alliance will develop to other provinces of the Violet Kingdom. The Anti-Chen Alliance player lords in various provinces quickly took action, wanting to form an alliance to fight against the Purple Chen Alliance, which was coming at an unknown time. It would be best to destroy some of the Chen player territories with the power of the alliance before the Purple Chen Alliance arrived. At this time, the 1st-class Earl of Larian, whose territory was located in Huda Province, announced the establishment of the VK Alliance, Violet Kingdom Watch Alliance, and welcomed the Lord players in the Violet Kingdom to join. Lorien was not a casual player lord. Lorien's surname was Eurus. There was a Eurus consortium in the Elite Kingdom. Even if it could not be included in the top 10 consortiums in the Elite Kingdom, it was not far from the top 10. In the Blue Star player camp, the strength of the Eurus consortium is slightly weaker, but it can also be ranked in the top 500. The Lorien territory belongs to the first sequence among all the territories of the Eurus consortium. With the resources provided by the entire force, the Lorien territory has no shortage of resources for development. So before this, the focus of the Lorien territory was on developing the territory, and only a small part of its energy was dispersed to the struggle between the Anti-Qin Alliance camp and the Qin Country player camp. Now, because of the huge threat of the Purple Qin Alliance, Lorien had to stand up and form the VK Alliance to fight against the Purple Qin Alliance. Just the status of the first-class Earl of Lorien made a large number of Anti-Qin Alliance player lords in the Violet Kingdom apply to join the VK Alliance. Compared with the Purple Qin Alliance, the VK Alliance accepted all comers. In just half a day, the number of members of the VK Alliance greatly exceeded that of the Purple Qin Alliance. However, in the province of Lathao, the VK Alliance still could not compare with the Purple Qin Alliance. The VH Alliance, which was established not long ago, withdrew from the VH Alliance because of the emergence of the VK Alliance and applied to join the VK Alliance. Zhao Yi took the emergence of the VK Alliance seriously. The sphere of influence of the Purple Qin Alliance was only the Rota province. If Lorien could gather the power of the VK Alliance, the territory of the Qin players outside the Rota province would be in danger. Zhao Yi was also thinking about conquering the Qin players in the Violet Kingdom in the future, but he couldn't let the VK Alliance consume too much. Because of the emergence of the VK Alliance, the Purple Qin Alliance also had to expand to all areas of the Violet Kingdom. Before the Purple Qin Alliance officially announced that it would allow the Qin player lords in the entire Violet Kingdom to join, a guest who couldn't wait to join the Purple Qin Alliance came to Yiqing. If it was just a guest from another weak territory, Zhao Yi could choose not to meet him. But the territory of this guest was only slightly less famous than his own territory in the entire Violet Kingdom, so Zhao Yi needed to meet him. The entire team of guests who came to Yiqing was composed of female professionals. The leader was a 4th-level swordsman named Pan Shuer, who was only 2 years older than Zhao Yi, with a good appearance and a pair of long legs that were very conspicuous. Pan Shuer came to Yiqing to meet Zhao Yi on behalf of the second-class Earl Guiying. Pan Shuer had 2 tasks in total. One was to make Guiying join the Zichen League, and the other was to find a way to sign a contract with Zhao Yi, so that when Guiying was in danger, Zhao Yi or the Zichen League could send troops to support Guiying. The expansion of the Purple Qin Alliance and Gu Yingling's requests for help were both caused by the VK Alliance. Gu Yingling and Lorienling are both located in the Huda province of the Violet Kingdom. Gu Yingling is only a second-class earldom, while Lorienling is a first-class earldom. Gu Yingling is a force with only one player's territory, and has more financial resources than ordinary individual player territories. Lorienling is backed by the Eurus Consortium, and its financial resources are far beyond what Guiying can compare. Before this, Lorien only devoted a small part of his energy to participate in the confrontation between the Anti-Qin Alliance camp and the Qin Kingdom player camp. Even if it was just a small part of their energy, with the strength of the Lorien territory, it was not something that the Qin player lords in Huda province could resist. It was Guiying who gathered the strength of the Qin player lords in Huda province and barely stopped the Lorien territory. Now Lorien has formed the VK Alliance and put more energy into the confrontation between the Anti-Qin Alliance camp and the Qin player camp. Although the VK Alliance has just been formed, Guiying has already felt that the situation is not good. If no changes are made, his territory and other Qin player territories in Huda province will be destroyed by the VK Alliance. Guiying immediately chose to send her assistant Pan Shuer to represent herself in Zhao Yi territory and ask for an audience with Zhao Yi, hoping to resist the VK Alliance by introducing the power of the Purple Star Alliance. Zhao Yi met Pan Shuer in the reception room of the city hall. In front of Zhao Yi, Pan Shuer was very humble. Boss Zhao Yi, I come from the second-class Earl territory of Guiying in Huda province, a territory that only recruits female professionals. I am the assistant of Earl Guiying. Because of the emergence of the VK Alliance, our territory has no strength to resist the Lorien territory, let alone the VK Alliance. I hope to join the Purple Star Alliance. When our territory is in danger, I hope to get support from Boss Zhao Yi. Pan Shuer told all of her intentions without any concealment, and even her words and expressions looked very pitiful. It seemed that she hoped that Zhao Yi, as a man, could help a group of pitiful girls. Gu Yingling only recruited female professionals, which was a disadvantage as well as an advantage. In the entire Origin continent, there were many female lords who chose to only recruit female professionals, but there were very few territories that could persist until today. Gu Yingling was probably one of the strongest territories of this type. Guing is a second-class earldom, and there are so many girls in Guing, so most of the Chen player lords in Huda province can be united by Guing to fight against Lao Liang. Originally, the Purple Chen Alliance planned to pacify the Loda province first, and then expand outward, but the emergence of the VK Alliance has posed a huge threat to the Purple Chen Alliance and the Chen player lords outside the Loda province. I have decided that the Purple Chen Alliance will recruit members from the entire Violet Kingdom. Your territory meets the requirements of the Purple Chen Alliance, you can join it. As a member of the Purple Chen Alliance, once your territory is in danger, the Purple Chen Alliance will send troops to rescue it. Hearing Zhao Yi's words, Pan Shuer, who tried to act pitiful in front of Zhao Yi, almost jumped up excitedly. She didn't expect that this mission could be accomplished so easily. The mission was completed, and the pressure in her heart was greatly reduced. Pan Shuer was in the mood to chat with the handsome guy in front of her, and learn more about Zhao Yi and Zhao Yiling through chatting. Zhao Yi didn't have anything important to do now, and his men were responsible for announcing the expansion of the Zichen League. Now there was a pretty girl to chat with, so he just chatted. Zhao Yi was also very interested in Gu Yingling, a territory that only recruited female professionals. I even thought of going to Guing territory to see what Guing territory, where there are girls everywhere, is like. As they chatted, Pan Shuer got to know Zhao Yi better, and suddenly an interesting idea came to her mind. Zhao Yi is single, and her boss is also single. Is it possible for these two to be a couple? With this idea, Pan Shuer left Zhao Yi territory and returned to Guing territory. In the Lord's office in the City Hall of Guing Lord City, Pan Shuer knocked on the door and pushed it open. Boss, I'm back. Pan Shuer walked to the chair opposite Guing and sat down, watching Guing busy with the territory affairs. On Blue Star, Pan Shuer was Gu Ying's assistant. The two were only 1 year apart in age, and they were basically like good sisters and good girlfriends, so Pan Shuer could be so unrestrained in front of Guing. Facing Pan Shuer's return, Guing continued to be busy with the territory affairs. After 3 minutes, she finished the work at hand, put the pair of burdens on her chest on the table, and looked up at Pan Shuer. The mission was completed very well. With Zhao Yi and the Purple Star Alliance, the crisis in our territory has been resolved. What do you think of your trip to Zhao Yi's territory? Through the address book, Pan Shuer has already reported the matter to Guing, and there is no need to report it again. Now Guing wants to know more about the situation in Zhao Yi's territory. How should I put it? Zhao Yi's territory is worthy of being a first-class earldom. Its strength is at least 3 times that of our territory. Perhaps Zhao Yi's territory is not much worse than Lorian's. After all, Zhao Yi's territory was promoted to a first-class earldom earlier than Lorian's. After introducing Zhao Yiling to Guing, Pan Shuer winked at Guing again. Boss, let me tell you something secretly. Boss Zhao Yi is very handsome, and still single. He is able to run such a large territory. Boss Zhao Yi is quite capable. I think he is more suitable for you. Boss, if you don't find a partner, you will get old. And our territory only recruits female professionals. It is much more difficult to continue to develop than other territories. If you two can succeed, his territory will be yours, he. Guing glared at Pan Shuer, but Pan Shuer's words went in one ear and out the other. She had no idea about Zhao Yi, and her mind turned to thinking about the situation in the Violet Kingdom. First, Lorian formed the VK Alliance, and then the Purple Chen Alliance also began to recruit members from the entire Violet Kingdom, and the number of members of the two alliances increased rapidly. The VK Alliance, with more and more members, did not take any action for the time being. If they wanted to gather assassins from various territories to attack the Chen Kingdom player territory, it would be impossible without training together for a few days. Zhao Yi understood this, and so did Lorian. The VK Alliance did not take action, but the Violet Alliance continued its actions. Only 3 days had passed since the destruction of the 3 Anti-Chen Alliance territories in Latal Province, and 2 first-class Viscount territories, and 1 third-class earldom in Latal Province were attacked by a more powerful undead army than usual. Faced with such a powerful undead army attacking the city, the lords of the 3 territories immediately asked for help from the VK Alliance, and Lorian also immediately mobilized the troops of his own territory and other members of the VK Alliance to support the 3 members under attack. With the support, the 3 territories were not destroyed, but the losses were relatively large, and even the supporting alliance army suffered a lot of losses. The previously collected membership fees were used to pay for the Alliance Army's military expenses, and nearly one-fifth of them were consumed at once. If the Purple Star Alliance attacked a few more times, the VK Alliance would be short of funds. If it wanted to maintain the VK Alliance, Lorion had to continue to inject funds. Lorion began to have a headache. The VK Alliance was established to fight against the Purple Star Alliance. In the future, it would cost a lot of magic crystals, and even Blue Star wealth to maintain the VK Alliance. The development of his own territory was dragged down by the VK Alliance. Even though it was a first-order territory under Eurus, the Eurus Consortium was not well developed in the game world, and the resources it provided to itself were limited. But without the VK Alliance, when the Purple Star Alliance expanded to the entire Violet Kingdom, a first-class earldom would not be able to resist the Purple Star Alliance. After thinking for a long time, Lorion could not think of a solution, which gave him a headache. Chapter 250. Zhao Yi felt a little regretful for not destroying the 3 Antichun Alliance player territories. With the emergence of the VK Alliance, the Antichun Alliance Lord players in the Violet Kingdom really united. It would be much more difficult to destroy the Antichun Alliance, VK Alliance, player territories. But even if they were not destroyed, facing the undead army, the 3 VK Alliance player territories would suffer some losses, and even the VK Alliance reinforcements would suffer some losses. In addition to the military expenditure, how long could the VK Alliance last? 3 days later, Zhao Yi sent out 3 4th-level assassins to continue to attack the 3 targets from last time. The reinforcements of the VK Alliance arrived in time, and the 3 territories suffered even greater losses, and the reinforcements also suffered some losses. Seeing the loss of the territory, one lord felt that his territory could no longer be maintained and decided to give up the territory. The other 2 lords were also hesitant. After learning about this situation, Lorion came up with an idea to accept the high-quality population in his territory. The Lorion territory originally focused on recruiting players, and the territories of individual players mostly recruited natives. As players continue to integrate into the game world, more player lords recruit both players and indigenous people. Zhao Yiling is a good example. The original population of the territory was mainly indigenous people, but now there are 30,000 players joining in. The joining of players has not affected the development of Zhao Yiling. In today's lack of high-quality recruits and crazy increase in recruitment points, it is becoming increasingly difficult to improve the strength of the territory. If the high-quality population of these 3 territories can be incorporated into one's own territory, the strength of one's own territory will be able to increase a lot. In the future, we will continue to accept high-quality populations from other VK Alliance member territories, and even reach the point where a first-class earldom will have the strength to compete with a marquisdom. If we want to accept high-quality populations, we must pay something. If we lose our territories, we can use more wealth from Blue Star to exchange for these high-quality populations. For the Eurus Consortium, there is not much wealth in the game world, but there is still a lot of wealth on Blue Star, provided that those people are willing to accept the wealth on Blue Star. Thinking of this, Lorion immediately asked his men to contact the 3 Lord players. Faced with the fact that the territory of Lorion wanted to exchange the wealth of Blue Star for high-quality population, the 3 Lord players were willing, and they also wanted to join the territory of Lorion. Giving up the territory, they only have 3 paths in the future: settling in the Aboriginal City, developing power in the Aboriginal City, and choosing to join the player territory. Settling in the Aboriginal City, the level increase speed is greatly reduced. They have or are about to obtain a large amount of Blue Star wealth. What they are pursuing now is to upgrade, gain youth, health and more life. To develop power in the native city, mainly to establish a mercenary group, the upgrade speed can be improved a little, but the emergence of one's own power will cause hostility from the native power, which is very dangerous. Joining other players' territories has the fastest upgrade speed among the 3 options, but you need to find a powerful territory to join. With your own strength, you can also gain a certain status, which is enough. The territory of Lorion they know is a very good choice. The 3 Lord players all expressed their desire to join Lorion with a try-it attitude. His subordinates reported this to Lorion. There were 3 Lord players, 2 at level 3 and 1 at level 4. It was not bad to accept them. After all, the number of players in his territory accounted for the vast majority. The high-quality population of the 3 territories was directly transferred here, not recruited, and their loyalty could not be guaranteed. The 3 Lord players could continue to lead their old subordinates. As for the 3 Lord players, who did not dare to rebel with their old subordinates, on Blue Star, with the power of the Eurus Consortium, it was easy to deal with them. Only a small number of Lord players can keep their information strictly confidential until now. After making the decision, Lorien immediately met with the 3 Lord players and finally signed a contract. The 3 Lord players returned to their territories and sent the population needed by their territories to the Lorien territory through the teleportation array. If the territory is in Huda province, it is closer to the Lorien territory, and the teleportation array can be omitted. As the high-quality population of the 3 players' territories entered the Lorien territory, the strength of the Lorien territory increased rapidly. Because the original purpose of the Lorien territory was to recruit players, the matter could not be kept completely secret. The other members of the VK Alliance and the Purple Star Alliance knew about the transaction between the Lorien territory and the 3 original VK Alliance members. Regarding this transaction, some members of the VK Alliance were happy that the strength of the boss Lorien had increased, and he could better lead the VK Alliance to fight against the Purple Star Alliance. Some members were angry and worried that if their territory was attacked, rescue would not be timely, and they would be forced to trade with Lorien. Some members were thinking about the possibility of joining the Lorien territory, and it seemed that joining the past would not be a bad idea. In the Zechen Alliance, the most worried are Guing and the lords whose territories are in Huda province. As the strength of the Lorien territory increases, their territories are the most dangerous. Zhao Yi said in the group, "It's okay, leave Lorien to me." Although the second attack on the 3 VK Alliance member territories severely damaged them and forced them to give up their territories, Zhao Yi was not very satisfied with this result, especially since the strength of the Lorien territory would increase as a result. No matter how much the strength of the Lorien territory increases, its strength is still less than 1/10 of that of Zhao Yi's territory. However, as the strength of the Lorien territory increases, the cost of destroying the Lorien territory will also increase. It would be better to attack the Lorien territory now. Even if it is not possible to destroy or severely injure the Lorien territory, it is necessary to make the Lorien territory suffer greater losses, and make the strength of the Lorien territory continue to decline. Finally, the Lorien territory will be destroyed. Without the leadership of Lorien, even if the VK Alliance still exists, it will become very scattered and unable to resist the Purple Star Alliance. Zhao Yi's words made the members of the Purple Star Alliance feel much more relieved. First, the 3 Anti-Chen Alliance territories were destroyed, and then the 3 VK Alliance member territories gave up themselves. Zhao Yi's strength was seen by all the members of the Purple Star Alliance. With such a big boss in the Purple Star Alliance, they felt very relieved. Following the boss's command, they would definitely be able to destroy the VK Alliance. It was another day of the Undead's daily siege, and Zhao Yi was ready to send out assassins. There were teleportation arrays placed in various parts of the Violet Kingdom, but the teleportation array in Huda province was very far away from the territory of Lorien. Among the members of the Purple Star Alliance in Huda province, Gu Ying's territory was the closest to the territory of Lorien, but in fact the distance was quite far. The territories of the players in the Qin Kingdom that were close to the territory of Lorien had already been killed by the territory of Lorien. Gu Ying's territory is a second-class earldom. Gu Ying also gathered the power of some Qin country player territories in Huda province to stop the Lorien territory. Gu Ying, open the territory teleportation array. My people are going to go to the Lorien territory. After receiving Zhao Yi's message, Gu Ying replied immediately, Alliance leader, I will have people open the teleportation array right away. Gu Ying was more relieved that Zhao Yi's people came to his territory. Zhao Yi's strength, current identity, and previous actions all showed that Zhao Yi was trustworthy. Gu Ying ordered people to open the teleportation array while walking out of the city hall with Pan Shuer and riding on the magic beast to the teleportation array. When the 2 women arrived at the teleportation array area, the 3 4th-level assassins led by Zhao Yi had already walked out of the teleportation array. The 3 4th-level assassins would not be rude just because the nobles in front of them were women. Nobles are nobles, and there are many female nobles, not to mention that the female nobles in front of them are also 4th-level professionals. Most assassins are relatively taciturn because of their professions, and the 2 sides did not communicate much. Gu Ying mainly asked what kind of help they could provide. Finally, Gu Ying sent someone to lead the 3 assassins to continue using the teleportation array to go to the town closest to the territory of Lorien, and then sent a cavalry unit to escort the 3 assassins out of the territory. Are they level 3 or level 4? Gu Ying whispered. If they are all level 4 assassins, how many level 4 professionals are there in Zhao Yi's territory? How strong is Zhao Yi's territory? Pan Shuer felt that it was a bit impossible, and Gu Ying also felt that she was overthinking it. Perhaps among these 3 assassins, at most one was level 4. Regardless of whether these 3 assassins were level 3 or level 4, the 2 women were happy because Zhao Yi attacked the Lorient territory so quickly. As the strength of the Lorient territory increased, and the VK Alliance united its forces, it was very likely that the first target would be their territory. Although Zhao Yi only sent 3 assassins, Gu Ying already knew that Zhao Yi had only sent 3 assassins before, 1 assassin for 1 target. Undoubtedly, the assassins carried alchemical tools that could disguise the huge breath of life, which could be reused. Disposable alchemy tools are so expensive, and reusable alchemy tools are even more expensive. With the financial resources of Gu Ying's territory, it is estimated that it can only deal with a first-class Viscount territory with tens of thousands of low-grade magic crystals, and even a third-class Earl territory cannot be destroyed. It is really hard to imagine how strong Zhao Yi's financial resources are, and he can spend more than 1 million to buy 3 reusable alchemy tools. On Blue Star, Gu Ying's father founded a company. When Gu Ying was in college, his father died of illness. Gu Ying dropped out of school to take over the company. With Gu Ying's efforts, the company's performance has been rising steadily. If the company goes public, the normal market value will be more than 10 billion Qin yuan. Market value is market value. Gu Ying has limited funds, so a small force can only support the development of a territory. Even if all the funds are used, it may not be able to buy one of Zhao Yi's 3 alchemy tools. Because Gu Ying prefers to hire female employees, after coming to the game world, he established a territory that only recruits female professionals. At night, a stronger undead army than usual attacked the Lord City of Lorient. The air cavalry and the assassin reported the situation to Lorient. After learning about the situation of the undead army, Lorient was a little angry. Damn the Purple Star Alliance, they actually attacked him. The attacking undead army is very strong. The territory has grown a lot in the past few days, but facing this undead army, the territory will suffer a lot of losses. If you are lucky, you will lose less than 500 people. If you are unlucky, the loss will exceed 1,000. This is not a problem that can be solved by sending reinforcements. The strength of each territory of the VK Alliance is not good, unless only the 2nd to 4th level professionals are mobilized to come to support. In order to destroy the incoming undead army, the military supplies of his territory will also be consumed. Military supplies are all purchased with magic crystals. After a war, the territory of Lorient lost more than 700 people, which is equivalent to nearly 1/50th of the total strength of the territory's army. Almost a 3rd-level professional was killed in the battle. Destroying so many undead can gain more points, and professionals can also gain more experience. But Lorient felt very painful. It was very difficult to replenish the lost personnel. Nearly 1/50th of the total strength of the territory's army was lost at one time. If the Purple Star Alliance continues to attack, it will only lose more, which cannot be compensated by the extra points. Coupled with the consumption of military supplies, the territory lost this time is very large. Now Lorient must solve a problem, to prevent the Purple Star Alliance from attacking again. There are several ways that Lorient can think of for the Purple Star Alliance to attack. The first one is that the VK Alliance and the Purple Star Alliance reconcile. The 2 sides stop fighting, and develop peacefully. If the Purple Star Alliance is unwilling to reconcile, then spend money, and use the wealth of Blue Star to exchange for peace. The second option is that the VK Alliance also takes action, attacking members of the Purple Star Alliance, and even attacking the territory of Zhao Yi, the leader of the Purple Star Alliance. You hit me, I hit you, and we can't develop. For the development of the territory, everyone will reconcile. There is also a third option, which is to directly destroy Zhao Yi. Without Zhao Yi, the Purple Star Alliance will be useless, and there will be enough time to destroy all the territories of the members of the Purple Star Alliance one by one. The third option is what Lorient wants to choose the most, but it seems that there is no possibility of destroying Zhao Yi immediately. If there is a way, Lorient will not think about it at all, and will use it directly. Let's choose the first one first, negotiate peace. If negotiation doesn't work, fight to promote peace. At the same time, Lorient thought in his mind that when he returned to Blue Star, he must mobilize the consortium to find Zhao Yi and make him disappear. In order to prevent the next attack of the Purple Star Alliance, Lorient also decided to send more patrols. On the next day of the daily siege of the undead, they would patrol the other side of the attack route of the undead army, and drive away or kill the assassins of the Purple Star Alliance. On the other side, 3 assassins returned to Gu Ying's territory, and Gu Ying came to ask the assassins about the situation in Lorient's territory. The assassin would not tell the details of the mission, but only revealed a little. The enemy lost at least 500 people this time. The leader of Lorien lost at least 500 people. Even if all the losses were zero-level professionals, it was still a big loss for the leader of Lorien. Guing smiled, that was enough. She did not expect to severely damage the leader of Lorien in one go. As long as she could contain the leader of Lorien's energy, it would be fine so that he would not attack her territory. Zhao Yi also did not expect to severely damage the leader of Lorien in one go. He was not in a hurry. He would take his time. If he was in a hurry, Zhao Yi could take out more magic crystals, and buy better alchemy tools to deal with the leader of Lorien. Not long after returning from killing monsters, Zhao Yi received a report from his subordinates. He was very surprised to receive a peace talk from Lorien. Don't fight anymore. Fighting will only hurt both sides. Let's talk about peace and develop peacefully. Only by being promoted to the Marquisate as soon as possible can we occupy a place on the origin continent. Zhao Yi naturally ignored Lorien's peace talk. Chapter 251. A new day has arrived. Zhao Yi opened his eyes, and a few seconds later, the system panel appeared out of thin air. You won 55 battles. You eliminated 962,540 undead. You lost 107 soldiers. Battle rating 1S, 2A, 5B, 11C, 36E. Points increased by 273.58%. Professional experience increased by 273.58%. Obtained 1 diamond treasure chest, 2 crystal treasure chests, 5 platinum treasure chests, 11 gold treasure chests, 36 bronze treasure chests. It has been 24 days since the territory was promoted to the third-class dukedom. Thanks to the efforts of the Earth Mages, the newly built cities in the 3 neighboring provinces of Lothel Province have all reached the scale of a first-class small city, and the population has exceeded 60,000. Next, the 3 cities will use magic materials to build a first-level mid-city scale city wall, and the population of the 3 cities will grow at a faster rate. These 3 cities can bring Zhao Yi a platinum treasure chest every 3 days. At the same time, the third team of the territory, formed by the 4th level space mage Claudine, has been established and put into use. The strongest team is Zhao Yi's team, the second is Fei Jin's team, and Claudine's team is the weakest, but every time they go to the cemetery to swipe monsters, they can also kill more than 10,000 undead. The third monster killing team can bring 2 gold treasure chests to Zhao Yi every day. With the efforts of these two, the points and combat professional experience bonus increased slightly, reaching 273.58%. However, the points obtained every day vary. Yesterday, only 176 million points were obtained, which is considered low. In terms of obtaining points, it mainly depends on luck, whether the assassin can explore a cemetery with many 4th level undead, many 5th level undead, or a small number of 6th level undead. Because the 3 monster killing teams under Zhao Yi frequently attacked the cemeteries in the Violet Kingdom, Cedric, the 8th level skeleton king in charge of the entire Violet Kingdom, was furious. However, due to the limitation of rule power and Zhao Yi's territory being strong enough, there is no way to eliminate the 3 monster killing teams or destroy Zhao Yi's territory for the time being. Therefore, there are very few level 5 and level 6 undead in the cemeteries in the Violet Kingdom, and they try not to be found by the monster-killing teams. To be promoted from a 3rd-class duke to a 2nd-class duke, 6 level 6 undead must be eliminated, and the task has been completed. However, Zhao Yi feels that to be promoted from a 2nd-class duke to a 1st-class duke, more level 6 undead must be eliminated, which is difficult to accomplish in the Violet Kingdom. It is expected that we will need to go to the cemetery outside the Violet Kingdom to eliminate the 6th level undead. Unfortunately, eliminating the undead in the cemetery outside the native country of the territory does not count in the battle settlement. No extra points and combat professional experience bonus, and no treasure chest can be obtained. A total of 107 soldiers died in battle yesterday, one of whom was an unlucky 1st level spearman, and the others were all 0-level professionals. Unknowingly, every night when the undead attacked the city, the number of deaths in Zhao Yi's territory has exceeded 100. If it happened 7 times, it is equivalent to the loss of soldiers in Lorien's territory last night. In fact, the 700 people lost by the territory of Lorien were only the losses of the territory's main city. Under normal circumstances, the number of people lost in the territory's main city is between 50 and 100, and 700 people are almost the number of people lost by the territory of Lorien in a month. And under normal circumstances, only the 0 level and a small number of 1st level people were lost. Last night, 5 2nd level people were lost, more than 50 1st level people were lost, and a 3rd level person was almost lost. Just to promote these people to the 1st and 2nd levels, the advancement stones consumed are worth at least 20,000 low-grade magic crystals. Zhao Yi territory has 11 small cities and 36 towns, and Lorien territory also has 9 towns and 90 villages. Last night, outside the main city, the territory of Lorien also lost dozens of people. All of them were 0 level. The main reason is that the scale of the battles in towns and villages is relatively small, so the number of soldiers lost is also small. Under normal circumstances, the loss of each daily siege of the undead to the territory of Lorien is about 100 people, mainly 0 level, with a few 1st level. Such a loss can be borne by the territory of Lorien. Before the next siege of the undead, not only will the loss be made up, but the territory's strength will also be slightly improved. For other territories, the loss can only be made up, and the territory's development will stagnate. If the loss cannot be made up, the territory's strength will decline, and they will eventually be forced to abandon the territory. But the total loss of the Lorien territory was close to 800 people, and the loss of 2nd-level professionals was huge. A 2nd-level professional cannot be cultivated, and Lorien would not feel bad if there were more 0-level professionals. The size of Zhao Yi territory is dozens of times that of Lorien territory. The number of professionals in Zhao Yi territory alone is more than the total population of Lorien territory. The loss of about 100 people at a time is less than 1,000th of the total strength of the occupied army, and most of the losses are 0 level, so the impact on the strength of the territory's army is almost negligible. After taking a final look at the treasure chest, Zhao Yi closed the system panel. After opening a wave of treasure chests on the last day of October, Zhao Yi continued to save treasure chests because of the fate dice. The direct result of not opening treasure chests is that the number of 4th level and 5th level professionals in the territory has sharply decreased, and only 3rd level and 4th level professionals can be promoted. The points required for recruiting personnel are constantly increasing, and even the points required for recruiting 4th level professionals are constantly increasing. The points required to recruit the cheapest 4th level shooter have exceeded 15 million. The points required to recruit 5th and 6th level professionals have not changed, but a 5th level professional requires at least 100 million points, and a 6th level professional requires at least 1 billion points. Even Zhao Yi can't afford it. When the territory is promoted to a 2nd-class dukedom, Zhao Yi will have to choose areas in the 3 provinces of the Violet Kingdom to build 3 central cities. The central cities need 5th level professionals to sit in, and more 4th level professionals are needed. The number of 5th level and 4th level professionals under Zhao Yi will not be enough by then. The best option is to open all the treasure chests accumulated these days after the territory is promoted to the 2nd-class dukedom. In addition, Zhao Yi has another plan, even if he buys the Destiny Dice at a high price in the Void Trading Market. The Destiny Dice can be opened from the Crystal Treasure Chest. For a territory with strong enough strength, when it is a 3rd-class earldom, the population of the main city reaches 30,000, and then the Crystal Treasure Chest can be obtained. There are tens of thousands of earldoms in the Blue Star player camp. No matter how small the chance of opening the Destiny Dice is, there will always be players who can open the Destiny Dice. Most of the Lord players dare not save treasure chests for dozens of days, like Zhao Yi. If they open it again, they will be lucky to save a few treasure chests. As long as the price offered by Zhao Yi is high enough, it will always attract players who are willing to sell the Destiny Dice. The value of the Destiny Dice to Zhao Yi can exceed 100 million low-grade magic crystals. For other players, being able to exchange a Destiny Dice for 1 million low-grade magic crystals is a huge profit. The confrontation between the Zichan Alliance and the VK Alliance continues. The first time he negotiated peace, Zhao Yi ignored him. The second time he negotiated peace, he hoped to use the wealth of Blue Star to exchange for the peaceful development of Zichan League and VK Alliance, but was ignored by Zhao Yi again. The 2 times of ignoring made Lorien completely angry, and he was ready to attack Zhao Yi. Lorien did not choose to buy expensive alchemy props. He did not have enough money to buy such a cost-effective thing. Lorien was going to send an assassin team to Zhao Yi's territory. This assassin team was mainly composed of the assassins of Lorien, and the 1st to 3rd level assassins under the various members of the VK Alliance were gathered to form a powerful assassin team with more than 1,000 people. Such a powerful assassin force is enough to increase the strength of the undead army attacking Zhao Yi's main city, causing more losses to Zhao Yi. Before the assassin force is dispatched, Zhao Yi needs to be investigated in advance. This is relatively easy. Some forces of the Anti-Chan Alliance have investigated Zhao Yi. Occasionally, a lucky assassin sneaks into Zhao Yi's territory and passes on the information before being shot by the patrol team. The location of Yicheng, the time and route of the undead army attacking Yicheng, and other information were obtained by Lorion at a little cost. The next step is to send the assassins to reach the target area before the next daily siege of the undead. Lorion learned that Zhao Yiling was very vigilant, and the patrols led by the third-level professionals were constantly patrolling, and even the third-level assassins found it difficult to sneak into Zhao Yiling. But on the night of the undead siege, Zhao Yiling would definitely withdraw the patrols, which was the best time for the assassins to enter Zhao Yiling and reach the target location before the undead army left the cemetery to attack Yicheng. The only problem is that there are too many assassins. The more people there are, the more likely it is that an accident will happen. So the assassins must disperse in small teams, and the target locations of each team must be different, as long as they are on the same line as the undead army's siege route. Lorion is preparing to attack Yicheng, and Zhao Yi is also preparing to attack the leader of Lorion. In the past night, the damage caused to the leader of Lorion was relatively small, and Zhao Yi was very dissatisfied. He will continue to attack the leader of Lorion the night after tomorrow. If we continue to attack Lord Lorion, the loss of Lord Lorion will not be too great. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yi prepared to dispatch the assassination troops of the Purple Star Alliance. At that time, the 3 4th-level assassins will continue to carry alchemical tools and target the main city of Lord Lorion. Because of the attack last night, Lorion will definitely increase patrols on the next day of the undead siege. But no matter how strong the patrols are, it is difficult to find the 4th-level assassins. Moreover, the main patrol area of Lord Lorion is the main city area, and the patrol intensity of towns and villages outside the main city is very low. Towns usually have teleportation arrays, so the assassins of the Purple Star Alliance target those villages without teleportation arrays. The defense of the village itself is very weak. Usually, the strongest village garrison is only level 1, and the soldiers are mainly level 0. Sending 10 to 20 assassins over can attract an army of undead that can destroy a village. The Purple Star Alliance has assembled 2nd level and 3rd level assassins. From the current 400+ members of the Purple Star Alliance, each of them can mobilize an assassin, plus Zhao Yiling's assassin, and they can form a 500-man assassin team that can target at least 25 villages in Lorion County at a time. Gu Yingling basically does not collect specific intelligence about the villages in Lorion County, but it most collects intelligence about the towns. When the Lord players attack each other, they often target the main city. Once the main city is captured by the undead army, it is equivalent to the destruction of the territory. Next, the undead army will directly attack other cities and villages in the territory, so the affiliated towns and villages outside the main city are not important. The loss of a village is only a small loss for an earldom, and it is mainly disgusting. There are also many Lord players in the entire Origin continent who attack the subordinate villages of the enemy's territory. In the end, both the enemy and us attacked the subordinate villages. As the battle went on, we gave up the villages and took the village population back to the city. Lorion territory is strong enough, and only Larion territory can attack. No Lord of Qin country player has attacked Larion territory before. Lorion territory is like many first-class Earl territories. The development of the territory has reached a bottleneck, and the strength is growing slowly. It is just waiting for the Lord to be promoted to the 5th level, and the territory to be promoted to the Marquisate. In order to improve the strength of the territory, all the quotas of the affiliated towns and villages had to be used up to increase the population of the territory as much as possible. On the one hand, Lorion also understood the importance of population, and on the other hand, recruiting personnel required continuous increase in points, and early recruitment saved points. When promoted to the Marquisate, the village population could be moved to the city. Lorion had never thought that the Purple Star Alliance would attack the villages in his territory. Although Gu Yingling did not have specific information about the villages in Lorion's territory, it did not take much information to send 2nd level and 3rd level assassins to attack weak villages. The 2nd level and 3rd level assassins can hide in places close to the village without being discovered by the village garrison, and then they will attract a more powerful army of undead to attack the village. However, Zhao Yi soon thought of a problem. The Zichen Alliance did not develop traders in the VK Alliance, but the VK Alliance may develop traders in the Zichen Alliance. The plan to attack the villages affiliated to the Lorion territory cannot be leaked in advance. If it is leaked, the prepared Lorion territory and the Zichen Alliance assassins will suffer heavy losses. There is a better solution to this problem. The assembled assassin troops only need native assassins, not player assassins. There is still some time before the next day of the undead siege, so the assassins can be gathered in advance, divided into teams and trained. There is no need to explain the mission during training or even during the execution of the mission. The captain of the assassin team can be the assassin of Zhao Yiling, and the assassins from the members of the Zichen League only need to obey the command. If it is a traitorous player assassin, after arriving in Huda province, or before entering the territory of Lorient, or before going to the target village, you can send out the content of the mission through the address book. The player assassins didn't know the specific mission content, but the player assassins and Lorient could make some guesses. Moreover, the Purple Star Alliance assassins had entered their territory. No matter what the mission was, the most important thing was to send a large army to eliminate these assassins. Player assassins could not be used, so only the indigenous assassins could be gathered. Among the more than 400 members of the Purple Star Alliance, 70% of the territories were mainly recruited from indigenous people. Not only did the official subordinate territories of the Qin Kingdom in the Rhoda province join the Purple Star Alliance, but all the official subordinate territories of the Qin Kingdom in the Violet Kingdom also joined the Purple Star Alliance, and the subordinate territories of the major player forces in the Qin Kingdom all joined the Purple Star Alliance. Among them, there are also territories under the Qin government and the territories under the major player forces of Qin, which only recruit indigenous people. One problem is solved, and there is another problem, that is, the assassin troops need to be teleported to Gu Ying's territory first, and then go to Lorient's territory. Gu Ying is trustworthy, but Gu Ying's territory is mainly composed of players, and it is possible to leak the arrival of the assassin troops. Gu Ying will have to make more preparations at that time. After confirming the plan, Zhao Yi opened the group chat. First Earl Zhao Yi and all personnel have formulated a plan against the VK Alliance. In order to prevent the possible traitor from leaking the plan, all members will be able to send 1 or 2 indigenous second-level assassins and third-level assassins to Yicheng for collective training for 10 days. Understood. Received. Send the native assassins to the leader's territory. Sending only 1 or 2 assassins is easy for most members of the Purple Star Alliance. The earldom usually sends a third-level assassin and a second-level assassin, and the viscountdom usually sends 2 second-level assassins. If only 1 assassin is sent, it is also a third-level assassin. In addition, the lord who only recruits players cannot send native assassins. Less than 10 minutes after Zhao Yi issued the notice, the teleportation array in Yicheng lit up, and assassins kept coming out of the teleportation array. Not all member territories have medium-sized teleportation arrays that can teleport across provinces. Assassins can only go to the native city for transit and finally come to Yicheng. Now the only native force in the Violet Kingdom that poses a threat is Ostash, but Ostash will not leave the capital, so Zhao Yi dared to connect the teleportation array with the native city. In addition, for the assassin troops assembled by the members of the Luata province of the Purple Star Alliance, the members of the Luata province chose to draw second-level and third-level assassins from here to Yicheng. Within an hour, all members who could dispatch native assassins sent assassins to Yicheng, totaling 589 people, including 435 second-level assassins and 154 third-level assassins. Zhao Yi dispatched 1 fourth-level assassin, 29 third-level assassins, and 11 second-level assassins to join the assassination team, bringing the number of assassins to 630. The commander of the assassination team was a 4th-level assassin, and a total of 30 teams were formed, with 21 assassins in each team, and the captains were 1 4th-level assassin and 29 third-level assassins under Zhao Yi. When the mission is over, the assassins return to their respective territories and report the situation of the assassination troops to their lords. The members of the Purple Star Alliance will definitely be shocked. There are 29 third-level assassins alone, which should not be all of Zhao Yiling. How many 4th-level assassins does Zhao Yiling have? How many 4th-level professionals does Zhao Yiling have? There is indeed a traitor in the Purple Star Alliance, who was bought by Lorient with a large sum of money, but because of the attack by the Purple Star Alliance last night, the traitor has just been developed not long ago. There are always people who bowed down for money. The 2 parties signed a contract, and Lorient provided a huge amount of Blue Star wealth and immigration qualifications to the Kingdom of Eli. Lorient did not pay much attention to the assassination team formed by the Purple Star Alliance, but paid attention to the way Zhao Yi attacked his territory last night. Zhao Yi only sent out 3 assassins. Zhao Yi's wealth in the game world is actually more than his own with the support of the Qiao Ruisi Consortium. He bought 3 expensive alchemical props that can disguise the huge breath of life, which can still be reused. The major player forces were reluctant to buy it, but Zhao Yi bought it. This opponent is very powerful. Lorient felt that no matter how many people he sent to patrol, it would be difficult to find the 3 assassins. He continued to make up his mind to attack Zhao Yiling the night after tomorrow, and Lorient also planned to introduce external forces. The first-class earldom of Zhao Yi, whose wealth may be very exaggerated, deserves the attention of the Anti-Chen Alliance. With the power of the VK Alliance, it can only fight with Zhao Yiling. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you, and the development of my own territory is dragged down. If you can get the support of the Anti-Chen Alliance, there is a possibility of destroying Zhao Yiling. The VK Alliance is the only one in the Violet Kingdom. Lorion, who dominates the VK Alliance, is qualified to compete with the territories cultivated by those big forces. Through the address book, Lorion reported Zhao Yiling's situation to the Eurus Consortium, and the Eurus Consortium reported it to the official Eli State. Finally, the official Eli State made it an issue at the new meeting of the Anti-Chen Alliance. The major forces of the Anti-Chen Alliance felt that Zhao Yiling's financial resources were indeed a bit too much. As a European player, it was understandable. But wealth alone was not enough. I don't think a single player's territory can compete with the major forces of the Anti-Chen Alliance. Now the goal of the major player forces is to train subordinate territories, to be promoted to marquee territories, as soon as possible, and those who have been promoted to marquee territories should quickly catch up with Cheng Jinling. The threat level of Zhao Yiling is far less than that of Cheng Jinling. In the final vote, more than half of the votes believe that they should support Lao Liangling to severely damage Zhao Yiling, or even destroy him. The vote continued, and there were 5 options for how many magic crystals or equivalent materials should be supported to Lao Liangling: 100,000, 300,000, 500,000, 700,000, and 1 million. In the end, the option of 100,000 low-grade magic crystals received more than 1/3 of the votes. The Anti-Chen Alliance decided to support Lao Liangling with 100,000 low-grade magic crystals, or equivalent materials. After learning about this situation, Lorion was not angry, but a little disappointed. 100,000 low-grade magic crystals could not even support 2 battles of the scale of the night before yesterday. It is better to have it than not to have it. It is a free profit. Lorion firmly believed in the idea of using fighting to promote peace. He did not want to continue fighting with the Purple Chen Alliance. Everyone developed quietly and rushed to the Marquisate. A new day came, and it was the day for the undead army to attack the city. In the morning, Zhao Yi chatted with Gu Ying privately. Gu Ying, I will send an assassination team to your territory at noon. I hope you can prepare in advance and cover the teleportation array area to prevent outsiders from discovering that the assassination team is heading to your territory. I understand. I send my trusted people to do it right away. Gu Ying replied. Gu Ying also understood that the so-called outsiders, including the players in her territory, must have been bribed by the enemy. This kind of thing is inevitable. After turning off the system panel, Gu Ying immediately asked Pan Shuer to mobilize the trusted personnel to pretend to work in the teleportation array area of the main city and the teleportation array area of the town closest to Lorion territory to cover the teleportation array. The assassin troops sent by Zhao Yi will disguise themselves as various professions. After entering the town of Gu Ying's territory, they will leave through the 4 gates of the town in the form of a team. The mounts of the assassin troops will be prepared by Zhao Yi this time, and the teleportation fee will be at least doubled. In order to dominate the Violet Kingdom, Zhao Yi doesn't mind spending a little more money. Chapter 252. Night falls. In Zhao Yi's territory, the land cavalry patrols return to the city one after another. Outside the territory, the assassin teams of the VK Alliance are making final preparations. The land cavalry patrols have returned, but the air cavalry patrols are still flying around in the sky. After attacking Lorion, Zhao Yi feels that Lorion may retaliate. Members of the Purple Star Alliance also remind Zhao Yi in group chats to be careful of the revenge of the VK Alliance. So tonight, there are more air cavalry patrols in the sky. The total number of air cavalry under Zhao Yi has reached nearly 7,000, and a total of 1,000 air cavalry have been deployed to the territory on the surface. The air cavalry are not only knights, but also some mages. There are 10 4th-level mages alone. Mages of the same level are more likely to find assassins than other professions. As the assassins of the VK Alliance entered Zhao Yi's territory, the air cavalry patrols soon found the enemy's traces. Revelation arrows shoot. 4 arrows were shot at the top, bottom, left, and right of the assassin position. When it was about 2 meters away from the ground, the revealing arrow exploded directly, and the fluorescent green revealing powder quickly covered the area with a radius of 20 meters. This was only the effect of 1 revealing arrow. Under the effect of 4 revealing arrows, all 15 members of a VK Alliance assassin team were revealed. The assassins from the VK Alliance wanted to escape, but under the arrow attack of the air cavalry patrol, no assassin escaped and all died. The assassin teams of the VK Alliance were quickly destroyed in the search and siege of Zhao Yi's air cavalry patrol. The straight line between Cemetery No. 1 and Yicheng is the focus of the air cavalry patrol's search. The lucky VK Alliance assassin team arrived at the predetermined target location and soon waited for the air cavalry patrol to surround and kill them. Many assassins sent back messages before they died. The destruction of assassin teams made Lorion furious. He immediately issued orders to the remaining assassin teams to quickly evacuate Jiayi territory. However, it was difficult for these assassin teams to enter Jiayi territory, and it was equally difficult to evacuate. A large number of assassins died when they entered Jiayi territory. How many assassins will eventually evacuate? Those VK Alliance members who had learned that the assassins they sent out had died whispered in the group chat that the assassins died, and they hoped to get some compensation. At this time, Lorion was not in the mood to pay attention to the group chat. The assassins in front suffered heavy losses, and in the back, they were still waiting for the Purple Star Alliance to take action. The Purple Star Alliance, or Zhao Yi, had many tricks. Lorion knew that the market price of an alchemical item such as the Manifestation Arrow was as low as 100 low-grade magic crystals, and the high-level explosive arrow that could kill the second-level undead was only 50 low-grade magic crystals. Zhao Yi was really willing to spend money. He used at least 4 apparition arrows to destroy an assassin team. What Lorion didn't know was that these apparition arrows were mass-produced by the alchemy workshop in Zhao Yi's territory. Only a small part of the raw materials were purchased from the void trading field, and the rest could be obtained from the demiplane. Raw materials that didn't need to be purchased were not considered a cost for Zhao Yi, so in Zhao Yi's territory, the cost of an apparition arrow was less than 10 low-grade magic crystals. The first-level assassins in the territory's army usually carried at least 2 apparition arrows. Now, each of the air cavalrymen in the sky carries at least 5 visible arrows. Faced with the search and encirclement of the air cavalry patrols in Jiayi territory, the assassin team of the VK Alliance finally escaped from Jiayi territory. After the total number of people, there were only 11 teams, and 165 assassins left. Nearly 1,000 assassins fell in Jiayi territory, among which the assassins of Lorion territory lost 231 people, including 4 third-level assassins and 38 second-level assassins, and the rest were first-level assassins. Lorion territory suffered heavy losses, and all the 4 third-level assassins who went into battle died, leaving only 1 third-level assassin in the territory. Just 1 level 3 advancement stone requires at least 20,000 low-grade magic crystals. In order to train 4 level 3 assassins, the advancement stone plus equipment costs more than 100,000. The total cost of the lost 231 level 1 to level 3 assassins was more than 250,000 low-grade magic crystals. Distressed, angry, regretful, worried, all kinds of emotions were mixed at this moment. Lorion felt that there might be some losses when sending the assassin troops to attack Zhao Yiling this time, but he never expected that the losses would be so great. If the retreat order was issued later, the whole army might be wiped out. The VK Alliance lost so many assassins that it could not gather half the size of the assassin force in a short period of time. Because of the disastrous failure of this operation, the VK Alliance members were unwilling to send out assassins again. If they did not send out assassins to attack the Purple Star Alliance, and did not have enough magic crystals to buy alchemical props that could disguise the huge life breath, the VK Alliance would basically be in a situation where they could only take the beating and could not fight back. The most important thing was Lorion's own territory. The Purple Star Alliance's current target was his own territory. Under the repeated attacks of the Purple Star Alliance, the strength of his own territory would continue to decline. Just as Lorion was daydreaming, the undead army launched troops against all the cities and villages in Lorion's territory. Lorion's air cavalry continued to scout the undead army from a distance away from the cemetery, and soon discovered that not only was the undead army attacking the main city much stronger than usual, but even the undead army attacking many villages had become much stronger. The undead army, with the 3rd-level undead sitting in the army, attacked the village with only 0-level professionals and 1st-level professionals, and the village could not be defended at all. The players riding flying mounts quickly reported the intelligence of the undead army. After receiving the intelligence, Lorion was shocked and angry. The Purple Chen Alliance actually attacked the village in his territory. Damn it! Damn Chen people! Lorion quickly discussed with his men how to deal with the current situation. The main city army cannot be sent out to support the village. If the troops are sent out, the main city will lose more people. Send troops from major towns to support the village. There are 3rd-level undead in the undead army attacking the village, and the town army cannot resist it. You can use the stored super explosive arrows, third level attack spell scrolls, and other alchemical items that can destroy third level undead. How about we abandon these villages and not send troops to support them? No, if we don't send troops to rescue these villages, after the villages are destroyed by the undead army will also attack other nearby villages and cities. They must be destroyed. There are only two options for the Lord of Lorien now. One is to send troops to support the main city, and the other is to send troops to support the major towns. In addition, the main city is farther away from the villages that need support, so Lorien can only choose to send troops from various towns to support. The order was quickly conveyed, and the major towns quickly dispatched troops on horseback or in carriages to the villages that needed support. The combat professional players stationed in various villages already knew that a stronger army of undead was coming. If they hadn't known that the Lord was sending reinforcements, they would have abandoned the village and fled. Lorien finally understood that Zhao Yi's talk in the group chat about gathering the assassin troops for 10 days of training was a lie. He actually sent out the assassin troops so quickly to attack the villages in his territory. Zhao Yi could search and suppress the assassins of the VK Alliance, and Lorien also wanted to send troops to suppress the assassins of the Purple Star Alliance. After thinking about it for a while, Lorien gave up the idea. Zhao Yi was able to suppress the assassins of the VK Alliance because of the large number of air cavalry. The number of air cavalry in his own territory was less than 200, and most of them were sent out to scout the army of the undead. How to find the hidden assassins of the Purple Star Alliance was a problem. At most, the army supporting the village could look for them along the way. It was not easy to find the assassins hidden in the dark, and the army of Lorien's territory was not equipped with visible arrows. More importantly, the undead army was about to arrive, and there was no time to encircle and suppress the assassins of the Purple Star Alliance. The subordinates could see that the elegant lord in daily life had a livid face, and was about to explode. No one dared to offend the lord at this time. If it was not necessary, no one would speak. Soon, the undead armies of various directions attacked all the cities and villages in the Lorien territory. When the battle in the Lorien territory ended, all the villages and cities were defended. According to the statistics of the battle losses, 1,629 people were killed in the entire territory, which has reached 4% of the total strength of the territory's army. More than 800 people were killed in the main city battlefield alone. No third-level professionals died in the battle, but as many as 25 second-level professionals died. Counting the losses of the assassins, Lorien's eyes were red, his hands were clenched tightly, and he wished to destroy Zhao Yiling immediately. And the three former Lord players who joined Lorien territory, seeing the two losses of Lorien territory, all felt regretful. Lorien territory was not strong enough, and should not have joined Lorien territory. The three of them secretly contacted each other through the address book, planning to wait a little longer, and if it didn't work, they would take their families and flee from Lorien territory. As former Lord players, they still have some means to use. On the other hand, all members of the Purple Star Alliance assassination force that entered the Lorien territory withdrew, arrived at Guing territory in the second half of the night, returned to Yicheng through the teleportation array, and then returned to their respective territories through the Yicheng teleportation array. There is only one chance to attack the village of Lorien territory. The next time, Lorien territory will be on guard, and will not be able to achieve much results. The disbanding and return of the assassination force also made many members of the Purple Star Alliance understand the assassination force's mission this time. Lorien territory was hit again, and the loss was much greater than the last time. In addition, there is the strength of the leader. 1 4th-level assassin and 29 3rd-level assassins are probably not all that Zhao Yi has. Such an assassin force configuration feels like a marquee. The group chat of Zichen League became lively. From time to time, there were similar words such as, "The leader is mighty," and "the leader is invincible." From the beginning of the struggle between Zichen League and VK Alliance to now, the experience of VK Alliance can basically predict the future of both parties. Under the leadership of Zhao Yi, Zichen League will definitely defeat VK Alliance. After that, Zhao Yi also popped up. After nightfall, the VK Alliance assassins sneaked into our territory, and were killed by our army for more than 900 people. Zhao Yi's simple words caused the members of the Purple Star Alliance to be shocked and cheer. They understood that the loss of so many assassins by the VK Alliance meant that it would be difficult to send assassins to attack the members of the Purple Star Alliance in the future, and they became safe. The happiest person was Guing, whose territory was closest to the Lorien territory. After several times, Guing felt that Zhao Yi's strength was unfathomable. As a first-class Earl, he was beaten like this by Zhao Yi. Even if Zhao Yi was promoted to a third-class Marquis in a few days, Gu Ying would not have much doubt. The assassins who were bribed by Lorian regretted it very much. They didn't expect the VK Alliance to be so rubbish, and the Purple Star Alliance to be so powerful. Although there was a contract constraint and Lorian could not reveal their information, they could not be sure whether the information would be revealed from other channels. Once they were found to be traitors, they, whose territories were only the third-class Viscount territory and the second-class Viscount territory, could not resist the power of the entire Purple Star Alliance. They could only prepare to run away in advance and tell Lorian the news of the dissolution of the Purple Star Alliance assassin team. This was stipulated in the contract, and they had to continue to do it. The loss of the territory was so great that after receiving the intelligence, Lorian's mood did not get better. 3 days later, the Purple Star Alliance will definitely continue to attack his territory. Even if the Purple Star Alliance assassins do not come again, the loss of his territory will not be small. Fundamentally, it is still the weakness of his territory. If there are enough second level, third level, or even fourth level professionals, then Lorian would like the undead army to be stronger and gain more points and combat professional experience. But now, after each undead siege, the territory's strength will decline, especially this time's loss, which cannot be made up by 1/5 in 3 days. Lorian had found a way to quickly make up for the strength of the territory. The target was those territories that could no longer be maintained. If the territories gave up their territories, they could use the wealth of Blue Star to exchange for high-quality population in the territories, including second-level professionals and third-level professionals, and even fourth-level professionals. The key is that the Purple Star Alliance now only attacks its own territories, and no longer attacks the territories of other members of the VK Alliance. The territories of other members can be maintained, and will not easily give up their territories. Regardless of whether it can use Xing's wealth to exchange for high-quality population, Lorian will try it. If he doesn't try, the strength of the territory will continue to decline, and finally the Eurus Consortium will choose to give up its own territory and put resources into the territories behind. This was something that Lorian could not accept. After receiving the order from the Lord, Lorian's men took action and contacted the members of the VK Alliance to buy high-quality population with the wealth of Blue Star. However, all the members of the VK Alliance refused. At least for now, they were unwilling to sell the high-quality population of the territory to Lorian. If the high-quality population of the territory was sold, it would mean that he would give up the territory. Now the territory can still be maintained. Why should he give up the territory? As long as the territory is still there, the upgrade speed will not decrease, and treasure chests can be obtained every 3 days. Once he is lucky enough to get good things from the treasure chest, maybe his territory will be the next Lorian territory, or even the next Zhao Yi territory. In fact, the members of the VK Alliance also understand that Lorian is buying high-quality people everywhere to make up for the loss of territory. If the loss cannot be made up, Lorian will eventually be destroyed. Even if Lorian does not die, he cannot continue to serve as the leader of the VK Alliance. Without a first-class Earl as the leader, the VK Alliance will become scattered and unable to fight against the Purple Star Alliance. But that is all in the future. Lorian can still hold on, and now that the Purple Star Alliance is dealing with Lorian, the territories of other members of the VK Alliance are relatively safe. The future is too far away, and the members of the VK Alliance only want to choose the one that benefits them the most now. The rejection of the VK Alliance members, the weak support of the Anti-Chen Alliance, and the powerlessness of the Eurus Consortium, all of these made Lorian feel collapsed. However, Lorian's collapse did not last long. Although he could not buy high-quality population, as the leader of the VK Alliance, he could ask members to send reinforcements to support his territory. It doesn't need to be too much. An earldom sends at least 3 professionals, and a viscountdom sends at least 2 professionals. The earldom needs to send at least 1 third-level professional, and all members are not allowed to send professionals below the 2nd level. In this way, the territory of Lorian will be able to have at least 1,200 more 2nd and 3rd level professionals. The arrival of the VK Alliance army can greatly increase the strength of the territory of Lorian beyond its peak period. But there are also 2 problems. One is that the members of the VK Alliance must be willing to send reinforcements, and the other is the integration of the VK Alliance army. The latter, integrating professionals from hundreds of territories, and exerting their full combat power in Lorian as much as possible, will take some time. The former is a little troublesome. The assassin troops were severely damaged before, and the members of the VK Alliance may be unwilling to send reinforcements. You must send reinforcements. If you don't, my territory will be attacked by the Purple Star Alliance a few more times, and the losses will continue to increase. The Eurus Consortium will abandon my territory, and you will have to resist the Purple Star Alliance on your own. Lorion's words in the group chat forced the VK Alliance members to send second-level or third-level professionals to the Lorion territory to allow the Lorion territory to hold out longer. If they could choose, they also wanted the Lorion territory to become stronger and lead the VK Alliance to defeat the Purple Star Alliance. If there is no one in Laurel, then it will be their turn. An earldom dispatches 1 third-level professional and 2 second-level professionals, and a viscountdom only dispatches 2 second-level professionals. This is acceptable to the members of the VK Alliance. This acceptance means that even if the reinforcements sent out die in Laurel, if all the professionals of the VK Alliance are gathered together, their strength will be at least 20 times that of Laurel. However, the territories of the VK Alliance members are scattered throughout the Violet Kingdom, and it is impossible to gather all the strength. In half a day, reinforcements arrived in Lorien territory one after another, with a total of 1,247 people, including more than 100 third-level professionals. On the surface, it looks like a very powerful reinforcement, but it will take a long time to fully exert the strength of the reinforcements. Most of these reinforcements stayed in the main city of Lorien territory, and the remaining half were divided into 9 parts and sent to the 9 affiliated towns of Lorien territory. On the last day of November, the day when the undead attacked the city, Zhao Yi continued to send 3 4th-level assassins carrying alchemical tools to attack Lorien territory. The target this time is the 3 affiliated towns of Lorien. The undead army left the cemetery and headed towards Lorien. The air cavalry found that only the undead army attacking the 3 towns had increased in strength, and immediately reported to the higher-ups. Lorien was not surprised to learn about the changes in the undead army. 3 days ago, the Purple Star Alliance attacked the villages, and this time, they could also attack the towns. Although he was not surprised, Lorien's face was very bad. Compared with the Purple Star Alliance attacking the towns, Lorien wanted the Purple Star Alliance to attack the main city. The main city is the strongest place in the territory, and the towns are far from comparable. The main city has a 4th-level professional, while the towns only have 3rd-level professionals. The proportion of 0-level professionals in the main city is smaller than that in the towns. The proportion of 1st-level and 2nd-level professionals in the main city is higher than that in the towns. It can be said that the foundation of the town garrison is very poor. The main city has sent reinforcements to support these 3 towns, and the reinforcements are not very familiar with the town environment. In this battle tonight, Lorien knows that the loss of his territory will not be small, but it cannot be avoided. The battle broke out and ended. A total of more than 1,300 people died in the battle in Lorien County, including 113 people from the VK Alliance Army, and lost 5 third-level professionals, 4 of whom belonged to the VK Alliance Army. Even with the VK Alliance Army, Lorien County itself suffered heavy losses. This is the 3rd time that the Purple Star Alliance has attacked Lorien County. Not counting the VK Alliance Army, the strength of Lorien County is constantly declining. Seeing this situation, there have been voices within the Eurus Consortium, demanding to abandon Lorien County and increase resources to cultivate the 2nd-ranked Kinway County. On December 3rd, Zhao Yi continued to attack the 3 affiliated towns of Lorien territory, causing the loss of more than 1,700 people in Lorien territory, and the voices of giving up Lorien territory increased within the Eurus Consortium. On December 6th, Zhao Yi attacked the main city of Lorien territory, causing the loss of less than 1,200 people in Lorien territory, and the voices of giving up Lorien territory continued to increase slightly within the Eurus Consortium. While Zhao Yi frequently attacked Lorien territory, the Zechen Alliance was also developing continuously. As of December 6th, the Purple Star Alliance, including Zhao Yi, has a total of 475 members, 78 earls, and 397 viscounts. The Purple Star Alliance does not accept Baron members, and the current 475 members have almost reached the limit. There should be no more than 5-player lords of the Qin Kingdom, who have the title of Earl or Viscount in the Violet Kingdom, who have not joined the Purple Star Alliance. The Purple Star Alliance has very low constraints on its members, and even the attack on the Lord of Lorien was undertaken by the leader alone. The members can develop with peace of mind while watching the show and sighing at the strength of the leader. With such a good alliance, few players who meet the requirements will not choose to join. The members have almost been fixed, and Zhao Yi has also started the internal election of Zechen League. There are 8 provinces in the Violet Kingdom, and 8 branch presidents need to be elected, and 2 vice leaders need to be elected. After the election, Zhao Yi is the leader of Zechen League and the president of Luotao Province. Gu Ying is the vice leader of Zechen League, and the president of Huda province. Du Hongwei, a second-class earl affiliated to the official Qin kingdom, is the vice-leader of Zichun League and the president of Minjiang province. Chao De also became the president of the Truth province. Zhao Yi was not surprised that Gu Ying could become the deputy leader. In the Violet Kingdom, the beautiful Lord Gu Ying and her territory that only recruited female professionals were second only to Zhao Yi in reputation. From the leader, it can be seen that being a deputy leader in the Purple Star Alliance does not bring much benefit, but pays a lot, so few people are willing to be a deputy leader. Gu Ying canvassed for votes in the group, and many people voted for Gu Ying. It feels good to have a beautiful deputy leader. On the contrary, Zhao Yi was quite surprised that Du Hongwei, who was affiliated with the official Qin country, could become the deputy leader. In fact, after almost a year in the game world, the trust of Qin country players in the official Qin country has not decreased much. There are 10 members in the Purple Qin League who are affiliated with the official Qin country. The reason why Du Hongwei was chosen as the deputy leader is that the Purple Qin League can seek support from the official Qin country from Du Hongwei when it encounters difficulties in the future. The Purple Qin League has a total of 475 members. It seems to be very powerful, but it is far from being comparable to the official Qin country, and its cohesion is far less than that of the official Qin country. Chapter 253. As the Purple Star Alliance selected the presidents of the 8 branches, Zhao Yi, Gu Ying, Du Hongwei and other presidents discussed and decided to regroup the assassin team. This is the 5th time to attack the Lord of Lorien, and the Lord of Lorien suffered heavy losses. If Lorien was a free player lord, he would have to continue to persevere no matter how big the loss was. But the Lord of Lorien belongs to the Eurus Consortium, and the Eurus Consortium has more territories than just Lorien. Since the Lord of Lorien has suffered heavy losses, continuing will only result in more losses. The Eurus Consortium can choose to transfer the high-quality population of Lorien. Go to other subordinate territories, instead of losing them in vain in the Violet Kingdom. As long as Zhao Yi continues to attack the Lorien territory, the fate of the Lorien territory will not change. When the Lorien territory is gone, the Purple Star Alliance will attack other members of the VK Alliance. At this time, Zhao Yi cannot act alone. The VK Alliance also accepts barren members, making the number of VK Alliance members at least 300 more than the Purple Star Alliance. With so many territories, if Zhao Yi acts alone, it will take a long time to push them all down. Zhao Yi couldn't let the members of the Purple Star Alliance just sit there and watch. If he wanted to develop quietly for a while, he had to work together to push down all the territories of the members of the VK Alliance. Regroup the assassins, and the assassins of the members of each province will gather in the president's territory for training, which can also reduce the cost of transmission. When the territory of Lorien is destroyed, it will be time for the assassins of each province to go out. The assassins will mainly attack the Viscount and Baron territories. Zhao Yi will first attack the second-class Earl of the VK Alliance, and then the third-class Earl. After the high-level officials of the Purple Star Alliance made the decision, they immediately issued a notice to the group, only stipulating the level of assassins to be sent, but not the number of assassins to be sent, and everything depends on the members' consciousness. After receiving the notice, the members responded in unison. Understood, all the first to third level assassins that can be drawn from the territory will be sent to the President's territory. Soon, the Violet Kingdom will be the world of our Purple Star Alliance. I can draw 1 third level assassin for second level assassins and 27 first level assassins. We must destroy the VK Alliance. Before the Alliance was established, it was bullied by the Anti-Qin Alliance. Now it's our turn to bully them. The traitor sent out the information as usual. Lorien was silent for a while after receiving the information, and then sent the information to the VK Alliance group chat. Facing the actions of the Purple Star Alliance, Lorien did not say much. In the group chat, a large number of lords expressed their willingness to send more reinforcements to the leader, hoping that the leader could hold on. Lorien did not refuse. He could see that most members hoped that he, the lord, could hold on longer, so they sent more reinforcements. But Lorien did not know how long his territory could hold on. As a core member of the Eurus Consortium, Lorien was reluctant to give up his territory, but for the development of the Eurus Consortium, he had to give it up. The attacks of the Purple Star Alliance continued, the 6th, 7th, and 8th times. With the reinforcements of the VK Alliance, the losses of the Lorien territory continued to increase. By the end of the 8th time, more than half of the senior executives of the Eurus Consortium had chosen to abandon the Lorien territory. The decision was made from above, and Lorien had no intention of resisting. The backbone of his territory all belonged to the Eurus Consortium. When the Lorien territory was withdrawing personnel and supplies to other territories under the Eurus Consortium. Lorien said the last words in the VK Alliance group chat. Sorry, I disappoint you. After sending this message, Lorien exited the group chat. The VK Alliance members in the group chat were stunned. The leader gave up so quickly? What should we do next? There are so many people in the VK Alliance, and only the first-class Earl is qualified to be the leader. But among the Lord players of the Anti-Chen Alliance in the entire Violet Kingdom, except for Lorien, who is a first-class Earl, there are no other first-class Earls. No one will obey a second-class Earl, even if he is an official second-class Earl of the Elite Kingdom. The VK Alliance was in chaos, while the Purple Star Alliance cheered after learning that the Eurus Consortium had abandoned the Lorien territory. Soon, the Violet Kingdom will no longer have the Lorien territory. Next, the Purple Star Alliance will attack other members of the VK Alliance, and the Purple Star Alliance will dominate the Violet Kingdom in no time. Guing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The territory was closest to the Lorien territory, and the danger was the greatest. Now that the Lorien territory was constantly withdrawing personnel and supplies, she could breathe a sigh of relief. When the Lorien territory completely disappeared, Guing would be able to completely relax. Only by personally managing and developing a territory that only recruits female professionals did Guing know the difficulty of developing this type of territory. If the territory was not limited to recruiting only female professionals, it might have developed into a first-class earldom by now. The territory has developed to the current point, and if you want to change, you can only do it slowly, or not change at all. Upgrading and leading the sisters in the company to work hard to upgrade is just one of Guiying's goals. As the boss of a large company on Blue Star, when the development of his territory is getting slower and slower, Guiying chooses a new breakthrough direction, the Purple Star Alliance. That's why Guiying chose to canvass for votes in the group and was successfully elected as the deputy leader of the Purple Star Alliance. Next, Guiying will participate more in the development of the Purple Star Alliance and let the Purple Star Alliance dominate the Violet Kingdom. After dominating the Violet Kingdom, it is necessary to expand its influence outside the Violet Kingdom and develop the Purple Star Alliance to the point where it can compete with the major forces in the Blue Star player camp. At this time, naturally, the Purple Star Alliance can obtain more benefits, and as the deputy leader, Guiying can also obtain part of the benefits. Of course, the internal structure of the Purple Star Alliance also needs to change gradually. The Purple Star Alliance has too little restraint on its members. Guiying hopes that the restraint will gradually increase in the future to better gather the strength of all members. Compared with those player forces, the Purple Star Alliance is very loose, which is better than the Anti-Chen Alliance. As for the position of the leader, Guiying only has a little idea. Not everyone can be the leader. You must have absolute strength to be the leader. Without absolute strength, other members will not obey orders at all. Therefore, the Purple Star Alliance needs a leader with absolute strength, and Zhao Yi is very qualified. From joining the Purple Star Alliance to now, Guiying has not met Zhao Yi, and among the vice leaders and the president, only Chao De has met Zhao Yi. It doesn't matter whether they meet or not. Guiying has a lot of doubts about Zhao Yi, whom she has never met. With a first-class earldom, Zhao Yi established an alliance and took action against the Lorien territory himself. It seems that Zhao Yi is ambitious. However, the Purple Star Alliance has such little restraint on its members that it does not meet Zhao Yi's ambitions. This is a very contradictory thing. Guiying can't understand Zhao Yi. She needs to get in touch with him more in the future to understand Zhao Yi and his ideas. If Zhao Yi is ambitious, everyone will work together to make the Zichen League bigger and stronger. If Zhao Yi is not ambitious, then while developing his own territory, he should be a good mascot of the leader of the Zichen League, and she, Guiying, will lead the development of the Zichen League. The territory of Lorien is not far from being destroyed. Without Lorien's leadership, the VK Alliance will not be the opponent of the Zichen League. The situation in the Violet Kingdom is clear, and it is only a matter of time before the Purple Star Alliance dominates the Violet Kingdom. The VK Alliance is still there, and there will be no problems within the Purple Star Alliance for the time being. However, when the VK Alliance is destroyed, the Purple Star Alliance may fall apart. This is what Guiying will do next, so that the Purple Star Alliance has enough cohesion and the Purple Star Alliance has more constraints on its members. On the other hand, Zhao Yi's main body and Zhao Cheng did not think that Guiying had so many ideas. The members of the Purple Star Alliance were all paying attention to the changes in the Lorien territory and the upcoming struggle with the VK Alliance, but Zhao Yi didn't care about these. The VK Alliance threatened the survival of other members of the Purple Star Alliance, but it was not much of a threat to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi mainly sent 3 4th-level assassins to target the Lorien territory and the VK Alliance. Compared with dealing with the VK alliance, Zhao Yi was more concerned about the fact that the territory was about to be promoted from a third-class dukedom to a second-class dukedom. On October 30th, the territory was promoted from a first-class marquisate to a third-class dukedom, and then the territory's main city, Zhaocheng, steadily increased by more than 10,000 people every day. It is now December 16th. Tomorrow, the population of the main city will reach 960,000, completing the last task of the territory promotion. When Zhaocheng is promoted from the third-class dukedom to the second-class dukedom, it will face 7 waves of undead sieges. When he became a 6th-class professional before, he had already caused huge losses to the undead, resulting in the number of undead armies being enough when the first-class marquisdom was promoted to the third-class dukedom, but the strength was very poor. Zhao Yi didn't know whether the strength of the undead army would be strong or weak this time when the territory was promoted. Zhao Yi hoped that the powerful undead army would attack Zhaocheng with the diamond-level illusion killing array, as long as the high-level undead did not attack. No matter how many 6th-level undead came, they would give Zhao Yi points. Other Lord players wished that the territory promotion battle would be the same as the daily undead army attacking the city. They could not imagine that there would be a Lord player who wanted the undead army to be stronger. On December 17th, the population of the main city exceeded 960,000. Zhao Yi spent 20 million points to upgrade his title to the second-class duke and start the territory promotion. At night, 7 waves of undead army attacked Zhaocheng successively. The first 6 waves were led by 4th-order undead, and the 7th wave was led by 5th-order undead. Bonaz, the 7th-order skeleton king who was in charge of the number 1 cemetery, still gave Zhao Yi some face. Usually, the undead army did not even have a 4th-order undead when attacking the city, but tonight he sent out 1 5th-order undead and 8 4th-order undead. An easy battle. A new day has arrived. You won 7 battles. You killed 2.3681 million undead. You lost 67 soldiers. In a battle that killed millions of undead, the number of casualties was less than 100, which had no effect on the battle rating. Battle rating 1SS 2A 2B 2C. Points increased by 353%. Professional experience increased by 353%. Obtained 1 epic treasure chest, 2 crystal treasure chests, 2 platinum treasure chests, and 2 gold treasure chests in the Zhaocheng battlefield. The Zhaocheng defenders killed more than 2.2 million undead in one night. After almost a year of fighting, the undead in Cemetery No. 1 still keep coming out, as if they will never be exhausted. They must be joking. If there was no level 7 Skeleton King in Cemetery No. 1, the undead would have been exhausted long ago. After the level 5 undead appeared in Cemetery No. 1, the underground space was constantly expanded, and more undead gathered from other cemeteries at night. Especially with the level 7 Skeleton King in Cemetery No. 1, the undead in Cemetery No. 1 can be described as a sea of undead. Another epic treasure chest was obtained. According to the number of undeads killed, 2 epic cards can be obtained. In the territory promotion battle, 1 more epic card can be obtained. Last time, 2 epic treasure chests were opened, and there were only 4 epic cards in total. Yesterday, the points obtained reached 417 million. Too little. When the treasure chest opening stage came, Zhao Yi had accumulated a large number of treasure chests. 1 epic treasure chest, 16 diamond treasure chests, 96 crystal treasure chests, 120 platinum treasure chests, 234 gold treasure chests, 576 bronze treasure chests. A total of 1043. There are so many treasure chests, and Zhao Yi has 3 destiny dice in his hand. 1 was opened from the last treasure chest, and the other 2 were purchased from the void trading field at a total cost of 1.63 million low-grade magic crystals. The sign for purchasing destiny dice in the void trading field is still hanging, waiting for the next European player who is short of money to sell the destiny dice to Zhao Yi. Reaching out to touch Melissa's silver-white hair beside him, he prayed silently for a few words, hoping that good luck would come. First, open a bronze treasure chest to explore the way. Rubbish. Open the territory page to see the changes in the territory after upgrading to a second-class dukedom. Second-class dukedom. Lord Zhao Yi. Territory area, 100,000 square kilometers. Main city, Zhaocheng, a second-class large city, covering an area of 48 square kilometers. Subsidiaries, 3 middle cities, 9 small cities, 36 towns. Population, 2,835,200, 8,117,500. Military, 306,800, 387,300. Public support, 91. Public security, 88. The territory area of a third-class dukedom is only 50,000 square kilometers, while that of a second-class dukedom doubles to 100,000 square kilometers, and 3 middle cities are added at the same time. When Zhaocheng was a third-class city, it covered an area of 32 square kilometers, and when it was a second-class city, it only covered an area of 48 square kilometers, and the standard population reached 1.44 million. Soon, the population of Zhaocheng would be larger than that of Rota. It took only 48 days for the territory to be upgraded from a third-class dukedom to a second-class dukedom, and the population of the territory soared from 5.1325 to 8.1175 million, an increase of almost 3 million people, an average increase of 60,000 people per day. The population standard for a third-class viscountdom to be promoted to a second-class viscountdom is only 50,000. A first-class earldom like Laurel has 1 first-class town, 9 first-class towns, 90 first-class villages, and a standard population of 336,000. It took Zhao Yi's territory 48 days to increase the population of 9 Laurels. In another month, the territory's population will exceed 10 million. In 48 days, the territory's military strength increased from 264,200 to 387,300, an average of more than 2,500 people per day. The territory adds 60,000 people every day, including more than 2,500 professionals, and consumes 100 million points per day, and more than 200 million points per day. The points obtained every day are not enough for the development of the territory. Fortunately, before the territory was promoted to the third-class dukedom, Zhao Yi's Dragon Knight was promoted to the 6th level, and the army of the undead camp attacked. On that day, Zhao Yi obtained a full 3.127 billion points. Such a large number of points ensured the rapid and stable growth of the population of Zhao Yi's territory. Although the points for recruiting personnel are constantly increasing, in fact, more points are spent on recruiting professionals. With so many points in hand, Zhao Yi will not recruit 4th level and 5th level professionals, and will not even recruit many 3rd level professionals. He mainly recruits 0 level and 2nd level professionals. Finally, Zhao Yi took a look at the task requirements for the promotion from the 2nd-class duke to the 1st-class duke. The population of the main city exceeds 1.44 million, 9 6th level undead are eliminated, and the title reaches the 1st-class duke. The task requirements are similar to what Zhao Yi guessed. Next, it will take 48 days to increase the population of Zhaocheng by 10,000 people every day. It is relatively simple to be promoted to the 1st-class duke, only 40 million points are needed. It is a bit troublesome to eliminate 9 6th level undead. There are 3 6th level undead in the territory. Zhao Yi and Melissa are only level 61. The 6th level undead in the Violet Kingdom have already gathered together, and it is difficult for Zhao Yi's team to start. In order to complete the task of destroying 9 level 6 undead, Zhao Yi planned to put them in the cemetery outside the Violet Kingdom. After breakfast, Zhao Yi opened another bronze treasure chest, and felt that the things he opened were not bad. Zhao Yi opened a gold treasure chest, and saw that he actually opened a magic archer job transfer scroll, and a level 3 advancement stone. Zhao Yi immediately used the fate dice. Red. X4. Face up, the luck value is tripled at this moment, and it remains constant for 1 hour. After making a phone call to tell Cici that the meeting today will be postponed for 1 hour, Zhao Yi can't wait to start opening the treasure chest. 1 epic treasure chest, with 3 epic cards and 5 diamond cards. 16 diamond treasure chests, 4 with 1 diamond card and 12 with 2 diamond cards. 3 epic cards, level 8 advanced stone. Floating fortress. Bright judgment spell scroll 33 diamond cards. Level 5 archer recruitment scroll, level 5 lancer recruitment scroll, 5-star talented professional recruitment scroll, level 4 wind mage recruitment scroll *4. Level 4 Shield Warrior Recruitment Scroll *4. Level 5 Red Dragon. Level 3 Pegasus *66. Level 7 Advanced Stone *3. 4-star Talent Stone. Diamond Robe, Diamond Shield, Diamond Dagger, Teleportation Ring. Thunderbolt Spell Scroll, Tsunami Skill. Book, Great Will Skill Book. Nightmare Occupation Transfer Scroll, Alchemy Grandmaster Inheritance, Shield Warrior Occupation Inheritance Statue, Priest Occupation Inheritance Statue. Medium Magic Crystal Mine, Medium Forbidden Magic Stone Mine. Medium Magic Energy Cannon *2, Moment Eternity, Meteor Arrow. 100 Drops of Water of Life, 2nd level Tree of Life. Void Arena, Medium Demi-Plane, Large Teleportation Array *3. After opening the treasure chest in a hurry, Zhao Yi went to the city hall for a meeting to determine the development tasks after the territory was promoted to a second-class dukedom. However, during this meeting, Cece, Elliot and others could feel that the Lord was a little absent-minded, and wondered what the Lord was thinking about. Zhao Yi was naturally thinking about the good stuff he had just opened for more than 1,000 treasure chests. An 8th level advancement stone, worth 200,000 high-quality magic crystals. A floating fortress, also called a high-level magic tower. A standard floating fortress, the lower half of the main body is a cylinder, with a bottom diameter of 1,000 meters, and an area of about the same size as the Void Trading Field, equivalent to the area of 2 first-level towns, but smaller than a third-level small city. The upper part of the main body is full of visible buildings. A floating fortress is a war fortress. A floating fortress fully loaded with weapons and sufficient energy has a combat power greater than that of an 8th-level professional. It can fight against multiple 8th-level professionals, and even withstand multiple attacks from legendary strongmen. A large-scale magic cannon that can kill a 7th-level professional and injure an 8th-level professional with one shot is a standard feature of a floating fortress. If multiple large magic cannons hit an 8th-level professional at the same time, they can also kill him. However, the floating fortress that Zhao Yi opened only had one large magic cannon installed, which was a national treasure. There were 4 medium-sized magic cannons and 16 small magic cannons. Floating fortresses are generally only built or owned by top indigenous forces including the Empire. The floating fortresses in their hands will have at least 3 large magic cannons installed, more than 10 medium-sized magic cannons, and even more than 50 small magic cannons. When a floating fortress exposes all the magic cannon barrels and fires at full force, it will be a terrifying scene. Magic cannons, giant crossbows, alchemical bombs, and magic arrays that can reach the highest epic level. The floating fortress can not only float in the air, but also has a space magic array that can confine space and allow the floating fortress to quickly travel between 2 places. The floating fortress can completely defeat a kingdom on its own with all its means, even when facing a superior kingdom with an 8th-level professional. The floating fortress alone can show the huge gap in strength between the kingdom and the empire. It takes a huge amount of magic crystals to fully arm the floating fortress, and it also consumes a lot of magic crystals to fly the floating fortress in the sky. It also consumes a lot of magic crystals to open the space transmission magic array. It is almost impossible for an empire to use the floating fortress in a war against a kingdom, because it is not worth it. Now, Zhao Yi has such a floating fortress in his hands. Although it is just a floating fortress with simplified weapons, it also allows Zhao Yi to deal with 8th-level professionals and 8th-level undead. Such a floating fortress can easily sweep the entire Violet Kingdom. However, with a floating fortress in hand, Zhao Yi dare not use it in most cases. Once the floating fortress is used and known to outsiders, there is almost a 100% chance that a legendary strongman will come to rob it. A force without a legendary strongman is not worthy of owning a floating fortress. More importantly, the terrifying consumption of the floating fortress. It is fine if the floating fortress is not used. Once the floating fortress is used, just flying in the sky for a while will consume a lot of magic crystals. If it enters the combat state, Zhao Yi doubts whether the less than 200 million low-grade magic crystals in his hands can keep the floating fortress in combat for 24 hours. The crystal-swallowing beast refers to the floating fortress and the more terrifying Sky City. The floating fortress cannot be kept in the card pack as a card all the time. Maybe an unexpected situation will require the use of the floating fortress. The floating fortress cannot be controlled by one person. If you want to make the floating fortress play its full strength, you need a long-term training of the army. Zhao Yi's idea is to put the floating fortress in a large enough demiplane, and then form a special army to control the floating fortress. The floating fortress has its own space array and can fly, so it is no problem to get out of the demiplane. What's more, Zhao Yi has a space mage under his command, who can expand the space gate of the demiplane to allow the floating fortress to fly out. In addition, releasing the floating fortress can allow it to slowly gather some energy and reduce the consumption of magic crystals. Chapter 254. Judgment of Light, an 8th-level single-target attack spell of the Light system. Priests are auxiliary professions, but that doesn't mean they have no damage, especially when dealing with undead. The simplest 0-level skills can cause damage to undead. It's called a priest, but it's actually a light mage. In addition to various auxiliary skills and defensive skills, it also has special damage skills. Judgment of Light summons a huge lightsaber to attack the enemy. It's called a single target attack, but it can actually attack in range. Because of the restraint of the light system and the undead facing the judgment of light, even if the 8th level undead are fully prepared, they will only be reduced to ashes, and the 9th level undead will also be injured. First the floating fortress, then the scroll of the judgment of light spell, Zhao Yi's trump cards that can deal with the 8th level professionals, or the 8th level undead are constantly increasing. The 3 epic cards are all good stuff, and the 33 diamond cards are not bad either. The 5-star talent professional recruitment scroll, Zhao Yi will soon have the 3rd 5-star combat professional talent. The first 2 are Melissa and Brittany. It has been almost a year since I entered the game world, and I have been recruiting people constantly. Although there is a chance to recruit 5-star talented professionals, when recruiting 0-level professionals, the probability is too low. Even though Zhao Yi recruited far more people than other Lord players, his luck value is relatively ordinary, and it is basically impossible to directly recruit 5-star talented professionals with points. Maybe in the future, when there are more Destiny dice, you can try using 1 Destiny dice before recruiting. The diamond card alone can add 3 more 5th level, and 8 4th level knights to Zhao Yi's command. Among the 3 5th level knights, the 5th level red dragon is considered a mount, but it can also be used as a 5th level combat force. Zhao Yi was also quite surprised to find a 5th level red dragon from the treasure chest. Perhaps he can find a knight with similar talents to the red dragon from his command, so that a 2nd dragon knight will appear in the territory. The premise is to get the recognition of the red dragon. A 4-star talent stone, this advanced stone can be used by Brayden. 3 level 7 advancement stones, plus these 3, Zhao Yi has 10 level 7 advancement stones in his hand, which can upgrade the level 6 life tree in the number 3 demi-plane to level 7. If it is promoted to level 7 life tree, it will produce more water of life every day. The promotion from level 6 to level 7 is a leap from the middle level to the high level. For professionals, their strength will soar, and the same may apply to the life tree. The indigenous forces that own the life tree hide the information that the life tree allows the demi-plane to grow, and they will definitely hide more information. It has not been a week since Zhao Yi's Dragon Knight class was upgraded to level 61. He is still very far from the 7th level. Before the 7th level, there is a high probability that he can obtain more than 10 level 7 advancement stones, which will not affect Zhao Yi's promotion to the 7th level. But Zhao Yi is not only thinking about the level 7 advancement stone, but also the level 8 advancement stone, and the level 9 advancement stone. The level 8 advancement stone can be opened from the epic treasure chest. If you want to get the epic treasure chest stably, the city population must be over 3 million. Otherwise, Zhao Yi can only get the epic treasure chest under some special circumstances, and it is not certain that the level 8 advancement stone will be opened. Not to mention the 9th level advancement stone. At this time, you need to rely on the fusion of low-level advancement stones. 10 7th level advancement stones are fused into an 8th level advancement stone, and 100 7th level advancement stones are fused into a 9th level advancement stone. It is very difficult to fuse 100 7th level advancement stones into a 9th level advancement stone, but it is still possible. Save 10 stones a year, and 100 stones in 10 years. The long time immediately made Zhao Yi's heart lean towards the advancement of the Tree of Life. After hesitating, Zhao Yi still made up his mind to upgrade the Tree of Life. Anyway, he would not lose money. Thinking of the Tree of Life, Zhao Yi was also surprised that he opened the treasure chest this time, and actually got a 2nd Tree of Life. It was not a Tree of Life seed, but a 2nd level Tree of Life. Zhao Yi planned to plant this Tree of Life in the 4th half-plane with an area of 1.87 million square kilometers, and then upgrade it to the 6th level. Compared with the 7th level advancement stone, Zhao Yi could easily take out 10 6th level advancement stones. 96 crystal treasure chests, 9 times of 10 consecutive openings, Zhao Yi got 2 6th level advancement stones. The last time I opened a treasure chest, I got 100 level 5 advanced stones at once. Zhao Yi has no shortage of advanced stones below level 7, and he often buys level 4 and 5 advanced stones from the void trading field. The price of advanced stones has stabilized. Although the price is high, it is in a situation where there is a price but no market. If there is a shortage of magic crystals, the purchased advanced stones can be sold again. The teleportation ring is an equipment and a space attribute treasure. You can tell from the name that it has a teleportation function. Zhao Yi obtained this diamond level teleportation ring. By consuming magic crystals or mana, he can use a 7th level teleportation gate once every 10 days, or use 4th level space teleportation 3 times a day, or use 1st level teleportation 10 times a day. You can also mix teleportation and teleportation. The teleportation ring has the ability to teleport in space, which is fundamentally due to the core of the space attribute generating space power. Only with enough energy can space teleportation be performed. The space power generated in 10 days can be used once for the 7th level teleportation gate, and an anchor point must be set at the other end in advance. The space power stored in the teleportation ring is also limited, and it cannot store more space power. The teleportation ring has many shortcomings, but it is worthy of being a diamond-level treasure. No professional can refuse a portable space mage. So Zhao Yi used this teleportation ring himself. Meteor Arrow, a diamond-grade alchemical item, has the terrifying power to kill a 7th-level professional or a 7th-level undead. Great Will Skill Book. This is a Legion skill book. Zhao Yi once got the Nightmare Coming Legion skill, which has the effect of applying a nightmare coming to the enemy on the battlefield. Those with relatively weak wills will fall into nightmares, and even collapse mentally due to nightmares, and attack their comrades. The skill effect of Great Will can just eliminate most of the negative mental states. Zhao Yi has acquired a lot of Legion skills, the highest of which has reached the epic level of the Lord. From becoming a Lord to leading the territory to today, every battle between the territory army and the army of the undead has resulted in very few professional casualties. This is enough to show that the territory army is strong, and this strength is due to the Legion skill effect bonus of Zhao Yi and a group of generals. If there were not so many Legion skill effect bonuses, the number of professional casualties would double or even multiply in special battles. In a battle of equal strength, if one side's strength is only increased by 1%, it may be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Nightmare Career Transfer Scroll. Nightmare is an advanced assassin career. Zhao Yi obtains the 2nd diamond level special career. Aboriginal assassins can also transfer. The only requirement is that the assassin talent must be high enough. The worst is 4-star talent. The best is 5-star talent. Zhao Yi has a 4-star talent assassin, Angus, who is already level 5. If Angus is a 5-star talent assassin, Zhao Yi will directly reward him with a Nightmare Career Transfer Scroll, but the 4-star talent is still a little short. The inheritance of the Grand Master of Alchemy is interesting. A 7th level alchemist is a Grand Master of Alchemy. The Grand Master of Alchemy inheritance is all the memories of a 7th level alchemist about his alchemy, and it is also his inheritance. Zhao Yi is going to pass the Grand Master of Alchemy to Gu Wendell. With the 5-star alchemy talent and the Grand Master of Alchemy inheritance, Gu Wendell will firmly occupy the position of the first alchemist under Zhao Yi. A medium-sized magic crystal vein can produce a minimum of 10 million low-grade magic crystals, and a maximum of 100 million low-grade magic crystals, total of magic crystals of all grades. Compared with this, Zhao Yi is more concerned about the medium-sized forbidden magic stone veins. Low-grade forbidden magic stones can be used to build buildings, medium-grade forbidden magic stones can be used to arrange forbidden magic arrays, and high-grade forbidden magic stones can be used to refine forbidden magic treasures. The smallest medium-sized forbidden magic stone vein is much more valuable than the largest medium-sized magic crystal vein. The last Void Arena. Zhao Yi already has the money-making Void Trading Field, the Wizard's Home Void Library, and I don't know what other buildings there are in the Void series. The Void Arena is a place for competition. The soul projection is annihilated when it enters the Void Trading Field. No matter how small the loss is, it is still a loss. The professional body enters the Void Arena. The similar effect is like the legendary virtual reality game on Blue Star. The human body data is scanned through the game cabin, and then a game character with the same physical fitness as the real one is created in the game. Then control such a game character to fight, and get a relatively real combat experience. The Void Arena is somewhat useful to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi and his professionals have been fighting against the undead, and there is a lack of fighting between human professionals. In daily competitions between companions, one can hurt the other accidentally. In the Void Arena, you can fight with all your strength, and you don't need to care about hurting or killing the other party. Death will not have any impact on the main body, it just consumes some mental power. If the Void Arena is open to indigenous professionals, it will also be welcomed and even become a new cash cow in Zhao Yi's hands. However, the fact that the Void Arena requires the main body to enter made Zhao Yi give up the idea of opening it to the outside world. For a long time, the Void Arena was used internally. Zhao Yi could afford the consumption of operating the Void Arena. In addition, Zhao Yi had another idea to use the Void Arena. He could hold a professional competition only for internal personnel, and give rewards to those who won the ranking. This was to encourage professionals to work hard to hone their combat skills, and not waste their free time, but to use it for cultivation. After saving up treasure chests for dozens of days, and consuming a destiny dice, you can harvest many treasures that even the top indigenous forces are tempted to take action, and the strength of the territory will rise again. Because of the good things obtained from opening treasure chests, Zhao Yi was distracted frequently during meetings, but as a lord, his subordinates dared not say anything. Finally, the meeting was over, and Zhao Yi couldn't wait to come to the teleportation array to start recruiting. Name, Gabby. Gender, male. Age, 43. Occupation, level 20 Earth Mage. Talent, Earth Mage 5 stars / Command 3 stars / Management 3 stars. Skills. Loyalty, 80 on the basis of the 5-star Earth Mage talent. There are also 3-star Command talent and 3-star Management talent, which is very powerful. Gabby is only at the 2nd level, but he is already 43 years old. There is something wrong here. I don't know what happened to Gabby before. Loyalty is 80 points, so there is nothing to worry about. If Zhao Yi gets into trouble because of recruiting Gabby, he will not be afraid. The growing strength gives Zhao Yi confidence. Except for the top indigenous forces with legendary strongmen, Zhao Yi dare not touch them. There is no need to be afraid of the indigenous forces below the top. Gabby, a 5-star gifted Earth Mage, will not only be a strongman in Zhao Yi's meeting in the future, but also a master architect of the territory. With a wave of his hand, he can build a city from scratch. Name, Sebastian. Gender, male. Age, 362. Profession, level 50 Red Dragon Fire. Talent, 4 stars. Skills. Loyalty, 80 Wow, a 362-year-old dragon. After Sebastian joined Zhao Yi's territory, he immediately became the oldest person in the territory. The lifespan of a 5th level human professional can reach up to 400 years, while the lifespan of a 5th level dragon can reach up to 1,200 years. Sebastian, who is only 362 years old, is still in the middle age of dragon life. 4-star talent is quite common, and dragons generally have 4-star talent, with a few 5-star and 3-star talents. The red dragon of the fire system is known for its hot temper, but when Sebastian, who turned into a middle-aged strongman, just walked out of the teleportation array, he saw Melissa, who had reached the 6th level, and he was directly wilted. Melissa is a 6th level dragon, and Sebastian is a 5th level dragon. The difference in strength makes Sebastian dare not act rashly. Usually, the huge dragons do not take the short humans seriously. Sebastian only respects Zhao Yi, the human lord he is loyal to, and now he is afraid of Melissa, who is also a dragon. Obey Zhao Yi's orders. Zhao Yi planned to put Sebastian in the 4th demiplane. Most dragons would show their true form most of the time, and the vast 4th demiplane was more suitable for Sebastian. Sebastian would come out when there was a mission. Stay still, don't go anywhere, and if you behave well, you can get gold coins and gems. Seeing Zhao Yi take out a box full of gold coins and gems from the storage equipment, Sebastian's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Only Melissa turned her head away with disdain. She had plenty of these junk. Name, Jera. Gender, male. Age, 95. Occupation, level 50 Archer. Talent, Archer 3 stars / Leader 2 stars. Skill. Loyalty, 80 General. Name, Fabian. Gender, male. Age, 90. Occupation, level 50 Lancer. Talent, Lancer 3 stars / Leader 3 stars. Skill. Loyalty, 83-star Leader talent, not bad. Compared to the 2 5th level professionals recruited, there is a small surprise among the 4th level professionals recruited. Name, Chanel. Gender, female. Age, 46. Profession, level 40 Archer. Talent, Archer 4 stars / Command 1 star. Skill. Loyalty, 80A female archer with 4-star talent. After all the 5th level and 4th level professionals were recruited, there were 3 6th level professionals and dragons in Zhao Yi's territory, 22 5th level professionals, and 179 4th level professionals. Distribute some of the 4th and 5th level to the middle and small cities, and the high-end combat power of Zhaocheng will be reduced a lot. The high-end combat power is still too small. It will take a lot of time for the territory to have enough high-end combat power. After recruiting personnel in Zhaocheng, Zhao Yi went to the 3 middle cities again to increase the population of the 3 middle cities. Open the treasure chest to get a lot of 0 level to 5 level professional recruitment scrolls. Today's recruitment consumes less than 100 million points. After recruiting personnel, Zhao Yi still has a lot of things to do. First, come to the 3rd demi-plane to upgrade the Tree of Life to the 7th level. Under the influence of the 6th level tree of life, the third demiplane is growing rapidly. It was originally a micro-demiplane with an area of 1.5 square kilometers. Now, the area has exceeded 1,500 square kilometers. The area has expanded 1,000 times. The area of the demiplane has reached 1,000 square kilometers, which is considered a medium-sized demiplane. The third demiplane has crossed from a micro-demiplane to a small demiplane and has been promoted to a medium-sized demiplane. This is not the end. In the future, the third demiplane may grow into a large demiplane, or even a super-large demiplane. As time passed, the consciousness inside the tree of life had grown a lot. It felt Zhao Yi coming, and its branches and leaves rustled to welcome Zhao Yi. If the tree of life welcomed Zhao Yi more vigorously, I am afraid that the entire demiplane would shake. Zhao Yi came under the big tree, touched the trunk with his hand, and gently comforted it. At the same time, Zhao Yi gave this tree of life a new name. World Tree. Zhao Yi also had a tree of life in his hand, and he needed to distinguish the two trees of life. Compared with the demiplane number 3, this tree of life was undoubtedly a world tree. Moreover, the world tree had been with Zhao Yi for a longer time. If it was to be upgraded, Zhao Yi would upgrade the world tree first, and the tree of life later. Knowing that it had a name, the branches and leaves of the world tree continued to rustle, and it seemed very happy. Zhao Yi took out 10 level 7 upgrade stones, and placed them against the trunk. As the world tree absorbed the power of the upgrade stones, its body grew wildly. 400 meters, 500 meters, 700 meters, 900 meters, 1,000 meters. After growing to 1,000 meters high and 30 meters thick, the world tree finally stopped growing. When the world tree was upgraded, almost everyone in the third half plane looked towards the location of the world tree, and was surprised to see that the already very tall tree of life had become even taller. The 7th level tree of life, within a radius of 100 kilometers, the plant growth rate increased by 70%, the concentration of magic elements increased by 7 times, and it could produce 1,000 drops of water of life, 50 milliliters, every day. 1,000 drops of water of life are worth more than 10 million low-grade magic crystals. If the water of life is sold for money, the speed of obtaining magic crystals is several times that of the void trading field. With the increasing number of undead troops, and the rapid increase in the strength of the territory army, once a fierce war breaks out, no amount of water of life will be enough. In the absence of magic crystals, the water of life cannot be sold. In addition to these changes, no other changes have been found in the tree of life after it was upgraded from level 6 to level 7. Zhao Yi was not disappointed. Perhaps there have been changes, but the changes are relatively small, and it will take time to show up. There are other things to do. Zhao Yi left the third plane and continued to be busy with other things. Just as Zhao Yi thought, there are indeed changes in the tree of life from level 6 to level 7, and these changes are hidden by the indigenous forces, who have at least level 7 trees of life. When the tree of life is upgraded to the 7th level, there are 2 major changes, or the tree of life increases 2 types of output. The first output is life essence. The vitality contained in 1 drop of life essence exceeds that of 100 drops of water of life. Using life essence, the physical fitness of the professional is improved in all aspects, the soul is strengthened, and the fighting spirit or mana also increases, which is equivalent to experience potion. The talent reaches 5 stars, and it is the best among the 5 stars. 1 drop of life essence can directly upgrade it from level 0 to level 10. It takes about 1,000 drops of life essence to upgrade from level 60 to level 70. Life essence has a slight improvement, combat profession, the role of talent. In the legend of Chen country, life essence is the top natural treasure. However, the 7th level life tree can only produce 1 drop of life essence every 10 days. It takes 27 years to obtain 1,000 drops of life essence. And Zhao Yi only needs 2 years to upgrade from level 60 to level 70 by killing monsters. Life essence is a treasure for the top indigenous forces, but for Zhao Yi who can kill monsters to upgrade and open treasure chests to obtain advanced stones and talent stones, its preciousness has greatly decreased. The second output of the 7th level tree of life is the fruit of life. When a person's vitality decreases, his lifespan will decrease. The water of life and the essence of life can restore vitality, but they cannot extend a person's lifespan beyond the original upper limit. But the fruit of life can do it, and the fruit of life is also a fruit that increases lifespan. The 7th level tree of life blooms in 1 year, bears fruit in 1 year, and matures in 1 year. Every 3 years, 10 fruits of life can be obtained. Eating one fruit of life can increase lifespan by 1 year, which is called the one-year fruit. The 8th level tree of life, on the basis of producing 10 one-year fruits every 3 years, has a 10-year fruit that blooms in 10 years, bears fruit in 10 years, and matures in 10 years. Every 30 years, 10 10-year fruits can be obtained. Eating one 10-year fruit can increase lifespan by 10 years. The 9th level tree of life can produce a 100-year-old fruit that blooms for 100 years, bears fruit for 100 years, and matures in 100 years. 10 100-year-old fruits can be obtained every 300 years, and eating 100-year-old fruit can increase lifespan by 100 years. For the same grade of life fruit, the first one will have full effect, the second will have half effect, and the third will have half effect again. But for Jiao Yi, even a 1-year-old fruit takes too long to grow. The life fruit that can increase the life essence of talent and increase lifespan is a good thing for the top aboriginal forces. Only one level 7 life tree, the life essence produced can only be used by one person with excellent talent, which can basically make him promoted to a legendary strongman, ensuring that the indigenous forces will have a continuous number of legendary strongmen. If you can have a level 9 life tree, you will definitely be one of the most powerful indigenous forces on the origin continent. However, at present, the highest level of life tree in the origin continent and demiplane is only level 8. After the world tree was upgraded, Jiao Yi came to the central area of the 4th demiplane again, chose a suitable place where civilians could not set foot, and planted the level 2 life tree in his hand. After planting the tree of life, Jiao Yi took out 10 level 3 advancement stones, level 4 advancement stones, level 5 advancement stones, and level 6 advancement stones, and quickly upgraded the tree of life from level 2 to level 6. The level 6 tree of life, within a radius of 33 kilometers, increases the growth rate of plants by 60%, increases the concentration of magic elements by 6 times, and produces 333 drops of water of life every day. A holy place for cultivation second only to the 3rd demiplane appeared in the 4th demiplane. This place is suitable for building a professional school. The students in the school have to have at least 3 stars in talent, which can enable students to quickly grow in strength while learning knowledge in school. As for the effect of the level 6 tree of life on the growth of the 4th demiplane, it is only very small. Chapter 255. In an open space relatively close to the 4th half-plane space gate, Jiao Yi released the floating fortress covering an area of 0.78 square kilometers. The floating fortress is silver gray in color, and the lower part is a cylinder with a bottom diameter of 1,000 meters and a height of 25 meters. The lower part is the foundation of the floating fortress. The floating magic array and the core of the floating fortress are in the lower part, and most of the weapons are also placed in the lower part. Various buildings are placed in the upper part of the floating fortress, just like a small city. In the center of the small city is a 25-meter-high magic tower. The floating fortress is a high-level wizard tower, and there is a wizard tower on the high-level wizard tower. This wizard tower can be regarded as the core of the floating fortress, or the core of the floating fortress is under the wizard tower. The owner of the floating fortress sits in the wizard tower, and can control the entire floating fortress. Unlike some half-planes that have not been explored yet, the floating fortress is safe for Jiao Yi, and Jiao Yi is also the first authority of the floating fortress. Tower Spirit, I want to enter the floating fortress. Jiao Yi shouted in front of the floating fortress, awakening the Tower Spirit that seemed to be sleeping. In less than a second, the neutral and peaceful voice of the Tower Spirit appeared beside Jiao Yi's ears. Yes, my master. As soon as the Tower Spirit's voice fell, the next moment, from the upper part of the floating fortress, a metal staircase with a width of 10 meters extended to the ground. Jiao Yi and Melissa stepped on the stairs and entered the upper part of the floating fortress. Under the explanation of the Tower Spirit, they visited the inside and outside of the floating fortress. Even Melissa was very curious about the floating fortress, looking left and right. The floating fortress is a war fortress, specially built for war, but the upper part of the floating fortress is not a military camp, and now it looks very different from a small city. The decorations in all the buildings of the floating fortress are even more luxurious than those in the primary and intermediate wizard towers. Such a floating fortress seems more suitable as Jiao Yi's lord's mansion. Jiao Yi really has the idea of using this floating fortress as his own lord's mansion. Jiaocheng has an area of 480,000 square kilometers, so it is no problem to take out less than 1 square kilometer to place the floating fortress. Unfortunately, Jiaocheng is only covered by a diamond-level illusion killing array. If a legendary strongman passes through, there is a high probability that he will not care about Jiaocheng. Intermediate wizard towers, diamond-level illusion-killing arrays, and half-planes of unknown size cannot attract legendary strongmen. But if the floating fortress is placed in Yaocheng, it will definitely attract the attention of the legendary masters passing by. Seeing that there is no legendary master here, he has evil thoughts and tries to seize the floating fortress. Before leaving, he destroys Yaocheng and destroys the corpses. Of course, not all legendary masters are cruel and evil. There are also kind and benevolent legendary masters. However, Zhao Yi cannot give the choice to the legendary masters. In fact, there is an emperor in the Origin continent who uses the floating fortress as his own palace. The floating fortress covering an area of 0.78 square kilometers is qualified to be used as a palace, and an empire has enough strength to keep the floating fortress. The Forbidden City covers an area of about 720,000 square meters. Zhao Yi did not have the strength to protect the floating fortress in front of the legendary strongman, so he could only put the floating fortress in the fourth half plane. After visiting the floating fortress, Zhao Yi felt that the floating fortress still lacked some weapons, and the number of magic cannons alone needed to be continuously increased. However, Zhao Yi had a little few magic cannons in his hands. There were 4th-level professionals in this small city, and small magic cannons had to be placed. There were 5th-level professionals in the middle city, and medium-sized magic cannons had to be placed. Zhao Yi has never obtained a large magic cannon. With the 5th-level alchemist Gu Wendell, it is only a matter of time to refine a small crystal-level magic cannon. There will be no shortage of small magic cannons in the future, but medium and large magic cannons are more important. There is still a long way to go to refine medium and large magic cannons, so we can only take it slowly. The floating fortress needs to add weapons, and more importantly, a force should be formed with the floating fortress as the core to control the floating fortress to fight. Although the floating fortress does not occupy as much land as a 3rd-level small city, it can accommodate more people than the 30,000 people that a 3rd-level small city can accommodate. After all, both the lower and upper parts of the floating fortress can be inhabited, and the buildings in the upper part are generally 3-story. Soldiers can also tolerate a narrow living space for a period of time. When fully loaded, the floating fortress carries more than 30,000 professionals, including the floating fortress headquarters, air cavalry troops, and landing troops. Especially the landing troops occupy the largest proportion. If the landing troops are not carried, the floating fortress is still quite spacious. Zhao Yi named the army formed with the floating fortress as the core the Sky Whale Corps. The Sky Whale is a huge monster in the game world that can swim in the sea and fly in the sky. The largest Sky Whale is larger than the largest dragon. It can be said to be the largest creature in the game world, but the number is relatively rare. I don't know if there are any Sky Whales alive under the rampage of the undead. The commander of the Sky Whale Corps is temporarily concurrently served by the Air Force Commander Poopy, who will form the Sky Whale Corps. As the core of the Sky Whale Corps, the floating fortress, Zhao Yi has the first authority, and the second authority Zhao Yi is going to give to Joanna. After thinking about it, Zhao Yi is going to give the third authority to the 5th-level lightning mage George. Melissa basically follows Zhao Yi, and does not need to give authority. The floating fortress is a high-level mage tower. Only mages can exert the greatest power in the mage tower. What the Sky Whale Corps actually needs is a mage corps commander. For the time being, Zhao Yi does not have a suitable mage to serve as the corps commander. Joanna is strong enough, but her command talent is a little lacking. It is okay to command a troop of several thousand people, but it is not possible to command a troop of tens of thousands of people. The combat profession has high talent, but poor command talent, and is mainly cultivated towards the direction of being a strong person. This time when opening the platinum treasure chest, 120 platinum treasure chests were opened 12 times in a row, and Wind Chaser Job Transfer Scroll * 10 were opened. Wind Chaser is considered an advanced wind mage profession, and above the platinum level Wind Chaser is the diamond level Wind Controller. Joanna already has a 4-star mage talent, and can be transferred to a Wind Chaser. After becoming a Wind Chaser, the training speed will not be accelerated, but the strength will be improved to a certain extent. It is still early for the floating fortress to be built. There will always be a suitable candidate for the Sky Whale Corps in the future. There is no need to rush now. Poopy will first form the Sky Whale Corps, and there is no need to have combat power immediately. Zhao Yi's territory now does not need to send out the floating fortress when encountering an enemy that can be dealt with. If it encounters an enemy that cannot be dealt with, it is useless to send out the floating fortress. After leaving the floating fortress and walking out of the space gate of the fourth half plane, Zhao Yi called Poopy and asked him to come over to discuss the formation of the Sky Whale Corps. On December 15th, the territory of Lorient was attacked for the 8th time, and the territory suffered more losses. Faced with the continuous losses of Lorient and the difficulty in counterattacking the Purple Star Alliance, the top leaders of the Eurus Consortium decided to abandon Lorient. At midnight that day, Lorient began to prepare for the transfer of personnel and materials. The next day, the personnel and materials were officially transferred to other territories of the Eurus Consortium. Today, December 18th, is another day for the undead to attack the city. Before dark, most of the personnel and materials in Lorient were able to be transferred. The remaining things that could not be transferred had to be abandoned. After the undead attacked the city, there would be nothing left. Guing, the member of the Purple Star Alliance closest to Lord Laurel, had been sending assassins to keep an eye on Lord Laurel, fearing that Lord Laurel was just pretending to withdraw. Guing learned about the changes in Laurel from the assassins she sent out, and then sent it to the large group of the Purple Star Alliance. The members of the Purple Star Alliance were overjoyed. Lord Laurel was really going to be destroyed. Without Lord Laurel, the first-class Earl, they could then attack other members of the VK Alliance. Before Zhao Yi made a decision, members of the Purple Star Alliance requested to attack other members of the VK Alliance. After seeing the message in the group, Zhao Yi immediately sent a message and decided to attack the VK Alliance tonight. In the Purple Star Alliance senior group, Zhao Yi discussed with Guing, Du Hongwei, Chao De and others. To attack the VK Alliance, Zhao Yi will take action, and all members of the Purple Star Alliance will also take action. After the fifth attack on Lord Lorient, on December 7th, all members of the Purple Star Alliance selected assassins from the 1st to 3rd levels to gather for training in the territory of the governor of the province. 10 days have passed. Although the training time is short, the assassins have developed some tacit understanding. If they are sent to attack the earldom, there may be accidents. If they only attack the viscountdom or even the barondom, the possibility of accidents is very small. After discussion, everyone decided to attack the 17 members of the VK Alliance tonight, a second-class earldom in the Loda province, and 2 third-class viscountdoms in each of the 8 provinces. The main city of the third-class viscountdom is a third-level town, with a standard population of only 3,000. Even if every household in the main city has a professional, the main city garrison will hardly exceed 600. The Purple Star Alliance has 475 members, and the assassins concentrated in the 8 presidents' territories total more than 5,000 people. The assassins to deal with each third-class Viscount territory of the VK Alliance are about 300 people. Generally, the number of assassins in a Viscount territory is not large, just enough. The Viscount territory does not have the strength and qualifications to send assassins to attack other player territories alone. Because it is just a tickle, no Lord player will spend this effort. Compared with recruiting assassins, the most important thing for the Viscount Lord is the promotion of the territory. When the territory is promoted to earldom, more points will be obtained. In order to clean up the surrounding opponents that affect the development of the territory, more assassins will be recruited to attack the neighbors. Zichen League has a powerful lord like Zhao Yi, and does not need members to take action. They can deal with the Lorient Lord themselves. In this case, most members of Zichen League feel that they should also do something to respond to the call of the leader and draw out as many idle assassins as possible. Most members did this, and the remaining members had no choice but to follow suit, eventually forming a huge assassination force of 5,000 people. Lorient was unable to allow the VK Alliance to form such a large assassination force, especially as the territory of Lorient was constantly damaged, and the members of the VK Alliance's trust in Lorient continued to decline. Even though some members sent third-level and second-level professionals to support Lorient in the hope that Lorient could hold on for a while longer, some members remained indifferent and did not want to lose combat power by supporting Lorient. No one expected that the Eurus Consortium would choose to give up the Lorient territory so quickly. Many members of the VK Alliance regretted it. Now the second-class earls are fighting for the position of leader, and they don't know that the Purple Star Alliance is about to take action against them. The bribe traders in the Purple Star Alliance have to continue to report the movements of the Purple Star Alliance to Lorient because of the contract, but the content of the report is not very useful. The top leaders of the Purple Star Alliance will not talk about the specific action tasks in the group. Lorient has also left the VK Alliance group chat, and he has left the Violet Kingdom. He no longer wants to participate in the struggle between the Purple Star Alliance and the VK Alliance in the Violet Kingdom. As the afternoon approached, the assassination troops of the Purple Star Alliance began to move. The selected VK Alliance third-class Viscount territory was either the closest to the President's territory or the closest to a member of the Purple Star Alliance. The former could save transmission costs and time, while the latter saved time. After nightfall, Most of the assassin teams of the assassination troops successfully arrived at the target location, but some assassin teams encountered accidents and were discovered by the enemy. Even if the enemy was very weak, the assassin team would try not to fight with it as much as possible to avoid being surrounded by more professionals sent by the enemy. Several unlucky first-level assassins were found by the enemy and killed before they could escape. The undead army began to attack the city, and members of the VK Alliance sent messages in the group chat asking for help. Help! The Purple Star Alliance attacked my territory. I need reinforcements. I will pay for the military expenses. Reinforcements. I need reinforcements. The undead army is very powerful. My territory can't resist it. I give you a level 4 advancement stone. Come and send reinforcements. Save my territory. Faced with the request for help from some members, other members were thinking whether they should rescue or not. If they rescued, the reinforcements they sent would inevitably suffer losses. Even if they received military funds, they would not be able to recover the loss of territory's combat power in a short time. Forget it, I won't rescue. Other members will definitely send troops to rescue. However, more than one member of the VK Alliance had similar ideas, and the total number of members who sent troops to support was less than 30. Especially the second-class Earl of the VK Alliance that Zhao Yi attacked did not receive any reinforcements. All the members of the VK Alliance knew that it must be the Purple Star Alliance leader who took action. Even the first-class earldom, Lorien, was injured by the Purple Star Alliance leaders. Attack! How could a second-class earldom that didn't even touch the edge of the first-class earldom resist the Purple Star Alliance leader? Even if reinforcements were sent, they would suffer heavy losses. There was no need to rescue them. They should just give up. Finding that no VK Alliance member sent reinforcements, facing such a powerful army of undead, the second-class Earl Lord himself was not far from giving up. While packing up valuable things to take away, he tried to make a final resistance. If he could resist the army of undead at the cost of the territory's army being severely damaged, he could also gain a lot of points, and it would not be too late to give up the territory at that time. This second-class Earl Lord was just overthinking. Under the attack of the undead army, the main city of the territory was quickly breached, and the Lord fled to the native city with his relatives and confidants and most of the valuables in the territory. Along with this second-class earldom, 11 third-class Viscount Lords were destroyed, and the 5 Viscount Lords that were not destroyed all received relatively more reinforcements. But both the reinforcements and the territory army suffered heavy losses in the battle with the army of the undead. Unanimously, the 5 Lords all chose to abandon their territories. The first major mission of the Purple Star Alliance assassin force was to destroy a second-class earldom and 16 third-class viscountdoms at the cost of less than 10 first-class assassins killed or injured. For the members of the Purple Star Alliance, this was a perfect mission. Even the few members who had first-class assassins killed did not care at all. Training a first-level assassin only takes 300 magic crystals, not much, in addition to time. The members cheered and celebrated in the big group, as if it would not be long before the entire Violet Kingdom would no longer see the territories of VK Alliance members or Anti-Chen Alliance. Compared to the excitement of the Purple Chen Alliance, only a few people were cursing in the VK Alliance group chat, and most people were silent. Those who were cursing were all those who sent troops to support last night. Although they sent troops to support because they could gain benefits, they now felt that they were qualified to speak in the group. We lose 1 second-class earldom and 16 third-class viscountdoms every day. How many members does our VK Alliance have? Can we hold out for 4 months? If we can truly unite, even if we are not the opponent of the Purple Star Alliance, we can stop the Purple Star Alliance. But you dare not even send troops and watch the territories of your allies being destroyed. Brothers, if this continues, our VK Alliance will be finished. The Violet Kingdom will become the world of the Purple Star Alliance. Our territories will only be destroyed one by the Purple Star Alliance. We must unite and fight against the Purple Star Alliance together. Several second-class Earl members stood up again, trying to unite the VK Alliance, but less than 100 members sent messages in support, and more members continued to remain silent. It is not surprising that the VK Alliance has such a situation. There are 2 main reasons why the 475 members of the Purple Chen Alliance can unite. One is that all members are players from Chen Country, and the second is that Zhao Yi, a first-class Earl, takes the lead. Among all the Blue Star Country camps, the Chen Country camp has the largest number of player lords, because the population of Chen Country accounts for 1/5 of the total human population of Blue Star. The population of Yingsan Kingdom is about to account for 1/5 of the total human population of Blue Star, but the number of Lord players in Yingsan Kingdom is less than 1/10 of the number of Lord players in Shin Kingdom. This is due to the degree of adaptation to the game world and the ability of Lord players. Facing the rise of the Shin Kingdom player camp, some countries that have been at odds with Shin Kingdom on Blue Star established the Anti-Shin Alliance in the game world. Although the Anti-Shin Alliance has more player territories, it has never been able to gain much advantage in the competition with the Shin Kingdom player camp. Facing foreign enemies, most of the players in Shin Country are extremely united, which is shown in the Purple Shin League. VK Alliance is not so good. Members of VK Alliance come from dozens of countries, and many members are sworn enemies. How could they send troops to support their sworn enemies? It's good enough that they didn't work together. This is just one reason, and the other reason is the same as that of the territory of Lorien. More than a quarter of the members of VK Alliance belong to major player forces. The territories of individual players are generally Viscount territories, or even Baron territories. Only a few European emperors can develop their territories into Earl territories, and it is even more difficult to develop them into second-class Earl territories. The second-class earldom that Zhao Yi dealt with this time was owned by a European player, so there was no support. It is easier for a territory under a player force to develop into an earldom. Most of the Earl members in the VK Alliance come from many player forces. Compared with the individual player lords, they still have a way out. Like the Lorien territory, they can transfer the territory personnel and materials to other territories of the player forces to which they belong. With the abandonment of the Lorien territory, many player forces with territories in the Violet Kingdom have conducted some investigations to see if they can resist the Purple Star Alliance and maintain the situation. All the player forces with second-class Earls in the Violet Kingdom basically want to gain control of the VK Alliance. Even if they all join the Anti-Shin Alliance, their competition continues. Some second-class Earls continue to compete for the position of leader of the VK Alliance, but some second-class Earls have realized that without a first-class Earl, it is difficult for the VK Alliance to concentrate its power. Even if a first-class Earl appears, it is expected that his fate will be the same as that of Lorien. Without a source of power outside the Violet Kingdom, the VK Alliance, which is more scattered than the Anti-Shin Alliance, cannot resist the Violet Alliance at all. So after the destruction of 17 member territories of the VK Alliance this time, some player forces have already started to withdraw personnel and materials from subordinate territories from the Violet Kingdom. It's just a Violet Kingdom. There are hundreds of indigenous countries on the Origin continent. The Violet Kingdom is still a poor lower-level kingdom, so it doesn't matter if it is abandoned. The original idea of competing for the control of the VK Alliance was gradually abandoned. By December 21st, the territories of more than 20 Viscounts and Earls of the VK Alliance had evacuated the Violet Kingdom with personnel and supplies. At night, the Purple Star Alliance once again attacked the territories of 17 members of the VK Alliance. Facing the powerful army of the undead, the 17 lords simply gave up on rescue. They knew that even if they asked for help and had reinforcements, the territory would not be able to hold out until the next day of the undead siege. Even more than half of the lords were ready 2 days ago to abandon their territories and flee to the indigenous cities at any time. There are former lord players who have fled to the native cities. They think back to the struggle between the Purple Shin Alliance and the VK Alliance in recent days. To magnify it, it is the struggle between the Shin player camp and the Anti-Shin Alliance camp. In the struggle between the Purple Shin Alliance and the VK Alliance is doomed to lose. Will the Anti-Shin Alliance camp also lose in the end? No, definitely not. The Violet Kingdom is just a small place in the entire Origin continent. The top leaders of the Anti-Shin Alliance will not pay attention to such a small place at all. Chapter 256. After being promoted to the second-class dukedom, Zhao Yi's territory developed in an orderly manner. The Sky Whale Corps was planned, Jiaocheng was expanded, 3 old middle cities were expanded, 3 new middle cities were selected and built, and more people were constantly migrating from the 3rd and 4th half-planes. Due to the needs of the territory, Zhao Yi recruited a group of earth mages every day, mainly at the 0 and 2nd levels. This situation led to the Lord players recruiting native professionals, and found that among the 0 and 2nd level professionals, the points required to recruit earth mages increased the fastest, almost catching up with the priests of the same level. Lord players all know that when recruiting native professionals, both the 0 and 1st levels have 1-star talents, and the 2nd and 3rd levels have 2-star talents. 1-star professionals can be upgraded to the 1st level at most, and 2-star professionals can be upgraded to the 3rd level at most. Killing the undead can upgrade quickly, and with the advancement of native professionals, you can use auxiliary advancement potions that are much cheaper than advancement stones. Lord players like to recruit 0-level professionals and 2nd-level professionals. only in the case of Earth Mages. Because of Zhao Yi's crazy recruitment, Lord players have to choose to recruit first-level Earth Mages and third-level Earth Mages, and are reluctant to recruit zero-level Earth Mages and second-level Earth Mages. It is expected that it will not take long. As the recruitment points increase, Zhao Yi will have to consider whether it is appropriate to recruit a zero-level Earth Mage or a first-level Earth Mage. Zhao Yi puts most of his energy on territory development, a small part of his energy on spawning monsters in the cemetery, and occasionally pays attention to the fight between the Zichen League and the VK Alliance. Compared with Zhao Yi, other members of the Zichen League pay more attention to the fight between the Zichen League and the VK Alliance, especially the deputy leader Guing. Zhao Yi and Guing have never met and rarely chat, but the two have a tacit understanding. Guing is gradually responsible for more things in the Zichen League. Zhao Yi also saw that Guing was interested in managing the Zichen League, so he let Guing do it. Of course, Zhao Yi would not stand by and watch Guing control the Zichen League. And this situation is unlikely to happen. The most important point is Gu Ying's strength. Without strength, others will not listen to your orders. As for the other deputy leader, Du Hongwei belongs to the official Qin country. Du Hongwei's identity makes Du Hongwei rarely participate in the management of the Zichen League. He only participates in high-level meetings, and does not express his opinions most of the time. Du Hongwei is more like an honorary deputy leader sent by the Qin country official to the Zichen League, which makes the relationship between the Zichen League and the Qin country official slightly closer than other player forces in Qin country. The Zichen League's offensive against the VK Alliance has been continuing, once every 3 days. Zhao Yi always attacks a second-class earldom. The Zichen League assassination force initially chose the third-class viscountdom to join forces, and now has attacked the second-class viscountdom. The Zichen League also observed that some territories belonging to player forces in the VK Alliance were evacuating personnel and supplies. The second-class earldoms that Zhao Yi could attack may not be found next time, and he will turn to attack the third-class earldoms. Then we can deal with 2 third-class earldoms at once. Soon, the time came to the end of December, which can also be said to be the end of the first year of the Hope calendar. Under the attack of the Purple Star Alliance, the number of VK Alliance members dropped rapidly, and fewer people spoke in the group chat, and the group was not far from being dead. The VK Alliance had essentially fallen apart, but the members had not yet left the group to see if they could get any useful information from the group chat. The last day arrived, and the sun rose, but the sky was gloomy. This gloomy weather is different from the previous cloudy days. It feels a bit lifeless, and the entire origin continent is covered with dark clouds. What big moves will the undead camp make today? The same idea popped up in the minds of the Blue Star players, and Zhao Yi was no exception. The undead camp's big moves, the few limited ones, were impressive. Waves of undead armies kept rushing towards the players' territory, and heavy rains and floods submerged the players' territory. In these 2 big moves, a large number of player territories were destroyed, and the elites were left behind. On the last day of the first year of the Blue Star players' arrival in the game world, the undead camp may have a big move. No matter what big move the undead camp has, the only thing the Lord players can do is to prepare actively. Zhao Yi's territory is also actively preparing, and Zhao Yi even has the idea of canceling the monster-killing mission in the cemetery today. But in the morning, the sky remained gloomy and unchanged, and the teleportation array could still be used, so the monster-killing mission continued every day. In order to prevent accidents, the 3 monster-killing teams can return after killing 10,000 undead each, and they cannot exhaust all their physical strength and energy to cope with the possible war. The monster-spawning mission continued, but the Purple Star Alliance paused its offensive against the VK Alliance today, and the assassin troops did not go out. However, no accidents occurred during the whole day. This gloomy weather could not turn the day into a pitch-dark night, and the cannon fodder undead could not leave the cemetery. With the arrival of night, the big move of the undead camp came. Tonight is the day when the undead usually attack the city. The player territories close to the cemetery are the first to be baptized by the undead army. The Lord players have been mentally prepared for the changes in the undead army. Either the undead army is strengthened, or there are more waves of undead army attacking the city. For the player territories that have been able to hold out until now, as long as the strength of the undead army is not increased too much, they can hold out, and at most the territory army will suffer more casualties. However, when the first batch of undead armies attacking the player's territory appeared, the air cavalry or assassin reported the situation of the undead army to the Lord, and many Lord players were stunned. Compared with the usual, the strength of the undead army has increased by 2 times. Under normal circumstances, it doesn't matter if the strength of the undead army increases by 2 times. For example, during the territory promotion war, there are at least 3 waves of undead army attacking the city, and the overall strength of the undead army is at least twice as high as usual. But tonight the undead army attacked the city, and the number of undead attacking the city tripled while the ratio of undead of each level remained unchanged. This doubled strength of the undead army is unacceptable to most Lord players. They would rather face waves of normal undead armies than a wave of undead army with a sudden increase in number. A level 3 town with 3,000 people has 500 defenders. There are 3 waves of undead army attacking the town, each with 1,000 people. On average, each defender has to face 2 undead at the same time in each battle. Now, the town population remains the same, the number of defenders remains the same, and the strength remains the same. There is only 1 wave of undead army attacking the town, and the number has increased from 1,000 to 3,000. Each defender has to face 6 undead at the same time on average. At a low level, most human professionals can fight 2 undead of the same level 1 by 1 without getting hurt, or with minor injuries. If one person fights 6 undead of the same level 1 by 1, it is simply a round-robin battle, and it is almost non-stop. If a human professional can kill 4 undead of the same level in a row, he is considered an elite. If he kills all 6, he is an elite among the elites, and he is not far from being a genius. The most important thing is that the undead keep rushing up, not giving human professionals time to recover. Even geniuses will be beaten to death by the undead. This is the undead C tactic. Humans also have human C tactics, but they are so ridiculous in front of the undead C tactic. Lord players can understand the horror of the number of undead multiplied by 3. They don't think about whether there will be a second wave of undead after this wave of undead. They just want to resist this wave of undead first. All the weapons and equipment, alchemy props, spell scrolls, etc. in reserve are distributed, and those who can ask for help quickly ask for help. Today is the day of the daily siege of the undead. All the cities and villages in the territory will face 3 times the number of undead attacks. Now it is a question whether the main city of the territory can be preserved, let alone the village. Many Lord players thought of transferring the village garrison back to the main city, but they did not do it, because they thought that the village garrison could rush back to the main city, but their families were still in the village, and most people would not choose to be separated from their families. I am dying. My territory was finally upgraded to the 3rd class Viscount territory. This time, it is considered to be over. Fortunately, the teleportation array can be used. At least I have to hold on for a while. If I can't hold on any longer, I will flee to the native city. Help, I'm in the XX Empire, the southern part of XX Province, the 2nd class Viscount territory. I'm offering a level 5 advancement stone, hoping that the big guys can send some reinforcements to save my territory. The main city of the territory can barely be saved, and the affiliated towns and villages are expected to be destroyed. Add to that the loss of the main city defenders, I don't dare to think about it. What will the Chin Country player camp and the Anti-Chin Alliance camp do next? They all have to lick their wounds honestly. There are also members in the Zichin League group who are asking for help, but there are few members who can send reinforcements, and the members who send reinforcements are those who are late in the undead siege, and the reinforcements can return before their own territories are attacked by the undead army. Even the high-ranking officials of the Purple Star Alliance, facing the situation tonight, wanted to send troops to rescue, but they were powerless, and even needed reinforcements. Seeing this situation, Zhao Yi took action. You don't need to send reinforcements, just focus on protecting your own territory. Leave the reinforcements to me. Lin Mengyao will count them, and send reinforcements according to the time of the undead siege. Lin Mengyao's position is the secretary of the leader. Her father was recruited by Zhao Yi as a technician. Lin Mengyao is just a professional player, but she is a student majoring in secretarial studies on Blue Star. As the leader of the Purple Star Alliance, Zhao Yi needed a secretary. After posting a job posting in Yicheng, Lin Mengyao, who was quiet and cute and majored in secretarial work, was finally chosen by Zhao Yi. As for sending reinforcements, Zhao Yi had a simple idea. Whether the number or quality of the undead army increased, it could be easily blocked with the territory's strength. Xiaocheng had a diamond-level illusion array, and other cities had reserves of explosive arrows, alchemical bombs, spell scrolls, etc. that could be used for 30 daily consumption. Zhao Yi has money, so he can prepare so many military supplies. This is the power of Krypton Gold. Even if the number of undead doubles, they cannot capture any city in Zhao Yi's territory, and the teleportation array can be used, and reinforcements can be sent through the teleportation array at any time. Zhao Yi hopes that there will be more undead armies of higher quality to attack, but unfortunately the possibility of this happening is very small. If his territory can be preserved, Zhao Yi can send support to the members of the Zichen League. Zhao Yi intends to use these members as a force in his hands in the future, and he cannot lose too much. Moreover, if reinforcements are sent to fight in other players' territories, the professionals in the reinforcements can gain experience, and Zhao Yi can get points and treasure chests. This is a battle within the Violet Kingdom, and the points can also be added to the battle evaluation. At least it is a good thing to kill 4 birds with 1 stone. How could Zhao Yi let it go? For the reinforcements, Zhao Yi plans to send only 3rd level and 4th level professionals. Among the undead army attacking the player's territory, the highest is only the 4th level undead, and there is no need to send 5th level professionals for support. Most of the Viscount members' territories don't even have a 4th level professional. The highest level of the incoming undead is 3rd level, so Zhao Yi only needs to send 3rd level professionals. When sending out 4th level professionals, you don't need to consider the profession, but the number, so as not to let the members find out that there are more 4th level professionals in your territory than Chengjian Ling. The 3rd level professionals sent out are mainly archers, mages, priests and members of the Undead Legion. This is a good opportunity to gain experience. Try to select 3-star or above talented professionals to join the reinforcements. The professionals selected for the reinforcements all carry the water of life with them to prevent accidents. Although the reinforcements dispatched are limited and cannot support all territories at the same time, the time when the undead army attacks the member territories is also different. Only a small number of 3rd level and 4th level professionals can basically complete all rescue operations. The members of the Purple Star Alliance know that the leader is powerful, but they cannot imagine how powerful the leader is. They do not think that the leader can complete all rescue operations on his own. Moreover, the leader's own territory also needs enough personnel to stay behind, and the reinforcements sent out will only occupy a small part of the strength. So the members' idea is that the leader will first rescue those attacked by the undead army, and then the leader and those territories where the undead siege has ended will send reinforcements to rescue those attacked by the undead army later. In this way, all members of the Purple Star Alliance will be able to see tomorrow's sunrise in their own territories. At the same time, the members of the Purple Star Alliance hope that there will be only one wave of undead siege tonight. If there is a second wave, even with the leader's rescue, it will be difficult for many people to keep their territories. The teleportation array area in Yicheng has been covered up, and the teleportation array lights up frequently. The 3rd level and 4th level professionals in Zhaocheng are constantly teleporting to Yicheng. As Lin Mengyao quickly handed the list of Zichen League members who needed rescue to Zhao Yi immediately sent reinforcements to the target territory. Most of the member territories do not have medium-sized teleportation arrays that can be teleported across provinces, only small teleportation arrays that can be teleported within the province. The reinforcements can only be teleported to the president's territory in the province where the member territory is located, and then teleported to the member territory. Fortunately, all the territories of the presidents of the Purple Star League branches have medium-sized teleportation arrays. On the rescue list compiled by Lin Mengyao, the first one is the 2nd-class Viscount territory of Zhongjuning in the Truth Province. The population of the main city of Zhongjuning's territory is just over 5,000, and there are no 4th level professionals, which means that the number of incoming undead will also exceed 5,000, and there will be no 4th level undead. The reinforcements sent by Zhao Yi are 1 priest, 3 archers, 3 mages, and 5 swordsmen, all of whom are 3rd level professionals. They not only carry water of life, but also carry physical potions, energy potions, mana potions, etc. 12 3rd level professionals were first teleported to the territory of Chaoda, the president of the Truth Province, and then to Zhongjuning's territory. Zhongjuning personally welcomed the Alliance leader's reinforcements next to the teleportation array. Before the reinforcements arrived, Zhongjuning knew that his territory would definitely be saved, because his territory was the first among the members of the Zichen Alliance to be attacked by the undead army, and the Alliance leader was the first to send reinforcements to his territory. Just when the undead army had less than 5 minutes to arrive at the main city of Zhongjuning's territory, 12 3rd level professionals from Zhao Yi's territory walked out of the teleportation array one after another. Seeing that the reinforcements were 12 3rd level professionals, Zhongjuning could accept that even if they were all assassins, 12 assassins were enough to eliminate all the 3rd level undead in the undead army. Moreover, none of the 12 3rd level professionals in front of him was an assassin, and one was a priest. There was only one third-level priest in Zhong Juning's territory. With one more third-level priest, Zhong Juning knew that there would be fewer professionals killed in his territory tonight. Our mission is to eliminate the third-level undead in the undead army first, and then eliminate the second-level undead. There will be more skeleton archers in the undead army this time. They are very troublesome. I hope you can help eliminate some skeleton archers if you have the chance. Yes. While rushing to the defense position of the main city of the territory, Zhong Juning and Zhao Yiling, the captain of the reinforcement team, communicated to determine the tasks of both parties and better eliminate the upcoming undead army. The main city of Zhong Juning's territory has a low wall. On the side facing the cemetery, there is a primary market and a primary smelting plant. When Zhong Juning led Zhao Yiling's reinforcements to the primary market, the undead army was about to enter the battlefield. The undead army charged towards the main city of the territory. When the front of the undead army entered the range of the defenders' archers, human archers began to shoot arrows. Their target was the skeleton archers in the undead army. Long-range attack troops are always the most troublesome enemies, which is recognized by the Lord players. If the skeleton archers are not eliminated as much as possible, the most losses in each battle are caused by the skeleton archers. When fighting against the undead army, the first target is the skeleton archers, including the archers in the undead air cavalry. For weak territories, undead air cavalry generally do not appear. Among the undead army attacking the main city of Zhong Juning's territory, there are no undead air cavalry, but there are undead land cavalry. Although no third-level undead has appeared within the range of Zhao Yiling's third-level archers, the third-level archers have also taken action, constantly eliminating the skeleton archers in the front. Here, Zhong Juning's territory is fighting with the undead army. On the other side, the second-member territory of the Purple Star Alliance is about to fight with the undead army. The reinforcements sent by Zhao Yi have entered the members' territory. A reinforcement army was sent out by Zhao Yi, and the list of requests for help in Lin Mingyao's hand was constantly updated. The names of Guing, Du Hongwei, Chao De, and other high-level members of the Purple Star Alliance also appeared on the list of requests for help. It can be seen that the changes in the undead army's siege this time are too difficult for the Lord players. Du Hongwei and other lords who belong to the official Qin state should ask Xiao Yi for help instead of the official Qin state. Like Xiao Yi, the player territory that can easily resist the undead army and send out a large number of reinforcements should be the only one led by Zhao Yi. The player territories that can resist the undead army, but can only send out a small number of reinforcements are Cheng Jinling and Li Chun's Hingling. It is not that Cheng Jinling and Li Chun's Hingling have strong enough basic strength, but that both territories are the strongest official territories of a country and have the power obtained by Krypton Gold. Without Krypton Gold, Cheng Jinling and Li Chun's Hingling would have suffered heavy casualties if they wanted to stop the undead army. In the absence of reinforcements, the most important thing for the player's territory to stop the undead army attacking the city tonight is to have enough military supplies. For example, the explosion range of a super alchemical bomb can reach half of the first-level village, and even the fourth-level undead in the core area can be killed. Even if it is a first-class Viscount, 2 super alchemical bombs will severely damage the undead army attacking the city, and the next battle will be easy. But the price of a super alchemical bomb is as high as tens of thousands of low-grade magic crystals, and it is not worth buying it with points. Player territories that are not short of magic crystals have long been promoted to Earl territories. Player territories that are still Viscount territories cannot use magic crystals to buy super alchemical bombs, and they will not even buy high-level alchemical bombs. The alchemical bombs in the hands of individual player lords are basically opened from treasure chests. If you are lucky, you can open super alchemical bombs from platinum treasure chests. At present, among the millions of lord players, at least 1/5 of the player lords do not even have high-level alchemical bombs. Under the power of Krypton Gold, a very small number of player territories can send a small number of reinforcements on the basis of being able to protect themselves. The territories that can destroy the undead army at a relatively low cost but are unable to send reinforcements may not even have 10,000. There are also tens of thousands of player territories that can only destroy the undead army attacking the territory's main city at a relatively low cost, and the affiliated towns and villages basically suffer heavy losses. There are more player territories that require a relatively high cost to defend the main city, and the number of professional players killed in battle accounts for at least 1/5 of the total strength of the territory. The number of player territories in this situation accounts for more than half of the territories of the members of the Purple Star Alliance. With so many losses, their future life will be difficult. In order to reduce their own losses, they will ask for help. On the contrary, the number of player territories that cannot stop the siege of the undead army without reinforcements is less than the previous situation. After all, most of the Lord players who have stayed are elites, and they are prepared to deal with special situations on weekdays. Player territories that cannot resist the undead army are usually stagnant or even backward in development. Even if there is no special undead siege today, sooner or later, the territory will be destroyed. Forget it, I'd better give up the territory. My ability is too poor. The territory has always been maintained as a first-class Baron territory. There is basically no possibility of promotion to a Viscount territory. I am really exhausted to maintain this territory. Finally, I can be relieved. I will become a former lord soon. Without a territory, it will be difficult to upgrade quickly. This game is really not for humans. The undead camp is too strong. I feel that one day even the indigenous camp will be destroyed by the undead camp, and our player camp will be unable to resist. If there were no restrictions on the game rules, the undead camp would have already pushed the indigenous camp and the player camp flat. Chapter 257. The 3 times daily number of undead troops attacking the city is another huge test for the Blue Star player camp. The walls of the indigenous cities are built with magic materials. Unless something unexpected happens, and the strength of the city defenders is greatly reduced, it is difficult for the 3 times the number of undead troops to break through the indigenous cities. The main city of the player territory is different. To this day, the proportion of player territories with magic materials to build the main city walls is still less than 1%. The magic material vein can be opened in the platinum treasure chest. Even if it is only a miniature one, it can build the wall of a first-level town. However, it takes luck to get a magic material vein from the treasure chest, and it takes even more luck to get a magic material vein that can be used to build a city wall. The most important point is that most Lord players lack magic crystals. When they get a magic material vein from the treasure chest, the first thing they think of is to sell the magic material in exchange for magic crystals, develop the territory, and improve the territory's strength, rather than using it to build a city wall. Because of this situation, Zhao Yi was able to buy a large amount of magic materials from Lord players in the void trading field, and the number of purchases through the market became less and less. The Lord players get magic crystals by selling magic materials, and the main city of their territory has mud walls at most. They can still withstand the daily siege of the undead army, but now facing the siege of the undead army 3 times the number, many weak player territories and their main cities are in danger. If all the main cities of the player territories have walls built with magic materials, with their strength, the number of player territories destroyed in this special undead siege cannot exceed 1/20th. Under the current situation, it is normal for the number of player territories to be destroyed to double. In the entire Origin continent, the members of the Purple Star Alliance should be the luckiest group of Lord players. In their eyes, the leader Zhao Yi is a big man stuck in the first-class Earl. Among the first-class Earls, they are the strongest and can send a large number of reinforcements to support the members of the Purple Star Alliance. In reality, Zhao Yi is the strongest Lord player in the Blue Star player camp. If he bursts out with all his strength, he can even make the strength loss of all members of the Purple Star Alliance tonight less than 1/20th. If only a part of the strength is used, it is estimated that the most loss of strength in the Purple Star Alliance will not exceed 1/5. As long as there is no special situation in the next period of time, the territory can still be maintained. The members of the Purple Star Alliance were very glad to join the Purple Star Alliance and to have Zhao Yi, a big boss, in charge. Tonight, even the official forces of Qin State, the strongest among the Blue Star players, could not protect all the territories under their command. A few territories were able to send reinforcements, but they were all sent to support other important territories. For territories like those in the Violet Kingdom, they could only rely on themselves to resist the undead army. In desperation, Du Hongwei, Yi Chao, and others could only ask for help from the leader like other members of the Purple Star Alliance. As the Qin Kingdom continues to merge weak territories, the territories left in the Violet Kingdom have reached the level of earldoms, and are relatively more solid than many individual player territories. Facing the special undead army attacking the city tonight, these territories belonging to the Qin Kingdom can actually block the undead army's attack, but the loss of the territory will be relatively large. The difference between a large loss and the destruction of a territory is huge. Many members of the Purple Qin Alliance are really unable to resist. Without support, the territory will be destroyed. However, Du Hongwei, Yi Chao, and others could not accept the huge loss. As an official member of Qin State, the development of the territory is their homework, and this homework will affect their future after returning. so they don't want their territory to suffer heavy losses. Seeing other members who can resist the army of undead asking the leader for help, they discussed it privately and decided to ask the leader for help. Zhao Yi paid for the transmission himself to send troops to rescue the members of Zichen League, which was a favor to the members of Zichen League. In the large group of Zichen League, many people are talking about repaying the Lord. The poorest and weakest members are ready to take out 2 level 3 advancement stones to give to the leader, and many members are ready to take out a treasured level 4 advancement stone. You should know that the price of a level 4 advancement stone in the market and the void trading field is as high as 200,000 low-grade magic crystals, which is equivalent to a crystal equipment. Without the reinforcements of the leader, their territory will be destroyed, or their strength will be lost by more than 1/3. With the reinforcements of the leader, the loss of territory strength will drop to less than 1/10, which is still a bit painful, but the territory can continue to develop normally. It is not a loss for them to get a reinforcement with a level 4 advancement stone. From the forum, we can see that a large number of Lord players asked for reinforcements at a high price, but got no response. Facing the siege of the special undead army, the bosses had to defend the city tightly, and could not send reinforcements. They were very lucky to get reinforcements with a level 4 advancement stone. From hundreds of millions of Lord players to more than 1 million Lord players now, the rest are elites, and there are almost no fools. No member of the Purple Star Alliance would be so foolish as to think that they got the reinforcements from the leader for nothing without paying any price. Everyone gives and takes, and next time they encounter difficulties, they can continue to ask the leader for help. If you don't pay anything this time, you will basically be ignored next time, and you will also be excluded by other members of the Purple Star Alliance on weekdays. Other members can take out level 3 advancement stones, level 4 advancement stones, platinum equipment, and crystal equipment, but Du Hongwei, Yi Chao and others who belong to the official Qin country cannot do so. Du Hongwei, Yi Chao and others who are not the official key cultivation of Qin state are not poor, but not rich either, and do not have extra advancement stones and equipment. The official Lord players of Qin state can keep the things they can use from the treasure chest, and hand in the things they can't use. The superiors will give some things that can be used by their own territories. For non-key cultivation territories, the value of the things handed in must exceed the value of the things received, while the opposite is true for key cultivation territories, where the value of the things received must exceed the value of the things handed in. In addition, if you get a valuable treasure from the treasure chest, you have to hand it in even if you can use it yourself, such as the Tree of Life. If you hand in something of higher value, you will get more, and even your territory can be included in the key training, which will be more promising after returning. It is also possible to hide it, and it is difficult to be discovered by the higher-ups, and it also reduces many opportunities. As the official key training territory of Qin state, it can be steadily promoted to a first-class earldom at this stage, and there is a chance to be promoted to a marquisdom in the future. To upgrade a territory to a marquisate, the lord must be at level 5. At this stage, the players who can reach level 5 are all the lords of the strongest territories under the top player forces. The player upgrade speed is fast, but in another year, the number of level 5 players will hardly exceed 1,000. These level 5 players are basically cultivated in the territories of major player forces, and very few are individual European Emperor Lord players. In fact, starting from the 4th level, the number of players has been greatly reduced, and more experience is required to upgrade one level. The Lord player upgrades faster than the combat professional players under his command, but it is also limited by the number of undead armies attacking the territory or the territory level. The higher the level of the territory, the more people there are, the more undead attacking the city, and the Lord has the opportunity to kill more undead, and the upgrade speed is increased. Upgrading requires 1 experience and 1 corresponding advancement stone. The higher the level of advancement stone, the fewer the number, and the situation of high-level advancement stones being split into low-level advancement stones. It is impossible for all combat professional players to be upgraded to level 4 in the future, and it is impossible for all to be level 3. Du Hongwei, Yi Chao and others were just average in luck. The Violet Kingdom was just a lower-level kingdom. Among the hundreds of indigenous countries in the entire Origin continent, it was inconspicuous and not the official focus of Qin state. Du Hongwei was a second-class earl. It would take a long time for his territory to be promoted to a first-class earl. The situation was only slightly better than Gu Ying's territory. Du Hongwei's territory was barely considered a semi-key territory for the official cultivation of Qin state, but it could not come up with anything to repay the favor. However, after Du Hongwei reported to the higher-ups, he soon received good news that the cost of the reinforcements was allocated by the higher-ups. This news made Du Hongwei, Yi Chao and others feel relieved. After staying in Zichen League for such a long time, everyone is friends. Others have taken out advanced stones or good equipment as the cost of the leader's rescue, but they can't take it out, and they don't have the face to stay in Zichen League. In addition, the favor should be that you help me once, and I will help you once. However, the members of Zichen League feel that the leader is so strong that they have no chance to help him. The leader of the alliance encountered a difficult problem, and they were even more difficult to solve. That's why we chose the normal way. The leader sent troops to support us, and we immediately responded with valuables. Zhao Yi naturally accepted the actions of the members of the Purple Star Alliance without hesitation. There are so many members of the Purple Star Alliance. If each of them took out something worth 10,000 low-grade magic crystals, that would be more than 4 million, which is almost catching up with the net income of the Void Trading Field in 2 days. In fact, the members of the Purple Star Alliance took out things worth tens of thousands at least, and hundreds of thousands at most. Zhao Yi's additional income should be more than 15 million. This is the power of the collective. A single player's territory has little wealth, but when hundreds of player territories unite, the wealth will skyrocket. In terms of pure earning power, Zhao Yi's Void Trading Field will surpass the entire Qin State official, but the total wealth of the Qin State official will inevitably surpass Zhao Yi. In fact, most members of the Zichen League lack magic crystals. The gifts given to Zhao Yi are the bottom of the box of the members, such as the Advancement Stone, which will not be sold easily. They need it themselves and their subordinates to advance. However, in a special situation, in order to keep the territory, no matter how much money they have to spend, they can still find reinforcements, but other Lord players can't find reinforcements even if they have money. The battle tonight has just begun, and Zhao Yi sent out the 3rd level and 4th level professionals as reinforcements, and they are very busy. Go to the Zichen League members' territory, eliminate the 4th level undead and the 3rd level undead, and eliminate a large number of 2nd level undead and skeleton archers, and then rush to the next Zichen League members' territory, drinking physical potions and energy potions while walking. They had no dissatisfaction. They knew that tonight was their chance. Although they would be very tired tonight, their realm would be greatly improved tonight. Most of the aboriginal professionals pursued the improvement of strength. In this world where the strong are respected, there are very few professionals who do not pursue strength. The battle was not over yet, and Zhao Yi led the reinforcements to leave. The Lord was not angry, but smiled and sent them off. The reinforcements had already severely damaged the attacking undead army, and their own strength was enough to eliminate all the remaining undead at a relatively small cost. The points of the undead killed by the reinforcements will not be counted to the Lord. At this time, if the reinforcements kill more undead, the Lord will get fewer points. Because of Zhao Yiling's reinforcements, some lords even transferred a small number of 2nd level professionals and 1st level professionals from the main city of the territory to support the affiliated towns and villages. With Zhao Yiling's reinforcements, the main city of the territory can not only be defended, but the losses of the main city defenders will also be relatively small. The affiliated towns and villages are problematic. If there are no reinforcements, even if the affiliated towns and villages are not broken by the undead army, they will suffer heavy losses. The most important thing in the territory is the main city. The strength and population of the affiliated towns and villages only account for a small part of the entire territory. If it can be preserved, it is better to preserve it. At the 3rd hour of the night, the undead army attacked Zhao Yi's territory. What Zhao Yi expected did not happen. The strength of the undead army was mediocre, just 3 times the number. A night that should have been very difficult became easy only because he joined the Zichen League. The members of the Zichen League talked and laughed in the big group, and the pressure in their hearts was greatly reduced. From time to time, they would go to the forum to check out the experiences of other Lord players. The more they read, the more fortunate the members of the Purple Star Alliance felt. Even the official subordinate territories of the Qin Kingdom were severely damaged by the undead army. There were many subordinate territories of major player forces destroyed by the undead army, and there were countless territories of individual players destroyed. Many members of the Purple Star Alliance began to promote it spontaneously in the forum. We are very lucky to join the Purple Star Alliance. With the reinforcements of the leader Zhao Yi, all the territories of our Purple Star Alliance members can be preserved, and the losses will not be too great. I told you that our leader of the Purple Star Alliance is the strongest first-class Earl. You definitely don't believe it. At the same time, he sent more than 10 reinforcements to support one member of the Purple Star Alliance. The reinforcements are all composed of 3rd level and 4th level professionals. Too strong. I feel that except for the lack of 5th level professionals, the strength of Zhao Yi's territory is no worse than that of the Marquis 8. If Zhao Yi could have formed a monster-killing team to kill monsters in the cemetery before, perhaps Zhao Yi would have been a 5th-level professional. Zhao Yi was quite busy, but Zhao Yi soon learned from his secretary Lin Mingyao about the actions of the Purple Star Alliance members in the forum. Zhao Yi did not prohibit this situation and sent reinforcements. The members of the Purple Star Alliance would soon learn about the small part of their territory's strength that was exposed, which would sooner or later spread to the outside world. When sending reinforcements, Zhao Yi limited the number of 3rd-level and 4th-level professionals to be sent. The combined strength of the reinforcements was slightly more, but it would not be too exaggerated. In the forum, many players thought that the Purple Star Alliance members were exaggerating, and did not believe that Zhao Yi's strength was so strong. It is expected that many player forces would also think so. As long as all the reinforcements are not gathered together, it is difficult for the Purple Chen Alliance to accurately judge the specific strength of the reinforcements, let alone the players outside. Even if he is taken seriously by the Anti-Chen Alliance, he is still far less valued than Cheng Jinling, let alone the former Lucky Sun 413. As a member of the Chen State official, Du Hongwei sent some information about Zhao Yiling to the above and gave his own evaluation. He is in the forefront of the first-class earldoms, unites the players of Chen State, and has relatively small ambitions. In comparison, Du Hongwei felt that Guiying, this woman, had greater ambitions than Zhao Yi. Facing the VK Alliance, Zhao Yi only took action on his own to drive Lord Lorien out of the Violet Kingdom. Facing the special undead army attacking the city tonight, Zhao Yi supported the entire Zichen Alliance with his own strength, and did not ask for any return before sending reinforcements. In the management of the Zichen Alliance, Zhao Yi's management of things decreased, while Gu Ying's management of things continued to increase. This situation gave Du Hongwei an idea in his mind. Maybe Zhao Yi thinks that the members of the Zichen Alliance are all drags. One of the deputy leaders of the Purple Star Alliance had such thoughts, and the other deputy leader was also confused. Zhao Yiling's strength was beyond Gu Ying's expectations. It felt that compared with the Marquis 8, Zhao Yiling was only one level 5 professional away. The territory was so powerful, but the combined strength of all the members of the Purple Star Alliance was even stronger. But Zhao Yi didn't care about the management of the Purple Star Alliance at all, and didn't value the Purple Star Alliance. Tonight, to support the members of the Purple Star Alliance, Guiying even thought that Zhao Yi sent reinforcements for points, and rescuing the members of the Purple Star Alliance had to come later. Maybe I should find a time to meet him. Only by meeting face-to-face can Guiying get to know Zhao Yi better. The members of the Purple Chen Alliance boasted about their leader in the forum. The Baron-level Chen Kingdom Lord players in the Violet Kingdom, Neutral Lord players, and VK Alliance members were envious. Why can the Purple Chen Alliance have such a strong leader? Why is our leader so rubbish? Why am I not a Chen Kingdom player? As a Chen Kingdom player, and a former Lord player, my territory is only a first-class Baron territory. Being weak is a sin. I am not qualified to join the Purple Chen Alliance. I wonder if I will have the opportunity to settle in the territory of Boss Zhao Yi, or even join Boss Zhao Yi's army. We, the neutral individual Lord players, are the most miserable. The players of Chen Country have an alliance, and the players of the Anti-Chen Alliance also have an alliance. We have no alliance and no reinforcements. It's too difficult. A difficult night, a lively night. When the forum posts were refreshed quickly, an unknown number of players' territories were destroyed by the undead army. Fortunately, the teleportation array can be used, and a small number of people can escape. More people were killed by the undead, and their bodies became one of the undead. Without strength and money, there is no qualification to escape. A large number of player territories were destroyed, and a large number of player territories were severely damaged. Zhao Yi felt that it would not take long for the number of player territories to drop below 1 million. Those players who were still in the native cities were lucky. At least few native cities were breached by the undead army tonight. 2 hours before dawn, the battle of all members of the Purple Star Alliance had ended. Zhao Yi set out with the monster-killing team to continue the daily monster killing in the cemetery tonight. There were 475 people in the entire Purple Star Alliance, and Zhao Yi's army supported a total of 471 people. In the middle period, some player territories that had already finished fighting also sent second-level and third-level professionals to follow Zhao Yi's army to support others. There are only 3 people in the Purple Star Alliance whose territories do not need reinforcements. These 3 people attracted Zhao Yi's attention: the third-class Earl Fong Siyuan, the first-class Viscount Shi Jian, and the third-class Viscount Yao Tong Tong. Not needing reinforcements means that the territory has a solid foundation, and is strong enough to destroy the 3 times larger undead army at a relatively low cost. There are many such territories among all the players' territories, but they are definitely not many. If the 3 were a little more radical, the territory level could be upgraded by 1 level, especially the 3rd class Earl Fong Siyuan. If he was promoted to the 2nd class Earl, he would be qualified to become the president of the Purple Star Alliance branch. It's dawn. You participated in 529 battles. You killed 3,385,162 undead. You lost 113 soldiers. Battle rating 1 SS, 5A, 14B, 2C, 36D, 471 G. Points increased by 376.111%. Professional experience increased by 376.111%. Obtained 1 epic treasure chest, 5 crystal treasure chests, 14 platinum treasure chests, 2 gold treasure chests, 36 silver treasure chests, 471 wooden treasure chests. Today's battle settlement gave Zhao Yi a headache, with surprises and disappointments. The most surprising thing was getting an SS rating. The population of Zhaocheng has exceeded 1 million, and the number of undead attacking Zhaocheng has also exceeded 1 million. Although there should be only 1 epic card in the epic treasure chest, the value of the epic card is enough to make Zhao Yi happy. Another surprise was the points obtained yesterday, 1.043 billion, second only to 3.127 billion. The ability to obtain more than 1 billion points mainly depends on the efforts of the 4th level professionals sent by Zhao Yi. In the battle to support the members of the Purple Star Alliance, more than 300 4th level undead were eliminated. The 3rd and 4th level professionals sent by Zhao Yi were very hardworking. They participated in battle after battle and eliminated a large number of undeads, which brought Zhao Yi so many points. At the same time, their own realm was also rapidly improving. Disappointingly, there were a total of 471 support battles, all of which were rated G. The points and combat experience bonus of each G rating seemed to be only 0.001%, which was too little. In fact, Zhao Yi did not expect much from the support battle to obtain treasure chests, and additional points, and experience bonuses. Supporting battles is not something that has never happened before. A Lord player disclosed on the forum a long time ago that the battle evaluation of supporting battles is very low, and the main gain is to kill the undead to get points. It is impossible to succeed by supporting other Lord players to brush treasure chests. If it is feasible, Zhao Yi would have continuously supported the territory of Chen country players. Looking at the 471 wooden treasure chests, Zhao Yi was a little speechless. There was only 1 ordinary card in the wooden treasure chest, and the value of the things opened would not exceed 1 low-grade magic crystal at most. Wooden treasure chests are garbage to Zhao Yi. 471 wooden treasure chests are 471 garbage. No matter how much garbage there is, the quality cannot be improved. After reading the battle settlement page, Zhao Yi split a clone and asked the clone to go to the Lord's mansion in Yicheng immediately. The clone will be very busy in the next few days. The members of the Purple Star Alliance will visit Yicheng one after another, and at the same time, they will return gifts for Zhao Yi's rescue. As the leader of the alliance, the members of the Purple Star Alliance must be received in person. Fortunately, there is a clone, otherwise Zhao Yi will be exhausted. Chapter 258. In Yicheng Lord's mansion, Zhao Yi's clone summoned the system panel and prepared to check the group chat and forum. The clone can also summon the system panel, but when the clone summons the system panel, the main body cannot summon the system panel. For a player, whether it is the clone or the main body, only 1 system panel can exist at the same time, and 2 system panels cannot be summoned at the same time. Those players who enter the void trading field through soul projection can also summon the system panel in the void trading field. Soul projection is a kind of clone technique. The weak must put all their energy into the soul projection, while the strong can control both the main body and the soul projection at the same time. Looking at the group chat and forum, Zhao Yi discovered 2 important things. One is the change in the rules of the game, and the other is about the festival. Yesterday was the last day of the first year of the Hope calendar, and today is the first day of the second year of the Hope calendar. The new year has just arrived, and the rules of the game have changed, and this change in the rules of the game is a bit interesting, important, and unimportant. When a combat professional player reaches the current level of perfection, when using the advancement stone to advance, he can give up the immediate breakthrough and continue to stay at the current level until he wants to break through. For many players think that in this case, they can continue to gain experience. For example, a player who has reached the 2nd level of perfection accumulates experience for many days. When he is promoted to the 3rd level, the accumulated experience can allow him to continue to upgrade, so that he can be promoted to level 31 or even level 32 in one advancement. Using the game terminology on Blue Star, it is called level suppression. The player's guesses are based on the situation of the native professionals. Among the native professionals, some 5-star talents will be suppressed because their realm is raised too quickly. They will advance after consolidating their foundation. Once they advance, they will have stronger strength in the new rank. Compared with not suppressing the level and suppressing the level for a period of time and then advancing, the former should have a higher realm, while the latter will have a lower realm, but the foundation will be consolidated. Geniuses don't care about the level of their realm at the moment, they care more about their own legendary path. Of course, this is mainly a choice made by geniuses with backgrounds and identities. While geniuses, who are not cultivated by a certain force, will not choose to suppress their level at all. They will advance as soon as possible. Only when their strength is improved can they obtain more resources. For players, suppressing their level also has some effects. Players who quickly upgrade by destroying the undead do not need to consider consolidating their foundation. The Lord is often the strongest person in the territory. When the Lord is promoted from level 3 to level 4, the undead army that will attack the city will become much stronger, and level 4 undead will appear, and the number of level 3 undead will also increase. If only the Lord is promoted to the 4th level, the territory will suffer a great loss in the face of the increasing strength of the undead army. At this time, the Lord can choose to suppress the level and continue to wait for some time at the 3rd level, waiting for several subordinates to reach the 3rd level. During this period, the Lord can continue to gain experience, and then he and his subordinates will be promoted to the 4th level together. Because of the accumulated experience, the Lord will be promoted several levels immediately after the promotion, and the strength will continue to increase on the basis of the promotion. Moreover, among the promoted subordinates, only the last one is a 40 level 0 experience newbie. Other subordinates, who have reached the 3rd level of perfection earlier, may also be promoted to 41 or even higher levels. The number of 4th level professionals in the territory has increased dramatically, and the number of 4th level undead that are attacking will also increase. However, human professionals below level 7 are much stronger than undead of the same level, and there is only one newbie among the 4th level professionals in the territory. In this case, facing the army of undead, the territory will not suffer much loss. However, for most Lord players, if they can advance, they should advance as soon as possible, and will not choose to suppress the level. Especially for Lord players, who mainly recruit natives, the highest level of recruitment scrolls for professionals of the same level can be opened from the treasure chest, which can rapidly increase the high-end combat power of the territory. Now all the player forces are trying to promote the Lord of the strongest territory under them to the 5th level, and the best territory to the 3rd class Marquisate. Their territory has been in the 1st class earldom for too long, the population of the territory can no longer be increased, and the territory strength is growing slowly. Only by being promoted to the 3rd class Marquisate and obtaining more land can they accommodate more people. With the increase in population and the increase in the number of attacking undead, the territory's strength will increase rapidly. With the power of Krypton Gold, facing the siege of a more powerful undead army, it can also be blocked at a relatively low cost. With this change in the game rules, it is expected that there will not be many Lord players who want to suppress their level. In addition, the most important point for suppressing the level is to suppress your level after using the advancement stone and not to advance. Indigenous professionals can use advancement stones or other auxiliary advancement potions to postpone the advancement when they can advance. Geniuses with 5-star talents do not even need advancement stones and auxiliary advancement potions to suppress their level. In fact, this change in the game rules is only for Blue Star players and has never changed for indigenous professionals. It's just that the players' bodies are not exactly the same as the natives. Both parties can have children together, but combat professional players must rely on advancement stones to advance. This change in the game rules allows players to continue to get closer to the natives. Perhaps one day, players will be able to advance without using advancement stones like the natives. Facing this change in the game rules, Zhao Yi suddenly had an idea in his mind. The new rules may be very useful to him. Zhao Yi's Dragon Knight profession is only level 61. It is estimated that it will take nearly 2 years to reach level 7. It is still a long way to reach the 7th level, but Zhao Yi thought of something about the 7th level, or about all high-level professionals. The agreement between the high level of the indigenous camp and the high level of the undead camp does not allow the high level to attack the lower level at will. This means that after Zhao Yi reaches the 7th level, he cannot attack the undead below the 7th level. Once he attacks, Even if the indigenous camp does not know, the undead camp will know, and then the undead camp will send high-level undead to surround and kill Zhao Yi. The 9th level undead is also a high-level undead. No matter how many methods Zhao Yi has, he can deal with a few 9th level undead, but he cannot deal with 10 or even more 9th level undead. In order to continue to spawn monsters in the cemetery and avoid being surrounded and killed by high-level undead, it is the best choice to upgrade to level 6 and then suppress the level. As for the plan against the Violet Kingdom, only Brittany can be promoted to level 7. After besieging and killing Ostash, Brittany will become the queen of the Violet Kingdom. With Zhao Yi's trump card, it is not difficult to kill a level 7 professional. The key is that only a level 7 professional can become the king, so Brittany must be promoted to level 7. After Brittany is promoted to level 7, she can no longer go to the cemetery to spawn monsters, and the upgrade speed slows down. There is no other way. Zhao Yi only has 1 drop of life essence in his hand, and he will take out a drop for research when the second drop appears. According to Brittany's idea, she will not refuse to be promoted to the 7th level if she can kill her enemies and take over her grandfather's throne. It is enough for Brittany to be promoted to the 7th level. Zhao Yi and Melissa will continue to stay at the 6th level. Even if Brittany, who is at the 7th level, stays in the territory, the high-level undead cannot attack Zhao Yi, who is only at the 6th level, but can only attack Brittany. Zhao Yi wrote this matter in the notepad, and it will take a long time before it can be used. Compared to the change in the game rules, another thing is more important, affecting all Blue Star players. On Blue Star, different countries and ethnic groups have different festivals and customs. It has been just 1 year since they came to the game world, and the Blue Star players have not celebrated any festivals. After all, this is the game world, not Blue Star. Facing the undead army that keeps attacking the city, the Blue Star players have no idea of celebrating the festival, and the natives have no idea of celebrating the festival either. Probably only the natives living in the demi-plane will continue to celebrate various festivals. Last night, a special undead siege occurred, and many players survived. It is the new year again. Coincidentally, many players posted on the forum, suggesting that today is the new year and everyone should celebrate together. A large number of players are discussing in the forum, including countless group chats including the Purple Chin-Li group, and a large number of players are also discussing, and the opinions of the players are highly consistent. Today is a festival for Blue Star players to come to the game world, the new year. In Chin Country, there are relatively few New Year customs, just good food, good drinks and fun. What is more important to the Chin people is the Spring Festival, which has many customs, such as pasting Spring Festival couplets, setting off fireworks, and worshipping ancestors. For the time being, the customs of the Spring Festival cannot be brought into the game world, so just treat it as an ordinary New Year. At this moment, there are a large number of players in East City who want to celebrate the new year. Many players with some status sent messages to Lin Mengyao, and finally Lin Mengyao came to the Lord's Mansion to report this to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi did not hesitate and directly decided to give everyone a day off today to celebrate the arrival of the new year. This decision is not only aimed at Zhao Yi's territory, but also at the territory including the origin continent and the half-plane, with a total population of nearly 10 million. Zhao even stopped recruiting people today and only took a day off, which had little impact on the development of the territory. If it weren't for the fact that the undead camp was still strong, the new year should have been a holiday for at least 3 days. The impact of the new year quickly expanded. With every passing second, a large number of player territories and lords announced the new year. Because of the new year, the members of the Zichan League, who were originally going to visit Zhao Yi and Yicheng today, postponed their plans. Zhao Yi didn't want to receive apology messages from the members, so he directly sent a message in the group. Today is the new year, and we talk tomorrow if there's anything. Before the calamity of the undead, all the indigenous countries had festivals similar to the new year, but under the influence of the calamity of the undead, the lives of the lower-class indigenous people had become very difficult, and they had no mood to celebrate the new year at all. At most, some indigenous families celebrated behind closed doors. Celebrating behind closed doors was very different from the atmosphere of the whole country celebrating together, and gradually, those families also gave up the festival. Now, under the influence of the Blue Star players, first the various player territories began to celebrate the new year, and then the players in the indigenous cities also celebrated the new year. Most of the players living in the aboriginal city are at the bottom of the society, and rely on the guaranteed treasure chest to make a living. I wonder if more than 1% of the players can find a job now. Life has been depressing for the past year. Today, everyone is celebrating the new year. These players living in the Aboriginal city want to relax by celebrating the new year. No matter how difficult life was in the past, a part of the player group represented by the players of Chin Country could always save a little money. Let's be extravagant today and spend money to buy some food and drinks to celebrate the new year. Players walked on the streets of the city with smiles on their faces, busy purchasing various things. Some lower-class natives, who lived next to the heroes from another world, soon learned what happened to those heroes from another world. Festivals and celebrations were very distant words for the lower-class natives. For the time being, they silently watched the actions of the heroes from another world and recalled their past lives. New Year is a festival celebrated by all the people. Originally, most players celebrated it as a family. Soon, some players felt that it was not enough to celebrate with only one family, so they invited their neighbors to join them. Some players even invited their indigenous neighbors to join them. Neighbors would not come empty-handed, and they would bring some things with them. Everyone ate and drank while chatting. Indigenous neighbors listened to players talk about festivals on Blue Star, and players listened to indigenous neighbors talk about festivals they had celebrated. The rooms of the lower-class people were too narrow, so everyone just found a relatively clean place outside, sat on the ground, and had a lively time. In the past, it would even attract small gangsters. Now it basically won't happen, because in the indigenous cities, the player forces have risen. The player forces are no match for those deeply rooted indigenous forces, but it is easy to deal with these small gangsters. As the Blue Star players celebrated the new year with their indigenous neighbors, it didn't take long for more indigenous people to feel the festive atmosphere and join in. From the bottom up, civilians, low-level professional families, mid-level professional families, and high-level professional families were affected one after another. It's been a long time since we celebrated a festival, so let's celebrate one today. Perhaps this is the day that has the greatest impact on the indigenous camp, since the Blue Star players came to the game world. Compared to the celebrations in the indigenous cities, the players' territories are more lively, especially Zhao Yi's territory. Zhao Yi is not short of money. There are a lot of living supplies in the cities of the territory, including the demi-plane. He directly ordered the officials in various places to distribute some supplies to the people for free. Even if each person is given a piece of low-grade magic crystal, the total amount is less than 10 million, which Zhao Yi can afford. However, 1 gold coin is the living expenses of a civilian family for a year, and distributing 10 silver coins worth of living supplies to a family at a time is considered a lot. The main supplies distributed to civilian families are refined flour, sugar, salt, oil, etc. Every family has vegetables, but meat is relatively rare and cannot be distributed to all the people. Compared with civilian families, the families of zero-level professionals, officials, teachers, etc., the same living supplies are distributed in larger quantities, and a small amount of meat, or poultry, livestock, or fish is also added. For low-level professional families, monster meat will be added to the meat, but the amount is relatively small, and alcohol will be added. For mid-level professional families, the high-end goods in the territory will be given to them. With the New Year gifts distributed by Zhao Yi, no matter what day it is a festival for the people in the territory, and they should celebrate it well. Zhao Yi stipulated that today is the New Year, and the people in the territory should celebrate it as the New Year. Different New Year customs will soon appear in Zhao Yi's territory. Similar to Zhao Yi's territory, nearly half of the player territories have the same situation. The Lord players and the people in the territory give out New Year gifts, but the New Year gifts they give out are far less than those given by Zhao Yi. No matter how little was given, the people were happy. After all, it was free, and the festive atmosphere followed. In Zhao Yi's territory, the people were busy receiving New Year gifts and purchasing supplies during the day, and it was only in the evening that they really had time to eat and drink. Under normal circumstances, these should have been prepared before the New Year, but the first festival came suddenly, and there was no preparation in advance, so the celebration time was in the evening. As night fell, the people lit torches in a somewhat extravagant way, and the fire mages walked out of the house, into the yard, and even on the street. Fireballs were released into the sky by the fire mages, and then exploded, like fireworks blooming in the sky, attracting the attention of the people. So beautiful. It's the spell of the master mage. Mom, I also want to be a mage and cast such beautiful spells. Using the fire spells cast by the fire mages as fireworks was obviously the order of the Lord Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi also planned to let the alchemists and players in I Ching study together and come up with fireworks that can be set off on the origin continent. In the Lord's mansion of Zhaocheng, Zhao Yi, Melissa, Joanna and Joanna's brother Jay sat in the garden, eating and drinking, while watching the fireworks blooming in the sky from time to time outside the Lord's mansion. On the other side, Brittany, Alice and the maids Lucy and Alina stood in the yard together and looked at the sky. "Sister, look there, that fireball is so big." Brittany looked in the direction of her sister's finger. It should be a super large fireball spell released by a 4th level fire mage. At this time, only Zhao Yi's clone was left in the Lord's mansion in Yicheng. Zhao Yi gave all the servants a day off to go home and celebrate the new year with their families. Some servants knew that the Lord was the only one left in the Lord's mansion, and they were unwilling to leave, so they were driven away by Zhao Yi. Now Zhao Yi's energy is almost entirely on the main body. The clone is in a state of rest, and only a little energy is here, worried that something unexpected will happen here, so as to respond in time. Thanks to Lin Mingyao's work, Lin Mingyao's family moved from their original narrow house to a small courtyard. Lin Mingyao, Lin's father, Lin's mother, and her younger brother were together in the yard, watching the fireworks blooming in the sky. As she watched, Lin Mingyao suddenly thought of her boss. As Zhao Yi's secretary, Lin Mingyao knew Zhao Yi better than others. She knew that Zhao Yi had no parents, wife, or girlfriend, and was alone. He must be very lonely now. While others were celebrating with their families, Zhao Yi stayed alone in the Lord's mansion. Lin Mingyao knew that Zhao Yi had given the servants of the Lord's mansion a holiday. Lin Mingyao had been Zhao Yi's secretary for less than 2 months. Even though Lin Mingyao treated everything here as a game, she still couldn't help but admire her boss. It is normal to worship the strong, the stars, and the rich. The people you worship are very close to you, and worship is the basis of love. Unconsciously, Lin Mingyao has felt that she has fallen in love with her boss. What would fans do if they could meet their favorite stars, or even spend time with them alone? Thinking of Zhao Yi, who is alone, Lin Mingyao really wanted to be with him now. Looking at her smiling parents, Lin Mingyao's face was full of hesitation. She gritted her teeth, held back her shyness, and whispered, "Mom and Dad, I want to go out for a while." Father and Mother Lin turned around and looked at their daughter. The smile on Father Lin's face disappeared, and he became more serious. They both guessed where their daughter was going. Father and Mother Lin looked at each other, and then Father Lin said, "You are already grown up, go if you want." Lin Mingyao was a little surprised by her father's words. Seeing that her parents did not stop her, Lin Mingyao shyly said and hurried back to her room to dress up quickly. "Mom and Dad, I'm leaving." As a first-level priest, Lin Mingyao left home and headed for the Lord's mansion, running fast in small steps. Seeing their daughter leaving in a hurry, Lin's father and mother looked at each other again. There was no need to speak. The old couple understood each other's meaning very well. Lin Mingyao would not tell her parents everything about Zhao Yi, but Lin's father and mother knew something about Zhao Yi. At least if their daughter dated Zhao Yi, they would not stop her. If it was a man with a wife, children, or a girlfriend, Lin's father and mother would rather take their daughter out of the game world. Soon, Lin Mingyao ran to the Lord's mansion. As a first-level professional, her physical fitness was better than that of ordinary people, but the physical fitness of the magic profession was still not good. She was already out of breath after running all the way. After stopping to take a few deep breaths, Lin Mingyao encouraged herself in her heart. After several minutes, she mustered up the courage to walk into the Lord's mansion with the door wide open. There were alchemical lamps in the Lord's mansion that used magic crystals as energy, which were relatively bright. Lin Mingyao carefully looked for Zhao Yi's trace. It took almost 10 minutes for Lin Mingyao to determine Zhao Yi's location, but the door was closed. Lin Mingyao hesitated again, and was a little afraid to knock on the door. "Lin Mingyao, you have come this far, come on, don't give up." Lin Mingyao mustered up her courage and stretched out her hand, then she quickly pulled her hand back as if she was burned. At the moment when Lin Mingyao knocked on the door, Zhao Yi's clone opened his eyes, and Zhao Yi's real body smiled, and put some of his energy on the clone. Zhao Yi clone stood up and walked towards the door. Just when Lin Mingyao mustered up her courage and stretched out her hand to knock on the door again, the door was opened by Zhao Yi. "Ah, boss!" Lin Mingyao was startled. Zhao Yi's footsteps made a sound, but Lin Mingyao, whose mind was in a mess, didn't notice it at all. "Why are you here at this time instead of spending the new year with your family?" Zhao Yi asked with a smile. That? Facing Zhao Yi's question, Lin Mingyao, who was in a mess, hesitated and didn't know what to say. Seeing Lin Mingyao's cute look, Zhao Yi smiled and made a gesture of invitation, inviting Lin Mingyao into the house. Lin Mingyao walked into the house in a daze, drank juice with Zhao Yi in a daze, and said something in a daze, and finally was sent back home by Zhao Yi in a daze. Seeing Lin Mingyao enter the house, Zhao Yi's real body immediately cancelled the clone. As a lord, there are many natives and players who like him, and Lin Mingyao can only be regarded as one of them. Lin Mingyao can become Zhao Yi's secretary, so she is the type Zhao Yi likes. If it was Zhao Yi's real body in I Ching, Lin Mingyao might have stayed at the lord's house. Chapter 259. A new day has arrived, and the joy of the new year has quickly faded, and people have returned to their busy lives. Starting from 7 a.m., the teleportation array in I Ching has been constantly lit up, and the members of the Zichen League in various parts of the Violet Kingdom have been teleported to I Ching, either directly or via transfer. Originally, the members of the Zichen League should have visited Zhao Yi in I Ching since yesterday, but because of the new year, they were postponed for one day. Zhao Yi made another decision to hold a meeting of all members of the Zichen League directly in I Ching, and he didn't want to meet with the members of the Zichen League one by one, which was too troublesome. By 7:30, all members of the Purple Star Alliance had arrived in I Ching. On the way from the teleportation array to the city hall, the Lord saw the prosperity and strength of I Ching. The prosperity and strength of I Ching cannot be compared with the aboriginal cities above the level of small cities, but it is much better than their territory main city. There is only one first-class Earl in the Purple Star Alliance, and the development of the territory has almost reached the top. The next step is the third-class Marquisate. As for the other members of the Purple Star Alliance, from the third-class Viscount to the second-class Earl, their territories are too different from Zhao Yi's territory. As the deputy leader of the Purple Star Alliance, Gu Ying came to I Ching for the first time. Looking at the situation in I Ching, and comparing it with the main city of his own territory, a sense of powerlessness arises spontaneously. Recruiting only female professionals, she is the reason for success and failure. It is not easy to develop a territory into a second-class earldom. It is difficult to develop into a first-class earldom without obtaining more resources from the outside, and it is even more difficult to promote to a third-class marquisdom. If his own territory wants to continue to be promoted, it still depends on the Purple Star Alliance. This time when he came to I Ching, Gu Ying had the idea of having a good talk with Zhao Yi. The members of Zichen League are all lords. They are all busy and cannot leave the territory for too long, so the meeting will not last long and will end at noon. The meeting is divided into two parts. The first hour is the high-level meeting, and the last 2 hours are the plenary meeting. The main thing is that the high-level meeting makes a decision, and then informs all members at the plenary meeting, and then discusses other matters. The leader of the League and the president of Luota Province Zhao Yi, the deputy leader of the League and the president of Huda Province Gu Ying, the deputy leader of the League and the president of Minjie Province Du Hongwei, and the 5 presidents Chao De, Dong Hui, Wu Jiaxiu, Yang Yuanqing, and Lu Tsang. A total of 8 people attended the high-level meeting. Today's meeting is mainly to decide the next move and future development of the Purple Star Alliance. Let's talk about the next move first. If you have any ideas, you can speak up. Zhao Yi said first. After the others thought for a while, Gu Ying was the first to speak. The day before yesterday, 3 times the number of undead troops attacked the city. With the leader, our Purple Star Alliance suffered little loss, but the VK Alliance suffered a great loss. I think we should wipe out the VK Alliance completely. Only by completely eradicating it can we develop with peace of mind. I agree with the deputy leader. I agree. Others spoke up, agreeing with what Gu Ying said, and believe that the remaining members of the VK Alliance should be wiped out. Okay, let's continue to kill the remaining members of the VK Alliance. After Zhao Yi made a decision, he asked again, after the collapse of the VK Alliance, there are still neutral player territories, and a small number of Baron-level Chen Kingdom Lord players left in the Violet Kingdom. How should they deal with them? This time, other members expressed their ideas. There are very few Baron-level Chen Kingdom Lord players. We said people to investigate. Those who can develop normally can be accepted into the Violet Chen Alliance as reserve members. Those whose territories are stagnant or even declining will not be accepted. Sooner or later, the territories will be destroyed. We should treat neutral Lord players the same way we treat VK Alliance members. We should destroy them all. The Violet Kingdom will be our Purple Star Alliance's world. No, I think we should ask neutral Lord players to pay protection fees to the Purple Star Alliance. If they don't pay, we will destroy them. Neutral Lord players can also form a considerable force when they unite. Neutral Lord players can't form an alliance, so they are not as good as the VK Alliance. It is easier for us to deal with neutral Lord players. Finally, a vote was held to decide that the qualified players of Chen Kingdom Baron-level players would become the preliminary members of Zichen League, and protection fees would be collected from neutral Lord players. The protection fees would be paid to Zichen League for its development. After Zichen League reserves a certain amount of funds, The excess funds can be distributed to Zechen League members as welfare, which can more or less speed up the development of their territories. As the top leaders of Zechen League, the 8 people present can get more benefits than ordinary members. Finally, the future development of Zechen League is hard for everyone to say. The Violet Kingdom is surrounded by the Eagle Empire, the Glory Empire, and the sea. Compared to the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire, the Violet Kingdom is too weak. The forces in the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire are generally stronger than the forces in the Violet Kingdom. The forces of the Empire can develop into the Kingdom, and the forces of the Kingdom will sit aside and watch honestly, as long as it does not involve their own interests. The forces of the Kingdom dare to develop into the Empire, and there are so many powerful forces in the Empire that it is difficult to move forward. Whether it is the Goshawk Empire or the Glory Empire, the indigenous forces in the territory will not sit idly by and watch the Purple Star Alliance develop to their own territory. So we have only one direction for development, which is the sea. The sea is also a very good direction for development. There are a lot of resources buried under the sea, and there are islands on the sea, but there are also a lot of undead under the sea. Perhaps one day, the undead camp will be destroyed by us. We still have to prepare in advance to explore the sea, build shipyards, and navy for members of the territories adjacent to the sea, and we can't wait until the Age of Discovery begins to do these things in a hurry. We, the Purple Star Alliance, cannot develop into the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire, but we can bribe people to obtain intelligence. We cannot wait until the enemy enters the Violet Kingdom before we know about it. It will be too late to gather the army. Everyone agreed with Zhao Yi's words. At this point, the high-level meeting was almost over. The next step was to hold a general meeting to inform all members of the decision of the high level. If any member had other opinions, they could speak out at the general meeting and discuss them together. At noon, the meeting of all members of the Purple Star Alliance officially ended. The members went back to their homes, and only Guing stayed to continue the discussion with Zhao Yi. In the Purple Star Alliance group, the members jokingly called Guing the Beautiful Deputy Alliance, the Beautiful Alliance Leader, the Beautiful Gu, and so on. Before this, most members had never seen Guing in the game world, but on Blue Star, as the head of a well-known company, the young and beautiful Guing was quite famous on the internet. Moreover, Guing personally promoted her own company and products. Including Zhao Yi, all the members of Zechen League had basically seen Guiying's photos or videos. In the past, they had seen her on the internet, but now they were sitting face to face. Guiying's appearance and figure were beyond reproach, and her conspicuous weapons made Zhao Yi dare not look directly at her. Before entering the game world, she was the boss of the company, and after entering the game world, she was the lord. Although she tried to restrain herself in front of Zhao Yi could still feel the temperament of the domineering CEO. The delicate beauty is incompatible with Guing. Guing said straight to the point, "Leader, what do you think of the Zechen League?" Opinion? It is probably a burden or an unnecessary existence. Zhao Yi considered the words, and finally said 2 words to describe his opinion of the Zechen League. Zhao Yi more or less understood Guiying's purpose in looking for him, so this opinion was Zhao Yi's true thought. An alliance, no matter how tight it is internally, and how much it constrains its members, is still a loose entity. The Purple Chen Alliance that Zhao Yi wanted was to be like the official Chen Kingdom. The top leaders of the Chen Kingdom had a high degree of control over all the subordinate territories, and could quickly draw manpower and material resources from each territory, and the lords would not have many ideas. The nature of the alliance made it impossible for the Purple Chen Alliance to reach the level of the official Chen Kingdom, so the Purple Chen Alliance was not of much value to Zhao Yi. The purpose of the Purple Chen Alliance was to unite the lord players of the Chen Kingdom and destroy the territories of non-Chen Kingdom players in the Violet Kingdom as soon as possible, so as to prepare for Zhao Yi to conquer these lord players of the Chen Kingdom in the future. Guing didn't show any surprise when she heard the words burden and dispensable. Zhao Yi was so powerful that the Purple Star Alliance was naturally unimportant to him. The Purple Star Alliance was unimportant to Zhao Yi, but it was very important to Guing. This was the purpose of Guiying's visit to Zhao Yi. Alliance leader, you don't need the Purple Star Alliance, but everyone needs a Purple Star Alliance and you, the leader. The Purple Star Alliance may be a nuisance and a burden to you, the leader, but under the leadership of the leader, the Purple Star Alliance will soon dominate the Violet Kingdom, and then the Purple Star Alliance will be able to generate income. As the leader, you can get the biggest share. This may be very little for the leader, but it is free money. Will the leader refuse? If the leader does not want to deal with the affairs of the Zechen League, you can leave it to me. I am willing to help the leader deal with the affairs of the Zechen League. The leader can just wait to collect the magic crystals. Zhao Yi listened to Gu Ying's words with a smile on his face, and then replied with 2 words, "Okay." These words are actually the tacit understanding between Zhao Yi and Gu Ying, and now they are officially said. However, facing Zhao Yi's answer, although Gu Ying did not feel surprised, she felt a little helpless. When she said these words, Gu Ying kept staring at Zhao Yi's eyes. Eyes can best reflect a person's emotions. Gu Ying wanted to know more about Zhao Yi through these words. But Zhao Yi acted very calmly, and Gu Ying could not collect more information. The matter of Zichen League had been discussed. Zichen League was not important to Zhao Yi, so there was nothing to say. Gu Ying and Zhao Yi started chatting. Mainly, Gu Ying asked Zhao Yi about the development of the territory, such as the integration of natives and players, the construction of the territory army, etc., and finally talked about personal matters. The last time Pan Shuer came to Yicheng to see Zhao Yi, she learned that Zhao Yi was single. Gu Ying smiled and said that she would introduce a girlfriend to Zhao Yi. Her territory only recruits female professionals, and there are many beautiful players. Dating in the game, you can continue this relationship when you return to Blue Star. I remember that, Miss Gu, you are also single. Facing Zhao Yi's words, Gu Ying quickly retracted her smile, and various thoughts quickly popped up in her mind. She stared at Zhao Yi for a few seconds and said seriously, "If you don't mind that I'm older than you, we can try to look around." The new year has arrived. Gu Ying in the game world is already 28 years old, and Zhao Yi is 25 years old. The time on Blue Star is still 27 and 24 years old, a difference of 3 years. The Qin Kingdom on Blue Star is in the era of late marriage and late childbearing, and 27 years old is not considered a leftover woman. But as the head of a well-known company, Gu Ying also has very high requirements for the other half of her life. The higher the requirements, the more difficult it is to find a suitable partner. Gu Ying was unwilling to lower her standards, and would most likely choose to be single for life, lacking a child to inherit the property. As a woman, she could always give birth to a child. In the few seconds of thinking, Gu Ying felt that Zhao Yi more or less met some of the requirements. Zhao Yi might be just an ordinary person on Blue Star, but he was able to develop his territory into a first-class earldom, so Zhao Yi's ability was not bad, and his ability to earn wealth on Blue Star was not bad either. After returning to Blue Star, the two of them could barely be considered a good match, and Gu Ying could try to date Zhao Yi. Dating doesn't mean getting married right away, so if they're not suitable, they can just break up. When dating, Gu Ying can also learn more about Zhao Yi. The two of them already have a cooperative relationship. Given their status, they won't give up cooperation even if they break up, as interests are more important. As for using the opportunity of dating to get Zhao Yi's help in developing her territory, Gu Ying disdains to do so. Faced with Gu Ying's serious words, Zhao Yi immediately shook his head and refused. "I can consider returning to Blue Star, but not the game world." "Heh man." Gu Ying naturally understood Zhao Yi's idea. In the game world, as a lord and a strong man, he could have 3 wives and 4 concubines surrounded by beautiful women. If the two were dating, Gu Ying would never let Zhao Yi have other women around him, even NPCs. If Gu Ying could accept other women, Zhao Yi could also consider dating Gu Ying. A year later, the mentality of a strong man gradually emerged in Zhao Yi. When faced with a beautiful woman throwing herself at him, he would not refuse as long as he liked her. However, Zhao Yi did not have the idea of building a large harem. Too many women would be troublesome. In the current situation, Zhao Yi's focus is still on developing the territory, and he does not have so much time to talk about love. The clone is very useful, but Zhao Yi feels that it is a bit awkward to use the clone to talk about love. In the future, the main body will also have to take time to come to Yicheng. After the meeting, Gu Ying should return to her territory. When she walked out of the room and saw Lin Mingyao waiting outside, Gu Ying looked at her for a few more times, and then looked at Zhao Yi, and Zhao Yi smiled back. Gu Ying was the last one to leave. All the members of the Purple Star Alliance left, leaving behind a large number of valuable items, including Level 3 Advancement Stones, Level 4 Advancement Stones, Level 5 Advancement Stones, Platinum Equipment, Crystal Equipment, etc. The total value may exceed 20 million low-grade magic crystals, which is a huge fortune for all player territories. For Zhao Yi himself, it is also a fortune worth paying attention to, which is equivalent to the net income of the Void Trading Field for 9 or 10 days. On average, each member of the Purple Star Alliance has to pay more than 40,000 low-grade magic crystals. Spending so many magic crystals is very worthwhile for the members of the Purple Star Alliance. Because of Zhao Yi's reinforcements, the territory was saved. Some members affiliated towns and villages suffered greater losses, but the main city of the territory suffered relatively little loss. The territory can continue to develop. Facing the daily siege of the undead army, it can be blocked at a relatively low cost without reinforcements. Through the territory, a large number of points and treasure chests can still be obtained. By opening the treasure chests, if you are lucky, the gifts given to the leader can be earned back quickly. The night before yesterday, hundreds of thousands of player territories were destroyed or severely damaged. Compared with these player territories, as members of the Zechen Alliance, they are too lucky to have a powerful leader who can send troops to support them. Those player territories that were destroyed or severely damaged could not get any reinforcements, no matter how much money they spent. The situation of the Purple Chen Alliance made the Chen state officials pay more attention to Zhao Yi and the Purple Chen Alliance. The situation in the Violet Kingdom is almost clear, and the Purple Chen Alliance is the only one in power. The Violet Kingdom is small, but it will be the first indigenous country among the hundreds of indigenous countries on the Origin continent, where the Chen state player camp completely defeated the Anti-Chen Alliance camp. This is something that is worth promoting. The morale of the players of Chen country will be greatly boosted by this incident, and some neutral player forces can be pulled into the camp of Chen country players, and even have a huge impact on the Anti-Chen Alliance camp. In addition, the territory of Chen country players in the Violet Kingdom is not affected by the Anti-Chen Alliance players, so they can develop their territory quietly, which is equivalent to a slight improvement in the overall strength of the entire player camp. Even a slight improvement is very important to the Chen country player camp. However, in a short period of time, the struggle between the Chen country player camp and the Anti-Chen Alliance camp in most areas of the Origin continent will be suspended for a period of time. During the special undead army attack that night, most of the player territories suffered more or less damage. Many of the severely damaged player territories did not know whether they could withstand the next daily undead army attack, and they had to restore their territory strength as soon as possible, but they had no time to think about the struggle between the two camps. Everyone was licking their wounds, and at least in the next half-month, the struggle between the two camps would decrease sharply. Only the Violet Kingdom area was an exception. The Chen Kingdom player territories suffered little loss, and the Anti-Chen Alliance camp player territories suffered a lot. Even if the contents of the Zechen League plenary meeting were not disclosed, the remaining VK League members knew that the Zechen League would continue to attack them. The remaining VK League members were preparing to abandon their territories regardless of the loss of territory strength. In those territories where the residents were mainly players, the players packed up and left the territories on New Year's Day before the next daily undead siege, heading for the nearest aboriginal city. The lords did not stop them. After all, they were all going to run away, and the professions under their command also knew that the lords wanted to run away. If the lord orders to stop the people from leaving the territory, the combat professional players may unite to resist the lord, and the lord himself will be in danger. Before January 3rd, more VK Alliance members' territories were deserted. The Purple Star Alliance had to conduct continuous reconnaissance if they wanted to choose a target, fearing that they would choose a territory with no people and make a wasted trip. In response to the situation in the Violet Kingdom, the top leaders of the Anti-Chen Alliance camp have discussed many times in the past few days. No matter how small the Violet Kingdom is, it is one of the hundreds of indigenous countries on the Origin continent. In other indigenous countries, the struggle between the Anti-Chen Alliance and the Chen players was either an advantage, a disadvantage, or a draw, but the Violet Kingdom was the first region to decide the winner. The top leaders of the Anti-Chen Alliance also knew that the Chen government would make a big fuss about this matter, which would have a significant impact on their side. Regretted it. If they had known this, they should have given more support to the Lorians to help the VK Alliance fight against the Purple Chen Alliance. Even if the VK Alliance was at a disadvantage, it was better than the current and future situation. But the territory of Lorien has been destroyed, and the territories of the remaining VK Alliance members have basically been damaged. No matter how many resources the Anti-Chen Alliance camp invests in this area, it cannot help the VK Alliance. However, this is only a temporary victory, a lower-level kingdom. In the future, the Anti-Chen Alliance camp lord players of the Goshawk Empire or the Glory Empire can gather their troops to attack the Violet Kingdom. A lower-level kingdom is far from being comparable to an empire. If an empire wants to destroy a kingdom, it is easy. The Chen Kingdom players dominate the Violet Kingdom, and the impact on the situation of the entire Origin continent is also very small. Although the Purple Star Alliance has not completely destroyed the VK Alliance, even the Chen country officials have not made a big publicity. However, under the spontaneous publicity of the Purple Star Alliance members and the Chen country players of the Violet Kingdom, the small Violet Kingdom quickly became a focus on the forum. In a month at most, the Violet Kingdom will completely belong to our Chen country players. The Violet Kingdom is just the first one, and there will be a second and a third one. The final victory will definitely belong to our Chen country players. Are the leaders of the Anti-Chen Alliance all fools? The Violet Kingdom is a country, no matter how small it is. It has been occupied by the players of Chen country. If this continues, can we still defeat the players of Chen country? If I were a leader of the Anti-Chen Alliance, I would definitely take back the Violet Kingdom at all costs. The stupid Eurus Consortium actually gave up Lord Lorien. Without Lord Lorien's leadership, how could the VK Alliance be a match for the Purple Chen Alliance? If Lord Lorien was still there, he would definitely be able to stop the Purple Chen Alliance. After returning to Blue Star, I will never buy products or services from the Eurus Consortium again. I hope the Eurus Consortium will go bankrupt soon. The players of Chen country celebrated wildly, while the players of the Anti-Chen Alliance cursed the Alliance leaders and the Kiorwis Consortium leaders. The Kiorwis Consortium shared the firepower of cursing the Alliance leaders. Knowing that there were not many players in the Kiorwis Consortium and Lorien, it was the Anti-Chen Alliance leaders who pushed the Kiorwis Consortium out. Seeing the situation on the forum, the leaders of the Kiorwis Consortium regretted it very much. They should not have stepped forward to share the firepower, just because of the resources provided by the Alliance. Judging from the current situation, if they return to Blue Star, the performance of the major companies under the Kiorwis Consortium will definitely have big problems. I just hope that as time goes by, the players can quickly forget about this matter. The struggle between the Purple Star Alliance and the VK Alliance is quite fierce, and some indigenous forces in the Violet Kingdom have noticed it. However, it was a fight between the heroes from another world, and the indigenous forces, including Ostash, were just watching the show and would not participate at all, especially the small nobles who lost their land, who were so happy that they wanted to jump up. Chapter 260. On the 18th of last month, Zhao Yi upgraded the World Tree of the 3rd Demi-Plane to the 7th level. On the 28th, the captain of the professional team responsible for collecting the Water of Life reported to Zhao Yi that a drop of liquid different from the Water of Life dripped from the Tree of Life. The Water of Life is colorless and transparent, and the new liquid is milky white. This liquid gives people the feeling that it contains more vitality than the Water of Life, like a higher level of Water of Life. Not knowing the situation of the Essence of Life, Zhao Yi will not try it himself, and there is only one drop of the Essence of Life, so it cannot be used for experiments for the time being. On January 8th, the Tree of Life dripped another drop of Life Essence, and Zhao Yi had 2 drops of Life Essence in his hand. Preliminary judgment shows that the 7th level Tree of Life produces a drop of special liquid every 10 days. This special liquid may be very precious, but it is impossible to determine the function of the special liquid and cannot be used at will. The purpose of this special liquid must be determined first. Zhao Yi handed a drop of Life Essence to the pharmacists for research. A drop of Life Essence is only 0.05 milliliters, which is very little, but it is almost enough for research. On the first day of studying the Essence of Life, the pharmacists found out a major function of the Essence of Life. Restoring vitality is the most basic function, and there is no need to study this. The pharmacists found out that the Essence of Life can improve people's physical fitness, strengthen the soul, and increase mana, fighting spirit. In summary, it is a realm improvement. After listening to the pharmacist's report, Zhao Yi immediately understood that this special liquid is the experience potion. Surprise! Zhao Yi is already the fastest leveling player on Blue Star, but he still feels that the leveling is too slow. It will take nearly 2 years to reach the 7th level. He has only been in the game world for a year. Now that experience potions have appeared, as long as you drink them, you can upgrade faster. Strong strength can give Zhao Yi enough confidence. Temporarily, the name of Life Essence in Zhao Yi's territory has become Experience Potions. Pharmacists continue to study Experience Potions. They have observed that Experience Potions have a very good effect on improving the realm of professionals. 1 drop of Experience Potion can allow a level 0 professional to upgrade to level 5 or even higher. A 4th level pharmacist judged that if it is given to a level 0 professional with a 5-star talent, it is possible for this professional to directly upgrade to level 10. The pharmacist reported the new research results to Zhao Yi. The effect of the experience potion was indeed very powerful, but Zhao Yi was not very happy because the output of the experience potion of the World Tree was too small, and only 1 drop was produced every 10 days. If you want to use the experience potion to quickly push a level 60 professional to level 70, you need at least 1,000 drops of experience potion. And 1,000 drops of experience potion is the output of the World Tree for more than 27 years. Zhao Yi quickly upgraded by killing the undead. It only took 2 years to upgrade from level 60 to level 70, which was more than 10 times more efficient than drinking experience potions. Of course, this is not a problem with the experience potion, but a problem with the world tree. The world tree produces too few experience potions. If the world tree produces 10 drops of experience potions a day, it can produce 1,000 drops of experience potions in 100 days, which is faster than killing the undead to upgrade. If there are more advancement stones in the future, the world tree will have to continue to advance, so that the number of experience potions produced by the world tree will increase. As for the experience potions produced now, on the one hand, we will continue to study them, and on the other hand, we will store the rest. At this stage, we don't need to drink experience potions. Maybe when Brittany reaches level 7, she will not be able to go to the cemetery to kill monsters, so she can use the stored experience potion. Although Zhao Yi does not know that experience potions can slightly improve combat professional talent, the effect of experience potions is enough to make the indigenous forces with level 7 and above life trees hide the information of experience potions. The production of water of life alone can make the top indigenous forces rush to snatch it. If experience potions appear again, many legendary strongmen are afraid that they will fight. Even if the tree of life can be preserved, we must always worry about sneak attacks from other legendary masters, so we hide the experience potion. With the arrival of the new year, one of the most important things in the development of the territory is education. At present, the education in Zhao Yi's territory is divided into basic professional education, basic general education, and elite education. Basic general education is equivalent to elementary school on Blue Star, and basic professional education allows ordinary people to become level 0 professionals. Only children from wealthy families can enroll in elite education schools, and the school system is 6 years of elementary school and 3 years of middle school. In both primary schools, students in elite education schools learn much more than students in basic education primary schools. Elite schools train elites, so students naturally learn more knowledge, but many graduates may not be considered elites. The basic general education plan by Zhao Yi is the same as the primary school system in Blue Star Country, which is also 6 years. But the 6-year system is for students of the right age. Zhao Yi's territory popularizes basic education and recruits a large number of older students. These older students cannot study in primary schools for too long, especially those with professional talents. They need to learn to read as quickly as possible, and then enter a vocational school to prepare for becoming a professional. The time for learning to read and write cannot be shortened too much. If you learn it in a hurry, it is impossible for most students to learn it well. Therefore, the school system for older students is only 3 years. They study for 3 years, take the assessment, and if they pass, they can enter the vocational school. Some students who are talented in reading and writing, whether they are of the appropriate age or older, can take the assessment in advance. Zhao Yi's territory has only been in existence for a year, and the first school has not been established for a year, so no students have graduated from primary school yet. Without primary school graduates, the new students of the professional school are young people who are literate, of the right age, and have professional talents from merchant families, teacher families, official families, and professional families. Only families with a certain income level can send their children to school in the indigenous city to learn to read and write, or even hire a tutor. The basic professional education school has a 3-year curriculum. Under normal circumstances, the talents of the students enrolled are 1-star and 2-star. In 3 years, they need to learn the basic knowledge of the profession related to their own talents, and then officially become a level 0 professional. In the last year of school, there are internship opportunities to go to the battlefield to kill undead. Upon graduation, there is an assessment. Only those who pass the assessment can join the army. If the assessment fails, they must also obey the arrangements made by the superiors. The students receive free education. When they enroll, they must sign a paper contract. After graduation, they will accept a certain number of years of work arrangements. After reaching the number of years, they can retire from the army and resign from other jobs. Some students cannot become a professional in 3 years, but can stay in school for another year. They cannot become a professional in the 4th year and must graduate. Non-professionals can also be arranged to work. This is just a basic professional education school. Some distance away from the area where the Tree of Life is planted on the 4th half-plane, an elite professional school is under construction, which can be called a professional academy. Only those with a minimum 3-star talent can enter the professional academy, and the academic system of the professional academy is also different from that of the professional school. The grades of the professional academy are divided into non-professionals, 0-level professionals, first-level professionals, second-level professionals, and third-level professionals. When a student advances, it is equivalent to advancing to a higher grade. To graduate from the professional academy, a student needs to advance to the fourth level and become a mid-level professional. Of course, he can also apply for graduation in advance. If he fails to complete the advancement within the specified time, he will be expelled. There are relatively few people with 3-star and above talents. For a long time, Zhao Yi's territory will only have one professional academy. Professional schools need to be built in the next 2 years. Every middle city needs a professional school. When older primary school students complete 3 years of study, the number of students in professional schools will surge. On Blue Star, there is a saying that education is the foundation of a country and the basis of a strong country. Zhao Yi and other Lord players understand the importance of education. Even in territories that mainly recruit players, there are a large number of underage players. They will work in combat professions through learning or using job transfer scrolls in the future. There are even parents of underage players who want their children to continue learning knowledge on Blue Star and bring evolution to the game world, not giving their children the opportunity to play games. This is a bit difficult. They are two different worlds, and many world rules have changed. Not to mention the problem of books, simply learning knowledge without being able to put it into practice, and letting children memorize it by rote is not very meaningful. For Lord players to develop education in their own territories, a very important point is that the points required for recruiting personnel are constantly increasing. One day, the cost of recruiting a level 0 professional will be higher than the cost of training a level 0 professional. It takes a lot of time to train a level 0 professional, so training professionals needs to start early. In the future, recruiting personnel will require very high points, or even impossible to recruit personnel. If the territory's strength increases, it will rely on the personnel it has trained. Even if it is no longer possible to recruit personnel now, the population of many territories has begun to grow naturally, and newborns are constantly being born, including children of indigenous people, children of players, and even children of indigenous people and players. It stands to reason that compared to the living conditions on Blue Star, players should not have the idea of having children in the game world. It's just that after being in the game world for a long time, you still have to have a certain life, and without sufficient contraceptive means, it's easy to get pregnant unexpectedly, so just give birth if you get pregnant. Many couples don't have the idea of having children on Blue Star, and plan to have a child in the game world to see if it feels good, and if they return to Blue Star to have a child. As long as the player's territory is strong enough, and will not be destroyed by waves of undead armies, there will still be a future. It has been a year, and it can continue to persist. Of course, the purpose of persisting is to gain more benefits from the game world. If you can't persist, then leave. Life on Blue Star will continue. If everyone has only one life, the self in the game world dies, and the self on Blue Star also dies, then players will be cautious in the game world. The struggle between the Qin Country player camp and the Anti-Qin Alliance camp is unlikely to happen. In the video games on Blue Star, the players are the protagonists, but in the game world, the players are just characters. It is not certain who is the protagonist. Maybe the undead is the protagonist, and finally all the creatures on the origin continent are killed by the undead. This kind of speculation can be seen everywhere on the forum. The content of the Purple Star Alliance plenary meeting cannot be kept completely confidential, and has been leaked through various channels, including the disposal method of neutral player territories after the destruction of the remaining members of the VK Alliance. Seeing that the Purple Star Alliance wanted to collect protection fees from the neutral player territories in the Violet Kingdom, these neutral player lords could not sit still. We are neutral players, and do not participate in any competition. Why do you charge us protection fees? We won't pay. The Purple Qin Alliance is a piece of trash. Let's unite to fight against the Purple Qin Alliance. Official people from Qin Kingdom, come out and take care of the Purple Qin Alliance. You let the Purple Qin Alliance bring bad luck to the Qin Kingdom player camp. Be careful that all neutral lord players will join the Anti-Qin Alliance camp. Neutral player lords of the Violet Kingdom posted crazily on the forum. They didn't want to be charged protection fees by the Purple Qin Alliance. Their territories were already developing slowly. If they paid a protection fee, they would not be able to develop their territories. The Violet Kingdom is still one of the hot topics on the forum. Seeing this situation, the Anti-Qin Alliance camp immediately added fuel to the fire, and welcomed neutral player forces and neutral player lords to join the Anti-Qin Alliance camp to fight against the Qin player camp. Faced with this situation, the official high-level officials of Qin Country were divided into 3 factions. One faction demanded that the Purple Chin Alliance immediately give up collecting protection fees from neutral player territories. One faction believed that it was the Purple Chin Alliance's own business and had nothing to do with the Chin country officials, and the other faction was neutral. The official Chin kingdom started arguing among themselves, not knowing how to deal with it. Instead, the Purple Chin Alliance propaganda department posted a message first. You can't be neutral just because you say so. The premise of neutrality is that you have enough strength. The same is true for the Anti-Chin Alliance. Once they dominate a certain area, they can't let the so-called neutral player territories in this area go. For the Purple Chin Alliance, there should be only two types of player territories in the Violet Kingdom, enemies and our own people. The enemy must be resolutely eliminated, and our own people must be protected. You are not our own people, and you are unwilling to pay protection fees, then you are the enemy, and we are determined to eliminate the Purple Chin Alliance. The Violet Kingdom will soon be the sphere of influence of our Purple Chin Alliance. The rules here are set by our Purple Chin Alliance, and no one can change them. If you don't pay the protection fee and still want to stay in the Violet Kingdom, it's impossible. The Purple Chin Alliance's post with a very tough tone immediately aroused the anger of the neutral player lords. They knew that the Purple Chin Alliance was telling the truth, but they just couldn't accept it. This is the Chin Kingdom player. Once the Chin Kingdom player camp defeats the Anti-Chin Alliance camp, the neutral players will be the next target of the Chin Kingdom player camp. Neutral players, join the Anti-Chin Alliance and fight against the players from Chin Kingdom together. We must resolutely eliminate the evil players from Chin Kingdom. The Anti-Chin Alliance continued to add fuel to the flames, and the debate at the official high-level meeting of Chin Kingdom became more intense. Then the Purple Chin Alliance propaganda department posted another post. Within 24 hours, the neutral player lords in the Violet Kingdom must report to the Purple Chin Alliance. Not reporting means you will become the enemy of the Purple Chin Alliance. Please make a choice. Seeing the second post of the Purple Chin Alliance, the neutral player lords became even more angry, wishing to kill the Purple Chin Alliance with anger. The Anti-Chin Alliance became even happier, hoping that the Purple Chin Alliance would continue to anger the neutral player lords and let them join the Anti-Chin Alliance. On the contrary, the meeting of the official high-level officials of Chin State suddenly became quiet. They planned to see the situation in 24 hours. Anyway, both the Anti-Chin Alliance camp and the Chin State player camp were injured by the special undead siege and were licking their wounds. The fight has been suspended for a week and will continue to be suspended for at least another week. A week later, the fight continued, but it was only a small-scale fight. When the strength of each territory is restored, the fight will gradually intensify. They can wait for 24 hours to see if the situation will change, and then make new arrangements. From the two tough posts issued by the Purple Star Alliance and the message sent by Du Hongwei, it is impossible for the Purple Star Alliance to obey the orders of the Chin State officials. Could the Chin State officials arrest all the members of the Purple Star Alliance because they did not obey the orders and return to Blue Star? Games are games. Reality is reality. This is the consensus of the players. No matter what happens in the game, it must be resolved in the game and not allowed to continue in reality. The Chin Kingdom official cannot order the Purple Chin Alliance, and it is not expected to be of much use to post a post to appease the neutral player lords. It is better to remain silent and see how things develop. Facing the second post of the Purple Chin Alliance, the neutral player lords in the Violet Kingdom, who are the target, are panicked. They want to post a post on the forum to generate public opinion and prevent the Purple Chin Alliance from collecting protection fees from them. Unexpectedly, the Zichin League had such a tough attitude, which even caused a counter effect, causing the Zichin League to take action against the neutral player leaders of the Violet Kingdom in advance. With only 24 hours, how should they choose? In the group chat of several neutral player lords of the Violet Kingdom, everyone expressed various ideas, none of which was a good solution, and could not solve the current problem. It's useless to continue discussing it. It's just protection money. I pay it. After a second-class Viscount sent a message in the group chat, he immediately sent a private message to the publicity department staff of the Zichin League on the forum to report it. Then the Zichin League staff replied with two messages. One was how much protection fee the second-class Viscount needed to pay, and the other was that after paying the protection fee, he could get a benefit, which was to hire the Zichin League army to support his territory. Protection fee, paid once a month. The third-class Baron paid 100 low-grade magic crystals. The second-class Baron paid 200. The first-class Baron paid 400. The third-class Viscount paid 1,000. The second-class Viscount paid 2,000. The first-class Viscount paid 4,000. The third-class Earl paid 6,000. The second-class Earl paid 8,000. The first-class Earl paid 10,000, can be ignored. The second-class Viscount needs to pay 2,000 low-grade magic crystals a month, which is basically an ordinary gold equipment. It's not a lot. The population of the main city of the second-class Viscount territory must be over 3,000. You get a platinum treasure chest every 3 days. If you open the treasure chest once a month, you can always get a few gold equipment. But it's not a small amount. It took a year for the territory to develop into a second-class Viscount territory. There is a lack of funds to develop the territory. 2,000 low-grade magic crystals are also a considerable amount for it. In the choice between the two options of the destruction of the territory and paying protection fees, you must choose the latter. Paying protection fees will only make the territory develop more slowly. If the territory is destroyed, forget about upgrading quickly. More importantly, the benefits are that you can spend money to hire the Purple Star Alliance army to support your territory. Neutral player lords, even if they have an alliance, are more scattered. When they are in danger, they can hardly expect reinforcements, and they can't find reinforcements even if they spend money. Now I have a chance to pay for reinforcements. I don't need them on weekdays, but when I'm in danger, this reinforcement is very important. In order to keep the territory, I have to spend as much money as possible. If there were reinforcements on the last day of last month, I would definitely spend money to get them. Now it was just a report. The protection fee needed to be sent to Yicheng for delivery. The second-class Viscount opened the group chat again. Let me tell you something. Pay the protection fee to the Zichen League. If your territory is in danger in the future, you can hire the Zichen League army to support your territory. Really? If there are reinforcements, I will pay the protection fee too. Immediately, several lords in the group chat contacted the Zichen League staff. For them, reinforcements were more important than protection fees, even though they had to be hired. Soon, the news spread to the forum. If there are reinforcements, the hiring price must be very high. Even if it is expensive, we have to hire them. The most important thing is to keep the territory. Only with the territory can there be a future. Without the territory, can you tolerate the upgrade speed becoming a snail's pace? I envy you. If our neutral player's territory encounters danger, we can't find reinforcements at all. It's better if my territory is in the Violet Kingdom. The Anti-Chen Alliance found that public opinion seemed to have changed and took action immediately. You can only get reinforcements if you pay protection fees. What's the point? You can get reinforcements if you join the Anti-Chen Alliance without paying protection fees. The players of Chen country are really shameful. Reinforcements themselves have to be paid for, and you have to pay protection fees before you are eligible to hire reinforcements. Then a neutral player lord came to his senses and began to refute. We are neutral because we don't want to join the fight between the Chen country player camp and the Anti-Chen Alliance camp. How many territories have been destroyed in the fight between your two camps? Even if all of our neutral player lords join the Anti-Chen Alliance, it is impossible to defeat the Chen player camp immediately. I don't know how many former neutral player territories that join the Anti-Chen Alliance will be destroyed next. After seeing this post, the Chen official found the key point and immediately posted, "You don't need to join the Chen player camp. As long as you contact our subordinate territories in the province, you can get reinforcements for a fee." There is also a prerequisite here, that is, reinforcements can only be sent when there is the ability. In special circumstances, reinforcements cannot be sent. After the Chen Kingdom official posted a troublemaking post, the negative impact of public opinion on the Chen Kingdom player camp continued to decline. The Anti-Chen Alliance did not know how to respond to the Chen Kingdom official post. The Anti-Chen Alliance replied, "You cannot send reinforcements under special circumstances," and the Chen Kingdom official could also reply like this: "Both sides are in the same situation. The neutral player lords of the Violet Kingdom have been defecting because of the benefits after paying protection fees." Seeing the situation on the forum, and thinking that their territory is in the Violet Kingdom, they can't resist the Purple Chen Alliance at all, so they should pay the protection fee as soon as possible. The Anti-Chen Alliance has increased its attention to the Purple Chen Alliance, but it has no way to deal with the Purple Chen Alliance for the time being. Chapter 261. In fact, when the issue of collecting protection fees broke out on the forum, there were several different opinions within the Purple Star Alliance. Some members believed that collecting protection fees from neutral player territories would push neutral player lords to the Anti-Chen Alliance camp, which would be very disadvantageous to the Chen Kingdom player camp, and that the collection of protection fees should be abandoned. Some members believed that it was natural for the Purple Star Alliance to collect protection fees from neutral player territories within the Violet Kingdom, and it had nothing to do with other players. Some members also think that collecting protection fees is reasonable, but it is not appropriate to collect protection fees under the current circumstances. They will postpone it for a while, and then consider restarting the collection of protection fees. Some members don't know how to choose, so they just watch and see which method is better, and then vote. Gu Ying, the deputy leader, who is responsible for more things in Zichen League than Zhao Yi on weekdays, Toolman, is troubled by the public opinion on the forum. For a while, he didn't know how to deal with it, and didn't know how to change the public opinion. Another deputy leader, Du Hongwei, remained silent on weekdays because of his status. Lin Mengyao hurriedly told Zhao Yi about the incident, and Zhao Yi realized that such a big thing had happened on the forum. Gu Ying hesitated and didn't know how to deal with it, but Zhao Yi made a decision after thinking for a few minutes. At least in the Blue Star player camp, the strength gave Zhao Yi enough confidence, so the Purple Star Elite Propaganda Department issued 2 consecutive posts with a tough attitude. You must pay the protection fee. If you don't pay it, there is no place for you in the Violet Kingdom. Seeing Zhao Yi take action, Gu Ying breathed a sigh of relief. The vast majority of Zichen League members did not think that Zhao Yi's tough attitude towards the outside world was inappropriate. From the establishment of Zichen League to today, everything that has happened in Zichen League has made the members trust the leader very much. The will of the leader is the collective will of Zichen League. Soon the members of Zichen League found that under the leadership of the leader, things were quickly resolved, proving that their trust in the leader was completely correct. Gu Ying once again felt that Zhao Yi did not need Zichen League, but Zichen League needed Zhao Yi. Without Zhao Yi, Zichen League had no future. To solve the public opinion crisis of Zichen League on forum, one very important point is that after paying the protection fee, you will be qualified to hire the Zichen League army as reinforcements. After 1 year in the game world, the territories with hundreds of millions of players at the beginning have only a little over 1 million left. Those who can persist are the elites. Facing the daily siege of the undead army, these territories can basically resist at a relatively low cost. The territories that paid a high price have been destroyed in the past. In daily undead sieges, reinforcements are not needed. However, in this special situation on the last night of last month, the general player territories needed reinforcements. Even the territories of major forces are difficult to get reinforcements, not to mention the territories of individual players, especially the territories of neutral individual players. The powerful undead army is coming, and the territories are in danger. They are willing to take out the advanced stones, good equipment or other treasures at the bottom of the box in exchange for reinforcements. Unfortunately, no. In this case, the Purple Star Alliance became a dazzling light. With the support of the leader, all the territories of the Purple Star Alliance members persisted until the new day came, and the losses were not great, and the territories were able to develop normally. In the Violet Kingdom, many neutral player territories and Anti-Chen Alliance player territories were destroyed or severely damaged. Under special circumstances, the Purple Chen Alliance can really send reinforcements. Just for this reason, many neutral player lords are willing to pay protection fees to the Purple Chen Alliance. The remaining neutral player lords, if they are unwilling to pay protection fees, don't think about staying in the Violet Kingdom. There are also some big forces in the neutral player camp. The territories belonging to big forces can withdraw personnel and materials, but there are more individual player lords. They have nowhere to go, and can only pay protection fees if they don't want their territories to be destroyed. The benefits after paying the protection fee made them feel more at ease. For most lord players, reinforcements cannot be sent out whenever they want. When a battle occurs, reinforcements will also suffer personnel losses. Even with military expenses, it is difficult to quickly make up for the loss of strength. Only a very small number of lord players are exceptions. Zhao Yi and other marquee lords can send 3rd level and 4th level professionals to form reinforcements. When such reinforcements are used to support combat, the loss of personnel is relatively small. That night, none of the professionals sent by Zhao Yi died in battle. Of course, there was also a reason for this, such as each professional carried water of life, physical potions, mana potions, etc. The neutral player lords of the Violet Kingdom quickly defected, and the support of neutral player lords in other areas on the forum was of little use. From the beginning to the end, the neutral lord players had no intention of joining the Anti-Chen Alliance camp or the Chen Kingdom player camp. Even if they all joined the Anti-Chen Alliance, and the Anti-Chen Alliance was able to overwhelm or even defeat the Chen player camp, how many of these former neutral player territories would be destroyed in the process? Just talk join? Impossible. After the Chen official posted a messy post, things quickly calmed down. The Violet Kingdom's affairs calmed down, but the public opinion war between the Anti-Chen Alliance and the Chen player camp on the forum would not end, it just changed to the next target. The Violet Kingdom is such a small place. If it weren't for Zhao Yi and the Purple Star Alliance, it would be difficult for it to become the center of public opinion. Even most players would not know about such a small country as the Violet Kingdom. It is the same on Blue Star. An unknown small country will only appear in the public eye when a major disaster or a coup occurs. It is not seen on weekdays. The public opinion war has shifted a target, and the struggle in the Violet Kingdom is still continuing. 24 hours later, at least one-third of the neutral player lords had not reported to the Purple Star Alliance, and seemed to want to delay time. Zhao Yi immediately made a decision. Today, the Daily Undead Army attacked the city. 3 assassination troops were divided to attack the 3 neutral player territories, and the other assassination troops continued to attack the remaining VK Alliance member territories. At this point, the VK Alliance had basically collapsed and disbanded. No one talked in the group chat anymore, and people kept leaving the group. At night, 3 neutral player territories were attacked by a powerful undead army. 2 player territories were directly destroyed, and the remaining one was barely alive. It is expected that it will give up the territory tomorrow. After learning about this situation, before dawn, the remaining neutral player territories contacted the Purple Star Alliance staff to report. A few more times, the Anti-Chen Alliance camp player territories will be completely destroyed, and all neutral player territories will choose to pay protection fees. The overall situation of the Violet Kingdom has been determined. But the overall situation of the Blue Star player camp has been determined. In all the indigenous countries of the Origin continent, there are indigenous camps, undead camps, and Blue Star player camps. The undead camp almost never fights among itself, and its goal is to eliminate all creatures on the Origin continent, including the indigenous camp and the Blue Star player camp. The Blue Star player camp has the most serious internal fighting, and the fighting is fierce. Only the Blue Star player camp in the Violet Kingdom is about to end the internal fighting. The price of ending the internal fighting is that the number of player territories has dropped sharply. The indigenous camp is also fighting internally, but the current degree of internal fighting is far less than that of the Blue Star player camp. For example, in the Violet Kingdom, King Charles, who is hanging on by the water of life, leads the remaining members of the Violet family to be trapped in the palace. Ostash sits in the capital, waiting for Charles to die. The indigenous forces that were originally loyal to the king have all turned to pledge allegiance to Ostashi. Even Brittany doesn't know whether there are forces that pretend to be loyal to Ostashi, but are actually still loyal to the king. In addition, there are branches of powerful external forces in the Violet Kingdom. They have backgrounds, and do not need to be loyal to Ostashi. They can continue to remain neutral, and Ostashi can even give some help if he spends money. The Violet family has basically been abandoned by all forces, because the only 7th level of the Violet family is not far from death, and the Violet family has no hope. For Zhao Yi, by establishing the Zichen League, he could initially control the Blue Star player camp in the Violet Kingdom. The plan to deal with the indigenous forces in the Violet Kingdom has been formulated, that is, Brittany will be promoted to the 7th level, surround and kill Ostash, and become the queen of the Violet Kingdom. At that time, under the leadership of Brittany, the indigenous forces will be screened, some of the indigenous forces will be destroyed, some of the indigenous forces will be driven out of the Violet Kingdom, and some of the indigenous forces can be retained. As long as the branches of those powerful indigenous forces remain neutral, they can be left aside. After destroying and driving away a large number of indigenous forces in the Violet Kingdom, the Violet Kingdom's high-end combat power will inevitably be vacant. At this time, Zhao Yi needs to take action and send mid-level professionals to sit in the city originally controlled by the indigenous forces. This is a good thing for Zhao Yi. Sending professionals outside the territory can eliminate more undeads and quickly upgrade himself. Zhao Yi can also get more points, and getting treasure chests is negligible. However, the strength of Zhao Yi's territory also needs to continue to improve, otherwise it will be difficult to support sending out so many mid-level professionals. After all, each city in the territory also needs mid-level professionals to sit in. In just the past year, Zhao Yi's territory has 3 6th-level professionals, more than 20 5th-level professionals, and nearly 200 4th-level professionals. It is expected that Brittany will be able to be promoted to the 6th level in another month. The time taken to upgrade from the 6th level to the 7th level will not be much different from Zhao Yi himself. The plan is to be carried out in 2 years. In another 2 years, the number of mid-level professionals in Zhao Yi's territory will at least triple. Mid-level professionals are only part of the combat power of Zhao Yi's territory. As an important component of the territory's future combat power, the Sky Whale Corps is already in the preparation stage under the leadership of Poopy. Not many of the professionals recruited by Zhao Yi have seen war weapons, like the floating fortress, let alone close contact. Not having seen the floating fortress does not mean that the professionals have not heard of the legend of the floating fortress. It has the powerful power to destroy a kingdom. Now, it appears in front of the professionals. The professionals can touch it with their own hands, walk into its body, and control it to fight. All members of the Sky Whale Corps who personally touch the floating fortress have a rapid increase in loyalty to Zhao Yi, and almost all members have full loyalty. At present, there are two major armies in Zhao Yi's territory, the Undead Army and the Sky Whale Army, and neither of them has been fully formed. The Undead Army and the Sky Whale Army are both kept secret, and only mid-level professionals in the territory can learn some information if they are not members of the two armies. The Sky Whale Army has just begun to be formed, and the fourth-level professionals in the Sky Whale Army have a competitive mentality, believing that the completed Sky Whale Army must be stronger than the Undead Army. The foundation of the Undead Army is 10,000 third-level professionals. Under the Undead attribute, they can surround and kill 4th level, 5th level, and even 6th level professionals, but it is almost impossible to surround and kill 7th level professionals. The foundation of the Sky Whale Corps is the Floating Fortress, which can kill epic masters. The gap between the two is huge. I am lucky, proud to be able to join the Sky Whale Corps. The professionals under his command can have such thoughts. Zhao Yi can't have them. The basic contract book of the Undead Corps is only diamond level, and the Floating Fortress is epic level. The gap between the two is at least 10 times. There is only one Floating Fortress in the Sky Whale Corps, and there is only one Undead Corps. One Floating Fortress cannot perform two tasks at the same time. The Undead Corps has the role of the Undead Corps. Moreover, compared to the Sky Whale Corps, which cannot be deployed unless in a critical moment, the Undead Corps can already be used. It takes time for the Undead Corps and the Sky Whale Corps to be fully established. Even if they are established, it is not time for Zhao Yi to show his fangs. The top indigenous forces that have the 7th level and above Tree of Life must hide their life essence. Compared with the top indigenous forces, Zhao Yi is still very weak and cannot show his full strength. During this period of time, among the players living in Yicheng, the happiest ones are the wealthy people of Qin country headed by Ma Xinghai and Yuquan. The VK Alliance was equivalent to disbanding, and the neutral player lords paid protection fees to the Purple Star Alliance, which dominated the Violet Kingdom region. The Purple Star Alliance was the first among all the player forces to control a country region alone. Even though the Violet Kingdom was inconspicuous on the origin continent, it was enough to illustrate the achievements of the Purple Star Alliance. In the eyes of these wealthy people in Qin country, it was because of their efforts that Zhao Yi agreed to establish the Purple Star Alliance, and it was because of their financial support that the Purple Star Alliance was able to grow rapidly. Of course, they also know that Zhao Yi, the leader, is the most important one. With funds, but without a strong leader, the Zichun League cannot fight against the VK Alliance. Ma Xinghai, Yuquan and others are very self-aware. Like Gu Ying, they have never expected to control the Zichun League. Money is important, but strength is more important. They cannot control the entire Zichun League, but as the financial backers of the Zichun League, they control the Ministry of Finance, one of the important departments of the Zichun League. The members of the Zichun League need magic crystals to develop their territory, and they also need the wealth of Blue Star so that they can live a rich life after returning to Blue Star. It is not easy to obtain the wealth of Blue Star. Advancement stones, equipment, treasures, etc. can all be exchanged for the wealth of Blue Star from the player forces. The invitation letter to the Void Trading Field is now easier to obtain. Going to the Void Trading Field can easily exchange for magic crystals and Blue Star. However, the things exchanged for wealth are needed by others and by oneself. If the members of the Purple Star Alliance can choose, they will not sell the things they need. Keeping things may be used now or in the future. Only by increasing the strength of the territory can more benefits be obtained. With these financial backers, it is easy for the Purple Star Alliance to obtain the wealth of Blue Star. For example, in the simplest proxy leveling business, the rich, their families, and even their subordinates all need to upgrade their levels. To level up with people in the battlefield, you need a sufficient number of protection personnel. The daily undead army siege can be stopped at a relatively low cost, but too many people cannot be allowed to level up in one battlefield. The rich mainly choose the main city battlefield for leveling up. The main city is the most powerful, and the affiliated towns and villages feel a little uneasy. But a territory has only one main city, which can only accommodate a limited number of people who can level up, and the main city garrison must also be considered. So before the Purple Star Alliance, the rich in Yicheng went to Cao territory to level up under the introduction of Zhao Yi. After the establishment of the Purple Star Alliance, there are more areas for the rich to level up. Not only level up, the rich also need to buy advancement stones, equipment, potions, etc. They first look for them from the members of the Purple Star Alliance. As long as the price is high enough, someone will sell it to them. Because of money transactions, Ma Xinghai, Yukun and others have a great influence in Zichen League, but they are far from being comparable to Zhao Yi. Using a company to describe Zichen League, Zhao Yi is the largest shareholder of Zichen League, and all members of Zichen League are shareholders of Zichen League. The rich people of Chen country are investors, who spend money to invest in Zichen League and obtain shares of Zichen League. Because of their own strength, they have shares but not much voting rights, and cannot lead the development of Zichen League. They are not even qualified to participate in the high-level meetings of Zichen League, and at most they are an audience seat. As the Purple Star Alliance grows and develops, from simple investment to break-even, and then to profit, it will be time to distribute dividends. As investors, the wealthy people of Chen Kingdom will also receive a share of dividends. Soon the Purple Star Alliance will have its first income, which is the protection fee paid by the neutral player lords. With the protection fee, members do not have to pay dues. Next, all the territories of the anti-Chen Alliance players in the Violet Kingdom will be destroyed, and there will be basically no fighting. The Purple Star Alliance has relatively small monthly expenses and achieves a certain profit. Part of the profit can be distributed as dividends to shareholders. The initial income is relatively small. As the Purple Star Alliance grows, the income will continue to increase, and the dividends will also increase. The rich have already set their sights on the indigenous cities. When the Purple Star Alliance has enough strength, it will be able to compete with the indigenous forces, and it can even compete with the indigenous forces now. Indigenous cities at the small city level are generally only manned by 4th level professionals. All Earl members in the Purple Star Alliance are 4th level professionals, and even Viscount members have been promoted to the 4th level. There is more than one 4th level Earl territory. The internal fighting of the players in the Violet Kingdom ended, and they could go to the indigenous cities to compete with the indigenous forces. Developing towards the indigenous cities was just the idea of the rich, and they were prepared to propose it after the Purple Star Alliance completely destroyed all the territories of the Anti-Chen Alliance players. However, in the meeting on the morning of the 2nd, no senior officials or ordinary members of the Purple Star Alliance proposed the idea of developing towards the indigenous cities. The members of the Purple Star Alliance were all lords, and they knew very well that the indigenous cities could not bring much benefits to them, far less than points and opening treasure chests. Under normal circumstances, the small city is run by the Earl family, and the middle city is run by the Marquis family. The undead are rampant, and in order to resist the undead army, the noble's wealth is constantly consumed. There are also royal capitals and imperial capitals above the big city. There are wealth, but it is not something that the current players can get involved in. The big city has a 6th level professional sitting in the royal capital, and the royal capital has a 7th level professional sitting in the royal capital. Players below Zhao Yi are only 5th level, and there is not even a 5th level member of the Zichen Alliance. There are not many benefits to compete for in the indigenous cities of the small and middle city levels, but it is not absolute. Some cities are built near important mineral resources, and the magic materials mined from the mineral veins are the benefits. Unfortunately, such benefits are not easily obtained by Lord players. The main problem is strength. Players improve their strength quickly, but the development time is still too short. Without sufficient strength, they don't know how to fight for small benefits, and they can't get bigger benefits. Moreover, competing with indigenous forces will kill people. Many former Lord players, who developed in indigenous cities, have experienced it personally. The rich are happy, and ordinary players in Yicheng are also happy. As a member of Zhao Yi's territory, Zhao Yi led the Zichen League to dominate the Violet Kingdom, and the players are very proud. In the forum, the main group that spontaneously promotes Zhao Yiling and Zichen League is the ordinary players in Yicheng. Players have too little entertainment life, and brushing the forum has become the main entertainment activity. Comparison is everywhere, and ordinary players compare living environment, territory strength and other contents. Obviously, the living environment of Zhao Yi's territory is the best among ordinary players. Everyone knows that the living environment of the bottom players in the native city is very poor. In fact, the living environment of ordinary players in some player territories is also very poor. In order to cram more people into the main city of the territory, the lords constantly appease the players and ask them to hold on. It was okay to hold on for a short period of time, but it was unbearable for a long time, especially the players, mainly Zhao Yiling players, were competing for living environment, which led to strikes and demonstrations in some players' territories of the Anti-Qin Alliance. However, the players of Zhao Yuling were a little unhappy about the comparison of territory strength. Zhao Yuling players, our lords are about to lead the Purple Qin Alliance to dominate the Violet Kingdom, and neutral player lords have to pay protection fees to the Purple Qin Alliance. Our lord is a 5th level warrior, and his territory has been promoted to a marquis. Zhao Yuling player, our lord can support all members of the Purple Star Alliance on his own, and protect the territories of all members under the siege of the Special Undead Army. Our lord is a 5th level warrior, and his territory has been promoted to a marquis. Zhao Yuling player, Boss Zhao Yi, please be promoted to a marquis as soon as possible. Chapter 262. On the morning of January 13th, the Purple Star Alliance officially issued a notice to all the neutral player lords who had reported in the Violet Kingdom, requiring them to send the protection fee to the Purple Star Alliance branch in the province where their territory is located within 48 hours. After the protection fee is collected from each province, it will be sent to the Purple Star Alliance headquarters in Yiqing. After the notice was issued, most of the neutral player lords handed in the protection fee in just one morning, and in the afternoon, the remaining neutral player lords also handed in the protection fee. Neutral player lords, 3 second-class earls, 16 third-class earls, 44 first-class viscounts, 82 second-class viscounts, 115 third-class viscounts, 73 first-class barons, 18 second-class barons, 7 third-class barons, a total of 358 lords. The second-class earl paid 8,000 low-grade magic crystals, the third-class earl paid 6,000, the first-class viscount paid 4,000, the second-class viscount paid 2,000, the third-class viscount paid 1,000, the first-class baron paid 400, the second-class baron paid 200, and the third-class baron paid 100. In the end, the Zichen League collected a total of 608,500 low-grade magic crystals. Zhao Yi announced this number to the Zichen League group, and most of the members of the Zichen League were shocked when they saw this number. The protection fee can reach 600,000 in a month, and more than 7.2 million in a year. Counting only the income from non-treasure chest opening, the Purple Star Alliance can definitely rank in the top 100, or even the top 50, among the player forces on Blue Star. The player forces mainly rely on the Lord players to open treasure chests to obtain funds. The income from non-treasure chest opening, such as business, mining, manufacturing, etc., is not high. The Purple Star Alliance can obtain such high profits simply by collecting protection fees. If all these profits can be given to a lord, it will definitely speed up the promotion of his territory to a first-class earldom. If they are dispersed and distributed to the 475 formal members of the Purple Star Alliance and those wealthy shareholders, each person can only get more than 1,000 low-grade magic crystals on average, which is too little. If they are divided according to the number of shares, Zhao Yi will get the largest share, and the lowest third-class viscount, formal, members will only get a few hundred low-grade magic crystals, which is only equivalent to a piece of silver equipment. So some members said in the group, why don't we give all these magic crystals to the leader to increase his strength? Although we don't know when the leader will be promoted to a marquis, from what we have learned on the forum, without the support of a big force, it will be difficult for the marquisdom to face the siege of the undead army. Many members agreed with this distribution method. Anyway, the magic crystals they would get would be very few, so it would be better to give them all to the leader. The stronger the leader, the better the Zichen Alliance would develop, and there would be more benefits in the future. The benefits are not important, what is important is the development of their own territory. With a strong leader in front, these members can develop their territory with peace of mind. Zhao Yi would definitely refuse. If he accepted the magic crystals, he would be embarrassed to take action at that time, so let these people make a choice. If you give me all these magic crystals, my territory's strength will not improve much. It has reached a bottleneck. For the time being, these magic crystals will be kept in the alliance as reserve funds. When the funds are reserved to a certain amount, the excess magic crystals will be distributed to everyone. In addition, everyone will not need to pay membership fees in the future. Seeing that the leader did not accept magic crystals, the members' trust in Zhao Yi continued to increase. Not all members of the Zichen Alliance wanted to give all magic crystals to the leader. Not long after, the matter of the Zichen Alliance collecting 600,000 protection fees appeared in the forum, which made the high-level leaders of small and medium-sized player forces, and even some top player forces jealous. 600,000 low-grade magic crystals for free in a month. Even the Qin country officials cannot underestimate it. If there are 600,000 more low-grade magic crystals in a month, they can focus on cultivating 2 or 3 more territories. In the Qin country officials, the territories that are focused on cultivation are basically first-class earldoms. In the Violet Kingdom, including Zhao territory, there are only 2 first-class earldoms, which shows that it is not easy for major player forces to cultivate a first-class earldom. The Purple Qin Alliance collects protection fees so happily that some high-level players have decided that if their forces can dominate an area, they should learn from the Purple Qin Alliance and collect protection fees from neutral player lords. At that time, neutral player lords will become sheep in a pen, and their wool will be harvested regularly. If they are unwilling to pay for their wool, even their meat will be eaten. The neutral lord players of the Violet Kingdom soon noticed the situation on the forum. These are all their magic crystals. They are heartbroken, angry, and helpless. There were more than 400 neutral player lords before, but now there are only 358 left because of the special undead army attacking the city on the last day of last month. There is no first-class earl, and there are only 3 second-class earls. Even if they unite, their strength is not as good as that of the Purple Star Alliance. If the VK Alliance and the Lorient territory were still there, perhaps some neutral player lords would choose to join the VK Alliance to fight against the Purple Star Alliance. However, the Lorient territory is still there, and the VK Alliance is still strong. If it continues to fight with the Purple Star Alliance, the Purple Star Alliance will not have the time to pay attention to these neutral player lords, let alone collect protection fees. Without collecting protection fees, neutral player lords would not think of joining the VK Alliance. After thinking about it, the neutral player lords could only curse the Eurus Consortium. Paying a protection fee makes them feel sad. They have to pay a protection fee every month, and the pain will continue. When the territory is promoted, the protection fee will also increase, which makes them feel even more sad. But this protection fee must be paid. They can't resist the Purple Star Alliance. Fortunately, after paying the protection fee, if the territory is in danger, they can spend money to hire the Purple Star Alliance army, which can alleviate their pain to some extent. Compared with the heartbroken neutral player lords, the Anti-Qin Alliance player lords in the Violet Kingdom are simply crying. They are either former lord players, or about to become former lord players. There were even lord players, who contacted the staff of the Purple Star Alliance, saying that they were willing to remain neutral and pay protection fees to the Purple Star Alliance, even if they paid twice as much. They were ruthlessly rejected by the Purple Star Alliance. The remaining Anti-Qin Alliance player lords were only useful to the Purple Star Alliance, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. The chickens were the Anti-Qin Alliance player lords, and the monkeys were the neutral player lords. By eliminating all the remaining Anti-Qin Alliance player lords, they warned the neutral player lords not to have any small thoughts, and not to dream of subverting the Purple Star Alliance's rule in the Violet Kingdom area. Faced with the Purple Star Alliance, which was still suppressing the Anti-Qin Alliance player lords, the neutral player lords were indeed frightened. They had to keep their thoughts of resistance deep in their hearts, and did not dare to show them in front of their confidants. On the night of January 21st, the last Anti-Qin Alliance player territory in the Violet Kingdom was destroyed, and the internal fighting of the Blue Star player camp in the Violet Kingdom area officially ended. Next, the members of the Purple Star Alliance can develop their own territories in peace. The Purple Star Alliance propaganda department also announced this good news on the forum, which attracted the envy of many Qin Kingdom player lords and neutral player lords outside. Why isn't my territory in the Violet Kingdom? I'm so jealous. The battle between the Qin Kingdom player camp and the Anti-Qin Alliance camp has been going on for a year. Countless player territories have been destroyed, and the development of most of the remaining player territories has been affected. Many lord players want a chance to develop their territories in peace. In the past half-month, there was barely an opportunity, but the struggle between the two camps just stopped for half a month. As the strength gradually recovered, the struggle began again. For some neutral player lords, even if they have to pay protection fees, they are willing to stay in the Violet Kingdom. It's a pity that the territory cannot be relocated across borders. With the example of the Violet Kingdom, the Anti-Qin Alliance, and the Qin Kingdom officials have made a decision. In addition to the end of the internal fighting of the Blue Star players in the Violet Kingdom area, the struggle between the Anti-Qin Alliance camp and the Qin Kingdom player camp in other areas of the origin continent is still continuing. Either the Anti-Qin Alliance has the upper hand, or the Qin Kingdom players occupy both sides, or they are evenly matched. Both camps are mobilizing the power of the disadvantaged area to the territories in the upper hand area, defeating the enemy completely with a greater advantage and dominating this area. After the internal fighting in a region ends, the territory can develop peacefully and collect protection fees from neutral player lords. These two benefits made the Anti-Qin Alliance and the Qin state officials make the same decision. However, there were many problems in the implementation. At least the Qin state player camp was composed of Qin state players, while the anti-Qin alliance camp was an alliance of many countries. Ambitious countries want to control a region by themselves, rather than jointly control a region. As a result, the actions of the Qin state player camp were much faster than those of the anti-Qin alliance camp. It can be predicted that after making up for the losses of the last special undead siege, the internal fighting in the Blue Star player camp will become more intense. But this has nothing to do with the Lord players in the Violet Kingdom. The player lords of Qin Kingdom can develop their territories calmly, and the neutral player lords, who pay protection fees, can also develop their territories calmly. Without other things affecting, the development speed of the territory has increased a lot. Of course, from the beginning to the end, the development speed of Zhao Yi's territory has not been affected by external factors. The only factor affecting the development speed of Zhao Yi's territory is points. This one. With more points, you can recruit more professionals, and the territory's strength will increase faster. Recruit more earth magicians to increase the speed of territory development. Every day, all the times of spawning monsters in the cemetery are used. Zhao Yi has already felt that if he wants to continue to accelerate the development of the territory, when he really controls the Violet Kingdom, he must upgrade Brittany to the 7th level. In the intervals between busy developing the territory and spawning monsters in the cemetery, Zhao Yi often takes time to come to Yicheng in person to enjoy the feeling of being in love. Melissa is a female dragon. If you stay in human society for a long time, don't dream of falling in love with Melissa. Because of the connection of the contract, the two of them directly skipped all procedures and became intimate objects. Joanna is a human, but Joanna's day is mainly divided into 3 parts: slaying monsters in the cemetery, resting to recover, and practicing. On the one hand, Joanna is a dead house mage, and is not very good at falling in love. On the other hand, Joanna feels that there is a big gap between her and Zhao Yi, and this gap is constantly widening. Joanna didn't want to be left too far behind by Zhao Yi. She didn't have enough talent, so she could only spend the rest of her time on cultivation. So Zhao Yi chose to come to Yicheng and fall in love with Lin Mingyao. As Blue Star players, they had a lot in common. Occasionally, they could play the role of boss and secretary, which made Zhao Yi happy and relaxed. The presence of Melissa, Joanna, Elliot and others had already made it impossible for Zhao Yi to treat everything here as a game. Not to mention the aboriginal camp, the undead camp alone put a huge pressure on Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was worried that one day, the territory would be destroyed by the undead camp, and everyone in the territory would die. If he died, he could still return to Blue Star, but Melissa, Joanna and others would die and there would be no second life. Although he didn't show anything on the surface, Zhao Yi felt very heavy inside, worried that he would take a wrong step and be doomed. Long-term depression is prone to problems, so Zhao Yi would take time out to be with Lin Mingyao to relax himself. Lin Mingyao had been with Zhao Yi for a long time, and she could feel that something was wrong with Zhao Yi. She felt a little, but she said it out. When Zhao Yi took out the platinum-level special class Holy Light Priest transfer scroll and gave it to Lin Mingyao knew how precious it was, and was unwilling to use it, so she asked Zhao Yi to sell it in exchange for magic crystals to develop territory. Zhao Yi persuaded Lin Mingyao for a long time before letting her use it. Zhao Yi also had a crystal-level special class paladin in his hand, which had appeared as the finale at the auction of the Void Trading Field. It failed to sell, so he kept it in his hand. The paladin class is a fusion of combat and assistance. Zhao Yi was not worried about Lin Mingyao's speculation about the paladin class, but he had been with Lin Mingyao for a long time and understood Lin Mingyao's personality and unwillingness to fight. Holy Light Priest is more suitable for Lin Mingyao than paladin. Eliminating the undead to upgrade, in Lin Mingyao's eyes, is to purify the filth and let the dead rest in peace. It does not require much combat skills, just cast spells directly at the place where the undead gather. Time passed quickly. On February 3rd, Zhao Yilong's night profession was upgraded to level 62. On February 6th, the population of Zhaocheng exceeded 1.44 million, completing the last condition for promotion to the first-class dukedom. However, the undead attacked the city on this day. If the territory promotion was placed on this day, the points obtained could be increased, but there was one less diamond treasure chest. The value of the diamond treasure chest is very high. With the current population of Zhaocheng, there will be 4 diamond cards in the diamond treasure chest. As for the territory promotion, given the current situation of his territory, Zhao Yi felt that the undead camp could not send a large number of mid-level undead, and the increase in points would not be too much. After careful consideration, Zhao Yi chose to postpone the territory promotion for 1 day. On February 7th, Zhao Yi consumed 40 million points, upgraded his title to the first-class duke, and started the territory promotion. At night, Zhaocheng was attacked by 7 waves of undead troops. Even in the territory promotion battle, the undead camp did not give Zhao Yi any face. They did not send out even a 5th-level undead. There was only 1 4th-level undead in the 7 waves of undead. Zhao Yi felt that the undead camp was dealing with him. If there were no rules, there would not be even a wave of undead. In the battle, Brittany was successfully promoted to the 6th level, and there were 4 6th-level combat forces in Zhao Yi's territory. A new day has arrived. You participated in 7 battles. You killed 346, 9215 undead. You died 44 soldiers. Battle Evaluation 1SS 2A 2B 2C. Points increased by 353%. Professional experience increased by 353%. Obtained 1 epic treasure chest, 2 crystal treasure chests, 2 platinum treasure chests, 2 gold treasure chests. Another epic treasure chest was obtained. According to the number of undead killed in the Zhaocheng battlefield last night, plus the territory promotion battle, this epic treasure chest will have 4 epic cards. There is also an epic treasure chest obtained on the first day of the new year, which should only contain 1 epic card. The first time the epic treasure chest was opened, a total of 4 epic cards were obtained. Level 6 Priest Recruitment Scroll, King's Landing Skill Book, Epic Bow, Large Demi-Plane. The second time the epic treasure chest was opened, a total of 3 epic cards were obtained. Level 8 Advancement Stone, Floating Fortress, Bright Judgment Spell Scroll. This time, there are 5 epic cards. I don't know what good things I can get. Zhao Yi is looking forward to it. I took a look at the points. I got 616 million points in total yesterday. It's a bit small, but there's nothing I can do. In the territory promotion battle, the undead camp didn't even send out the 5th level undead. A level 40 undead is 100,000 points, a level 50 undead is 1 million points, and a level 60 undead is 10 million points. Killing a level 60 undead is equivalent to killing nearly 200,000 level 9 undead. The difference is huge. Unfortunately, killing undead in the cemetery outside the Violet Kingdom cannot obtain treasure chests, and there is no extra points and combat experience bonus. Zhao Yi led the monster killing team to the cemetery outside to kill enough 6th level undead, and never went out again. It has been 50 days since he was promoted to the 2nd class dukedom, and now to the 1st class dukedom. Zhao Yi has saved a lot of treasure chests. 2 epic treasure chests. 16 diamond treasure chests. 124 crystal treasure chests. 160 platinum treasure chests. 244 gold treasure chests. 36 silver treasure chests. 576 bronze treasure chests. A total of 1,158 treasure chests. 471 wooden treasure chests were obtained on the first day of the new year, but they have long been opened by Zhao Yi, a pile of garbage. There are also destiny dice. In the past 50 days, 2 more were purchased, with a total cost of 1.75 million low-grade magic crystals, 120,000 higher than the 1.63 million for the first 2 destiny dice. Zhao Yi felt that the players who sold their destiny investments were all casual European lord players. 1 destiny dice was sold for at least 800,000 low-grade magic crystals, which was enough to effectively improve the strength of the territory. There are also many European lord players who are not very prominent in the Blue Star player camp. They are not seen on the forum, but their territories have developed to the highest level of first-class earldom. There are 4 destiny dice in hand. Zhao Yi plans to use 1 to open the treasure chest, and use another one when recruiting personnel. See if he can recruit 5-star talents or more 4-star talents in a high luck state. First, open a bronze treasure chest to explore the way garbage. Open the territory page. First class dukedom. Lord Zhao Yi. Territory area, 200,000 square kilometers. Main city, Zhaocheng, a first-class large city, covering an area of 64 square kilometers. Subsidiaries, 6 middle cities, 9 small cities, 36 towns. Population, 5.1214 million, 13.2836 million. Military, 538,200, 647,600. Public opinion, 83. Public security, 81. Compared with the second-class dukedom, the territory area of the first-class dukedom has reached 200,000 square kilometers, exceeding the area of Latal province. No matter where in the origin continent, If a territory of a hero from another world emerges and reaches the first-class dukedom, it will inevitably attract the attention of first-class indigenous forces, or even top indigenous forces. The overall strength of the heroes from another world is still very weak, but the growth rate is too fast. Now it has reached the 6th level, and the 7th level is just around the corner. The 7th level represents strength and status, and high-level professionals are the upper class of the indigenous camp. For the heroes from another world, who grow so fast, the top indigenous forces must make some preparations for this. Maybe there are some indigenous forces who don't want to see the rise of heroes from another world encroaching on their own interests, and they are secretly attacking. If it is just a third-class Marquee 8, there are already dozens of players in the Blue Star camp, and one more will not attract much attention from the indigenous camp. Jiaocheng is upgraded to a first-class city, covering an area of 64 square kilometers, and accommodating a standard population of 1.92 million. The distance between Jiaocheng and Yicheng is not far. Even if Jiaocheng has a diamond-level illusion array hidden, it will still have some impact when the undead army attacks the city. Now, every time Jiaocheng is upgraded, the newly added areas are in the west and north, and the east and south cannot be added, which will shorten the distance with Yicheng. 3 more places for middle cities have been added. Zhao Yi plans to upgrade Yicheng to middle city, which means that Zhao Yi's territory has reached the third-class Marquee territory. In order to hide the players living in Yicheng, the territory promotion battle must be held. It is a bit difficult to let multiple waves of undead armies attack Yicheng. After all, the undead know that Yicheng belongs to a city in Zhao Yi's territory. With the strength of Zhao Yi's territory, it will not send multiple waves of undead armies to attack Yicheng under normal circumstances. Special circumstances are hard to come by, and there will definitely be people who wonder how Zhao Yi's territory was promoted to a territory on this day, and how it was promoted successfully. It is also difficult to use alchemical props that disguise the huge breath of life. Zhao Yi feels that he may be able to use illusions or illusion arrays to deceive players and natives inside and outside the city. In the past 50 days, the biggest change in the territory is still in the population. The population on the origin continent has increased from 2.8352 million to 5.1214 million, almost doubling. The increase in population mainly came from Jiaocheng and the 6 middle cities, with Jiaocheng alone increasing by 480,000 people. The total population increased from 8.1175 million to 13.2836 million, a surge of 5 million. Counting only the population of the indigenous cities in the Violet Kingdom, which is only about 30 million, the population of Zhao Yi territory has exceeded 1/3 of the total population of the Violet Kingdom. The total strength of the territory army surged from 387,300 to 647,600, with the new professionals mainly at level 0, followed by level 2, and then level 1 and level 3 professionals. The increase in military strength is mainly related to the population surge in Jiaocheng and the 6 middle cities. The civilian population in the city has increased, and in order to resist the daily siege of the undead army, the number of professionals must also increase. The population of Jiaocheng has increased rapidly at a rate of 10,000 per day. The proportion of Jiaocheng's garrison troops to the total population has always been the highest in the entire territory, and has always been maintained at 1/8. For every 10,000 increase in population, there are more than 1,200 professionals, and most of them are 0-level professionals. The number of 0-level professionals in the Jiaocheng garrison has increased rapidly, which has seriously affected the combat effectiveness of the Jiaocheng garrison, and the same is true for the other 6 middle cities. Fortunately, the newly recruited 0-level professionals were able to grow up quickly. They were equipped with a full set of black iron equipment at the 0 level, and archers were equipped with explosive arrows. The territory's military strength increased too quickly, and there was not enough time to build so many black iron equipment. In fact, most of the black iron equipment was in stock. The previous professionals were promoted to get better equipment, and the old black iron equipment was repaired and stored for the new recruits to use. After being promoted to the second-class dukedom, the newly recruited 0-level professionals, even if they have 1-star talents, may reach the perfection of the 0 level within these 50 days if they are recruited early, especially the archer profession. After using the auxiliary advanced potion configured by their own territory, most people can successfully advance to the 1st level. In the following period, the 0-level professionals recruited after the promotion to the 2nd-class dukedom will be promoted to the 1st level one after another. After a year, the territory has laid a good foundation, and the population surge will not cause much chaos. As the territory is promoted to the 1st-class dukedom, the population will continue to surge. Zhao Yi is also working hard to migrate the population to the 4th and 5th demiplanes. As long as there are people to recruit and there are still places in the territory, the recruitment of personnel will not stop. Chapter 263. Compared with the population changes in the territory, Zhao Yi is most concerned about the next promotion of the territory. When the Lord is promoted to the 7th level and occupies more than 1 million square kilometers of land, the territory is promoted to a kingdom. When the Lord is promoted to the 7th level, he becomes the king of the kingdom. Territory. The page shows Zhao Yi 2 ways to promote the territory. Without exception, both require Zhao Yi to be promoted to the 7th level. There is no requirement for the population of Zhaocheng, nor is there a requirement to kill the undead. As for occupying land, in fact, all nobles are eligible to obtain territory. If they cannot obtain territory in their own country, they can also occupy the territory of the enemy country. However, the Violet Kingdom is the weakest among the hundreds of indigenous countries on the Origin continent. Its neighbors are the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire. It is impossible to attack the 2 empires to obtain land. For the Lord players of the Violet Kingdom, there are only 2 ways to upgrade their territory to a kingdom. Betray and destroy the Violet Kingdom, and establish a new kingdom on this land. Or he could peacefully resolve the issue with the Violet family, which controls the Violet Kingdom, such as marrying a female heir of the Violet family, and becoming the new king directly after the old king dies. It is not difficult for Zhao Yi to upgrade his territory to a kingdom. What is difficult is what kind of changes will it bring to the Origin continent when a brave man from another world becomes the king. He cannot act rashly. After breakfast, he opened another bronze treasure chest, which was another piece of garbage. Zhao Yi took Melissa's hand and went to the city hall for a meeting. The main content of today's meeting is to decide the expansion plan after the territory is upgraded to a first-class duchy, or to be more precise, the location of the 3 new central cities. The Violet Kingdom has a total of 8 provinces, 5 duchies, and 1 royal county. Among the 5 duchies, no player territory has appeared. Since the Blue Star players entered the game world, no player territory has been in the territory of a certain indigenous noble. Only the king and the emperor are qualified to grant titles and fiefs, and the nobles are not qualified. Normally, the duchies of the Violet Kingdom are counted as part of the adjacent provinces, so when introducing the territory of the Violet Kingdom, only the 8 provinces are mentioned, and there are no 5 duchies. The province of Lothar, where the core of Zhao Yiling is located, does not include other duchies. There are 8 provinces, each with a middle city. The remaining middle city quota must be used up, and another middle city will be placed in the largest province of Linxian. It has been a year since the Blue Star players came to the game world. The indigenous cities in the Violet Kingdom, the middle cities and above, can be defended, and only a few small cities have been breached by the undead camp. The indigenous forces have not changed much, but the player camps have changed a lot. On the one hand, the Purple Star Alliance attacked the Anti-Star Alliance player territories, and on the other hand, the Special Undead Army attacked the city at the end of the year, causing a large number of player territories to be destroyed, leaving enough space for Zhao Yi's territory to expand. If a small city appeared, the indigenous forces would not care. After all, there were enough small cities. But if a middle city appeared, the indigenous forces would definitely pay attention to it. Zhao Yi did not have a crystal-level illusion array in his hand, but he had opened 10 platinum-level illusion arrays before, and directly placed one in each middle city, or placed an intermediate magic tower with an illusion array to hide the middle city. The middle level and high-level native professionals in the Violet Kingdom generally do not go far away from the city, and the possibility of discovering these middle cities built in remote places is very small. The locations of the 3 new middle cities have been determined, and the next step is to discuss the promotion of Yicheng to a middle city. As the main city of Zhao Yi's territory, Yicheng only reaches the level of a first-level small city. If it wants to be promoted to a middle city, it must be promoted to a territory. For a territory to be promoted from a first-class earldom to a third-class marquisdom, 6 waves of undead armies must attack the city. If there were no players in Yicheng, Zhao Yi would not need to worry about that, and would just upgrade Yicheng. However, if there were players in Yicheng, they would need to feel that Yicheng was attacked by multiple waves of undead armies. Only after the territory was upgraded could Yicheng expand. Yicheng started to expand without the undead army attacking the city. Players would definitely guess that there was something wrong with it, and even think of Son of Fortune 413. In the meeting room, Zhao Yi and his men expressed their ideas one after another. We can cast an illusion on the Yicheng area, so that people in Yicheng think that there are 6 waves of undead armies attacking the city. We don't have an illusionist in our territory, so we can use an illusion array instead. You can also try to release a huge breath of life in I Ching to attract more undead to attack the city. Zhao Yi had basically thought about the ideas of Elliot, Braden and others, and finally Zhao Yi chose to place an extra platinum level illusion array in I Ching. There are two main types of magic arrays. One is fixed, and the other is detachable. For example, a magic array built on the city wall is fixed and cannot be moved. The magic array opened from the treasure chest is detachable, but it takes a lot of time to disassemble and reinstall it, and it cannot be quickly installed and used on the battlefield. If you choose a location in advance to ambush the enemy, you can try to place the magic array. The teleportation array placed in I Ching will be placed there in the future as one of I Ching's defense systems. Now that the illusion array is ready, the next step is to arrange for the magician to edit the illusion array. On the day when the territory is officially promoted, influence everyone inside and outside I Ching to make them think that there are 6 consecutive waves of undead armies attacking the city. Choose the day when the undead army attacks the city on a regular basis to upgrade the territory. On the day when the undead army attacks the city on a non-routine basis, there are players and natives outside, and the illusion array cannot create something out of nothing. There is no undead army coming out of the cemetery, but there are 6 waves of undead army attacking the city in I Ching. If you upgrade the territory on the day when the undead army attacks the city on a regular basis, the possibility of accidents will be much smaller. After the meeting, Cece, Elliot and others left the meeting room one after another. Zhao Yi opened a bronze treasure chest and saw that it was garbage, so he also left the meeting room. Next, we need to recruit people. Zhao Yi originally wanted to use the destiny dice before recruiting people, but he didn't know when he would have good luck. He recruited a lot of people every day and had no time to postpone. If you want to use the destiny dice to increase your luck value, you can try it before recruiting people every day. If you try it every day, you will always have a high luck value. Today, the total population increase in the territory will be less than 100,000, of which the 4th and 5th half-planes will each increase their population by 30,000 people every day. 30,000 people is about 5 to 6,000 families. They enter the designated area in the demi-plane under the leadership of officials and build their own homes. Before that, the designated area had been quickly built by earth magicians and cleared to build cities and villages. There are also places suitable for logging and quarrying outside the area. Civilians need to build their own houses with their own hands. In the demi-plane, cities do not need to build walls. In addition, food and other daily necessities will be delivered every day. Finally, a garrison composed of a small number of professionals maintains public order. The professionals in the garrison are mainly level 0, and some non-professionals may even be included. After all, it is in a safe demi-plane, and the residents are mainly non-professionals. It is okay for non-professionals to carry weapons to maintain public order. Migrating 30,000 people to the 4th and 5th demi-planes each day is a very large project. If it is put on Blue Star, all kinds of chaos will definitely occur. However, most of the indigenous civilians recruited by Zhao Yi did not dare to disobey the orders of the professionals, not to mention that they moved to a very safe new place and had time to build a new home, and had no other ideas at all. The largest number of people migrate to the demi-plane every day, followed by Zhaocheng and the various middle cities. The first batch of 3 middle cities are already full, and before they were full, they also increased by 10,000 people every day, just like Zhaocheng. The second batch of 3 middle cities, in the past 50 days, the daily increase in population has gradually increased from 1,000 to several thousand, and will also increase by 10,000 people every day in the future. 2 middle cities will be established soon, and the daily increase in population will be relatively small in the early stage. As the population of each city increases, the number of professionals will also increase. However, it is not only these cities with increased population that will increase the number of 0-level professionals. Other small cities and towns will also increase the number of 0-level professionals, and then transfer the extra first-level professionals to Zhaocheng and other middle cities. After Zhaocheng recruited personnel, Zhao Yi opened a bronze treasure chest. When he went to other cities to recruit personnel, Zhao Yi continued to open bronze treasure chests. Open the treasure chest before lunch. Open the treasure chest after lunch. Open the treasure chest after returning from monster hunting in the afternoon. Open the treasure chest after resting. And open the treasure chest every 2 hours at night. However, Zhao Yi was helpless because he felt that his luck was not good all day, and he had no intention of using the destiny dice. Until the new day came, after reading the battle evaluation page, Zhao Yi opened a bronze treasure chest and felt good, so he continued to open a silver treasure chest. Seeing the things in the silver treasure chest, Zhao Yi used a destiny dice without hesitation. X8. The luck value is multiplied by 7 times and remains constant for 1 hour. Start opening the treasure chest immediately. Zhao Yi opened the 2 treasure chests one after another. When he saw that it was an epic card of 5-star talent stone, Zhao Yi was overjoyed. 5 epic cards. 5-star talent stone. 6th level archer recruitment scroll. Large magic cannon. Epic defense array. Large shining gold mine. All of them are good things. In Zhao Yi's eyes, the most valuable one is 5-star talent stone. The people who use the 5-star talent stone are ranked 1st Joanna, 2nd Ignaz, 3rd Gu Wendell, and 4th Elliot. As a space mage, Ignaz is more important to the territory than Joanna, but in front of Zhao Yi, Joanna is far more important than Ignaz. Perhaps before Ignaz was promoted to the 7th level, Zhao Yi had already obtained a new 5-star talent stone for Ignaz to use. As the first person in the territory army, Elliot has been ranked 4th. If he recruits important personnel during this period, Elliot's ranking will continue to decline. Zhao Yi is still more considerate of the elderly around him. Elliot's talent has been upgraded from 3 stars to 4 stars, and Cece's combat professional talent is only 1 star, and now it has also been upgraded to 3 stars. However, Cece's management talent is only 2 stars, and management talent cannot be improved by talent stones. For managing a large city and the entire dukedom, even with the assistance of 5-star management talent officials, Cece has long felt that she is unable to do it. Cece had the idea of abdicating and switching to a less busy position a long time ago. Faced with Cece's strong request, Zhao Yi only agreed recently and arranged for Cece after a while. 6th level archer recruitment scroll, the 5th 6th level in the territory. Large magic cannon, 1 shot can kill a 6th level and injure a 7th level. It is not needed in Zhaocheng, so you can choose to place it in a floating fortress or a middle city. Epic defense array, consumes a lot of energy, releases a magic shield covering a certain range, and can withstand the full force of an 8th level professional. The most important thing is to consume a lot of energy. The energy absorbed by the magic array itself is not enough at the critical moment. It has to consume magic crystals. Compared with the defense magic array, Zhao Yi wants an attack magic array more. Although they both consume magic crystals, the defense magic array can only resist, while the attack magic array can directly kill or injure the enemy. Offense is the best defense. However, the defense magic array is also useful. When the enemy attacks suddenly, the attack means are too late to use. First, open the defense magic array to resist the enemy for a moment, and then use the attack means. For example, the Void Fortress in the 4th demiplane will take some time to come out of the 4th demiplane. Large brilliant gold vein. Brilliant gold is a top-level magic material that can be used to refine legendary equipment. When refining ordinary equipment, adding a little can effectively improve the quality and attributes. A large brilliant gold vein may even be worth more than a level 9 advancement stone, and a level 9 advancement stone is worth 20 billion low-grade magic crystals. The territory's heritage is increased by 1. A large brilliant gold vein can definitely become the heritage of the top indigenous forces. Unconsciously, Zhao Yi has accumulated a lot of things that can be used as the foundation of the top indigenous forces, such as the Tree of Life, the Void Trading Field, the Floating Fortress, and the large demiplane. This time, there are only 5 epic cards in the treasure chest, but there are more diamond cards, a total of 61. Zhao Yi needs 4 level 7 advanced stones, 2 4-star talent stones, 5 level 5 professional recruitment scrolls, and a 5-star talent professional recruitment scroll. The value of 61 diamond cards is not worse than that of 5 epic cards. The 124 crystal treasure chests, 160 platinum treasure chests, and 244 gold treasure chests below are not as good as diamond cards and epic cards in quality, but quantity is sometimes important. For example, the 102-star talent stones that were opened this time really surprised Zhao Yi. The quality of 2-star talent stones is still a bit poor. Advanced stones can be fused and split. I wonder if talent stones can be fused and split in the future. After opening the treasure chest, Zhao Yi's excitement will not subside in a short time. Opening a few treasure chests at a time is not as shocking as opening more than 1,000 treasure chests at a time, especially with the effect of the skyrocketing luck value. Opening a treasure chest means a crazy increase in the territory's heritage. Except for the magic crystal, which is not as rich as the top indigenous forces, Zhao Yi feels that the foundation of his territory has surpassed some top indigenous forces. These foundations must not be leaked, otherwise it will attract almost all the top indigenous forces to scramble for them. Most of the treasure chests were opened, leaving only dozens of silver treasure chests, and more than 100 bronze treasure chests to continue testing his luck. It's okay to skip breakfast, so go directly to the city hall for a meeting. Today's meeting will last for a short time. The important things after the territory's promotion have been arranged yesterday. Before recruiting personnel, open a bronze treasure chest, garbage, can't use the destiny dice, and the recruitment scroll open from the treasure chest today is also not used, so today's recruitment situation is similar to yesterday. After all personnel recruitment, Zhao Yi came to Joanna's Mage Tower. The first authority of the Mage Tower has been transferred to Joanna by Zhao Yi, but Joanna gave the second authority to Zhao Yi, who can enter and exit Joanna's Mage Tower at will. However, Joanna told the Tower Spirit that once Zhao Yi arrives, she must be notified as soon as possible. So when Zhao Yi came to the top floor of the Mage Tower, Joanna had already packed up everything and opened the door to welcome Zhao Yi. "My lord, what are you doing here?" Every day they had to go to the cemetery together to kill monsters, and Melissa always stayed by Zhao Yi's side, so Joanna and Zhao Yi rarely had the opportunity to be alone together. Although Melissa is still by Zhao Yi's side, Joanna is very happy that Zhao Yi can come to her Mage Tower no matter what the reason is. "Well, I'm here to give you a gift." As he spoke, Zhao Yi summoned the 5-star talent stone. Seeing the 5-star talent stone, it looked a little different from other levels of talent stones, but Joanna could tell that it was a talent stone. Being given to Joanna as a gift by Zhao Yi, and Joanna had already used a 4-star talent stone, the talent stone in front of her must be a 5-star talent stone. Joanna excitedly threw herself into Zhao Yi's arms. Tears were about to flow out. Melissa tilted her head and looked at the two people hugging. Her expression did not change. After accompanying Zhao Yi for such a long time, Melissa was able to accept Zhao Yi's close contact with other women in front of her. This is the result of Zhao Yi's constant guidance. Zhao Yi said that he would become a king or even an emperor in the future. The king has a queen and more than one concubine, and the emperor also has a queen and more than one concubine. You will be the queen, empress, in the future, responsible for managing the harem. This is the rule of the human world. If you want to live in the human world and be with me, you must accept this rule. Melissa believed it. In fact, there are kings or emperors of indigenous countries who have only one wife and no other women. This situation is relatively rare. After the hug, Joanna gave Zhao Yi another kiss, her eyes full of love as she said, "I can finally keep up with you, and we will never be apart." After that, Joanna couldn't wait to use the 5-star talent stone in front of Zhao Yi. The territory promotion plan was progressing rapidly, and a platinum-level illusion array was placed in I Ching. The illusion editing of the illusion array was finally done by Joanna, because there was no illusionist in the territory. Joanna had experienced all the promotion battles in the territory, and could complete these tasks relatively perfectly. February 12th, the day of territory promotion arrived. During the day, Zhao Yi did not notify the players of the territory promotion tonight. Before nightfall, the combat professional players, who were going to participate in the battle gathered at the gathering place, and then were told that there was a special situation tonight, and your task was to patrol the city. The combat professional players were very confused about what the special situation was today, and Lin Mingyao directly sent a message to Zhao Yi to ask. "You will know after the battle breaks out. There will be no danger." "I am absolutely sure," Zhao Yi replied, reassuring Lin Mingyao. At the 3rd hour of the night, a wave of undead army from the number 1 cemetery attacked I Ching, and the defenders of I Ching easily eliminated the attacking undead. The next moment, the platinum-level illusion array was activated, covering the inside and outside of I Ching. All professionals below the 5th level, who did not have treasures, were affected by the illusion array. Half an hour later, the second wave of undead army attacked, and the defenders of I Ching fought with the air. Upon learning that the second wave of undead army was coming, the combat professional players patrolling in the city immediately understood that this was a territory promotion battle, and the territory was going to challenge the 3rd-class marquis. Zhao Yi must have thought that they were too weak, so he didn't need them to participate in the battle. But as part of the territory, they all ran to the city wall to participate in the battle. Even Lin Mingyao ran out to participate in the battle and contribute her own strength. However, all the players were stopped in front of the city wall. Your mission is to patrol the city. The battle here does not need you. Your mission is also very important. Be careful of enemies destroying the city. If we can't resist the undead army, we still have reinforcements from the members of the Purple Star Alliance. Don't worry, we will definitely win this battle. After repeated persuasion, the combat professional players returned to their posts, but at this moment, all the players and residents in Yicheng understood that Yicheng was in the process of a territory promotion war. A small number of people were worried that the territory promotion war would fail, Yicheng would be destroyed, and they would also be killed by the undead, ending this journey to another world. But more players believed that the territory promotion war would definitely win, because Zhao Yi was the leader of the Zichen League, and Zhao Yi's territory could support all members of the Zichen League on its own. If Zhao Yi could not resist the undead army by relying on his own strength, even if the loss was greater, he could call for reinforcements from the Zichen League. Lin Mingyao was a little worried, and sent a message in the Zichen League group. The leader's territory is undergoing a battle for territory promotion. If something unexpected happens, please send reinforcements in time. The illusion array only made people inside and outside Yicheng think that more undead armies were coming, and it had little impact on other aspects of cognition and behavior. Seeing the message sent by the leader's secretary, the members of the Zichen League showed up one after another. The leader's territory is promoted tonight? I immediately asked all the third-level professionals and second-level professionals under my command to gather next to the teleportation array. With the strength of the leader, you will definitely be promoted successfully. The reinforcements are ready. If needed, the reinforcements will go immediately. The news that Zhao Yiling challenged the third-class Marquis appeared on the forum not long after, which aroused discussion among some players. Before Zhao Yiling, 43 first-class earldoms had been promoted to third-class marquisates, and none of them failed. In addition to the territories that have hidden information being promoted to marquisates, the number of marquisates in the Blue Star player camp should not exceed 70. Zhao Yiling's promotion was successful, which meant that he was a big boss in the top 100 of the territory rankings. Such a big boss would attract the attention of some players, not to mention that the Purple Star Alliance and the Violet Kingdom had made a big noise on the forum some time ago. All the major forces in the Blue Star player camp began to pay attention to Zhao Yiling's promotion. The official Chen Kingdom issued an order to the Lord players in the Violet Kingdom to provide full support if Zhao Yiling needed it. The major forces in the Anti-Chen Alliance camp wanted to sabotage Zhao Yiling, but they couldn't find a way to sabotage him. There was no Anti-Chen Alliance player territory in the Violet Kingdom, and at most they could bribe the neutral player lords. Chapter 264. A total of 6 waves of undead army siege ended, and Zhao Yi personally sent a message to the Zichen League group about the victory of the territory promotion war. Not long after, the Zichen League propaganda department posted an official announcement on the forum that the leader of the Zichen League won the territory promotion war, and will be officially promoted to the third-class Marquis tomorrow. A large number of Chen players posted on the forum to celebrate that Zhao Yi was promoted to the third-class Marquis, which represented the improvement of the strength of the entire Chen player camp. Before Zhao Yi, there were 43 player territories known to players that were promoted to marquisates. The most powerful Marquis is Cheng Jinling, who was promoted successfully in July last year. After half a year, Cheng Jinling has become a first-class Marquis. After Cheng Jinling, Li Chun's Hingling was promoted in November last year, and is already a second-class Marquis. After Li Chun's Hingling, more and more players' territories have been promoted. At this stage, the territories that can be promoted to Marquis are basically the territories that are focused on cultivating by major player forces, and generally only one territory of a force is promoted to Marquis. The official Chen Kingdom is an exception. The Anti-Chen Alliance estimates that there are at least 10 territories under the official Chen Kingdom alone that have been promoted to Marquis. The marquisates under the command of other player forces in the Chen Kingdom player camp will not be more than the official Chen Kingdom. This is the true strength of the most powerful player force. Although the most powerful player territory is in the Chen player camp, the total number of marquisates in the Chen player camp is only a few more than half of the total number of marquisates in the Anti-Chen Alliance camp. Fortunately, the Chen player camp is relatively united, while the Anti-Chen Alliance camp is very scattered. In addition, the two camps have begun to implement new plans. On the surface, the two camps are still in a state of equal strength. The Chen player camp has one more Marquis. Even if it cannot change the situation outside the Violet Kingdom, it can improve morale. At the same time, the Anti-Chen Alliance's attention to Zhao Yiling declined. Zhao Yiling was in the territory of the Violet Kingdom, where there were no Anti-Chen Alliance player territories, making it difficult to deal with Zhao Yiling. In the Anti-Chen Alliance camp's plan, the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire were both areas to be taken. Whether it was the Eagle Empire or the Glory Empire, when the Anti-Chen Alliance player army marched into the small Violet Kingdom, the Violet Alliance could be easily destroyed. The Violet Kingdom was too small, and a giant dragon could not be raised in a pond. The Goshawk Empire or the Glory Empire is far more powerful than the Violet Kingdom. It cannot be said that the gap is between the sea and the pond, but at least it is the gap between the lake and the pond. A Purple Chin Alliance has only 500 members. If the Anti-Chin Alliance camp controls an empire, the number of members of the regional alliance will start from 2,000. In comparison, the Anti-Chin Alliance camp's main focus is still on the Chin State official side. If the important territories of the Chin State official are destroyed, and the Chin State official is severely damaged, it means that the Anti-Chin Alliance camp will defeat the Chin State player camp. Destroying only Zhao Yiling or the Purple Star Alliance would have little impact on the struggle between the two camps, almost to the point of being negligible. Even the players of Chin Country knew that the Purple Star Alliance in the Violet Kingdom did not dare to send troops to the Eagle Empire or the Glory Empire. Most members of the Purple Star Alliance did not care about these things. They just wanted to live their lives in peace. At least before something unexpected happened, their combat profession could be upgraded to level 50 or above, and then earn some Blue Star wealth. As the Purple Chin League dominated the Violet Kingdom, some wealthy people from Chin Country gradually came to settle in some earldoms of the Purple Chin League. At least for a period of time, it was safe enough. Zhao Yiling was about to be promoted to a Marquisate, and the wealthy people from Chin Country wanted to settle in Yiqing. But Zhao Yi had high standards for the wealthy people from Chin Country who settled in Yiqing. Even the circle of wealthy people from Chin Country in Yiqing was unwilling to have new people join. The battle in Yiqing battlefield had ended, but for Zhao Yi, things were not completely over. The platinum-level illusion array was still consuming magic crystals to maintain the illusion. The difference between the remnants of 6 waves of undead armies and the remnants of 1 wave of undead armies on the battlefield is too great, and the effect of the illusion array must be maintained at least until tomorrow afternoon. It is just a platinum-level magic array, and Zhao Yi can easily bear the consumption of magic crystals. Zhao Yi returned to the Lord's Mansion in Yiqing, and Lin Mingyao had been here for a long time. Zhao Yi is already at the 5th level, and his territory is about to be promoted to the 3rd-class Marquisate. Lin Mingyao was so excited about her boyfriend's achievement that she couldn't sleep at all, and ran directly to the Lord's Mansion. Worrying about the gap because of the big gain and loss? Those are situations that only appear in melodramatic urban novels. Lin Mingyao would not think too much about the huge gap between her and Zhao Yi, but would only feel happy and proud of Zhao Yi's achievements. Anyway, it is impossible to catch up with him, so with such a boyfriend, she can just lie down. Men are responsible for making money to support the family, and women are responsible for giving men a warm home. Seeing Zhao Yi coming back, Lin Mingyao hugged Zhao Yi's arm and said a lot of words. Zhao Yi listened quietly and occasionally said him in response, without making any moves, enjoying the relaxation with Lin Mingyao. It was almost midnight, and Lin Mingyao fell asleep in a room in the Lord's Mansion. Zhao Yi had to go out with the monster-killing team after midnight. Lin Mingyao could understand that the two of them were in different rooms. The difference in strength was too big. She was a 2nd-level, holy light, priest with a fragile body, and Zhao Yi, on the surface, was a 5th-level swordsman. He could control his strength when he was touching her, but when he was doing that, he could easily get hurt if he was too excited. Injuries can be treated, and weak constitutions can be temporarily strengthened by drinking potions. Zhao Yi didn't like these, and Lin Mingyao didn't like them either. So when the undead attacked the city, Lin Mingyao didn't like fighting anymore, but now she wanted to purify more undead and upgrade herself. On the other hand, Zhao Yi didn't have a strong desire for that, and preferred to enjoy the feeling of being in love. A new day has arrived. You participated in 60 battles. You eliminated 197,4273 undead. You died 128 soldiers. Battle rating 1S, 5A, 5B, 13C, 36E. Points increased by 291.38%. Professional experience increased by 291.38%. Obtained 1 diamond treasure chest, 5 crystal treasure chests, 5 platinum treasure chests, 13 gold treasure chests, 36 bronze treasure chests in 1 day. Zhao Yi can get about 300 million points. Counting the points obtained in the other 2 days, the average daily points are only about 150 million, which can barely support the daily recruitment of personnel in the territory. The points required for recruiting personnel are constantly increasing, but no matter how many civilians are recruited, the points required are only a small part for Zhao Yi. The most points are consumed in recruiting 2nd-level and 3rd-level professionals. It is impossible to recruit only 0-level professionals. If only 0-level professionals are recruited, the impact on the territory's combat power will be too great. A certain proportion of 1st-level, 2nd-level, and third-level professionals must be recruited. Recruiting mid-level professionals requires too many points, and Zhao Yi is reluctant to recruit them. If the territory development speed is reduced, and the points are used to recruit 6th-level professionals, the number of 6th-level professionals in Zhao Yi's territory will exceed 10 by now. Using 1 billion points to recruit a 6th-level professional can increase the current strength of the territory, but the improvement is not much. Zhao Yi has many means to deal with 6th-level and above professionals. Compared with recruiting 6th-level professionals, who do not improve the strength of the territory much, Zhao Yi uses the points to recruit a large number of civilians, which is related to the future of the territory. The children of professionals have a higher chance of having combat professional talents, but the children of civilians also have a chance of having combat professional talents. If the civilian population is larger, the territory will not lack professionals in the future. After breakfast, Zhao Yi's main body attended the meeting in Zhaocheng City Hall every day, and his clone attended the meeting in Yicheng City Hall every day. On the surface, the territory was promoted, and today's meeting in Yicheng lasted longer to discuss the development of the territory in the future. One of the key points was the ratio of recruiting aborigines and players. Aboriginal professionals are the main combat force of the territory, and the players recruited are mainly life professionals. The players who attended the meeting all expressed that they would recruit more aborigine professionals, and then choose to recruit players after ensuring the improvement of the territory's strength. The high-quality combat professional players had been recruited long ago, and the remaining combat professional players were very bad. Other Lord players were unwilling to continue recruiting combat professional players, and would rather recruit life professional players and invest more to transfer them. The meeting continued in Yicheng, and the meeting in Zhaocheng had ended, and they were ready to recruit personnel. Before recruiting personnel, he opened a treasure chest, and felt that the things opened were not bad, so Zhao Yi opened another silver treasure chest. Then, Zhao Yi used another of the 3 destiny dice in his hand, and used it for the first time to recruit personnel. X4. Luck increases threefold, constant for 1 hour. Zhao Yi immediately took out the recruitment scroll he had obtained from the treasure chest, and began to recruit personnel. 6th level shooter recruitment scroll, 5th level professional recruitment scroll, 5-star talent professional recruitment scroll, 4-star talent professional recruitment scroll, 4-level professional recruitment scroll. Name, Zilawai. Gender, male. Age, 77. Profession, level 60 shooter. Talent, shooter 4 stars / command 2 stars. Skills, loyalty, 80 for a 6th level professional, 4-star talent is standard, ordinary. Name, Tia. Gender, female. Age 13. Occupation, level 10 assassin. Talent, assassin 5 stars / domination 1 star. Skills, loyalty, 70. When the assassin girl named Tia came out of the teleportation array, Zhao Yi was a little surprised. He was not surprised that Tia was only level 10, nor was he surprised that Tia was only 13 years old, but he was surprised that Tia came out of the teleportation array alone without any family. When Zhao Yi recruited people, there were some people who were alone almost every day, and this situation often happened to civilians. Recruiting a lone professional is very rare. It is the first time to recruit such a young and lonely professional. Tia gave Zhao Yi the feeling of a 3-no girl, a silent girl with no facial expression and a closed mind that is difficult to understand. She walked out of the teleportation array, walked in front of Zhao Yi, looked at Zhao Yi quietly, and said nothing. "Where are your family members?" Zhao Yi asked. Tia was silent for a few seconds, and then spat out 2 words, "Dead." Facing this 1.5-meter tall problem girl, Zhao Yi had a headache, and didn't know how to arrange for her. Even if Tia only had one relative, Zhao Yi could arrange a house for the 2 of them to live in. With only Tia alone and still so young, Zhao Yi couldn't imagine how Tia would live. Recruitment had to continue, so Zhao Yi asked Tia to stay by his side first. Tia followed Zhao Yi's orders, came to his side, stood quietly, and didn't turn around to look around to see the living environment in the future. On the other side of Zhao Yi, the silver dragon girl looked at Tia with some curiosity, but Tia did not react. As for Tia's 70 points of loyalty, Zhao Yi suspected that it was caused by Tia's lack of trust in all outsiders, but it was better than Brittany's 60 points of loyalty at the beginning. Zhaocheng had enough teleportation arrays. Zhao Yi quickly used up the recruitment scroll, and then continued to recruit people with points. Among the people recruited using the recruitment scroll, another 5-star talent appeared, and there were also several 4-star talents. This 5-star talent surprised Zhao Yi the most. Name, Rodolfo. Gender, male. Age 42. Occupation, level 40 knight. Talent, Knight 5 stars / Rule 5 stars. Skills. Loyalty, 85-star Knight talent, 5-star command talent. If nothing unexpected happens, Rodolfo will quickly grow into an important general under Zhao Yi in the future development of the territory, and may even have the opportunity to become one of the commanders of the 3 armies in the future. Zhao Yi couldn't understand why such a talented person was recruited by himself. Such a talent would be given priority training in any indigenous country. However, Rodolphe's 80 points of loyalty directly made Zhao Yi ignore Rodolphe's personal affairs. Compared with the personnel recruited by the recruitment scroll, the number of personnel recruited by points is greater. The latter has poor average quality, but Zhao Yi feels that if recruited under high luck, there may be 5-star talents among them. However, there are too many people to recruit. Zhao Yi cannot find them one by one, and these geniuses have to show their talents in the territory. Schools and the army are places where they can show their talents. Only with very small accidents, they are killed by the undead before they show their talents. The recruiters lined up to be teleported to Gaocheng. Zhao Yi finished recruiting in Gaocheng, and used the teleportation array to teleport to other middle cities to continue recruiting. Tia and Melissa followed Zhao Yi. Wherever Zhao Yi went, the 2 girls followed him. This situation made Melissa a little unhappy. She didn't want other women to follow Zhao Yi, not even underage girls. But Zhao Yi was busy with other things, so Melissa didn't bother Zhao Yi for the time being. She saw Tia's eyes change from curiosity to anger. Tia felt the pressure from Melissa, her thin body began to tremble, and she stood firm with her teeth gritted. Feeling the situation beside him, Zhao Yi gently touched Melissa's head and said, "Melissa, don't bully Tia, she is just a child." Melissa is in the form of a human girl, but Melissa is 42 years old this year. Compared with Melissa, 13-year-old Tia is indeed a child. Melissa listened to Zhao Yi obediently, and withdrew the pressure on Tia. Without Melissa's pressure, Tia's body stopped shaking, but her face turned pale. Because of her persistence just now, her body was a little weak, but Tia kept persisting. After the main body recruitment was over, the clone began to recruit in I Ching, but at this time, the effect of Zhao Yi's destiny dice had already expired. The main body returned to the Lord of Gaocheng, and Tia followed silently into the Lord's mansion. Zhao Yi sat down on a chair in the garden, and his line of sight was just level with Tia's line of sight. "Tia, do you want a new home?" Zhao Yi asked, thinking about finding a family willing to adopt Tia, who had no relatives. Tia pursed her lips and said nothing. Zhao Yi saw from her eyes that she didn't need a home. The lonely girl didn't want to have much contact with outsiders. Obviously, Tia would rather live alone, but Zhao Yi was more worried about Tia. After thinking about it, Zhao Yi made a decision for Tia. "Then you will live here in the future." Zhao Yi spoke firmly. Tia opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She accepted the Lord's arrangement for her. He called the maid Eve to clean up a room for Tia. The room was arranged according to Tia's requirements. Only then did Tia say a few more words. Tia's residence is 1, and there is also the training of Tia. Tia is already a first-level assassin, but she is still a 13-year-old girl. At this age, she should study in school instead of going to the battlefield. But Tia is already a first-level assassin. Before being recruited by Zhao Yi, I don't know how rich her life experience is. It is not easy to let such a professional return to school to study. This depends on Tia's own choice. Zhao Yi feels that Tia will choose to go to the battlefield to kill the undead. For most professionals, they will not give up the opportunity to eliminate the undead and quickly upgrade. Melissa was very dissatisfied with Zhao Yi's arrangement for Tia. She bit Zhao Yi's hand. Tia has not been recognized by her yet. Melissa does not want to see Tia appear around Zhao Yi often. Taking in a homeless girl, if it were any other woman, would probably be dissatisfied. Zhao Yi had to keep comforting Melissa. Tia is just a child. Tia is very talented, and may become our teammate in the future. In the future, all members of Zhao Yi's monster killing team must have 5-star talents. Tia is the first 5-star assassin under Zhao Yi. If you want to train her, she can join Zhao Yi's team in less than a year. Melissa is not young, but she is relatively young compared to the age of a dragon. Her age divided by 3 is 1 year older than Tia, and she is also a child. Sometimes Melissa gets angry because of her possessiveness, but Melissa is also a good child. Melissa will listen to Zhao Yi's words. Recalling today's recruitment process, and comparing it with previous recruitments, Zhao Yi can see that the chance of recruiting geniuses increases when recruiting personnel under a high luck state. For example, the double 5-star command Knight Rodolphe is worth more than 1 billion low-grade magic crystals in Zhao Yi's eyes. With combat professional talent alone, Rodolphe has the potential to become a legendary strongman, and with the 5-star command talent, Rodolphe will become a general. Today's unexpected harvest is not just Rodolphe. There are several more 4-star talents on the surface. It is also possible that 4-star talents or even 5-star talents will appear in the civilian families and low-level professional families with more recruits. The Destiny Dice is useful when opening treasure chests, and it is also useful when recruiting personnel. Zhao Yi needs more Destiny Dice. The Destiny Dice is of crystal grade, and the chance of opening it is extremely small. In the 2 times of opening treasure chests, no Destiny Dice were opened, and the Destiny Dice received in the Void Trading Field were also relatively small. There are no props that increase luck below the crystal quality. There should be props that increase luck above the crystal quality, but Zhao Yi has not opened it yet. Continue to purchase Destiny Dice in the Void Trading Field, and continue to increase the purchase price, hoping to attract those European players who hold Destiny Dice by raising the purchase price. In fact, there are already European players who have Destiny Dice to open treasure chests, but individual Lord players cannot save too many treasure chests at a time, and the development of the territory still needs to rely on the things opened in the treasure chests. It's a pity that Zhao Yi can't take out the Blue Star Wealth. If the Blue Star Wealth plus magic crystals are mixed for purchase, the number of Destiny Dice purchased in each cycle should be able to increase by 1. On the other hand, I Ching only recruited 500 families today, and player families accounted for only 1/5. The main reason is that I Ching has not been expanded yet, and cannot accommodate too many people immediately. It needs to expand I Ching before recruiting more people. 100 player families, less than 500 people. When the system panel prompted them to be recruited by Lord Zhao Yi, they soon became excited. Lord Zhao Yi, although the title information is hidden, Qinghua players basically know a man named Zhao Yi. The Lord of I Ching, his territory was officially upgraded to the 3rd class Marquis today. The players who saw the message did not hesitate, and immediately clicked to accept Zhao Yi's recruitment. Even if it was wrong, this Zhao Yi was not the same Zhao Yi, they accepted it. Anyway, if they continue to stay in the native city, they would have no room for development. No matter which player lord's territory they went to, it would at least be an opportunity to move up. However, when they walked out of the teleportation array of I Ching and saw the surrounding situation, they could feel that this city was unusual, and perhaps it was Zhao Yi who recruited them. When they were led to their new home by the player staff of I Ching, they officially confirmed from the player staff who was the lord who recruited them. You are very lucky to be recruited by Lord Zhao. Lord Zhao's territory is very safe. In the Violet Kingdom, our Zichen League is the only one in power. Neutral player lords have to pay protection fees to the Zichen League. By the way, as long as you work hard and perform well, you may even have the opportunity to obtain the qualification to work in a combat profession. Even if you cannot work in a combat profession, you can continue to upgrade if you do a good job in a life profession. It is not a problem to increase your life by a few years. After the newcomers arrived at their new home in I Ching, many of them were still a little bit unbelievable, and couldn't believe that they were really recruited by Zhao Yi. They always felt that they had bad luck, and could only stay in the native city for more than a year. Now it seems that their luck has accumulated to 1 day. Fortunately, they were recruited by Zhao Yi, and settled in a place that is safe enough and has opportunities for advancement. On the same day, they posted on the forum as Zhao Yi's leaders to promote their new home in Zhao Yi. Chapter 265. Today, the territory of Boss Zhao Yi was officially promoted to the 3rd class Marquis. Now it has begun to recruit players. I hope I can be recruited. Although I am a player of Qin country and an assassin, I feel it is difficult for Boss Zhao Yi to recruit him. It is said that Boss Zhao Yi only recruits players of life professions. It is too difficult. Among so many player territories, the living environment of Boss Zhao Yi's territory is the best. Players of life professions have the opportunity to upgrade, and even have the opportunity to switch to combat professions. Because Zhao Yiling started recruiting players again, Qin players on the forum became active. Most of them were players living in the lower levels of the native cities, and some were players living in other baronies and viscounties of Qin. Although they all lived in player territories, the player situations were different. It was rare for a lord like Zhao Yi to pay attention to the living environment of his subjects. More importantly, at this stage, Zhao Yiling's safety level was higher than Cheng Jinling's. The internal fighting of the player camp in the Violet Kingdom had ended, and Zhao Yiling was basically no longer in any danger, but the Anti-Qin Alliance camp was still frequently attacking Cheng Jinling. The players from Qin country who live in the Baron and Viscount territories just said it casually. They were finally recruited. so they dared not leave their current territory and fantasize about being recruited by Zhao Yi immediately. Many players from Qin country who live in the native cities silently prayed to various gods in their hearts, hoping that they would be lucky enough to be recruited. With the official promotion of the territory, the expansion of each city also officially began. The main force of the expansion work is Earth Magicians, and dozens of these Earth Magicians are original life professional players who have obtained the qualification for job transfer. If the natives want to transfer to a combat profession, they must first see if they have talent, but players don't need to consider so much. Zhao Yi has a large number of ordinary transfer scrolls in his hands, and he can easily form a combat professional player team. The problem is that not all players are suitable for transferring to combat professions. On the other hand, Zhao Yi regards combat professional transfer scrolls as a reward and cannot give them out at will. As the number of players in I Ching increases, as time goes by, the number of combat professional players under Zhao Yi will maintain a steady growth. However, from the beginning to the end, Zhao Yi would not use combat professional players as the main force of the battle, they would only be auxiliary troops. The apparent promotion of the territory soon spread to the native camp of the Violet Kingdom. The Morris family, which is closest to Zhao Yi's territory, Count Morris personally came to I Ching with gifts to visit Zhao Yi and congratulate Zhao Yi on becoming a 5th-level professional. If it were before the undead disaster, for the Earl's family, every appearance of a 4th-level professional would be a big celebration. The 4th-level professional is the high-end combat power of the Earl's family. With each additional one, the strength of the family will be greatly improved. Only when the family's strength is improved can more benefits be obtained. In the past, everyone was at the 4th level, so Earl Morris could still treat them equally. Now Zhao Yi has become a 5th-level professional, and Earl Morris is still a 4th-level professional. The 1-level difference means that Zhao Yi's status has risen to a higher level. Earl Morris must take the initiative to visit with gifts, and the gifts must be generous. This is already very difficult for the Morris family today. At least he cannot offend this new marquis, and build a good relationship. If Morris City encounters danger in the future, he can ask Zhao Yi for help. Not only Count Maurice, Count Luke, but also a number of marquis families and earl families in the province of Loda sent people to Zhao Yi's territory to give gifts. Even several major duke families far away from I Ching sent people to give gifts. The fundamental reason is that the warriors from another world have reached the 5th level. From the 0 level to the 5th level, the warriors from another world only took more than a year, while these middle-level professionals of the natives took decades, or even hundreds of years. One's own talent is one thing, and resources are another. It doesn't mean that if you have 3 stars of talent, you will definitely be able to reach level 5. Without sufficient resources, you may not even be able to reach level 4. This alien warrior named Zhao Yi only took a few tenths of their time to reach level 5. There may be more level 5 alien warriors in the future, and Zhao Yi may even become a level 6 professional in a few years. Level 6 professionals are qualified to become dukes, and level 6 alien warriors are at least on par with several major duke families in terms of strength. The heroes from another world grow too fast, even the duke families pay great attention to them, not to mention the marquis and earl families under the duke families. The strongest person in the Violet Kingdom is only level 7, and level 5 professionals already have a high status in the Violet Kingdom. Faced with the rapid rise of heroes from another world, the native nobles of the Violet Kingdom don't know what to do for the time being, and the problem lies in the capital. The seriously injured old king hid in the palace, and Ostash watched the Violet King in the capital, and had no time to care about the situation outside. If this incident hadn't happened, the aboriginal nobles could still obey the king's orders for the rapidly rising heroes from another world, but now, they can only maintain the current situation. As long as the heroes from another world don't erode the interests of the aboriginal nobles won't easily take action, and may even take the initiative to make friends with the heroes from another world. Moreover, the rise of heroes from another world is not only in the Violet Kingdom, they are all over the Origin continent, which should be a headache for high-level professions, and they don't actually need to think too much about it. At the Zichen League plenary meeting on the morning of January 2nd, the future development direction of the Zichen League was determined, the sea. There are many members in the Purple Star Alliance, whose territories are near the sea. Chowda, one of the presidents, also has a territory near the sea. Chowda, who had moved his territory once, moved his territory to the seaside. At that time, Chowda did not focus on the resources in the sea, but thought about sea control. The Origin continent was surrounded by the sea. If he formed a strong fleet, he could use the sea to quickly reach other coasts, which would be beneficial for the future hegemony. In addition, Chowda had a very rare alchemical creation building, the primary shipyard, in his hands at that time, so he made up his mind to place the new territory on the seaside. Until now, Chowda no longer had any extravagant hopes of dominating the world. That was not something he could do. Compared with those big guys, he was still far behind. It just so happened that the future development direction of Zichen League was the sea. Chowda quickly changed his mind, and was almost the first member of Zichen League to explore the sea. The sea was dangerous, the environment was harsh, and there were a large number of undead on the seabed. Even the alchemical warship could not stay in the sea for too long. It even went out to explore in the morning and started to return at noon. Even though the undead attacked the city every 3 days, Chowda was worried about accidents. For the time being, he could only explore the nearby sea to see if he could find any islands. Perhaps some islands might contain treasures or relics. The Violet Kingdom was sandwiched between the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire. All members of the Purple Star Alliance knew that no matter how much they developed, they could never be the opponent of any empire. Perhaps it was just a competition between the players of Blue Star. The Violet Kingdom had ended its internal fighting long ago, and was able to develop with peace of mind. The Purple Star Alliance might still be able to resist or even defeat the invasion of a large army of players from an empire region. But in terms of the strength of the indigenous camp, the Violet Kingdom is far behind the two empires. Give up the fantasy, and open up the sea as soon as possible. After Sauda, the member territories near the sea have made preparations to explore the sea, form a navy, and build ships. Not all players have shipyards or alchemical warships, so some members are building wooden ships to train the navy. Some members whose territories are far from the sea have shipyards or alchemical warships. They cooperate with members whose territories are near the sea, take out shipyards or alchemical warships, and form a navy together. The action of the Purple Star Alliance has been reported to the forum, and more than half of the players believe that the Purple Star Alliance has made the most correct choice. It's a pity that there are no large islands in the sea off the Violet Kingdom. There are large islands in the sea, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of square kilometers. Large islands will be controlled by a certain indigenous force, and even a country will be established on them. However, after the arrival of the undead disaster, the indigenous forces on the island suffered greater losses, and countless undead crawled out of the sea and surrounded the islands. Even when the undead in the sea go to the land, they will attack the gathering places of living creatures on the island. The strength of the undead camp is still very strong, and it seems that the undead will never be completely eliminated. The indigenous camp can only rely on the city to resist the undead and dare not take the initiative to launch a counterattack. Therefore, nearly half of the players think that the Purple Star Alliance does not need to consider developing towards the sea now. Maybe the undead camp will destroy humans first, especially the Violet Kingdom is so weak that it may be the first to be destroyed. It would be better to concentrate on developing the territory and upgrading it, rather than developing towards the sea now. The members of the Purple Star Alliance saw clearly that if they could not spare their time to develop the territory, it would slow down the development of the territory, and it would be impossible to build ships and develop the navy. As for Zhao Yi, he had a large family and a large business, and if he devoted a little energy, he could quickly develop the shipbuilding industry and build a large navy. For Zhao Yi's territory, the next step was a long period of quiet development. The territory had reached the first-class dukedom, and the next step was to establish a kingdom. A first-class dukedom can still be hidden, but the establishment of a kingdom is really impossible to hide. Even if Zhao Yi can be promoted to the 7th level, he will not be promoted immediately. Even if he has enough strength, he will not choose to establish a kingdom immediately. Basically, in the next 2 years, it is difficult for Zhao Yi's territory to make big moves. 2 years later, with Brittany's promotion to the 7th level, Zhao Yi will take action and secretly control the entire Violet Kingdom. In the next 2 years, the main action is in I Ching, from the 3rd-class Marquisate to the 2nd-class Marquisate, and then to the 1st-class Marquisate. Each promotion requires the use of illusion arrays. With the passage of time, 2 places in Zhaocheng are becoming more and more popular among professionals, namely the library and the arena. The library and the arena are each a large house, in which are placed the space doors of the Void Library, and the Void Arena for professionals to enter and exit. The Void Library is the most popular place for mages, and there is also a small number of other professionals who constantly acquire new knowledge. The Void Arena is welcomed by all professionals who like to fight. In the Void Arena, they can fight with their companions with all their strength without worrying about hurting their companions. It is called the Void Arena. There is no arena in the Void Arena, but there are spectators. The battles watched by the audience are displayed on the alchemy screen. The spectators are divided into large and small venues. The largest venue has 30,000 seats, and the smallest venue has only 1 seat, meeting the various needs of the audience. The two parties participating in the competition enter the game through the equipment, choose various environments to fight, and continuously increase the actual combat experience between people. The Void Trading Field is a cash cow, and the Void Arena and Void Library can both become cash cows. However, Zhao Yi has no intention of opening the Void Library to the public. The Void Library will be a benefit for the professionals under Zhao Yi. The Void Arena can be opened to the public if there is a chance in the future, and its ability to make money is not bad. Ticket money only accounts for a relatively small part of the income. The big money can be made on Bet365. Guests can place bets on every competition, and the operator only charges a handling fee, which is a very large amount of money. Now the Void Arena is only open to the public, no tickets are charged, and no gambling is allowed, but professionals will gamble a little in private. A little gambling is good for the mood, but big gambling hurts the body. Gambling is too emotional, and can easily destroy the friendship of comrades. Zhao Yi doesn't want to see this happen. Privately, it doesn't matter, but if someone dares to open a gambling game, once discovered, they will definitely be severely punished. The Violet Kingdom has ended its internal strife. The members of the Purple Star Alliance and the neutral player lords are all quietly developing their own territories. This is a hard one piece. For the sake of peace within the player camp, part of the Qin Kingdom player territories and all the Anti-Qin Alliance player territories were destroyed, and the remaining neutral player lords had to pay protection fees to the Purple Qin Alliance. The lord players on the Violet Kingdom side developed quietly, while the internal fighting in the Blue Star player camp outside the Violet Kingdom became more and more serious. In this kingdom area, the Anti-Qin Alliance camp had the upper hand and continued to destroy the Qin Kingdom player territories. In another kingdom area, the Qin Kingdom player camp had the upper hand and in turn continued to destroy the Anti-Qin Alliance player territories. When it came to the vast empire, the two camps could not concentrate enough power to control the entire empire, and it turned into a province-by-province struggle. In April, the Qin player camp took the lead in taking over the kingdom of Jisai, located in the southern region of the Origin continent. Compared with the Violet Kingdom, the kingdom of Jisai is a lower-level kingdom, with a stronger strength, but a smaller territory and a smaller population than the Violet Kingdom. In the end, there were less than 400 Qin player territories left in the kingdom of Jisai, only a dozen more than the neutral player territories. In order to take over the kingdom of Jisai, the Qin player camp paid a huge price, and the resistance of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp was also fierce, resulting in even greater losses. After the Qin player camp destroyed all the Anti-Qin Alliance player territories in the kingdom of Jisai, it took the opportunity to collect protection fees from the neutral player lords. No neutral player lords resisted, either paying protection fees or evacuating the territory personnel and materials. The kingdom of Jisai became the second place on the Origin continent, where the Blue Star player camp ended its internal fighting. The first Violet Kingdom, the second Jisai Kingdom, the third, the fourth, until the fifth, the Anti-Qin Alliance camp finally won a victory over the Qin player camp in one area. For every day, a large number of players who support the Anti-Qin Alliance are scolding the top leaders of the Anti-Qin Alliance. The number of territories of the Anti-Qin Alliance players is greater than that of the Qin player camp. Unexpectedly, the Qin player camp won 4 regions before the Anti-Qin Alliance won 1 region. If this continues, the Anti-Qin Alliance will be completely defeated by the Qin player camp. However, the Anti-Qin Alliance camp is too scattered, and the official forces of major countries have the idea of controlling a kingdom region or even an empire region, and they are taking action for it. Before it succeeded, the Qin player camp directly gained an advantage. Facing the offensive of the Qin player camp, the internal unity of the Anti-Qin Alliance camp increased a little, and together they won a victory over the Qin player camp in a kingdom area. Whether it was the victory of the Qin player camp or the Anti-Qin Alliance camp, they would eventually collect protection fees from the neutral player lords. This situation was unbearable for the major player forces in the neutral player camp. But the neutral player camp was called a camp, but in fact it was the same as having no camp or alliance. The top player forces such as low state officials and beach state officials in the neutral player camp all took action, aiming to gain control of a kingdom area or even an empire area. Low state officials are very strong, and they have the support of other player forces in low state. Although they cannot fight against the Qin state player camp or the Anti-Qin Alliance camp, they can control at least one empire area by concentrating their strength at all costs. Neutral player forces, who are unwilling to be charged protection fees, took action, while the neutral individual player lords just lay down and as long as the protection fee is not particularly high, they are willing to pay. All neutral player forces that join the battle for hegemony do not belong to the neutral player camp. Powerful player forces can suppress the Qin player camp and the anti-Qin alliance camp. Relatively weak player forces are the first targets to be eliminated by the Qin player camp and the anti-Qin alliance camp, and the two sides will fight again. With the participation of these player forces, the internal fighting of the Blue Star player camp has become more intense, and the number of player territories has dropped rapidly, and is now less than 1 million. Such a huge price made the Qin Kingdom player camp, the anti-Qin alliance camp, and the original neutral player forces decide the outcome on the battlefields of one kingdom after another. Many indigenous forces have been observing the heroes of the other world. They know that the heroes of the other world have been fighting each other in their own world. They come to their world and continue to fight. Fighting is good. The heroes of the other world grow too fast. The major indigenous forces do not want to see a united hero camp of the other world. The heroes of the other world, who keep fighting, are good heroes of the other world. They can use them, such as consuming the undead, and acting as pioneers to invade other countries. Not only can people use it, but the heroes of the other world also have many good things, such as evolution stones, talent stones, advanced equipment, and various treasures, which are all needed by the major indigenous forces. Things that could not be bought with magic crystals before can now be easily bought from heroes of the other world with magic crystals. The Void trading field is a very good channel, and more indigenous forces are moving in to do business with heroes of the other world. Treasures are all opened by heroes of the other world from treasure chests. Only heroes of the other world with lord status can get better treasure chests and open better treasures. Now too many territories of otherworldly heroes have been destroyed. Even if the lord is not dead, he will lose his lord status and can no longer obtain high-level treasure chests. This means that the number of treasures obtained by the major indigenous forces is decreasing, which is not acceptable. In August, several indigenous countries announced that fighting between domestic otherworldly heroes was prohibited. If the territory of an otherworldly hero was destroyed, it would be investigated to the end, in response to the King, Emperor's order. The Qin country player camp, the anti-Qin alliance camp, and the original neutral player forces all stopped fighting in the country's area. In September, the legendary masters of the aboriginal camp made a decision after discussion, requiring all the alien warriors in the country to stop fighting, and those who disobeyed the order would be killed. The entire Blue Star player camp did not even have a 6th level. Although they had some means to deal with a 7th level, it was not the time to fight against the aboriginal forces. Without legendary masters, the Blue Star player camp was not qualified to fight against the aboriginal camp, and could only obey the orders of the aboriginal camp. Facing the orders of the aboriginal camp, many players felt aggrieved, but there were also many individual lord players who felt that this was a good thing. The battle between the Qin player camp and the anti-Qin alliance camp changed its form in order to quickly win a region, and then the territory in this region would recuperate and develop. Under the command of the aboriginal camp, the battle ceased, and everyone could develop their territory in peace. In the battle between the two major camps and the original neutral player forces, the territory of the independent player lords destroyed the most. Regardless of which camp the independent player lords belonged to, they were tired of fighting and did not want to fight anymore. The Qin official felt that this was a good thing. They didn't want to fight in the first place and just wanted to develop their territory. It was the officials of the Eli and Kili countries who formed the anti-Qin alliance to deal with the Qin players, so they had to fight. At least the Qin official has always given people the impression of being peace-loving. Now, with the intervention of the indigenous camp, peace has finally arrived, which is a good thing. Facing the Qin player camp, the anti-Qin alliance camp has not been able to gain an advantage, and now they are tired of fighting, so it's good to take a break. However, in those areas where the internal fighting ended before the ceasefire, the neutral player lords had opinions. From today on, we don't have to pay protection fees anymore. With the presence of indigenous forces, even if they don't pay protection fees, the anti-Qin alliance camp or the Qin player camp dare not retaliate against their neutral player territories. Faced with the voices of the neutral player lords, both camps acquiesced. Only the Violet Kingdom area was an exception, where no neutral player lords spoke out. In the past 6 months, neutral player lords whose territories were in danger received reinforcements from the Purple Qin Alliance, and the protection fees were worth it. And neutral player lords in other areas could not get reinforcements even after paying protection fees, and there was no reinforcement clause in the signed contract. Many weak neutral player lords wished that their territories could pay protection fees to the Purple Qin Alliance in the Violet Kingdom area. Chapter 266. Under the orders of the legendary masters of the Aboriginal camp, the Blue Star player camp temporarily ended the internal fighting, and the Lord players concentrated on developing their own territories. In the following period, the number of destroyed player territories decreased sharply. Only when the Undead camp made a big move every few months, the number of destroyed player territories would increase. Among them, in the Violet Kingdom area, under the leadership of Zhao Yi, not only did not a single member of the Purple Star Alliance lose its territory, but even the neutral player's territory was not destroyed. Like the previous rainstorms and floods, the Undead camp was also preparing for a snowy and icy event. During the preparation, they were discovered by the Aboriginal camp, and the legendary warriors were dispatched to destroy the ceremony. The Aboriginal camp's warriors made the Undead camp's big move simpler. Usually, they would launch 3 times the number of Undead army to attack the city once every 2 or 3 months. The special Undead army attacking the city was a special gain for Zhao Yi. Not only did it increase the strength of the reinforcements sent out and bring Zhao Yi more points, but more importantly, he could get an epic treasure chest every time. Territories cannot continue to be promoted. The highest amount that can be obtained from daily Undead sieges is a diamond treasure chest, and only in special circumstances can epic treasure chests be obtained. For the sake of epic treasure chests, Zhao Yi wants this special situation to happen more often. Other territories of ordinary individual players have increased their strength at a faster rate because they have the opportunity to develop peacefully. Facing repeated sieges by special Undead armies, fewer and fewer territories have been destroyed or severely damaged. The overall strength of the Blue Star player camp has increased rapidly, the number of marquee territories has increased, and the number of barren territories has decreased. The monster-killing teams other than Zhao Yiling should have reappeared. Some player forces reorganized monster-killing teams and went to the cemetery to kill monsters, and soon they were attacked by a powerful army of undead. On the contrary, the territories of individual players, who only recruited natives, formed monster-killing teams to go to the cemetery to kill monsters, and no accidents happened, or the monster-killing teams were not known to outsiders, so they could not be revealed to the undead camp. The territories of individual players with monster-killing teams are rising rapidly, but they are far behind the first-tier player territories, and it is difficult for them to catch up in a short time. In addition, they are also prone to overturning when killing monsters in the cemetery. The Purple Star Alliance was trapped in the Violet Kingdom, and the only direction of development was the sea. In the Purple Star Alliance, the prestige of the deputy leader Guing quickly surpassed that of another deputy leader Du Hongwei. On the one hand, Du Hongwei basically did not participate in the affairs of the Purple Star Alliance, and on the other hand, Zhao Yi handed over most of the affairs of the Purple Star Alliance to Guing. Under the leadership of Guing, the Purple Star Alliance was slowly reforming step by step, like a frog in warm water. Unconsciously, the Purple Star Alliance's restraint on its members increased, and its cohesion was also growing. With a shout from the leader Zhao Yi in the group, the Zichen League was able to form a large army in the first place, and no one cared about military expenses, casualties, and other issues. Neutral player lords in the Violet Kingdom pay protection fees once a month, starting from 600,000 low-grade magic crystals per month, and gradually approaching 700,000 due to the promotion of some neutral player territories. Zichen League no longer collects membership fees from members, but Zichen League does not have much room to spend money. Zichen League held another general meeting, and Zhao Yi came up with 2 plans to use excess funds. The first one was to follow the shares, distribute to everyone. The second is to focus on cultivating some territories, so that they can be promoted to first-class earldoms or even third-class marquisdoms as soon as possible. More than 90% of the members chose the second option, even though the territories of most members could not become the focus of cultivation. The rich people of Qin country, who wanted to get some magic crystals to recover their blood, were also very helpless. The first territories to be focused on were the territories of the 2 deputy leaders Guing and Du Hongwei, and the members had no objections. Although Du Hongwei was a member of the official Qin country, if something happened to the Zichen League, Du Hongwei would definitely take action, and there would even be support from the official Qin country. During the time of quiet development, Zhao Yi's territory did some things, such as the kingdom strategy. On the surface, the old king was trapped in the palace and lingered, and the indigenous forces that were originally loyal to the Violet family turned their allegiance to Ostashi. Brittany said more than once in front of Zhao Yi that all these traitors must be eradicated. It is easy to eradicate these traitors, but the difficult part is how to control the city controlled by these traitors after eradicating them. If the city falls into chaos, it may be destroyed by the army of undead. This requires Zhao Yi to plan ahead and continuously send mid-level professionals to the various indigenous cities in the Violet Kingdom to collect intelligence first, which is the most important thing. Then try to find and contact those who are still loyal to the Violet family. When Brittany attacks these betrayers, Zhao Yi's territory army will send a large number of elites to eliminate the betrayers' forces, and then lead the original city defense army to continue to resist the daily siege of the undead camp. Perhaps because of the repeated recruitment under the effect of the fate dice, Zhao Yi's chance of recruiting space mages increased, and he was able to recruit one every few months. Even if the recruited space mage has only 1-star talent, Zhao Yi will use the talent stone to upgrade it to the lowest 3 stars, and take the team to the cemetery to kill monsters, so that the core combat power of Zhao Yi's subordinates can grow rapidly. The high-end combat power is in the team of 4-star or even 5-star talent space mages. After obtaining the second 5-star talent stone, Zhao Yi directly gave it to Ignaz, hoping that a legendary space mage will appear under his command in the future. The days of peaceful development always pass very quickly. On October 28th, the 3rd year of the Hope calendar, Zhao Yi and Melissa reached the 6th level of perfection together, and after each used a level 7 advancement stone, they controlled their bodies not to advance. Still at level 6, but can continue to gain experience. On January 25th, year 4 of the Hope calendar, Brittany reached level 6. Brittany used the level 7 advancement stone without hesitation to advance to level 7. At the age of 20, she became the youngest level 7 professional, king, on the Origin continent. When Brittany was promoted to level 7 in Xiaocheng, a huge breath of life was revealed, and the soul fire of Bonu, the level 7 skeleton king sitting in the number 1 cemetery, suddenly erupted. Finally promoted to level 7, I'm going to kill you. Then, Bonus paused. This person who was promoted to the 7th level didn't seem to be the damn Dragon Knight. No matter what, since she appeared here anyway, she was either a Dragon Knight or someone very important to the Dragon Knight. Killing her would make the damn Dragon Knight feel pain. It would be best if he took the initiative to attack it, so that it could attack the Dragon Knight, or when fighting with the 7th level creatures, it could accidentally affect the Dragon Knight. Bonaz began to deploy troops and prepare to launch an attack on Xiaocheng tonight. In Xiaocheng, Brittany, who had just been promoted to the 7th level, would certainly not immediately go to the capital to kill Ostash. Given Ostash's age, he was not a veteran 7th level, but he was promoted to the 7th level several decades earlier than Brittany, and was estimated to be at least 73 levels or above. At least 3 levels apart, Brittany needed to master the power after the 7th level and be fully armed as soon as possible if she wanted to kill Ostash herself. Brittany, who was at the 6th level, used a diamond-level long sword and a full set of crystal-level armor. For Brittany, who was at the 7th level, Zhao Yi planned to replace all the crystal-level armor with diamond-level ones. A diamond treasure chest is given every 3 days, and the number of diamond cards in it has reached 5. Zhao Yi has a lot of diamond-level weapons and equipment. A substitute puppet that can resist the 7th level and above is also given to Brittany to prevent accidents. That night, Bona is led 36th level undead, 105th level undead, 504th level undead, and a large number of low-level undead and cannon fodder to leave the number 1 cemetery and move towards Xiaocheng. It can be seen that there are a large number of aquatic monster skeletons in the undead army, and they come from the sea. Bonois did not move with the undead army, but flew to Xiaocheng first. In the past 2 years, Bonois had attacked Xiaocheng several times in anger. No matter how many undead armies were sent, they were all destroyed at once. Bonois knew that Xiaocheng had a powerful illusion-killing array, and no matter how many undead below the 7th level came, they would be killed instantly. So Bonois' goal was to fight with the creatures who had just been promoted to the 7th level, and then accidentally destroy the illusion-killing array with the aftermath of the battle. The threat was gone, and the undead army rushed forward again. When Bonois flew outside Xiaocheng, the Xiaocheng defenders were ready for battle, and Zhao Yi also stood on the city wall with his men. 2 years later, the high-end combat power of Zhao Yi's territory has also grown rapidly. 1 level 7, Brittany, 28 level 6, 164 level 5, and 1,317 level 4. Level 6 and level 7 are concentrated in Xiaocheng. Small cities need to be guarded by level 4 professionals, and medium cities need to be guarded by level 5 professionals. Zhao Yi's territory now has 9 medium cities and 48 small cities, 1/3 of which are level 5 and 1/4 of which are level 4, scattered in medium cities and small cities. Most of the high-end combat power in Zhao Yi's territory is still in Xiaocheng, no less than the mid-level undead in the attacking undead army, and below the high level, the combat power of human professionals of the same level is higher than that of the undead. Melissa, Joanna, Ignaz, Brittany and other main forces gathered around Zhao Yi. Seeing the 7th level skeleton King Bonai's flying from a distance, Brittany's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Zhao Yi, leave this undead to me. Be careful, come back if you can't beat it. Brittany, wearing golden armor and holding a golden sword. Yeah! With a cry, the next moment, the golden armored female warrior soared into the sky. No matter whether it was a living being or a dead being, they could fly after reaching the 7th level. When Bonai saw the 7th level living being flying out to fight him, the soul fire in his head kept jumping with joy. Human die. Bonai slashed at Brittany, with a sword carrying the power of death. Brittany dodged Bonai's attack, but the giant sword of death transformed by the power of death continued to slash at Zhao Cheng with undiminished power. Brittany was furious. She knew that Bonai's attack was aimed at her and Zhao Cheng. Brittany knew that Zhao Cheng could easily block this attack, so she swung her diamond-grade sword and stabbed Bonais. Bonais blocked the attack with his sword, but found a scar on his sword. Not good. This human had just been promoted to the 7th level today, but the weapon in her hand was of a higher grade than hers. If the collisions were too frequent, her weapon would definitely be broken. The disadvantage of the weapon made Bonais quickly use all his strength to fight Brittany. After all, Brittany was only promoted to the 7th level today. Although she had advantages in weapons and equipment, her overall strength was still a little worse than Bonais. At the high level, even a small difference is very important, and can often determine the outcome of the battle. In the sky, Bonais and Brittany continued to fight. On the wall of Zhao Cheng, Zhao Yi held a bow in his left hand, and an arrow in his right hand. The bow was an epic bow, and the arrow was a meteorite arrow. With Zhao Yi's perfect strength of the 6th level, Bonais would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Zhao Yi was fully focused on the battle. If Brittany had any accidents, he would immediately attack. With the strength of Zhao Yi's territory, it would be easy to destroy a 7th level undead. However, in order to quickly increase Brittany's 7th level combat experience, Brittany was allowed to fight the incoming 7th level undead alone. Bonais' first attack on Zhao Cheng was easily blocked by the defensive array. Seeing this, Bonais stopped attacking Zhao Cheng and focused on fighting Brittany. The battlefield of one person, and one undead, was no longer limited to the outside of Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng, Cemetery No. 1, and Yi Cheng all became battlefields in the triangular area. After a few minutes of fighting, they even went beyond this area. Ignaz took Zhao Yi and Melissa to teleport and follow. The residents of Yicheng felt the impact of the aftermath of the battle, and walked out of their homes carefully to communicate with their neighbors, wanting to know what happened. Soon, the alchemical loudspeakers placed in various areas of Yicheng rang. 2 strong men are fighting, and some sounds brought by the aftermath of the battle have reached Yicheng. The 2 strong men fighting have already left Yicheng. Please rest assured that the strong men will not attack us at will. Yicheng's defense array can withstand the aftermath of the battle. Hearing the words coming from the loudspeaker, the residents breathed a sigh of relief, but they were still a little scared in their hearts, afraid that they would be accidentally killed by the aftermath of the battle between the strong men, which would be too unlucky. Brittany and Bonais fought for less than 10 minutes, and Bonais' weapon was directly scrapped. He immediately took out another long sword from the storage props, but the second long sword was of a lower grade than the broken long sword. Damn human. Bonais became even more angry because his weapon was broken. If he could kill Brittany, it would be fine if the weapon was broken, but now, Bonais has realized that he may not be able to kill the human in front of him today. This 7th level human is just a newcomer, and he has not even mastered the power of the 7th level, but during the battle, Bonais can feel Brittany's strength is rapidly improving. This human is a genius. Bonais recalled that when he was still a human, he seemed to be a genius. But he had been dead for thousands of years, and now he was an undead, hating any living creature, especially the human genius in front of him. Kill her! Kill her! Bonais became crazy, and he didn't even care about being injured to kill Brittany. Brittany was not a berserker. Facing the crazy Bonais, with the water of life in his hand, Brittany didn't want to exchange injuries for injuries. At this time in the battle with Bonais, Brittany's physical strength and energy were rapidly declining, and this battle could end. Brittany retreated quickly while sending a signal to Zhao Yi. The next moment, Zhao Yi fired 2 arrows at once. The 2 special arrows that Zhao Yi injected with the 6th level perfect professional fighting spirit disappeared as soon as they left the bow. The next second, they appeared less than 100 meters away from Bonais, and continued to rush towards Bonais like lightning. This was the effect of the epic bow in Zhao Yi's hand. The arrow shot out shuttled through space, shortened the flight distance, and caught the enemy by surprise. If Bonez was closer to Zhao Yi could even let the arrows appear directly less than 1 meter away from Bonez. This epic bow is simply a magical weapon for archers. In the battle between Bonez and Brittany consumed a lot of energy, and Bonez also consumed a lot, especially now that Bonez has become crazy. Facing the 2 arrows flying at him, Bonez felt the danger and tried his best to dodge in the sky. After seeing that he could not dodge, he took out a shield from the storage props to block the arrows. Under Zhao Yi's control, the 2 arrows directly attacked Bonez from both sides. One arrow was blocked by Bonez, and the other arrow directly hit Bonez's back, pierced through the armor on his back, pierced into Bonez's body, and exploded. Bonez was injured, not seriously, but it greatly affected Bonez's fighting power. If he fought with Brittany again, Bonez felt that he would lose to humans. Bonez chose to retreat without hesitation, but ran into an air wall. This was a space barrier released by Ignaz. With Bonez's strength, he could break it with a full-strength attack. Ignaz did not want to use the space barrier to stop Bonez, but just to delay time. Just as Bonez swung his sword to chop at the space barrier, 2 more arrows shot at Bonez, and Brittany, who had taken a breath, also rushed towards Bonez. Bonez now had only 2 choices: break the space barrier, be hit by 2 arrows, and then be caught up by Brittany, or block 2 arrows, or 1 arrow, and continue to fight Brittany. Bonez chose the latter, blocked an arrow again, and was hit by another arrow. His injury increased. Brittany charged and stabbed Bonez. Bonez only had time to block with the long sword in his hand, but the long sword shattered under Brittany's attack, and the charged attack did not lose much power, and all was received by Bonez's body. Armor shattered, bone shattered, the already severely injured Bonez began to burn the soul fire, and wanted to launch a fatal attack. Even if he couldn't kill Brittany, he would severely injure Brittany. However, Brittany was prepared, gritted her teeth, and quickly launched a second attack, extinguishing Bonez's soul fire. The battle was finally over. Brittany was exhausted, and unable to maintain the flying state. Her body fell from mid-air. Melissa, who had restored her true dragon form, flew over and caught Brittany. Return to Daocheng. Our battle is not over yet. After Brittany was placed on the wall of Daocheng to rest, Ignaz and Zhao Yi continued to teleport to the front of the undead army that was rapidly retreating to the number 1 cemetery, and set up an anchor point. Returning to the wall of Daocheng, Zhao Yi used the teleportation ring to open a space gate. The 6th level professionals followed Zhao Yi, and rushed into the space gate to the front of the undead army. Following closely behind were the 5th level professionals, the 4th level professionals, and the 3rd level professionals, the undead legion. Kill! This battle lasted for more than an hour. Zhao Yi led the mid-level professionals to kill, blocking the number 1 cemetery, and killing almost all the undead that were dispatched. The undead that fled to other cemeteries were chased by Zhao Yi's air cavalry. If Zhao Yi didn't want to exhaust all the resources, he would have even led his men into cemetery number 1. A new day has arrived. You participated in 19 battles. You killed 2,316,805 undead. You lost 0 soldiers. Battle rating 1 SS, 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, 2E, 8F. Points increased by 353.0876%. Professional experience increased by 353.0876%. Obtained 1 epic treasure chest, 2 crystal treasure chests, 2 platinum treasure chests, 2 gold treasure chests, 2 silver treasure chests, 2 bronze treasure chests, 8 black iron treasure chests. Last night was not the day for the undead to attack the city, so the undead army's only target was Daocheng. The other 18 battles were fought by Zhao Yi's 9 monster-killing teams, who went to the cemetery to kill monsters in the afternoon and midnight. The lowest rating of the monster-killing team has reached F, and it is given a black iron treasure chest. There is no worse G rating. In the battle last night, only the air cavalry unit had professionals below level 3 dispatched, but the air cavalry unit did not suffer any losses, so no one died in the battle yesterday. The number of undead troops preparing to attack Daocheng is 3 times the usual number, and Zhao Yi has obtained an epic treasure chest, which is expected to contain 2 epic cards. Daocheng, a first-level large city, has a standard population of 1.92 million. If it increases to 2 million, it will not make Daocheng much more crowded, but it can allow Zhao Yi to obtain 2 epic cards in the epic treasure chest in the case of a special undead army attacking the city. The epic treasure chest is a good thing, but what Zhao Yi cares about most now is the points he got yesterday. Opening the points mall, The points column adds a number that makes Zhao Yi excited, 7.6 billion. The second highest number of points was still 3.127 billion. After more than 2 years, this record was finally broken. The 7th level undead wanted to destroy Zhao Cheng in one battle, and brought out a large number of mid-level undead. On the contrary, the more than 2 million low-level undead and 0-level cannon fodder did not bring Zhao Yi as many points as all the 4th level undead killed. That level 7 undead was actually level 73. A level 70 undead was worth 100 million points, and a level 73 undead was worth 250 million. Multiplying that by 4.53, killing a level 7 undead would bring Zhao Yi 1.1325 billion points. This was equivalent to the points earned by killing a level 80 undead outside the Violet Kingdom. Not only the level 7 undead, but the points earned by killing all the level 5 undead were more than the level 7 undead, and the points earned by killing all the level 6 undead were much more than the level 7 undead. With 7.6 billion points in hand, he could still recruit a large number of people even though the points required for recruiting people were already very exaggerated. Professionals need it, and civilians need it too. The population of the territory, including the upper half of the plain, has exceeded 40 million, which is more than the population of all the indigenous cities in the Violet Kingdom combined. But it is far from enough for Zhao Yi. Population is the foundation. The population of those indigenous empires is in the hundreds of millions. They have a deep foundation, and cannot be easily shaken unless they have an absolute advantage in high-end combat power. If you want to cultivate high-end combat power, you have to rely on the geniuses born in the vast nation. 2 years have passed, and the 0-level professionals trained in small batches by the professional school have joined the territory army, and there are more and more geniuses emerging. In a few years, relying only on the graduates of the professional school, the territory army will be able to continue to expand. Other Lord players in the Blue Star player camp, the Lord players of big forces are better, strong territories merge weak territories, and even strong territories merge. The speed of improving the strength of the territory of individual player lords began to slow down last year, and gradually put the improvement of the territory's strength on themselves instead of relying on new recruits. Chapter 267. Banua has fallen. Upon hearing the news, the 7th level skeleton king Gaizka was shocked, and the 8th level skeleton king Cedric was angry. Gaizka and Banua were both in the Loda province. Gaizka could vaguely sense that there was an extra 7th level creature in the Loda province. Judging from the direction, it seemed to be in the area that Banua was responsible for. This creature had just been promoted to the 7th level, and Banua would definitely challenge it. Unexpectedly, Banua fell that night. Low-level undead did not know what fear was, and they could rush to their deaths one after another. Now Gaizka was afraid. Gaizka's strength is not much stronger than Banua. Gaizka fell. If it were him, it would most likely fall as well. Gaizka did not doubt that it was an alien creature who killed Banua. On the Origin continent, the number of strong men in the undead camp exceeded the number of strong men in the aboriginal camp. In some areas, there were even 7th level undead looking at 6th level human professionals, and 8th level undead looking at 7th level human professionals. Only the number of 9th level legends was smaller. All the creatures on the Origin continent were watched by high level undead, and it was almost impossible for them to come and kill Banua. As for the fact that the number of high level undead exceeds that of high level creatures, the undead camp cannot destroy all the creatures on the entire Origin continent. One reason is the restriction of the rules, and another important reason is that human professionals have many means. Various magic arrays, alchemy props, potions, weapons and equipment, etc., directly and effectively increase the strength of human professionals. The undead camp also has some magic arrays, weapons and equipment, alchemy props, etc., but the number is far less than that of the creatures. The only advantage of the undead camp over the creatures is the number. Compared to Gaizka's shock and fear, Cedric was furious. One of his rank 7 subordinates died just like that. That was a rank 7 undead, the high-end combat power of the undead camp. It was not a mid-rank undead that could be dispatched in dozens or hundreds of thousands at a time, let alone tens to hundreds of thousands of low-rank undead. Regardless of whether it was day or night, the angry Cedric flew directly over Zhao Cheng, sensed Brittany's location, and swung his sword. The agreement between the powerful human and undead was that the high-ranking ones were not allowed to attack those below the high-ranking ones, and the rank 9 could not attack those below the rank 9, and the rank 8 undead could attack the rank 7 humans. But usually, they would be blocked by the rank 7 humans in various ways. Cedric was in charge of the cemetery closest to the capital of the Violet Kingdom. There were no 8th level human professionals in the capital. Cedric had tried to rush into the capital several times to kill Charles or Eustache. Neither King Charles nor Eustache dared to go out of the city to fight Cedric, but they could use the magic circle of the capital to stop Cedric and even cause some trauma to Cedric. It was a pity that this magic circle could not target targets in the city, otherwise Eustache, who was only at the 7th level, would be seriously injured if not killed. The magic circle of the capital is now controlled by Eustache. It is still controlled by the Violet family. The forces in the capital that were originally loyal to the Violet family would not dare to switch to Eustache. They are afraid that Charles will destroy the magic circle before he dies. Without the magic circle to stop the undead army from breaking through the capital, most people will die. Cedric slashed with a sword, and the giant sword transformed by the power of death slashed towards the Zhaocheng City Hall where Brittany was, and was blocked by the rising magic shield the next moment. Cedric continued to strike out with his sword, but they were all blocked by the magic shield. The epic defensive array, with sufficient magic crystals as a farm, could not be broken by Cedric, an 8th level undead. When Cedric attacked, Brittany had already flown into the air, and her eyes were full of fighting intent as she looked at Cedric. However, Brittany also knew that there was a big gap between her strength and the attacking undead, and she would not blindly leave the magic shield and die. Zhao Yi rode a silver dragon into the air, with a meteorite arrow on the epic bow, aiming at Cedric. At this moment, Cedric, as a strong man, felt the danger. This danger did not come from a 7th level human professional, but from a 6th level dragon knight. Fortunately, the danger was not too strong, at most it would hurt him, and there was no danger of falling. Cedric understood. No wonder Boneyes fell. He could hurt himself at the 8th level, and he could also kill the 7th level Boneyes. Damn it! Damn human! Cedric cursed a few words and flew away, ready to return to the cemetery outside the capital. This human city had a magic circle that could withstand his full strength attack, as well as means to hurt himself, and even means to make him fall. The memories of his human life left in the soul fire let Cedric know that human forces with a background have a lot of trump cards, which they will not play on weekdays. Only in times of crisis will they play one trump card after another. Judging from the current situation of this human city, Cedric feels that humans have more means than these. If they cannot break through the defense array and rush into the city to kill the 7th level human professionals, then there is no need to stay here. Cedric is also worried about his own cemetery, worried that the human professionals in the capital will raid the cemetery, and under normal circumstances, he cannot leave the cemetery where he is in charge for too long. Cedric flew away, and many people in Zhaocheng cried with joy. They could feel the powerful pressure of the undead in the sky. It was a very powerful undead. They were afraid that Zhaocheng would be destroyed by the undead, and they would die. Unexpectedly, all the attacks of the undead were blocked. Facing the Lord flying into the sky, the undead even ran away. Cheers rang out everywhere in the city, and many residents of Zhaocheng became more loyal to Zhao Yi. Only the high-ranking officials of the territory, who truly understood the strength of the territory, did not care about Cedric's attack. With the strength of the territory, the 8th level undead could be eliminated. If they could not deal with the 9th level undead, they could also severely damage the 9th level undead before the territory was destroyed. Zhao Yi watched Cedric go away, without thinking of keeping Cedric. Eliminating a 7th level undead would not have a big impact, and there was a 7th level professional on his side. Eliminating an 8th level undead would have a big impact, and would directly attract the attention of 9th level undead, and might even attract the attention of multiple 9th level undead. After confirming that Cedric was really gone, and would not come back, he turned off the defense array, and Zhaocheng gradually returned to peace. Zhao Yi, Brittany, Elliot and others returned to the meeting room of the city hall to continue the meeting just now. Brittany was promoted to the 7th rank yesterday. Today, Brittany participated in the meeting. The main thing was the kingdom strategy. The plan will be officially launched in a month at most after Brittany is promoted to the 7th rank. Before the plan officially started, some professionals under Zhao Yi had already lurked in various indigenous cities in the Violet Kingdom. The first step of the plan was to go to the capital and kill Eustache. Brittany's request was to fight Eustache in person and kill him. In order to prevent accidents, Zhao Yi, Melissa, and Ignaz went to the capital together. The second step of the plan is to gather all the nobles of the Violet Kingdom to the capital to attend the coronation ceremony when Brittany is crowned, and control all the nobles through the crystal-level forbidden magic circle set up in advance. After controlling all the nobles, use the lie identification spell such as lie identification to identify all the nobles. The nobles who have been identified will be divided into 4 categories. Those who pretend to betray but are actually still loyal to the Violet family, those who actually betrayed but did not harm the Violet family, those who actually betrayed and harmed the Violet family, and those who did not betray, but were not loyal to the Violet family. Pretending to betray but actually still loyal to the Violet family, this type of nobles will not change. If they secretly help the Violet family, they will be rewarded. Actually betrayed, but did not harm the Violet family, this type of nobles will have 9/10 of their wealth confiscated, and then expelled from the Violet Kingdom. Actually betrayed and harmed the Violet family, this type of nobles will be directly exterminated. Aristocrats who did not betray, and were not loyal to the Violet family will be deprived of their titles and fiefs, and can stay or leave at will. If they are willing to fight for the Violet Kingdom, they can consider retaining their titles. There is another type of nobles, who did not pretend to betray, but remained loyal to the Violet family. In these years, either the entire family was killed or fled to other countries. If they return to the Violet Kingdom, Brittany will restore their titles, and reward them handsomely. What Zhao Yi has to do is to secretly control the Violet Kingdom. If all the nobles in the Violet Kingdom are killed, it will inevitably attract the attention of external forces, especially the Glory Empire and the Eagle Empire, which have legendary strongmen in charge. At that time, the two empires will conduct an in-depth investigation of the Violet Kingdom, and even secretly kidnap the mid-level professionals under Zhao Yi, and directly read their memories, and Zhao Yi's territory will be exposed to the two empires. It is normal to treat the nobles in the Violet Kingdom differently. Leave the nobles who are still loyal to the Violet family. The Violet Queen is Zhao Yi's people, and these nobles will also be a force in Zhao Yi's hands. The third step of the plan is that after the nobles are classified, the elite troops under Zhao Yi's command, under the name of the Violet family's secret formation of troops, will immediately take action, either through the teleportation array, or ambush somewhere in advance, and quickly enter the city controlled by the betrayer. Those who should be eliminated, those who should be controlled, and then the professionals, who are still loyal to the Violet family, and willing to defend the country should be summoned to form a new city defense army. 3-step plan to control the Violet Kingdom. The plan is about to officially begin. The expressions on the faces of Elliot, Rodolphe, Braden and others do not change much, but they are very excited. Their lord is about to control a kingdom, and can be promoted to the 7th level at any time. Controlling a lower kingdom is just the beginning. Dominating an empire is the real goal. They believe that under the leadership of the Lord, the empire can be expected. In the following time, the officials and generals under Zhao Yi will be very busy. After the plan starts, there are too many cities in the Violet Kingdom that need to be controlled. Fortunately, in the past 2 years, including the half-plane, Zhao Yi's territory has trained a large number of officials, formed a group of elite troops, and produced many mid-level professionals, which are enough to complete the scheduled tasks. Zhao Yi, Melissa, and Brittany walked out of the city hall together, and Brittany was slightly calm. Even though Brittany will become the queen of the Violet Kingdom in the upcoming plan, Brittany does not need to do much, and most of the things are handled by Zhao Yi's subordinates. The most important thing Brittany needs to do is to kill Ostash herself, which is not an easy task. Compared with the level 73 Skeleton King Bonus, who Brittany killed last night, Ostash's level will not be lower than Bonus, and Ostash's methods will be more than Bonus. The time before the plan officially starts is mainly to give Brittany time to get familiar with her own strength and improve her strength as much as possible. In addition, with Zhao Yi's comprehensive arming of Brittany, Brittany has the hope of killing Ostash herself. If Brittany could not defeat Ostash, Zhao Yi would immediately take action, not to mention that King Charles was in the capital. Not defeating Ostash personally would only make Brittany a little disappointed, and would not have any other impact. Zhao Yi, I'm going home first, Brittany said softly. Zhao Yi nodded, and watched Brittany go away. Zhao Yi. This title is not something that everyone can use in Zhao Yi's territory. People who are loyal to Zhao Yi will use Lord, Duke, and other honorifics. The only people who can directly call Zhao Yi in the territory are Melissa, Joanna, Brittany, and Lin Mengyao and Yi Cheng. In the eyes of Zhao Yi's subordinates, Brittany is already the Lord's woman, so they can accept the Lord's woman as the king of the Violet Kingdom. Time goes back to when Cedric left the cemetery and flew to Jiaocheng. In the capital, both Charles and Ostash, the 7th level, noticed this situation. If it was when Charles was not injured and confirmed that Cedric was gone, Charles would take people out of the city and attack the cemetery where Cedric was in charge. It would be best to try to eliminate a 7th level undead to relieve the pressure on the capital. Now Charles was barely alive, and Ostash didn't dare to act rashly because Charles was still alive. The two 7th level spirits could only watch Cedric go away without any action. Looking at the direction where Cedric went away, Charles in the palace had some guesses in his mind, including that Cedric was going to Zhao Yi's territory. How could an 8th level undead go to Zhao Yi's territory? Could someone have been promoted to the 7th level? Charles couldn't imagine that it was his granddaughter who was promoted to the 7th level and killed a 7th level undead and led Cedric over. The image of Brittany appeared in Charles's mind. With the support of a large amount of water of life, Charles survived 2 years with difficulty. As time passed, Charles even felt that the original agreement could not be fulfilled. With Brittany's talent, she could be promoted to the 7th level, but it was impossible for her to be promoted to the 7th level so quickly, especially since Charles felt that he could only hold on for 2 or 3 months at most, and could not see Brittany at the 7th level appear in front of him. Charles was still holding on. When the last moment came, Charles decided to explode once. Even if he could not kill Ostash or even seriously injure him, he would cause as much trauma to Ostash as possible. Perhaps before Ostash recovers from his injury, Brittany can be promoted to the 7th level and then kill Ostash. Most of the Violet family members gather in the half-plane of the palace, but there is still a small number of members who hide their identities and live in the Violet Kingdom and some foreign cities. This is the practice of all big families. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Charles does not believe that Ostash can get something like a blood curse. With a 7th level sitting in charge and rebuilding the Violet family will not decline for long. Charles was very lucky that a genius appeared in the family, but unfortunately, he could not give Brittany much help. Although the wealth of the Violet family could not support Brittany's promotion to legend, the road before the 7th level would be easier. Exhausting the wealth of the Violet family might even push Brittany to the 8th level. Unfortunately, Ostash's actions were too fast, and it was impossible to give Brittany time to promote to the 7th level. Fortunately, Brittany escaped successfully, and got the help of the brave man from another world named Zhao Yi, who was able to give her so much water of life to maintain her life. I really want to see little Brittany again. Outside the palace, Ostash glanced at Cedric, then turned his gaze towards the palace. He didn't care about Cedric's departure at all, and had no intention of attacking the cemetery. Old man, why don't you die? This thought has been popping up in Ostash's mind every day since 2 years ago. 2 years, 2 years. At first, Ostash thought that Charles would die in half a year at most, and would fight with him before he died. Ostash was also prepared for Charles to fight. Half a year and a half, 2 years. 2 years have passed, and Charles is still alive. This is far beyond Ostash's expectations. It is hard to believe that Charles is so strong and can't die. The old guy is not dead yet, but his body is no longer good. His strength is not even 1/10 of his peak period. With this idea in mind, Ostash wanted to break into the palace many times and kill Charles directly. But Ostash was worried that the palace magic circle and Charles's death would explode, causing him to be seriously injured. Ostash didn't dare to break into the palace magic circle easily. Not only was Ostash waiting for Charles to die quickly, but the nobles of the Violet Kingdom who defected to Ostash were also waiting for the old king to die quickly. They couldn't rest until the old king died. They wanted to turn the Violet Kingdom into the Berlanger Kingdom as soon as possible. The longer the time dragged on, the more likely it was that an accident would happen. This wait lasted more than 2 years, and the traitors were anxious. Don't hold on, old thing, just die quickly. Old man, it must be very painful. You won't feel pain if you die. Every day, some people cursed Charles. Some people felt that Charles was still alive, and wondered if there was something wrong. So they went to the capital to see Ostash. Charles was in the palace. When the weather was good, he would bask in the sun outside. Ostash could see at a glance, and was sure that Charles was dying. But Charles had persisted for more than 2 years, and was still alive. There was only one possibility left, that Charles was constantly consuming treasures to maintain his life. Ostash felt sad that Charles was constantly consuming the treasures that should belong to him, but he didn't dare to break into the palace. He could only watch Charles spend day after day. Cedric returned to the cemetery outside the capital. Seeing that humans did not attack the cemetery, Cedric's anger subsided a little. However, what should be done with a city with a 7th level human professional? If you can eliminate a 7th level undead, you can eliminate more 7th level undead. It is best to arrange an 8th level undead to watch and look for an opportunity to kill the 7th level human professional. Cedric himself was only at level 8, but there were no other level 8 undead to be Cedric's subordinates. Cedric himself needed to look after the capital of the Violet Kingdom, and he couldn't spare the time, so he finally chose to ask his superior for help. The high-ranking members of the Aboriginals were a group of legendary strongmen, while the high-ranking members of the Undead camp were a group of level 9 undead. Each level 9 undead had a responsible area, with several level 8 undead under them, and the level 8 undead under them were several to a dozen level 7 undead. Cedric's superior was the level 9 skeleton King Eugene, who was mainly responsible for the Glory Empire, with the Violet Kingdom attached. Cedric immediately reported the incident in the Violet Kingdom area and requested to send the 8th level undead for support. Because of the fall of Bonas, and the anger brought to Cedric by Zhao Cheng, all the gathering places of living beings in the Violet Kingdom were attacked by the undead army 3 times the usual number that night. Most of the territories of the Purple Star Alliance members and neutral players, as their strength increased, were able to block the 3 times the number of undead troops at a relatively small cost, but a small number of player territories were worried about the large losses of their territories and asked for help. As the leader of the Purple Star Alliance, Zhao Yi dispatched reinforcements to support all the territories of the Lord players who requested assistance. Faced with a threefold undead army attacking the city, the players of the Violet Kingdom were extremely confused. From the forum, it seems that only the Violet Kingdom encountered the threefold undead army attacking the city, and there was not even a shadow of the undead in the area outside the Violet Kingdom. Today is January 26th, and tomorrow is the day when the undead army attacks the city. Seeing the posts of players living in the Violet Kingdom, not many players mocked it. To this day, it is impossible for any player not to know that the Violet Kingdom has a big man who can rank in the top 50 of the territory combat power list. Every time the special undead army attacked the city, the player territories in the Violet Kingdom would not be destroyed or severely damaged with the support of the boss Zhao Yi, and the losses were very small. Among the lower kingdoms on the Origin continent, the Lord players of the Violet Kingdom have the strongest overall strength. There are not many players who mock, but there are many Indias players, more points, better treasure chests. I don't know how many Lord players thought it would be great if the undead army siege was restored from once every 3 days to once a day. Compared with 2 years ago, the points required for recruiting personnel have increased terribly. No matter how many points the Lord players get, it is not enough. In the case that the territory industry cannot obtain much profit, points and treasure chests have always been the 2 important supports for the development of the territory. If the points are not enough, you have to look at the treasure chest. If you can get good things from the treasure chest, you can use the things that can be used, and sell the unused ones in exchange for magic crystals, which can increase the strength of the territory. Diamond cards are not garbage, which has become a recognized fact among the strongest wave of Lord players. The first tier of player territories is the first-class Marquis, with a population of 480,000 in the main city. Every time the undead attack the city, the main casualties are not large, and a diamond card can be obtained. Even the second-class Marquis with a population of over 300,000 in the main city can obtain a diamond treasure chest every time the undead attack the city. However, under normal circumstances, there is only 1 diamond card in the diamond treasure chest. There are a total of 8,864 cards in the diamond treasure chest, and there is only 1 diamond card. Players can draw 8 cards from the diamond treasure chest, and the chance of drawing a diamond card is too low. However, all the Lord players who draw diamond cards have seen that the things they open are no different. The second-class Marquis has become the target of many Lord players. Chapter 268. It has been the 4th year since Blue Star players came to the game world, but it is not easy for a player's territory to be promoted to a Marquis. Zhao Yiling was promoted to a 3rd-class Marquis on May 2nd, the first year. Cheng Jinling was promoted to a 3rd-class Marquis on July 10th, the first year, and Li Chun's Hingling was promoted to a 3rd-class Marquis on November 5th, the first year. Since Li Chun's Hingling, more and more player territories have been promoted to 3rd-class Marquisites. Without exception, they are all territories that are focused on cultivating top player forces. Generally, a top player force can only cultivate 1 Marquis at first, with the Qin Kingdom official being an exception. The biggest difficulty in upgrading a player's territory to a 3rd-class Marquis is to upgrade the Lord's combat profession to level 5. If you can't go to the cemetery to spawn monsters, it will take at least a year to upgrade from level 40 to level 50. Basically, it will take more than a year and a half after the Blue Star players come to the game world to upgrade the player's territory to a Marquis. The major player forces below the top level focus on cultivating territories, and start to upgrade to Marquisites. By the time the small and medium-sized player forces focus on cultivating their territories, or even the individual player territories are ready to be promoted to the 3rd-class Marquis, the time has entered the 3rd year of the Hope calendar. They will face another difficulty, the territory promotion war. There is only one 5th level lord in the territory, and there will be many 5th level undead in the attacking undead army, and the number of 4th level undead will far exceed that of humans. The major player forces focus on cultivating their territories, and have enough means to resist the 5th level undead and 4th level undead in the attacking undead army, and the territory is successfully promoted at a not so big cost. Many small and medium-sized player forces that focus on cultivating territories and individual player territories are no longer able to do so. They are either destroyed or severely damaged. Only less than half of the player territories can be successfully promoted at a relatively low cost. If the promotion is successful, the daily undead army will attack the city, and the 5th level undead will appear. What is even more difficult is the special undead army attacking the city every few months. The number of undead armies is tripled, and the number of 5th level undead and 4th level undead is at least tripled. Many small and medium-sized player forces that focus on cultivating territories and individual player territories are destroyed or severely damaged. During the territory promotion war, you may be able to find reinforcements, but on the day when the special undead army attacks the city, the possibility of obtaining reinforcements is very small. In this case, the lords of small and medium-sized player forces and individual player lords choose to suppress their level after their combat professions are upgraded to the 4th level. Wait for a few months or even more than half a year. Wait until the territory strength is improved, more 4th level perfections appear under your command, and you have a better grasp. Then you will officially upgrade to the 5th level and start the territory promotion war. In addition to the major player forces, only the Zechen League is an exception. To this day, the territories of the 2 deputy leaders and 5 presidents of the Zechen League are all 3rd-class marquee territories. All 7 lords were promoted to the 5th level just after reaching the 4th level, and started the territory promotion war. Among the 7 territories, only the deputy leader Du Hongwei could get the official support of Qin State. He had enough means to resist the siege of the special undead army encountered in the territory promotion war, and after the promotion to the Marquisate, and survived the most difficult period after the promotion to the Marquisate. In fact, when Du Hongwei's territory was promoted to the Marquisate, in addition to the official support of Qin State, there was also support from Zhao Yi. With the support of Zhao Yi, the 7 territories were promoted to the 3rd-class Marquisate at a relatively small cost, and the territories suffered relatively small losses when facing the siege of the special undead army. Zhao Yi, who sent out reinforcements, gained a lot of benefits. The levels of the reinforcements were upgraded, Zhao Yi gained a lot of points, and military expenses, which were usually mainly advanced stones, equipment, and treasures. The Purple Star Alliance, which had 8 marquisates, was not only the most powerful player alliance among the lower kingdoms, but also had few rivals in the upper kingdoms. On the forum, I often saw Qin Kingdom players lamenting the Purple Star Alliance, believing that it was the Violet Kingdom that restricted the development of the Purple Star Alliance. If the Purple Star Alliance was placed in an aboriginal empire, it might even be powerful enough to confront those top player forces. However, in the indigenous empire, the competition is even greater, and it is a question whether the Purple Star Alliance can control an imperial region alone. Regardless of the future development potential, Gu Ying, Du Hongwei, Zhao De and others in the Purple Star Alliance are grateful to Zhao Yi for their territories being promoted to marquisates. Although Du Hongwei is an official member of the Qin Kingdom, he is not a key territory for cultivation. He can barely be considered a semi-key territory. If he has the opportunity to be promoted to a marquisate, the promotion time will be much later. Gu Ying, the territory originally focused on recruiting female professionals. Compared with other player territories, it has some advantages in the early stage, but the advantages turn into disadvantages in the middle stage, which increases the difficulty of being promoted to a marquisate. Zhao De, a European player, is also a casual player. He can be promoted to a marquisate by relying on himself. However, he will be promoted later, and more likely to have accidents. Territory promotion wars and special undead army sieges may cause Zhao De's territory to be damaged. There are also 4 other guild leaders who have various problems in being promoted to a marquisate. But because of Zhao Yi and the Purple Star Alliance, the territory was promoted to a marquisate quickly and stabilized. After being promoted to a 3rd-class marquisate, the next target is naturally a 2nd-class marquisate. Gu Ying and Du Hongwei have both met the promotion conditions. At least they feel that the territory is still a little short of strength and want to slow down. The most important condition for promotion is to eliminate 6 5th-level undead. It is not easy for territories outside the major player forces to do so. In the daily siege of the undead army, Even if the 5th level undead appear, it is difficult to keep the 5th level undead without some means. Gu Ying and Du Hongwei were able to complete this condition with the help of Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's reinforcements severely damaged the 5th level undead, and 2 people, or their subordinates, harvested the 5th level undead. It is very difficult for ordinary marquee territories to rely on 5th level professionals to eliminate 5th level undead. After entering the 5th level, the upgrade speed of the Lord players becomes slow. Cheng Jin, who appears to have the highest level, is only level 58 on the leaderboard. It is estimated that he will be able to upgrade to level 59 in more than a month. The 5th level will be completed in July. Unable to go to the cemetery to spawn monsters, the upgrade speed of Lord players is so slow, and the upgrade speed of non-Lord players is even slower. On the contrary, in the player territory that recruits native professionals, the upgrade speed of 4-star talents is not inferior to that of Lords, and the upgrade speed of 5-star talents is even faster than that of Lords. It depends on luck to recruit native geniuses. Slow upgrades and slow strength improvement. Even if the strength of human professionals of the same level below level 7 exceeds that of the undead, the human side cannot defeat a few higher level undead of the same level. Without some means, such as alchemical props, spell scrolls, etc., don't think about keeping the 5th level undead. These means are not easy to get from the treasure chest, and most of them are disposable props, which will be gone after use. Various situations have led to the emergence of many marquee territories in the Blue Star player camp, but at least 2/3 of the player territories are stuck in the 3rd level marquee territories. Chongjin territory, the player territory with the strongest power on the surface, is stuck at the 1st class marquee territory. If it wants to be promoted to the 3rd class Duke territory, it will have to wait until the second half of this year at least. From the perspective of the indigenous camp, the strength of the heroes in the other world is still increasing rapidly, but from the perspective of the players themselves, the speed of strength improvement is getting slower and slower. If it were the same as at the beginning, it would be better if they could upgrade 1 level a day. It won't take a year for the Blue Star player camp to sweep the undead camp and the aboriginal camp and become the master of the origin continent, and then a war will break out within the Blue Star player camp. A new day has arrived, and Cedric's reinforcements have arrived. The 8th level Bone Dragon Didion has brought 3 7th level Skeleton Kings to settle in the number 1 cemetery. Cedric personally took Didion to the number 1 cemetery and joined forces to attack Xiaocheng, but all of them were blocked by the defensive magic circle. This wave of attacks was mainly to let Didion know Xiaocheng's strength, and not to think that he could attack without any care just because he was at the 8th level. The appearance of the 8th level Bone Dragon Didion made Melissa and the Red Dragon Sebastian's eyes almost spit fire. Dragon Island was breached by the undead army, and countless dragons died. The dragon corpses and the bones in the dragon cemetery were transformed into undead. Melissa and Sebastian wanted to destroy Didion immediately when they saw the bone dragon, and they could not stand the undead desecrating the bones of their own kind. Finally, with Zhao Yi's comfort, Melissa controlled her emotions. As for Sebastian, he signed a partnership contract with Rodolphe, a 5-star knight talent, 2 years ago and fought with Rodolphe. However, the nominal partner is gradually changing to the identity of a mount and master, because Rodolphe is a 5-star talent, while Sebastian is only a 4-star talent. As long as Rodolphe is stronger than Sebastian and defeats Sebastian, he will accept his identity as a mount. Rodolphe, who has 5-star talent, actually needs a 5-star mount, but there is none in Zhao Yi's territory. Mounts can only be opened from treasure chests, and cannot be recruited through points. If they can be recruited through points, under the effect of the fate dice, Zhao Yi will have to recruit several 5-star mounts. Rodolphe himself does not mind that Sebastian is only a 4-star talent. After all, it is not so easy to be promoted above the 7th level. For a long time, having Sebastian is enough for Rodolphe. In addition, Rodolphe is a fake Dragon Knight, and has not officially changed his job to Dragon Knight. It is best to become a Dragon Knight with the same talent. The 8th level undead officially settled in the number 1 cemetery. In the following nights, undead continued to transfer from other cemeteries. The interior of the number 1 cemetery continued to expand to accommodate more undead. Knowing the strength of Xiaocheng, Didion began to continue the fatigue tactics like other high-level undead, looking for opportunities to break the city. It has only been the 4th year since the Blue Star players came to the game world. Before this, the undead camp also continuously attacked the indigenous cities, consuming a large number of low-level undead and cannon fodder. The undead camp suffered heavy losses, and undead from the sea continued to land and enter various cemeteries in the Violet Kingdom. However, these undead were mainly cannon fodder and low-level, with a small number of mid-level and almost no high-level undead. Although there were many undead in the sea, the high-level undead were basically in various cemeteries on the origin continent, responsible for besieging the remaining gathering places of living beings. Didien's appearance had little impact on Zhao Yi's territory. If Didien could break the rules and attack other cities in Zhao Yi's territory, Zhao Yi would use up his trump cards, at least eliminate a 7th level undead, and then severely injure Didien to make Didien remember. Stay in cemetery number 1, it's good for both of us. The current mission of Zhao Yi territory is still the kingdom conquest. 2 years have passed, and the army of Zhao Yi territory has become stronger and stronger, with a total force of more than 1.5 million. Counting the huge population in the upper half of the plain, 1 out of every 20 people is a professional. Some professionals did not join the territory army. Currently, there are 4 major legions in the territory army: Sky Whale Legion, Undead Legion, Flying Dragon Legion, and Earth Legion. The Sky Whale Corps is the strongest, and the core of the core is the Floating Fortress with the combat power of the 8th level. 2 years have passed, and the Sky Whale Corps has been formed. There is no shortage of personnel and energy. The only thing missing is a large magic cannon. The Floating Fortress has a large magic cannon. Zhao Yi opened 2 large magic cannons from the epic treasure chest. If a large magic cannon can accurately hit the enemy, it can kill the 6th level and injure the 7th level. If multiple cannons hit an enemy at the same time, it can kill the 7th level and injure the 8th level. Other indigenous forces that own floating fortresses must install at least 3 large magic cannons, and generally have more than 5, and some even have more than 10. Some forces directly install super large magic cannons that can kill level 7 with 1 shot. The energy pool of the floating fortress directly provides energy to the magic cannon, and the charging speed is much faster than directly consuming magic crystals to charge. The firing rate plus power make the magic cannon the most important weapon of the floating fortress. Zhao Yi is not satisfied with his floating fortress having only 3 large magic cannons, and he wants to install dozens of them. However, currently only by opening epic treasure chests can you get a chance to get a large magic cannon, and you can also find the indigenous forces to buy it in the void trading market. But the price is very high. Zhao Yi is reluctant to buy it, and other player forces are even more reluctant to buy it. However, there is no shortage of medium-sized magic cannons and small magic cannons. Zhao Yi's chief alchemist Gu Wendell led his team to refine small magic cannons and medium-sized magic cannons. The main materials can be provided by the territory, and the cost is not high. As a result, each city in Zhao Yi's territory has at least 5 magic cannons installed, and at least 20 magic cannons have not been installed. If you want to refine a large magic cannon, you have to wait for Gu Wendell to be promoted to the 7th level. Both the Fire Mage and the Alchemist need to be promoted to the 7th level. Zhao Yi gave Gu Wendell the 3rd 5-star talent stone he opened from the epic treasure chest. It won't take too long for Gu Wendell to be promoted to the 7th level. The Undead Legion is now full of 10,000 people, and all of them are at the 3rd level. The leader of the Legion is Brayden, who is already at level 6, and there are level 5 and level 4 as the leader and company commander. The Undead Legion, which shares vitality and has undead characteristics to a certain extent, will serve as the vanguard of the battle. All members are equipped with gold equipment, and can easily surround and kill level 4 enemies. If enough people are gathered, they can even surround and kill level 5 or even level 6 enemies. It is impossible to surround and kill level 7 enemies, and level 7 enemies will fly. As a guarantee of the combat effectiveness of the Undead Legion, the Water of Life is very important. In 2 years, a diamond treasure chest was obtained every 3 days, and the number of diamond cards in the diamond treasure chest has stabilized to 5. After promoting another Tree of Life to the 7th level, and consuming 1 stone each for Zhao Yi, Melissa, and Brittany, Zhao Yi still had 39 level 7 advancement stones in his hand. 2 Trees of Life that reach the 7th level can produce a total of 2,000 drops, 100 milliliters, of Water of Life every day. The Water of Life accumulated in 2 years can not only support the Undead Legion in a long-term battle, but also maintain the consumption of the entire territory army in the war. The Undead Legion was formed first, followed by the Sky Whale Legion. In the past 2 years, Zhao Yi has successively formed the Flying Dragon Legion and the Earth Legion. The Dragon Corps is actually an air cavalry unit, and all members ride on the lowest level 3 wyverns. Wyverns, as the name suggests, have something to do with dragons. They look like dragons, have 2 legs, sharp claws, and scales on their bodies. They have a fast flying speed and poison, and can give birth to Dragon Kings up to level 7. In the past 2 years, Zhao Yi has obtained another large demiplane, Number 8. With an area of more than 3 million square kilometers from the epic treasure chest, where he found dozens of wyvern tribes and tens of thousands of wyverns. With Melissa, it is easy to subdue all the wyverns, and then form an air cavalry unit with the wyverns, and finally establish the Dragon Corps based on this. Rodolph is the commander of the corps, and with the Red Dragon Sebastian, the wyverns must behave themselves. Currently, the Dragon Corps has more than 1,500 riders, and as time goes by, the number of members of the Dragon Corps will continue to increase, mainly due to the number of wyverns of level 3 and above, and it is impossible to withdraw all wyverns of level 3 and above. Zhao Yi has prepared a large amount of food for all wyverns, forcing them to expand their population as much as possible. At the same time, he will also take out wyverns from level 0 to level 2 as mounts for knights of the same level. Mounts and pets can also be upgraded by killing undead. When the knights and wyverns are upgraded to level 3, they can join the dragon army. The earth army is similar in composition to the undead army, and both are signed through a book of contract. However, the members of the undead army signed a life-sharing, living and dying together, contract, while the members of the earth army signed a reduced version of the unity contract. The Earth Legion's contract book only has 1,000 places. With the help of the power of the contract, 1,000 Earth mages reach a tacit understanding and jointly release spells. For example, 5 third-level Earth mages can jointly release a 4th-level spell, 25 third-level Earth mages can jointly release a 5th-level spell, 125 third-level Earth mages can jointly release a 6th-level spell, and 1,000 third-level Earth mages can jointly release a 7th-level spell. An Earth Legion can barely be regarded as a 7th-level Earth mage. The contract book of the Earth Corps has few restrictions. If a contractor dies, a new contractor can continue to sign the contract, or the contractor can cancel the contract on his own initiative. A maximum of 1,000 people can be contracted at the same time, and the contractor's level cannot exceed level 6. Therefore, the Earth Corps has 1,000 formal members and 2,000 reserve members. All level 3 and above Earth mages in the territory are formal members or reserve members of the Earth Corps. As the territory has developed to this point, among all the mages under Zhao Yi's command, the number of Earth mages is the largest, and there are thousands of level 3 Earth mages. The leader of the army is Gabby, a 5-star gifted Earth mage. Gabby is already at level 6. When he reaches level 7, someone else will be appointed as the leader of the army. There are 2 items drawn, the Book of Contract, and the detailed explanation of Earth spells for multiple people. This is very different from the release of Earth spells by a single person, so only the Earth army composed of Earth mages can be formed, the standard of the indigenous country. The army composed of 0-level professionals is the cannon fodder army, the army composed of 1st-level professionals is the ordinary army, the army composed of 2nd-level professionals is the elite army, and the army composed of 3rd-level professionals is the elite army. The Undead Legion, the Dragon Legion, and the Earth Legion, the lowest level of the members of the 3 legions is the 3rd level. It can be said that these 3 legions are elite forces in all indigenous countries. On the battlefield, they can determine the outcome of the battle to a large extent. Even the special characteristics of the Undead Legion and the Earth Legion make them powerful among the elite forces, only the Dragon Legion is slightly worse. In comparison, the Sky Whale Legion in full state can sweep across any kingdom. Only multiple epic masters can join forces to stop the Sky Whale Legion, and there is no legendary master in the kingdom. The news about the 4 legions has spread throughout the territory army, but the soldiers only know a few things about them. The most mysterious Sky Whale Legion, the most special Undead Legion, the most handsome Dragon Legion, and the most rustic Earth Legion. These names can appear because the Sky Whale Legion is completely confidential, the Undead Legion is fearless in battle, the Dragon Legion members riding bipedal flying dragons are very handsome, and the Earth Legion is full of Earth magicians. Earth is not a derogatory word here. Although they don't know much, the soldiers are proud to join the 4 legions. But it is not easy to join the 4 legions. There are talent restrictions, age restrictions, and occupation restrictions. Professionals with 1-star talent can only watch helplessly. They are not qualified to join the 4 legions at all. If you reach 2-star talent, you still have to look at your occupation. If you are too old, you are not accepted. As long as you are selected into the 4 legions, even if you are only at level 0 when you first join, and are not a formal member, you will receive key training from the territory, your strength will increase rapidly, and you will become a formal member of the 4 legions after reaching level 3. Strength, status, and welfare benefits really make other soldiers envious. For them, the desire to become a member of the 4 legions is second only to becoming a mid-level professional. If they cannot join the 4 legions, the soldiers will be very disappointed, and after the disappointment, they will sigh at the strong strength of the territory. The strong strength of the territory can protect their homes when the undead camp plunders the origin continent, so that their families have a safe place to live and have enough food and clothing. As long as you compare it with the life of the original inhabitants in the city, you can feel that life here is better and has a better future. Under the call of the Dragon Knight Lord, the professionals with low talents put their hopes on their offspring and worked hard to have children. For this reason, the number of newborns in the territory increased rapidly, and the natural population growth of the entire territory was also a very large number. When the newborns grow up 16 years later, they will be able to personally join the construction of the territory. In the next kingdom strategy, the Undead Legion, the Dragon Legion, and the Earth Legion will be dispatched to deal with the traitors. In the Violet Kingdom, no force can resist the 3 legions. The Sky Whale Legion is far from being dispatched. Chapter 269. For nearly a month, Brittany would fight in the Void Arena every day. For a small part of the time, the targets of the battles were Xiao-E, Melissa, Joanna, and other level 6 warriors, and more of the time, the targets of the battles were various simulated level 7 professionals. Especially level 7 assassins, they were the most selected targets for Brittany to fight. However, the simulated targets were still quite different from the real ones. After nearly a month of fighting, Brittany quickly mastered her own power, and her strength continued to improve. With Xiao Yi's full armor, Brittany is more confident of defeating the 7th level assassin, Ostash. On February 22nd, in the morning, Xiao Yi, Melissa, Ignaz, Brittany, and the dragon came to the teleportation array. Brittany's face was calm, and her excitement had completely subsided. Now Brittany was like a sharp sword about to be unsheathed. Let's go! The 3 people and the dragon walked into the teleportation array together, heading to Lotus City, and then transferred from Lotus City to the capital. When Brittany left Xiaocheng, Didion, the 8th level bone dragon sitting in the number 1 cemetery, felt the huge life breath of the 7th level human professional disappear. Didion hesitated and did not choose to attack. There was only one 7th level in Xiaocheng. If he left, Didion could not attack Xiaocheng. Moreover, the threat to him in Xiaocheng was not the 7th level human professional, but the magic circle or other means. Didion's guess was correct. Zhao Yi left Xiaocheng with a lot of trump cards, but also left some trump cards in Xiaocheng. There was no problem in killing the extra high-level undead in the number 1 cemetery. On the other side, 3 people and 1 dragon appeared in the teleportation array of Lotus City. Without stopping, the 3 people and 1 dragon continued to use the teleportation array to go to the capital. When Brittany appeared in the capital, the 2 7th level people in the capital, Ostash and the lingering Charles, looked in the direction of the teleportation array. 7th level. Who is it? The breath of this 7th level seems a little familiar. Ostash and Charles were very confused. Ostash was confused. How did this 7th level appear in the capital? The teleportation array between countries is usually closed. It will only be opened if you apply in advance. Could it be that he came to the Violet Kingdom by crossing the border from the land, entering a provincial capital, and then teleporting to the capital? Or he came to the Violet Kingdom through a teleportation array set up secretly? There are high-level undeads in the cemetery outside. Under normal circumstances, when 7th level and 8th level professionals act alone, they use the teleportation array. If they don't use the teleportation array, they may be surrounded and killed by high-level undeads. As for whether someone in the Violet Kingdom has been promoted to the 7th level, Ostash feels that it is unlikely. Ostash knows that no one among the 6th level professionals in the Violet Kingdom can be promoted to the 7th level now. Charles was wondering about Brittany's aura. As a granddaughter, or the most gifted one among his descendants, Charles was naturally familiar with Brittany's aura. But the aura of a 7th level strongman still made Charles unable to think of Brittany at the first time. Cedric, who was in the cemetery outside the capital, felt the new 7th level creature in the capital, and in less than a second, he connected it with Brittany, wondering how this human came to him. After walking out of the teleportation array, Brittany felt the 2 7th level positions in the capital, and without any hesitation, she flew directly to the intermediate wizard tower where Ostash was. Coming for me. Ostash's face changed drastically. A strange 7th level was coming towards him. He didn't remember having a 7th level enemy. If it was really an enemy, there was another 7th level in the palace. Even if it was a lingering 7th level, if the 2 joined forces, he would be in danger. As the distance got closer, Charles could see Brittany's breath more clearly. Is it little Brittany? Has she been promoted to the 7th level? Charles quickly thought that the 8th level undead Cedric outside had left twice before, which should be caused by Brittany. In Charles's opinion, Brittany had just been promoted to the 7th level, and how could a newly promoted 7th level be a match for Ostash? He wanted to leave the palace immediately, and wanted to join forces with his granddaughter to kill Ostash. However, Charles, who was not far from death, was still a little slow to react. Ostash had no intention of using the intermediate magic tower to fight Brittany. The intermediate magic tower basically could not hurt Brittany, so he left the intermediate magic tower directly, and the distance between the two people became closer. Seeing the young and beautiful Brittany, Ostash was even more confused. He could feel that this was not because the professional had become younger after being promoted to the 7th level, but because she was really that young. Which top power cultivated such a young and talented 7th level? Why did she appear here and fight with him? Ostash had more and more questions in his mind, but no one could answer him. You? Seeing Brittany getting closer and closer, Ostash prepared for the battle first, and then he spoke, only saying you, and saw Brittany take out a crystal level from the storage props and crush it. The next moment, the space where Brittany and Ostash were located was split apart by the diamond-level disposable prop used by Brittany, forming a battlefield with only 2 people. The battlefield was expanded many times due to the power of space, which was enough to serve as a battlefield for 2 7th-level professionals. The barrier of this battlefield can be broken quickly by the 7th-level professional with all his strength, but if there is another 7th-level enemy in this battlefield, the barrier cannot be attacked at will, and the winner must be decided first. This was the final decision made by Brittany, who was confident in her own strength, to fight against Ostash alone. Fully armed, and with the trump card given by Zhao Yi, there was no way she could lose. In addition, Brittany did not want the capital to be destroyed by the battle between 2 7th-level masters, nor did she want a large number of innocent people to be involved in the battle and die. Outside the battlefield, after a few seconds, Charles had just arrived outside the battlefield barrier. As a 7th-level professional, Charles could barely sense the situation on the battlefield through the barrier, and his face became anxious. He didn't know how to join the battle. How could little Brittany alone be an opponent of Ostash? In fact, if Charles tried his best, he could break the barrier from the outside. Before Charles could make any move, Ignaz had teleported Zhao Yi and Melissa to a place not far from Charles. Charles was so anxious that he didn't notice the arrival of the 2 people and the dragon at the first time. Your Majesty, don't worry, Brittany has the strength and confidence to defeat Ostash. After hearing Zhao Yi's words, Charles noticed the 2 people and the dragon, and asked anxiously and puzzledly, "Who are you?" "My name is Zhao Yi." "You are Zhao Yi. Tell me how to get in." "I want to kill Ostash with little Brittany." Charles was naturally familiar with the name Zhao Yi. The water of life he consumed to maintain his life came from Zhao Yi, but now Charles had no time to think so much. He wanted to deal with Ostash together with Brittany. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Brittany can deal with Ostash with her strength. We have a more important thing to do now. We need to control the core of the capital's magic circle. Be careful of the high-level undead outside the city." Hearing this, Charles calmed down a little. The high-level undead outside the city was a big enemy. Without the magic circle to stop them, the 8th-level undead rushed into the city. He, a 7th-level undead, who was not far from death, could not stop them. The core of the magic circle is in the magic tower in the center of the city. The garrison is the 6th-level fire mage Luko, treason. Your Majesty, don't move. We will teleport directly there. Ignaz used the teleportation spell to teleport the 3 people and the dragon directly to the middle-level magic tower in the center of the capital. Luko, who was on the top floor of the magic tower, had been paying attention to the situation in the city. From a 7th-level strongman coming to the capital, to the 7th-level strongman and Ostash being separated by a barrier, to the old king walking out of the palace, Luko was already trembling with fear. At this moment, all those who betrayed the Violet family, including Luko, were terrified. Ostash was entangled by a sudden 7th-level strongman, and the old king was no longer restrained. A seriously injured and dying 7th level is still a 7th level, and these traitors are in danger. I just hope that Ostash can quickly deal with the enemy, and drive the old king back to the palace. Now that the old king is unrestrained, the 6th-level professionals in the city can join forces to stop him. But before the 6th-level professionals can join forces, Charles suddenly appeared outside Luko's magic tower, and there were 3 6th-level professionals beside Charles. Danger! Luko didn't think much, and quickly cast a protective spell, then took out the flying scroll and used it, and fled quickly from the top floor of the mage tower. Zhao Yi didn't chase him. Controlling the core of the king's capital magic circle was the most important thing, and this task was given to Ignaz. Char's old face was full of worry about Brittany. Hesitantly, Charles asked Zhao Yi, Can little Brittany really defeat Ostash? Of course, Brittany will be promoted to the 7th level that day, and she will destroy a 7th level undead. Zhao Yi's words made Charles less worried, but he didn't know that Brittany, Zhao Yi, and Ignaz worked together to kill the 7th level undead that day. If it were any other time, Charles would still be in the mood to ask Zhao Yi about Brittany's situation. Now Brittany was fighting fiercely with Ostash, and Charles really didn't have the mood to think so much. He looked at the battlefield barrier from a distance, wanting to see the situation in the battlefield. On the other side, Luku, who was escaping, met up with another 6th level professional in the capital. A few minutes later, the 6th level professionals belonging to Ostash in the capital gathered together, a total of 8 people. Among them, only 2 were Ostash's team, and the other 6 were originally loyal. You Violet family has already switched to Ostash's army. Luke was the first to say, there are 5 enemies in total, 1 is a level 7 warrior, fighting with Lord Ostashi, the old king, and 3 level 6 warriors are in my magic tower. After Luke finished speaking, others also spoke up. Where did the level 7 warrior come from? He seems very young. Is it the reinforcements that the Violet family has found? Lord Ostashi must defeat the enemy. If the old king doesn't take action, we won't take action either. After all, the old king is a level 7 warrior. If we are not careful, one of us will fall. Both sides were waiting for the battle between Ostash and Brittany to end. Ostash won and was not seriously injured. Everything could return to normal. Because the old king walked out of the palace, they could kill him this time. If Ostash lost, then those who belonged to Ostash would be finished. Whether they could escape was a problem, and there were also people in the capital. Lord Ostash must defeat the enemy. However, the situation in the space battlefield was completely different from what the 6 levels thought. Ostash fled in a panic, and the golden-armored Valkyrie chased him from behind, and he could not find a chance to fight back. All this is just because of their professions. Ostash is an assassin and Brittany is a swordsman. Both professions have high attack, but assassins have thin blood. Brittany hits with 1 blow, and Ostash will be seriously injured if not killed. The way of assassins is to hide themselves, find opportunities, and strike quickly. If the strike misses, they will flee thousands of miles away. Assassins are not a profession for direct combat. If there is no restriction on the venue, Ostash dare not fight Brittany head-on. The restriction on the venue means that Ostash can't play 80% of his strength, and he will be chased by Brittany. Now it depends on who makes the first mistake. Any mistake may determine the outcome of the battle. But Brittany doesn't want to continue this battle for too long. After confirming that Ostash's weapon grade is at most crystal grade, Brittany chased for a few more minutes and made a flaw. Ostash seized the opportunity, dodged behind Brittany, and stabbed a dagger tempered with poison into the gap under Brittany's armor shoulder. There is also armor protection at the neck. Brittany's body moved slightly. Bang! The top-level sharp dagger in the crystal class was blocked by the diamond-level armor on Brittany's body, and could not penetrate at all. Ostash was shocked. Such a young 7th level must be from a powerful force, and the weapons and equipment he used were all good things. He actually forgot this. Ostash hurriedly wanted to escape, but it was too late. Brittany returned his sword and left a long and deep wound on Ostash's chest. Ostash was wearing a crystal-level leather armor, which was like thin paper in front of the diamond-level long sword, and it broke at the touch. Brittany pursued Ostash, and did not give him the chance to take things from the storage item. The seriously injured Ostash slowed down, and was caught up by Brittany the next second. In Ostash's eyes of disbelief and regret, the long sword pierced into Ostash's chest. Who are you, after all? I, Brittany Violet, will kill you here soon. Violet. Brittany did not wait for Ostash to finish, and exerted force with her hand, killing Ostash completely. At this moment, Brittany's eyes were filled with tears. The enemy who killed her parents and her family, and seriously injured her grandfather was finally dead. Many figures appeared in Brittany's mind, her parents, her grandfather, her family, her sister, and the last figure was Zhao Yi. The enemy was dead, and her heart knot was completely untied. Brittany planned to spend more time on the things she liked. Clearing the distracting thoughts in her mind, and calming down her emotions, Brittany prepared to leave the space battlefield. However, as Brittany who released the space battlefield, there was no way to cancel it directly. She could only use all her strength to cut the space battlefield. Soon, the space battlefield was broken, and Brittany returned to the capital. The people who were paying attention to the space battlefield, those who belonged to Ostash's side, all changed their faces. How is it possible? Ostash is dead. How could Ostash die? I don't believe it. Lord Ostash will not die. All this is an illusion. Even the 6th level professionals became distraught. The overall situation was clearly decided, and they just had to wait for the old king to die, and the Violet Kingdom could become the Berlanger Kingdom, and everyone would continue as usual. But a young 7th level warrior appeared and killed Ostash, but the old king was still alive. Who is this young 7th level warrior, and why did he want to blow Ostash to death? Before they could think about it, a sentence let them know who this young 7th level warrior was. I, Brittany Violet, will kill Ostash Xiang Berlanger here today. Brittany's announcement to the whole city made the people on Ostash's side even more unbelievable. How could a young 7th level warrior appear in the Violet family, which was obviously at the end of its rope? It's fake. It's all an illusion. How about we split up and run away? They only have 2 level 7s. One of them is seriously injured. Most of us can run away. We can run away. What about our families? What family? As long as we are still here, we can rebuild our family. You can't run away. One of them is a level 6 space mage. Can you outrun a space mage? Maybe the Violet family won't kill us. If we all die, how can the Violet Kingdom survive? We can pretend to surrender to Ostash. As soon as these words came out, someone attacked one of Ostash's 2 6th level subordinates, and the others reacted and attacked the real team that Ostash brought to the Violet Kingdom. Charles and Brittany didn't care about these things. The grandfather and grandson had returned to the palace together. Zhao Yi, Melissa, and Ignaz were still in the mage tower. In the future, Zhao Yi will send 6th level mages to take turns to sit in this mage tower. The Violet family no longer has any trustworthy 6th level mages available. Originally, the Violet family had a 6th level professional, but they were all killed by Ostash. What a miserable Violet family. The Violet family members in the palace and the demi-plane wept with joy because of Ostash's death. Many of them were looking at the elders of the family, and their faces were beaming with joy at the emergence of a new 7th level strongman in the Violet family. With Brittany, the Violet family can still rule the Violet Kingdom, and will become even more powerful in the future. Near noon, because all of Ostash's confidants in the capital had died, the members of the Violet family resumed their activities in the capital. The traders could not see the old king and Brittany, so they found the members of the Violet family, gave them a generous gift, and asked the king how he would deal with them. The members of the Violet family said that the king should not have any intention of taking action against you. If you were dead, how could our Violet family rule the kingdom? These words made the traders feel relieved, and at the same time, they stepped up their efforts to search for Ostash's confidants. In the afternoon, a message came from the palace that 9 days later, Brittany would be crowned as the new king of the Violet Kingdom, and all indigenous nobles would attend the coronation ceremony of the new king. The changes in the Violet Kingdom quickly expanded its influence from the capital to the entire Violet Kingdom, and then to the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire. In the Violet Kingdom, the remaining indigenous nobles all nominally pledged allegiance to Ostashi, and they were all waiting for the death of the old king. Unexpectedly, today we did not wait for the news of the old king's death, but instead waited for the news that Ostashi was killed. The murderer was Brittany Violet, a newly promoted 7th level strongman of the Violet family, who would become the new king of the Violet Kingdom in 9 days. This series of changes really shocked the native nobles. The Violet family really turned over. The nobles who were nominally loyal to Ostash, but in fact still loyal to the Violet family, were celebrating. The nobles who actually betrayed the Violet family were scared, and wanted to flee the Violet Kingdom with their people and wealth. However, when they learned that the king did not attack the nobles in the capital, they temporarily gave up escaping. If they attacked the nobles in the capital, they would have some time to escape after receiving the news. If they had a choice, they would not give up the city they controlled and run away. In order to build the city, the nobles spent too much wealth. Fleeing to a new place is prone to accidents, and it is difficult for the family not to weaken, not to mention the undead outside. The betrayers all thought of one thing: the law does not punish the masses. Everyone thought that the Violet family was going to die. Facing the 7th level strongman, no one could resist. In order to survive, everyone could only nominally pledge allegiance to Ostashi. We did not betray. Even if we betrayed together. Without us nobles, can your Violet family still rely on its own strength to rule the entire Violet Kingdom? The king must have understood this situation and only intended to kill Ostash and his confidants, and would not deal with others. It would be the same as usual, and there would be no changes. However, some betrayers are still worried, some betrayers comfort themselves, and some betrayers make some preparations in advance, sending some of their people and wealth away, and come back when there are no problems. In the capital of the Violet Kingdom, there were envoys from the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire. Seeing the changes in the capital today, the envoys of the two countries were stunned. A young 7th level strongman appeared in the Violet family that was about to be destroyed, killing Ostash and regaining the ruling power. The envoys of the two countries quickly collected intelligence and sent it back to their respective empires through various channels. There were two key points. Ostash was killed, and the newly promoted 7th level strongman Brittany Violet. Under the constraints of the legendary strongman, facing the great enemy of the undead, no country is allowed to invade other countries for the time being. As for Ostashi's attack on the Violet Kingdom, Ostashi's side is not a national force. If the Violet Kingdom is gone, a new Belenjay Kingdom will emerge, so no one will care about the Violet Kingdom. A small kingdom has changed its ruler, which is not important to the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire. Everyone is watching the show. Unexpectedly, a dramatic scene occurred, which in turn caused some impact within the two empires. In particular, the royal families of the two empires have some thoughts about the new king who is about to be crowned in the Violet Kingdom. Chapter 270. A young female newly promoted to the 7th level strongman. According to the news, she is only 20 years old, with 5-star swordsman talent. It seems that she accidentally fell into a certain ruins, and found a sealed milky white liquid. After drinking it, her realm quickly improved. After all the treasures were used up, she was promoted to the 7th level at the age of 20. The name of the life essence is only known to a few top indigenous forces. Some indigenous forces do not know the name of the life essence, but have obtained the real thing or learned about this thing, which can match the name. This information was naturally made up by Xiaoyi to prevent outsiders from making wild guesses. A 20-year-old 7th level strongman, no matter how talented he is still too young after all. He may attract some indigenous forces to come over and want to get the secret of Brittany's rapid promotion to the 7th level. Now, after knowing the secret of Brittany's promotion to the 7th level, the number of indigenous forces who want to come over has sharply decreased. However, many forces have set their sights on Brittany, including the royal families of the two empires of the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire. To be able to control an empire, the emperor must be a legendary strongman. The lifespan of a legendary strongman is only about 1,100 years. All major empires have treasures that increase lifespan, but the more treasures that increase lifespan, the more precious they are, and the harder it is to obtain. With the foundation of the two empires, it is difficult for each of them to increase the lifespan of the emperor by 100 years. If you want an empire to prosper for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, you need to have a new legendary strongman appear before the previous emperor dies and inherit the throne. Only with the relay of legendary masters can an empire, or a top power prosper. Once there is no successor, and no legendary masters to maintain it, the entire empire will quickly collapse. No matter how glorious the past was, it cannot prevent this from happening. For any top indigenous power, legendary masters are the most important, followed by geniuses with enough potential to be promoted to legendary masters. However, most empires rely only on the royal family itself, and cannot guarantee that legendary masters will be born from generation to generation. In order to ensure that there are legendary strongmen born in every generation, the royal families of the major empires have made various efforts, including through marriage, to allow men or women with the potential to be promoted to legendary to become members of the royal family. However, if they can choose to marry a woman, they will never let men marry into the family, as accidents are easy to happen. A surname represents a family. Most areas on the origin continent are in a patriarchal society. Even if a man abandons his surname because of marrying into the family, once he becomes a legendary strongman, or even the emperor of the empire, he may restore his surname. If something bad happens when marrying into the family, the emperor will even eliminate the royal family, and make his original family the new royal family. If you marry a woman, there will be fewer problems, but there are fewer female strongmen than male strongmen. Women with excellent talents in major families will hide themselves, either single or marrying with the same family, and will not marry outside. A 20-year-old female 7th level strongman is attractive enough. As long as enough resources are provided, it may not take 200 years for her to become a legendary strongman, allowing a top force to last for nearly 1,000 years. The Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire both have only one legendary master in charge. After learning about Brittany, the two legendary masters, who are emperors, quickly made a decision. The Goshawk Empire Emperor, Bikeo Abadi, is 914 years old this year. His idea is to let the first heir to the throne, his 8th son, Jibril Abadi, marry Brittany. Jibril is 358 years old, and at the peak of the 7th level. Bikeo feels that before he dies, Jibril may not be able to be promoted to a legend, or he may have to take the risk of being promoted to a legend. Jibril's talent is still a little lacking. With the help of the resources of an empire, he has only reached the peak of the 7th level. If he can marry Brittany, and give Brittany enough resources, Brittany will be promoted to a legend first, and become the queen of the Goshawk Empire. The empire will continue to become legendary, and then Jibril will be promoted to a legend. With 2 legendary strongmen sitting in the Goshawk Empire, there is even a chance to destroy the Glory Empire. Even if it cannot destroy the Glory Empire, it can take away a large area of the Glory Empire, and weaken the Glory Empire. On the side of the Glory Empire, Emperor Chambers Sid is 572 years old this year, and the highest rank among the heirs to the throne is also the 7th rank. However, Chambers did not want his descendants to marry Brittany, but planned to marry Brittany himself as a legendary strongman and let Brittany become his queen. With sufficient resources, it will take 200 or 300 years to be promoted to a legendary. By then, Chambers will have hundreds of years of life. In the next hundreds of years, the Glory Empire will have 2 legendary strongmen sitting in power, and its strength will exceed that of the Goshawk Empire. As 2 old enemies in the eastern region of the Origin continent, the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire both wanted to defeat or even destroy each other, but they never succeeded. In fact, there were also situations in the past where 2 legendary masters faced 1 legendary master, but only 1 legendary master's empire was not destroyed. At most it paid some price, and the empire was not destroyed. An empire that has been passed down for thousands or tens of thousands of years will have many means to resist legendary masters, and it will also have precious treasures, and can ask legendary masters from other forces to take action. When there are 2 legendary masters on our side, and only 1 on the other side, the situation will be reversed. Pekao and Chambers did not consider the problem of the undead camp, nor did they care about the small Violet Kingdom. They only thought about how to make Brittany their own, and make the Empire gain an advantage over the Empire in the future. Even if it is a temporary advantage, it is what the 2 empires need. Not only the Glory Empire and the Goshawk Empire, but also other top indigenous forces have taken a fancy to Brittany. In the past few days, there have been 6-level professionals appearing in the teleportation array of the capital of the Violet Kingdom. As representatives of a top power, they are ready to attend Brittany's coronation ceremony with generous gifts. After the coronation, they will discuss the marriage between the 2 countries or 2 forces. Some people set their sights on Brittany, while others plan to meet with the old King Charles first. If Charles can be persuaded, the chances of success of the marriage will be greatly increased. What happened in the capital has exceeded Xiao Yi's expectations. After all, he is a warrior from another world, and he cannot understand the situation of the top indigenous forces. He thought about the problem of rapid promotion to the 7th level, but he could not think of the importance of a 20-year-old female 7th level warrior to the top indigenous forces. The accident has happened. How to solve this problem now? Xiao Yi understands that the best solution is to have a legendary warrior or legendary combat power on his side, and only the means to deal with legends are not enough. This is a very difficult point. If you want a legendary warrior to sit, basically the only way is for Xiao Yi to be promoted to a legend himself. It took Xiao Yi 2 years to reach the 6th level. Now he can continue to gain experience by suppressing his level. It is estimated that it will take more than 6 years to gain experience from level 70 to level 80. It will take more than 18 years to gain experience from level 80 to level 90. It takes at least 24 years in total, which is too long. The longer the time, the more likely it is to have accidents. Maybe the entire Violet Kingdom will be wiped out. After all, there are top indigenous forces involved. The top indigenous forces are all led by legendary masters, and the top leaders of the indigenous camp are a group of legendary masters who make rules together. Rules are used by the strong to restrain the weak. However, Xiao Yi already has a new monster-killing plan, which may greatly shorten the experience required to advance from level 70 to level 90. Monsters are killed in the cemetery within the Violet Kingdom. The Violet Kingdom has a limited territory and a limited number of cemeteries. After frequent monster killing, the middle-level undead in each area gather together, and even gather in the cemetery where the 7th-level undead are in charge. Only destroying the undead below the 4th level will not gain much experience and points. The most important thing should be the 2 crystal treasure chests, and the additional 140% points and experience bonus. Xiao Yi has more than 1 monster-killing team under his command. For the world rules, there is no order for the monster-killing teams. Xiao Yi's monster-killing team can get an A rating for the battle. If Xiao Yi's monster-killing team cannot get an A rating, other monster-killing teams may get an A rating. If they can continue to get 2 crystal treasure chests and an additional 140% points and experience bonus every day, Zhao Yi's monster killing team can leave the Violet Kingdom and go to the cemetery outside to kill mid-level undead. Killing undead outside the Violet Kingdom, the points and experience gained cannot get the bonus of the battle settlement, but as long as more mid-level undead are killed, the points and experience gained will be far more than killing monsters in the Violet Kingdom. If they encounter undead that have just entered the 7th level, Zhao Yi's team can even surround and kill the undead of the 7th level. Brittany has left the monster killing team because she has been promoted to the 7th level. After adding one person, Zhao Yi and Melissa are both perfect at the 6th level, and the other members are only 1 or 2 levels away from level 69. It can be said to be a peak 6th level team. In addition, Zhao Yi has many trump cards, and even the 8th level undead can be eliminated. If only the 7th level undead are eliminated, the impact will be smaller than that of the 8th level undead, and even trump cards do not need to be consumed. Killing more mid-level undead, or even level 7 undead will definitely speed up the upgrade process. Zhao Yi is not sure whether the plan is feasible, so he will experiment. It doesn't matter if he wastes some points, experience, and a few crystal treasure chests. If it succeeds, the harvest will be terrible. But even if the plan succeeds, it will still take years to become a legend. In addition to having someone on his side promoted to a legend, there is another way, which is for the top indigenous forces to check and balance each other. Since everyone wants Brittany, they naturally don't want to see Brittany join a certain force. The Eagle Empire doesn't want to see Brittany join the Glory Empire, and the Glory Empire doesn't want to see Brittany join the Eagle Empire. Then neither of them can get it. Brittany directly stood up and said that no force would join. There is also a very big danger here. Maybe a top force will make a decision that if they can't get it, no one can get it, and then kill Brittany. If it really happens, we can only hope that no legendary strongman will take action. If an epic strongman takes action, we can still resist it. Time. Zhao Yi sighed with emotion. The Blue Star player's arrival in the game world was too short. In just 3 years and 2 months, Zhao Yi was the fastest player to upgrade, but at most, he was a newly promoted 7th level player, far from being comparable to the indigenous camp and the undead camp. If all this is regarded as a game, the Blue Star players have no sense of game experience. This is a doomsday survival game, and the Blue Star players are struggling to survive. The changes in the Violet Kingdom also affected the players in the country. Basically, Lord players who become Earls will pay more or less attention to the situation of the indigenous camp of the Violet Kingdom. Through various channels, Lord players know the situation of the indigenous forces of the Violet Kingdom. The Violet Kingdom will soon be replaced by the Berlanger Kingdom, but the kingdom change will hardly affect the Lord players. Lord players do not participate in the fight between the indigenous forces, and will not choose to join the Violet family. The Blue Star players fight in the camp, and the indigenous forces watch the show. The indigenous camp fights in the camp, and the Blue Star players watch the show. The Lord players basically believe that the Violet Kingdom was doomed, but they never expected that an accident would happen. Ostash was killed by someone, and the murderer was a newly promoted 7th level strongman from the Violet family. The Violet Kingdom is still the Violet Kingdom, and nothing will change. The changes in the Violet Kingdom were discussed happily in the group chat of neutral player lords in the Purple Star Alliance. Soon, their chat topic turned from the changes to Brittany. Ostash's script is a genius whose family was destroyed, who became a strong man after going through hardships, and then took revenge. Brittany's scenario is the family is declining, powerful enemies are around, she encounters a chance to rise to the 7th level, kills her enemies, and is crowned as the king. Compared to the dark old man Ostash, everyone likes Brittany's story more. There are also Blue Star players in the capital. On the day Brittany killed Ostash, many players saw Brittany's appearance. Although pictures cannot be posted on the forum or group chat, the players who saw Brittany's appearance praised Brittany, as if she were an angel descended to the earth. Information about Brittany gradually spread in the capital and even the entire kingdom, and was posted on the forum, allowing more players to learn about the new king of the Violet Kingdom. The bored lower-level players shouted in the forum fight for the Violet Queen. In the palace, Brittany was very upset and couldn't stop in front of her grandfather and sister. Brittany didn't have to deal with the coronation herself, as her clansmen would prepare for it. However, envoys from major forces kept coming to the Violet Kingdom, proposing to her on behalf of epic or even legendary masters. Not to mention that Brittany has someone she likes. Even if she doesn't, she won't be interested in those epic and legendary strongmen who are hundreds of years old. Even those over 40 are old guys to Brittany. But those forces are the ones that the Violet Kingdom can't afford to offend. If they can, Brittany will drive them all away. As for the current situation facing the Violet Kingdom, Charles has no way to solve it. He has little time left, and he will sigh when he is alone. Before, the Violet family was in danger. A few days ago, Brittany killed Ostesh. The Violet family will continue to prosper. In a few days, it will attract major forces, and any force can easily destroy the Violet Kingdom. So many forces are fighting for Brittany. Charles understands that the more forces fighting, the harder it is to determine the winner. In the end, no one can get Brittany. It is possible that the Violet Kingdom will return to peace, or Brittany will be destroyed. If you can't get it, you will be destroyed. There have been too many such things on the Origin continent, and the Violet family can't resist it at all. Even the hero from another world, who helped Brittany advance to the 7th level, Charles felt that he could not stop so many powerful forces. This is an unsolvable problem. On the Origin continent, the high-level masters of the major forces cannot be dispatched easily, and the teams heading to Violet are mostly led by 6th-level professionals. A few days later, dozens of first-class and top-level indigenous forces have gathered in the capital of the Violet Kingdom. The teams of the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire are the first two to arrive. There will be more teams coming to the Violet Kingdom in the future. After asking for instructions from the higher authorities, the teams of the first-class forces will all withdraw from the competition and leave the Violet Kingdom as soon as possible after participating in the coronation ceremony. With so many top forces with legendary masters in charge, the first-class forces are not qualified to participate in the competition at all. In fact, the top leaders of the first-class forces also know that such a young female 7th-level master will inevitably attract top forces, but they are not giving up, so they send people to come and take a look to see if anything goes wrong. At this glance, it was discovered that Brittany was really valued by many top indigenous forces. Many people felt that the luck of the Violet family was too good, but too bad. Such a young 7th-level strongman appeared, but they couldn't protect her. They also thought of their own forces. The Violet family was a first-class force, and they were also a first-class force. If most first-class forces had a genius like Brittany, once it was exposed, they would definitely not be able to protect her. If it couldn't be completely hidden, it would be better to send the genius out quickly and exchange for benefits from a top force. Like the Violet family, Brittany has grown up initially. A 7th-level strongman barely has some status. If she enters a top force, she will also be trained. The key is that so many top forces are competing for it, and it is more likely that no one can get it. Poor Violet family. Among the major forces that entered the capital of the Violet Kingdom, many are hostile, such as the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire. Although the people of both sides will not fight in the capital, there are many verbal battles, which attract other forces to watch the show. In addition, some small tricks will appear. The purpose is to drive people away and reduce one competitor. People from all the major forces cannot see Brittany. Usually, they are received by the Violet family members. At most, Charles will come forward, and they will not talk for a long time. After all, everyone can see Charles's situation. Charles directly told people from all the forces that Brittany was too popular, and the Violet family was too weak to make any decision. Charles meant to let the major forces compete among themselves, and the final winner would get Brittany. People from all the major forces felt that it was difficult for the final winner to emerge, but they still had to try, constantly reporting information to the higher-ups, and at the same time forming alliances with other forces to drive away other competitors. The capital has become extremely lively. Some entertainment venues that cater to nobles or professionals have seen a huge increase in income. Compared to a poor country like Violet, the people from the top forces are all wealthy. The time is getting closer to the coronation day on March 1st. On this day, the teleportation array in the capital lights up again, and a special team walks out of the teleportation array. There are more than a dozen people in this team, both men and women, all wearing silver helmets and silver armor, holding a silver long sword. The leader is a blonde woman, not tall, but full of domineering. She is fully armed and looks like a Valkyrie. After a closer look, it turns out to be a 7th-level strongman. It's Jianshan. Why are Jianshan's people here? Will Jianshan also participate in the competition? The Queen of Violet seems to be a swordsman. That person seems to be the eldest disciple of Sword Saint Su Lei. He has reached the end of the 7th level, and is making an impact on the epic. The arrival of Jianshan and his party attracted the attention of people from other major forces in the capital. Jianshan, one of the top forces in the Aboriginal camp, has 3 legendary strongmen in charge. The people of Jianshan are all swordsmen. It is the place with the most swordsman heritage, and the holy land of swordsmen. Everyone is proud to join Jianshan. But it is not easy to join Jianshan. talent, age, and more importantly, a swordsman's heart. Among the major forces that came to the Violet Kingdom, no top force had more legendary masters than Jianshan. The most powerful forces had only 2 legendary masters, and most forces had only 1 legendary master. Because there were few legendary masters, they needed to introduce talents from the outside world. Forces with many legendary masters did not need Brittany at all. They cared more about the talents cultivated by their own forces, who were loyal enough. The biggest competitor has appeared. Especially this opponent has sent a 7th level strongman to lead the team. The major forces that had originally formed alliances stopped fighting one after another, wanting to see why Jianshan's people came here, and if Jianshan's people joined in to fight for Brittany. All forces need to think carefully, whether to offend Jianshan and fight for Brittany, or to give Jianshan a face and give up Brittany. Before Jianshan's team went to the palace, Brittany and Charles flew out of the palace after sensing the breath of the 7th level strongman. When the team leader Jasmine saw Brittany and Seal, she left the team and flew over. The 3 met in the air in the capital. Jianshan Jasmine. Jianshan was the first to introduce herself. Seal Violet, welcome the strong man of Jianshan. Brittany Violet, this is not the place to chat, please come over here. With that, the 3 flew to the palace together. When the 3 met, Jasmine only glanced at Seal, and then put all her attention on Brittany. The purpose of her trip was naturally Brittany. Such a young 7th level warrior, and a woman, is just right for them, so the teacher sent her as the eldest disciple to accept Brittany. Charles and Brittany's minds are all on Jasmine, a visitor from Jianshan. Jianshan is a place that all swordsmen yearn for, and Charles and Brittany, who are both 7th level, are no exception.